Some people avoid electricity at all costs. Slavica Pajkic, on the other hand, seems to be made for it. This man from Serbia isn't just resistant to electric shocks. His body actually stores and conducts electricity like a living battery. He can touch high-voltage wires, light up bulbs with his hands, and even heat water using nothing but his own body. Scientists have studied him, searching for an explanation, but his abilities remain a mystery. His skin doesn't sweat, which might prevent electricity from passing through in the usual way. But that still doesn't explain how he can withstand and control power that would be lethal for anyone else. Slavica has been shocking people, literally, for years. He once set a Guinness World Record by conducting 20,000 volts through his body without suffering a scratch. To put that into perspective, that's nearly 100 times the voltage found in a standard wall socket. He has also used his body to heat up metal to the point where it can fry food. Imagine plugging yourself into an electrical outlet and not only surviving but actually using that energy. That's the everyday reality for Slavica. His body seems to work on a different set of rules, as if he's wired differently from the rest of us. Wim Hof should freeze to death every time he steps outside in extreme conditions. But he doesn't. Instead, this man comfortably walks barefoot through snow, sits in freezing water for record-breaking amounts of time, and even runs marathons in the Arctic, wearing only shorts. While most of us would be shaking uncontrollably, Wim remains completely in control. His body temperature barely drops, his heart rate stays steady, and he doesn't even seem to feel the cold. The secret behind his superhuman endurance lies in something surprisingly simple: breathing. Through a specialized breathing technique, Wim trains his body to resist the effects of the cold. He claims that anyone can do it with practice, but no one has come close to matching his abilities. Scientists have tested him, monitoring his immune response and body temperature in extreme situations. Each time, he proves them wrong. He once submerged himself in ice water for nearly 2 hours without his core temperature dropping dangerously low. He even climbed part of Mount Everest wearing nothing but shorts. His body defies the normal limits of human endurance. Yet, as unbreakable as Wim seems, there are those who bend in ways that shouldn't even be possible. From enduring the cold, to twisting the human body into impossible shapes, the next person on this list takes flexibility to an entirely new level. If you thought human bodies had limits, Daniel Browning Smith is here to prove otherwise. Known as the Rubber Boy, he can twist, bend, and contort his body in ways that look completely unreal. His limbs fold backward, his torso twists beyond what should be safe, and he can slip through spaces that seem far too small for a grown man. His flexibility isn't just impressive, it's record-breaking. He holds multiple Guinness World Records for extreme contortion, bending himself in ways that make even trained gymnasts cringe. What makes Daniel's talent even more surprising is that it isn't just the result of stretching or years of training. He was born with a rare condition that gives his ligaments an incredible range of motion. Most people would risk serious injury trying to move the way he does, but for Daniel, it's as natural as walking. He has taken his talent to television, movies, and even the circus, using his flexibility to perform feats that leave audiences in awe. He can dislocate joints at will, twist his body into seemingly impossible shapes, and squeeze through spaces that would barely fit a child. But if Daniel's gift is bending the body to impossible limits, the next person has a talent that's just as strange. Instead of twisting his body, he seems to attract metal like a human magnet. Most people need a pocketful of nails or a toolbox to carry metal objects. Lu Thao Lin, he just sticks them to his body. This Malaysian man has a bizarre ability. Metal objects, from spoons to hammers, cling to his skin as if he were made of magnets. He doesn't use glue, tricks, or special effects. He simply places metal against his chest, arms, or forehead, and it stays there, defying gravity. Lu discovered his ability later in life, realizing that small objects would stick to him without explanation. Scientists examined him, but they didn't find an unusual magnetic field around his body. Instead, they believe his skin has an extraordinary level of friction, allowing metal to adhere in ways that seem impossible. But friction alone doesn't explain how he can hold up to 80 pounds of metal at once, or why his grandchildren seem to have inherited the same ability. His skills go beyond simple parlor tricks. He has pulled cars using chains attached to metal plates on his body. He has stacked heavy objects on himself without them falling. His existence raises questions about how the human body interacts with physics in ways we don't fully understand. And the next person's ability is all about attracting attention through something even more impressive: his mind. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, Stephen Wiltshire's memory is worth 1,000 pictures. Give him a few minutes to look at a city skyline, and he will recreate it in perfect detail, down to every window, street, and rooftop. His ability to store and recall complex images is beyond anything most people can comprehend. It's not just memory, it's photographic precision at an extreme level. Stephen was diagnosed with autism at a young age, and while he struggled with communication, his art spoke for him. As a child, he could draw buildings with eerie accuracy, even after seeing them just once. His talent developed into something extraordinary. He has flown over cities like New York, Tokyo, and Rome in a helicopter, glanced at the landscape below, and then drawn massive panoramic sketches entirely from memory. No photographs, no second glances, just his mind and a pen. His works have stunned architects, who confirm that his perspective, proportions, and tiny details are almost impossibly accurate. Even the number of windows and the shapes of balconies are correct. His drawings are massive, stretching across entire rooms, and every inch is filled with astonishing detail. While Stephen's gift allows him to see and remember the world like a living camera, the next person on this list creates stunning artwork in a completely different way, without using his hands at all. Mariusz Kedzierski's drawings are so detailed and lifelike that they look like photographs. His pencil strokes create intricate shadows, reflections, and textures, bringing portraits to life with incredible precision. But what makes his work truly astonishing? He does it all without hands. Born without arms, Mariusz never let his condition stop him from pursuing art. From a young age, he was determined to draw, using his mouth and feet to guide his pencil. Over time, he refined his technique, and now his work rivals that of the world's top artists. He specializes in hyper-realistic portraits, capturing the smallest details, the softness of hair, the wrinkles in skin, the glimmer in a person's eye. His drawings take hundreds of hours, yet each one is flawlessly executed. Mariusz doesn't just draw from the comfort of a studio, he has traveled across Europe, sketching in public spaces to show the world that limitations exist only in the mind. His message is clear: talent isn't about what you have but how you use it. He has turned what some might see as a disadvantage into an unstoppable force. His dedication and skill are undeniable. And the next person on this list does something equally remarkable. He goes through life without ever needing sleep. For most people, a few nights without sleep is unbearable. The body slows down, the mind becomes foggy, and exhaustion takes over. But for Ty Ngach, sleep is a concept he left behind more than 50 years ago. Since suffering a fever in his early 20s, this Vietnamese man has not slept a single night. And yet, he continues to function as if he doesn't need rest at all. Doctors have studied him, trying to understand how his body keeps going without shutting down. Sleep is essential for survival, yet Ty Ngach shows no signs of fatigue, memory loss, or health issues. His energy levels remain high, and he continues to work long days on his farm, doing hard labor that should leave him exhausted. But when night falls, he simply stays awake, his body refusing to shut down. His condition baffles scientists. There is no clear explanation for why his brain and body do not require sleep. Some suspect a rare neurological condition, while others believe his body has adapted in ways never seen before. Whatever the reason, he is proof that human biology is still full of mysteries. From magnetic skin to photographic memory, from painting without hands to living without sleep, these extraordinary people continue to challenge what we believe is possible. And the next person on this list takes endurance to an entirely new level, pushing the limits of what the human body can withstand. Some people have a big appetite, but Terrari's hunger was something entirely different. This man who lived in 18th century France could eat his way through anything, literally. His stomach was a bottomless pit, capable of consuming massive amounts of food in one sitting. But it wasn't just regular meals that he devoured. He ate raw meat, live animals, stones, and even metal. Terrari's eating habits weren't just shocking, they were unstoppable. No matter how much he consumed, he was never satisfied. He once ate his way through an entire basket of apples in minutes. Another time he swallowed a live eel whole, without even chewing. He was capable of consuming his own body weight in food and still craving more. Doctors and scientists at the time were fascinated by his case, trying to understand how his body could process such extreme amounts of food without suffering the usual consequences. His stomach could stretch like rubber, allowing him to swallow things that no human should be able to digest. His bizarre talent turned him into both a medical mystery and a spectacle. Crowds gathered to watch him perform impossible eating feats, and even the French military took notice, hoping to use him as a human courier who could swallow documents and retrieve them later. But despite his unique abilities, His endless hunger brought him more suffering than fame. His body demanded food constantly, and no amount of eating could ever satisfy him. His story is one of the strangest cases in medical history, an extreme example of how the human body can defy logic in terrifying ways. Most people wouldn't dream of lifting heavy weights with their teeth. Radhakrishnan Velu does it for fun. This man from Malaysia has a jaw so powerful that he can pull entire trains using just his teeth. His bite force is unlike anything seen before, allowing him to clamp down on a steel rope and drag tons of weight behind him, all without breaking a single tooth. His talent isn't just about strength, it's about endurance. The pressure required to hold and pull such extreme loads would snap an ordinary person's jaw, but Radhakrishnan's remains as strong as ever. He set a Guinness World Record by pulling a 7-car train weighing over 650 tons with nothing but his teeth. That's the kind of weight even industrial machines struggle to move, yet he does it with nothing more than his jaw muscles and sheer determination. What makes his ability even more fascinating is that it isn't just brute force. He trained his jaw over years, developing a grip so strong that he can hold, lift, and pull objects that should be impossible to move with the human mouth. He has demonstrated his power in front of live audiences, pulling trucks, lifting heavy metal objects, and proving that his bite is far stronger than most people's entire body strength. Numbers are a struggle for most people, but for Daniel Tammet they come as naturally as breathing. He doesn't just calculate, he sees numbers in colors, shapes, and patterns, making complex math seem effortless. He can multiply huge numbers in his head, recall thousands of digits of pi, and learn new languages in just a week. His brain works at a level that seems almost superhuman. Unlike most savants, Daniel can explain how he does it. He describes numbers as landscapes in his mind, each one with its own unique personality. When asked to multiply, he doesn't think in terms of equations, he sees a visual pattern that forms the answer instantly. His abilities extend beyond math. He once learned Icelandic in a matter of days and gave a live interview in the language. Scientists have studied his brain, hoping to understand how he processes information so rapidly. The answer remains a mystery. Some people are unlucky. Roy Sullivan redefined the meaning of the word. Over the course of his life, he was struck by lightning 7 times. And survived every single one. The odds of this happening to one person are so astronomically small that it seems impossible. But for Roy, it was just another day. Each strike left its mark. He lost his eyebrows, had burns on his skin, and even caught fire once, but he always managed to survive. He started carrying a bucket of water with him, expecting to be hit again. Despite his streak of bad luck, he continued working as a park ranger, refusing to let nature scare him away. His story is one of resilience, even if it raises more questions than answers. Was he simply unlucky, or was there something about his body that attracted lightning? Scientists never found an explanation, and Roy's legend remains one of the strangest cases of survival ever recorded. Most people can barely hold their breath for a minute. Stig Severinsen does it for more than 20. He isn't just a freediver, he's a man who has mastered the art of controlling his body in a way that seems almost unreal. Through intense training and specialized breathing techniques, Stig has broken world records for staying underwater without oxygen. He once held his breath for 22 minutes, setting a record that defies human limitations. His body uses oxygen so efficiently that he can slow his heart rate and remain submerged far beyond what most people would believe is possible. But it's not just about endurance. Stig treats diving as an art, gliding through the ocean like a creature perfectly adapted to the deep. His skills aren't just for breaking records, he teaches others how to control their breathing, proving that with the right training the human body is capable of astonishing feats. And the next man on this list pushes the limits on land, by running distances that seem downright impossible. For most runners, a marathon is the ultimate challenge. For Dean Karnazes, it's just a warm-up. He can run for days without stopping, pushing his body past the normal limits of exhaustion. His muscles don't cramp the way they should, and his energy levels seem to never run out. Dean has completed mind-boggling endurance challenges. He ran 50 marathons in 50 states in 50 days. He once ran 350 miles non-stop, going for 3 days and nights without sleep. His body processes lactic acid differently from most people, allowing him to keep running long after others would collapse. Scientists have studied him, trying to understand why his muscles don't fatigue like everyone else's, but no one has found a clear answer. While Dean's endurance is beyond anything normal, the next person on this list has a different kind of ability, one that lets him store entire books in his mind. Kim Peek didn't just have a good memory, he remembered everything. Known as the real-life Rain Man, he could recall the details of 12,000 books, reading 2 pages at once, one with each eye. He memorized maps, phone books, historical dates, and even musical compositions, storing a world of knowledge inside his head. His brain worked differently from most people's. He was born with a condition that gave him a photographic memory, but also made it difficult for him to perform simple tasks like buttoning a shirt, yet when it came to facts, his recall was flawless. You could ask him about a random date in history, and he would tell you exactly what happened that day. His knowledge spanned everything from literature to sports, making him a walking encyclopedia. His abilities inspired the film Rain Man, bringing attention to the extraordinary power of the human mind. Even though he lacked many basic skills, his memory remained unmatched, showing that intelligence comes in many forms. From extreme mental abilities to superhuman endurance, the people on this list prove that the limits of human potential are far beyond what we ever imagined. Some warriors train for years to master a sword. Isao Machi wields his blade with a speed and precision that seems almost inhuman. His reflexes are so sharp that he can slice a speeding bullet in half. Not in slow motion, in real time as it flies toward him. Isao practices the art of iaido, a Japanese sword technique that requires absolute focus and lightning-fast reactions. He has broken multiple world records, slicing baseballs and tiny pellets in mid-air with pinpoint accuracy. His movements are beyond what the eye can follow. By the time you see his sword move, the cut has already been made. Scientists have studied him, comparing his reaction time to that of a fighter jet pilot. The results? Isao reacts to moving objects faster than the brain should physically allow. His body has been trained to recognize motion at a subconscious level, responding before most people even process the movement. For most people, skin stretches just a little before it pulls back into place. Gary Turner's skin doesn't have that limit. He can pull the skin on his stomach several inches away from his body without pain, stretching it like rubber. His ability is so extreme that he holds the world record for the stretchiest skin ever recorded. Gary has a rare condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which gives him incredibly loose connective tissue. While most people would find even slight skin stretching painful, Gary feels nothing. He can pull the skin on his neck over his mouth, stretch his cheeks like elastic, and manipulate his body in ways that shouldn't be possible. It's not just a party trick. His unique genetic condition makes him one of the most unusual human beings alive. His body defies normal limits in a way that few others can. But if Gary's skin is a biological anomaly, the next person on our list is something else entirely. A man who was struck by lightning and developed an incredible new talent. Most people hit by lightning consider themselves lucky to survive. Tony Sikoria not only survived, he walked away with an obsession for music he never had before. Before the lightning strike, Tony was a normal doctor with no real musical background. Afterward, he began hearing music in his head, complex, beautiful piano compositions that he felt compelled to play. He had never been interested in playing before, but after the strike, he bought a piano and started teaching himself. In just a few months he was composing entire symphonies as if he had been trained since childhood. Scientists call this acquired savant syndrome, a condition where a brain injury unlocks hidden abilities. No one fully understands how or why it happens, but in Tony's case the result was an explosion of musical talent. His case is one of the strangest examples of a sudden transformation in human ability. Most people struggle to finish a book in a few days. Howard Berg can read thousands of words per minute, processing entire pages in the blink of an eye. He holds the Guinness World Record as the fastest reader in the world, with a speed so high it seems impossible. Howard doesn't just skim, he absorbs. He can take in entire sentences at a glance, processing information faster than the brain should be able to handle. He developed techniques that allow him to read 80 pages per minute, while still retaining the knowledge. His method isn't about simply moving his eyes across the words. His brain has been trained to recognize and understand patterns at speeds no one else can match. His reading speed isn't just about consuming information, it's about efficiency, learning, and expanding the limits of human potential. For most people, surgery requires anesthesia to numb the pain. Alex Lenkai doesn't need it. He can hypnotize himself so deeply that he feels nothing, even while doctors are cutting into him. His ability has been tested in real medical procedures. He once had surgery on his hand where doctors sliced through bone without giving him any anesthesia. He simply put himself in a trance, and when the operation was over he woke up pain-free. His mind controls his body in ways that seem impossible, shutting off pain responses that should be unavoidable. Medical experts have monitored his surgeries, confirming that his heart rate and breathing remain completely stable, just as if he were under real anesthesia. The difference is he's doing it entirely with his own mind. Step right up and meet Horace Riddler, better known as the Great Omi. A man who transformed himself into something the world had never seen before, a living, breathing work of art, but not everyone was ready for him. His act was banned in some places, not because of what he did, but because of how he looked. Once a wealthy British aristocrat, Riddler covered his entire body in bold, dark tattoos, turning his skin into a maze of thick, swirling patterns. His face, his hands, even his eyelids, everything was inked. It wasn't just tattoos that made him unrecognizable. He filed his teeth into sharp points, stretched his earlobes, and shaped himself into something that looked almost otherworldly. When he stepped into the circus world, people weren't just shocked, some were outraged. His heavily modified body stirred up controversy. Some considered it unnatural. Others thought it was disturbing. Certain venues refused to let him perform, worried that he was simply too much for audiences to handle. But Riddler wasn't just a sideshow attraction. He spoke proudly about his transformation, treating it as an art form. Despite being banned in some locations, he became one of the most famous tattooed performers of all time, proving that pushing boundaries comes at a cost, but can also bring incredible fame. Some circus acts rely on illusions, others, pure reality. Wang, known as the human unicorn, didn't need tricks or stage props. His appearance alone was enough to leave people speechless. A horn-like growth jutted out from his skull, long, thick, and curving backward like something from a mythical beast. It wasn't glued on, it wasn't fake, it was real, and it was part of him. This wasn't some ordinary bump or deformity. The growth stretched over a foot long, solid and bone-like. People who saw him struggled to believe it. Some thought he was cursed. Others claimed he was proof that strange, hidden creatures walked among us. Medical experts had their own theories, calling it an extreme case of cutaneous horn. But science didn't matter much to the crowds. To them, he was either a miracle or a monster. Circuses and freak shows knew they had something incredible on their hands, and for a while, Wang was a sensation. But then came the bans. Some places refused to let him perform, saying he was too grotesque for public viewing. Others feared the reaction from religious groups who saw his condition as something unnatural. Instead of fame, Wang found himself cast out, forbidden from doing the very thing that could have made him rich. Even though his career was cut short, his story lived on. The legend of the human unicorn still fascinates people today, a bizarre case of nature creating something so strange that even the world of oddities couldn't fully accept it. Minnie Woolsey, known as Cuckoo the Bird Girl, had one of the most distinctive looks in circus history. Born in Georgia in 1880, Minnie had a rare condition called Seckle syndrome, which caused a small bird-like face, a thin, frail frame, and developmental delays. Her unique appearance drew attention, but it was her performance style and stage persona that turned her into a recognizable figure in the world of sideshows. Minnie first gained notoriety in the 1920s and 30s when she joined various circuses and freak shows. Dressed in a feathery bird-like costume, Minnie leaned into her nickname, often flapping her arms and mimicking bird-like movements during performances. While her act was simple, it left a lasting impression on audiences who found her both curious and endearing. Minnie's most famous appearance came in the 1932 cult film Freaks, where she played herself, adding to her fame. Offstage, Minnie's life remained largely private, but those who knew her described her as cheerful and eager to please. Despite the challenges she faced due to her condition, Minnie carved out a career that allowed her to travel and connect with audiences. Barbara Ursulin was one of the earliest known bearded women to perform in public, and her presence in 17th century Europe was nothing short of astonishing. With a thick dark beard covering her chin and upper lip, she defied the expectations of femininity at a time when anything unusual was seen as unnatural or even sinful. Unlike some performers who were forced into sideshows, Barbara took control of her own image, presenting herself with confidence and elegance. She dressed in fine gowns, carried herself with poise, and challenged the idea that a woman with facial hair should be hidden from view. Her performances weren't just about shock value, they were about owning her difference in a world that didn't know how to react to it. While she was welcomed in some courts and noble gatherings, not everyone was ready to accept her. Religious leaders accused her of being an abomination. Some towns banned her performances outright, claiming she was an offense to decency. Others spread wild rumors, saying her appearance was a curse or a punishment. But despite the controversy, Barbara continued to tour, refusing to let society decide how she should be seen. Her story, largely forgotten today, remains a powerful example of someone turning what others saw as a flaw into a symbol of strength. In a world obsessed with appearances, Barbara proved that beauty and success comes in many forms. Some performers relied on rare conditions to make a name for themselves. Others created their own legend. Oofty Goofty did exactly that, and his act was so bizarre that people had to see it to believe it. He was covered head to toe in tar and horsehair, turning himself into what he claimed was a wild man from a distant land. But the look was only part of the act. His real trick? He couldn't feel pain. For a price, spectators could punch, kick, or even hit him with a bat and he wouldn't flinch. He claimed his skin was tougher than normal, that he was immune to pain, and audiences lined up to test him. They struck him with canes. They stomped on his fingers. One man even hit him with a brick. Oofty Goofty just stood there, grinning, collecting money for every hit. But while the act made him famous, it also got him banned. Some circus owners refused to showcase him, calling the act too brutal, too dangerous. Others worried about lawsuits or feared he was encouraging people to hurt performers for fun. Eventually, he was forced out of many traveling shows, leaving him with a name people wouldn't forget, but a body that had taken too much abuse. Yet, his strange performances set the stage for what came next. Another act where the line between human and beast was blurred, but in a completely different way. If Oofty Goofty pretended to be untouchable, Hiram and Barney Davis had no choice. Standing just over 40 inches tall, the brothers were incredibly strong, able to lift grown men with ease. But that's not how they were introduced to the world. Circus promoters gave them a different story, one that made them legends and ultimately got their act banned in some places. They weren't presented as two small, powerful men. Instead, they were marketed as wild, untamed creatures. Dressed in ragged clothes, they were forced to grunt, roar, and act like they didn't understand language. The posters called them the Wild Men of Borneo, claiming they were from an exotic land, a place few Western audiences had even heard of. In reality, they were from the United States, but that didn't matter. The illusion worked. Crowds marveled at their unusual mix of small stature and extreme strength, watching as they lifted men twice their size. But eventually, the act drew too much criticism. People started asking questions. Were they really from Borneo? Did they really live like this? Some circuses dropped the act to avoid controversy, while others were outright banned from performing it. But the brothers had already made their mark, one of the most famous duos in sideshow history, proving that perception could be more powerful than reality. Strength and endurance made some performers stand out. For others, it was something deeper, a transformation so extreme it blurred the line between human and something else entirely. Eric Sprague, better known as the Lizard Man, didn't just perform in sideshows, he became one. Covered head to toe in bright green scales, Eric's look wasn't a costume. Every inch of his skin was tattooed in reptilian patterns. His teeth were filed into sharp points, his tongue split down the middle like a snake's, and his body was filled with piercings and implants that reshaped his face. He didn't just want to be a performer. He wanted to become something entirely new, and it worked. Wherever he went, people stopped, stared, and whispered, was he even real? But not every circus wanted him. Some venues refused to showcase him, saying his appearance was too much. Others worried about backlash, fearing parents would call it too disturbing for children. Eric wasn't just another sideshow act, he was living proof that someone could rewrite their own biology. His stunts only added to the legend, walking on glass, piercing his skin, hanging from hooks. His body was his art, and it came at a cost. Despite the bans, Eric became a modern icon of body modification, proving that transformation wasn't just something that happened to people, it was something they could create themselves. And for some, that was far more unsettling than any circus trick. Some circus performers amazed audiences with their strength, others shocked with their endurance, and then there were those who simply existed outside of what the world considered normal. Schlitzie was one of them. Small, wide-eyed, and always dressed in a simple smock, Schlitzie became one of the most recognizable faces in sideshow history. But not everyone was willing to let the act go on. Born with microcephaly, Schlitzie had a small head, a childlike face, and limited speech. Promoters didn't introduce him by his real name. Instead, he was billed as the last of the Aztecs or the Monkey Girl, though he was neither. Audiences didn't just come to see his appearance, they were drawn to his personality. Schlitzie loved people, clapped his hands excitedly, laughed loudly, and repeated phrases in a joyful, high-pitched voice. To fans, he was a legend. To critics, he was proof that sideshows had gone too far. As the world changed, so did the way people saw acts like Schlitzie's. Some places banned his performances, calling them exploitative. Others refused to let him on stage at all. But Schlitzie wasn't just a circus act, he was one of the last true sideshow stars. Someone whose presence lingered long after the curtains closed. Even today, his face remains unforgettable. A reminder of a time when the circus was home to those who had nowhere else to go. Not every circus act relied on tricks, illusions, or outlandish costumes. Some performers didn't need anything extra, their mere presence was enough. Edouard Beaupré was one of those people. Standing at a staggering 8 feet 3 inches, he towered over everyone around him, a true giant in an era where such extreme height was nearly unheard of. But while he was a natural wonder, his life as a circus attraction wasn't as easy as it seemed. Edouard wasn't just tall, he was incredibly strong. He could bend iron bars, lift horses off the ground, and even let men stand on his shoulders as he walked effortlessly across the stage. The crowds were fascinated, craning their necks to take in his massive frame. Some called him a marvel of nature, others a freak of genetics. Either way, they couldn't look away. But with fame came problems. Some venues began refusing to host him, saying his height made him too unsettling for audiences. Others feared for his health, worried he wouldn't survive the grueling travel schedule of a circus performer. They weren't entirely wrong, his body was working against him. The same gigantism that made him famous also caused constant pain. His joints ached, his heart struggled. As the years passed, his strength faded, but the circus world wouldn't let him go. He kept performing, kept lifting, kept towering over crowds, until one day he didn't. The giant who once seemed larger than life finally fell, leaving behind a legacy that was both awe-inspiring and tragic. But if Edouard's size made him a spectacle, the next performer turned his own appearance into an art form. Some circus performers were born different, others chose to become something else. Stefan Bobrowski didn't get to decide. His body had already made that choice for him. From head to toe he was covered in long, thick golden hair. His face, his arms, even his back, every inch of skin hidden beneath a mane that stretched down his chest. Some saw a man, others saw an animal. The circus saw a perfect act. Marketed as Lionel the Lion-Faced Man, Stefan was introduced as a living cross between beast and human. Promoters spun wild stories claiming he had been raised by lions, that he was some lost experiment of nature. But behind the stage persona was a soft-spoken and intelligent man, fluent in multiple languages, well-read, and far from the wild creature audiences expected. Still, the sideshow world only cared about one thing: his hair. His condition, hypertrichosis, was rare, but it wasn't magic. It was just something that happened, a genetic roll of the dice. But that didn't stop certain places from banning his act, calling it too disturbing for public view. Some thought he was the result of some unnatural curse. Others claimed he was a fraud. Yet, no amount of bans could erase the image of him, standing tall, dressed in fine suits, his flowing golden hair framing his face like a king of the circus. His act wasn't about what he could do, it was about what he was. Some circus acts were about power, others were about endurance. James Morris's act was all about impossibility. His skin could stretch and twist in ways that shouldn't have been possible, bending and pulling like it wasn't even attached to his body. Audiences didn't just watch, they winced, cringed, and gasped as he demonstrated a flexibility that defied all logic. James wasn't a contortionist, he wasn't forcing his body into impossible positions. His talent came from his skin itself, loose, elastic, able to stretch inches away from his muscles without tearing. He could pull the skin of his neck up over his face, twist his arms into strange shapes, and stretch his stomach until it looked like it might never snap back. Doctors had no explanation for it at the time. Today we know he likely had Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a condition that made his skin more flexible than normal. But in the circus world, medical explanations didn't matter. Crowds were fascinated, but not everyone saw his act as entertainment. Some called it grotesque, claiming it was unnatural. Others worried that he was hurting himself for the sake of a performance. Certain venues refused to let him perform, calling his act too unsettling for audiences. But James didn't stop. He continued bending, pulling and twisting, showing the world that the human body was capable of far more than most people realized. Yet, if James pushed the limits of what skin could do, the next act was even stranger. A performer whose very body seemed to defy the rules of life itself. Some circus acts rely on illusion. This one didn't have to. When Lazarus Colorado walked onto a stage, people didn't just stare, they froze. Because he didn't walk alone. Attached to his chest was his twin brother, Johannes Baptista, a second body, silent and unmoving, with only a small arm and a fully formed head that never spoke, never blinked, never moved. Lazarus was what we now call a parasitic twin. Johannes Baptista was part of him, but not fully developed. Alive, but without thought or control. His eyes stayed open, his lips sometimes twitched, but he never responded. The sight was enough to make even seasoned circus-goers uneasy. People weren't sure what to think. Was he a man? Was he two? Some called it a miracle. Others said it was proof of something unnatural. Despite his condition, Lazarus lived a normal life, or at least as normal as he could. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and even rumored to be married. But some places refused to let him perform. Religious groups saw him as a bad omen, claiming he was proof of a punishment from above. Some towns outright banned his act, saying it was too disturbing, too unnatural, too much for the public to handle. But no amount of bans could erase the memory of him, the man who walked the earth with a second face staring back at the world. Some circus performers were given wild backstories to make them seem more exotic. Fedor Yevtichev didn't need one. His appearance alone was enough to capture attention. Covered in thick, shaggy hair from head to toe, his face framed by a full mane, Fedor looked more animal than human. It wasn't an illusion, a costume, or a trick of the light. His condition, hypertrichosis, made him one of the most memorable figures in circus history. But having a unique look wasn't enough for promoters. They needed a story, something more than just an unusual face. So they turned Fedor into a legend. He wasn't just a man with hair, he was Jojo, the dog-faced boy, a supposed wild creature from the depths of Russia, raised by wolves and captured by hunters. His act leaned into the myth. He growled, bared his teeth, and played the role of a savage as audiences gasped at his untamed nature. Of course, none of it was real. Offstage, Fedor was intelligent, well-spoken, and fluent in multiple languages. But that didn't matter in the world of circus promotion. As time passed, attitudes toward performers like him changed. Some places began banning his act, claiming it was exploitative or misleading. Others felt that marketing a person as a wild animal crossed the line. But by then, Fedor had already traveled the world, performing in sold-out shows from Europe to America. Even as the circus industry changed, his face remained one of the most unforgettable in sideshow history. A man whose real story was stranger than any fiction. Circuses had no shortage of giants, but Jack Earl was something different. Standing at a staggering 8 feet 6 inches, he wasn't just tall. He carried himself with a presence that set him apart from other performers. His sheer size made him impossible to ignore, yet it wasn't just his height that drew crowds. It was the way he turned something rare into something unforgettable. Jack wasn't just a spectacle. He was strong, well-spoken, and surprisingly graceful for a man whose body worked against him every day. Unlike other sideshow giants who relied on size alone, he was a performer. He acted in silent films, worked as a salesman, and later took the circus stage as a true showman. People weren't just staring at a tall man, they were watching a performer who knew how to command a crowd, but not everyone saw it that way. Some places refused to let him perform, calling his act unnatural. His extreme height was fascinating, but it also made some uneasy. Doctors worried about his health, predicting he wouldn't live long due to the strain his size put on his heart and bones. The bans came, but Jack didn't stop. He continued traveling, proving that even in a world obsessed with normal, there was still room for someone who stood head and shoulders above the rest. Yet if Jack Earl's size made him a sensation, the next performer had an even more haunting story, one that blurred the line between sideshow attraction and tragedy. Circuses love to exaggerate, but Julia Pastrana's story didn't need embellishment. Covered in dark, thick hair, with a face that didn't fit society's definition of beauty, she was billed as something other than human. Some called her the Ape Woman, others the Bear Woman, both names meant to shock audiences, but what made her famous wasn't just her appearance, it was the heartbreaking way she was treated. Julia had hypertrichosis and gingival hyperplasia, conditions that made her face appear elongated, her lips thick, and her body covered in hair. Instead of being seen as a person, she was marketed as a missing link, a creature caught between human and beast. But unlike other sideshow acts that relied on wild storytelling, Julia had something rare, real talent. She could sing beautifully, dance, and charm an audience. Those who met her were struck by her kindness and intelligence. But none of that mattered to her handlers. Her so-called husband and manager controlled every aspect of her life, exploiting her rare condition for profit. Even after she died, the exploitation continued. Her body was embalmed and put on display, traveling across the world for decades. Some circus stories are about fame, others are about tragedy. This one was about love. Priscilla Lowther and Emmett Bayano were an unlikely pair, two performers with completely different conditions. Yet together, they became one of the most unique couples in circus history. Priscilla, known as the Monkey Girl, was born with thick hair covering her face and body due to hypertrichosis. She had a small, delicate frame, dark expressive eyes, and an appearance that made promoters compare her to a wild creature. But she wasn't an untamed sideshow act. She was smart, kind, and well-spoken. She could sing, dance, and interact with audiences in a way that made people forget why they had come to stare in the first place. Emmett Bejano, on the other hand, was called the alligator-skinned man. His body was covered in thick, scaly skin due to ichthyosis, a condition that made his flesh crack and harden like reptile scales. Some saw him as grotesque, others as fascinating. But to Priscilla, he was just Emmett. The two met in the circus, and instead of being pushed together as part of an act, they truly fell in love. Promoters saw an opportunity, the world's strangest married couple. Posters advertised their wedding, drawing crowds eager to see a woman covered in hair and a man with alligator-like skin exchange vows. Some laughed, others watched in disbelief. But for Priscilla and Emmett, it wasn't a show, it was real. They stayed together for life, long after their days in the circus ended. While many circus performers were controlled, exploited, or mistreated, they wrote their own story. Their love became the thing that set them apart, proving that in a world obsessed with the strange, the most unexpected thing of all was something as simple as happiness.
At first glance, you might think it's a special effect or a body double folded in post-production. But no, what you're seeing is 100% real. Alexei Goloborodko has turned the human body into something unrecognizable. Something liquid, snake-like, alien even. He didn't just break the rules of flexibility, he rewrote them entirely. His limbs coil and bend like ropes with no bones, and the way his spine moves makes you question human anatomy altogether. Alexei's story started in a small Russian town where his natural flexibility stood out, even as a child. Most kids can touch their toes. He could touch the back of his head with his feet while standing. With the help of coaches from ballet, martial arts, and rhythmic gymnastics, his body was sculpted into something surreal. He trained every single day, perfecting a routine that looks more like visual poetry than physical movement. He doesn't just stretch, he morphs. He can wrap both legs around his shoulders, balance on a single elbow, then transition into a backwards handstand with a fluid motion that looks computer-generated. Watching him perform is like watching a python unravel itself and then curl back up, but it's human muscle, skin, and control doing all the work. Cirque du Soleil took notice. He joined their elite team and performed worldwide, leaving audiences stunned, phones raised, jaws dropped. You see reactions that don't come from just surprise, they come from genuine disbelief. One moment he's balanced like a statue, the next he's folding into a pretzel shape that seems physically impossible without surgery. And it's not just about shock value. His stage presence is magnetic. He performs with this focused calm, almost meditative, as if his body isn't doing the unthinkable, but something completely natural. That's what sets him apart. Not just the flexibility, but the grace and control. There are flexible performers. Then there's Alexei. What he does doesn't feel like performance. It feels like witnessing a physical anomaly in motion. The Snake Man isn't a nickname, it's a warning. What you're about to see will bend your sense of reality. She walks onto the stage barefoot, calm and smiling. Then she flips into a handstand, lifts a bow with her legs, and fires a perfect arrow straight into the bullseye. The crowd explodes. What Sophie Dossi does isn't just rare, it rewires how you see the limits of the human body. She's not just flexible, she's weaponized her flexibility into a precision sport. Archery, contortion, acrobatics, fused into one impossible performance. Sophie became a global sensation after appearing on America's Got Talent, where she made it all the way to the finals. But the truth is, even that stage wasn't big enough to hold what she brings. She trained herself. No formal contortion schools, no circus background, just passion, focus, and hours of practice in her living room. Until one day she could flip backward and launch arrows upside down using only her toes. That might sound like a stunt, but it's a full-body equation. She controls her core like a sniper lining up a shot. One wobble and the arrow veers off. One miscalculation, and she's risking more than just missing the target. And yet, she makes it look effortless. Her stage presence? Radiant. Her control? Absolute. Beyond the foot archery, Sophie does handstand splits on stacked chairs, backflips into scorpion positions, and even holds her breath underwater while balancing in contorted forms. It's like a superhero skill set brought to life. She even tours with musicians and influencers, blending her acrobatics with pop culture in a way no one else is doing. She's turned her body into a stage and every movement into a spectacle. The girl who shoots a bow with her feet isn't just a viral star, she's a one-woman revolution in performance art. And just when you think you've seen it all, she balances upside down on a pole with one hand and smiles like it's easy. You've seen him before, even if you didn't know it. A shadow crawling across a hallway, a spider-walking creature snapping into frame in a horror scene. That's not CGI. That's Troy James. His body bends and twists in ways that look edited, but every movement is 100% real. He's become Hollywood's go-to contortionist for nightmare fuel, and once you've seen him move, you'll never forget it. Troy's talent didn't come from a circus or a studio. It came from growing up with an unusually flexible spine and a curiosity to push it further. As a kid, he realized he could bend backwards farther than his friends. Then it became a full-body phenomenon. Today, he can flip into a backbend, crawl on all fours with his head turned the wrong way, and squeeze through spaces that would terrify a normal person. His breakout role came when he auditioned for America's Got Talent. He didn't speak, he didn't sing, he simply moved. And the audience froze. Some screamed. One judge literally turned away. The reaction was visceral. His movements look like something out of The Exorcist, only there's no camera trickery here. It's all spine, tendons, and a complete mastery of fear-based performance. Since then, he's appeared in The Flash, Shadowhunters, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, and other shows where directors need something that makes the audience's skin crawl, something that looks too real to be fake, too impossible to ignore. He's a monster in movies, but a calm, articulate, and hilarious guy off camera, which somehow makes it all even more mind-bending. Troy doesn't need prosthetics or visual effects. He is the special effect. And in a world saturated with filters and fakery, there's something deeply unsettling and deeply impressive about a man who can become a living, breathing nightmare just by moving backward through a hallway. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you'd think it was fake. I mean, imagine a man sprinting across the surface of a lake, like a ninja straight out of an anime scene. No special shoes, no hidden wires, just wooden planks floating on water, and a monk moving so fast and so lightly he doesn't sink. This isn't fantasy, it's Shi Liliang, a real-life Shaolin monk who's mastered a skill so outrageous, people still argue whether it's physically possible. Born in China's Fujian province and trained in the legendary Shaolin Temple, Shi Liliang didn't just study Kung Fu, he turned it into something superhuman. His secret isn't magic, it's an insane mix of explosive leg power, perfect balance, and total mental control. He uses floating plywood planks laid across rivers and ponds, spaced just enough that any misstep would drop him into the water instantly. But he doesn't fall. He floats, he glides. In 2015, he shattered his own record by running over 125 meters, more than a football field, across the water. That's not a viral stunt, that's a world record. And he keeps doing it. Over and over. No trick, no edits, just muscle memory, breath control, and the kind of discipline that feels like a throwback to ancient legends. Watching him, you get the sense you're seeing something humanity wasn't supposed to figure out, like a cheat code in real life. He doesn't sprint wildly, his movements are clean, light, almost graceful, and that's what makes it even more surreal. It's not a dash, it's a controlled walk into the impossible. Some say he's just running on boards, others know better. The boards sink for everyone else. For Shi Liliang, they hold, because when he runs, gravity seems to forget who it's dealing with. You think you've seen flexible before? Then George Gummy steps in and suddenly the rules are gone. He folds himself into a ball, threads his arms through his legs like they're noodles, and wraps around himself like a human pretzel. But this isn't a trick. There's no camera angle, no elastic props. George is just built differently. His joints don't behave like normal joints, and he knows exactly how to use that to mesmerize a crowd. Born and raised in Ghana, George turned a natural gift into a global phenomenon. What started as a childhood curiosity, twisting his limbs for laughs, turned into a full-blown performance career. Today, he's known around the world as the human knot. His body bends, rotates, and dislocates on command, only to snap back into perfect position like nothing happened. His elbows move backward, his shoulders seem to vanish. It's like watching someone animate their skeleton in real time. What makes George stand out isn't just the flexibility, it's the confidence. He owns the stage with boldness. He'll twist his torso, lock his arms behind his back, fold himself in half, and then grin at the audience like it's just another walk in the park. The crowd reacts instantly, gasps, laughs, disbelief, and George feeds off it. The weirder the move, the bigger the moment. He's performed across Africa, Europe, and Asia, blending contortion with dance, theater, and raw stage energy. There's no fear in his movement, just precision and power. And unlike most contortionists, George leans into the surreal. He moves like something out of a stop-motion film, blending comedy and creepiness in perfect balance. George Gummy doesn't bend the rules. He is the rule breaker. And every time he twists into something impossible, you're reminded. Some people are born to make the impossible look easy. When Bonetic starts to dance, it doesn't look like dancing. It looks like a computer glitch, like a video buffering in real time. His arms snap into angles, his neck jerks like a puppet with tangled strings, and his spine moves like a wave trapped in slow motion. Then, just when your brain starts to catch up, he freezes, mid-air, completely still. It's hypnotic, it's unsettling, it's impossible to stop watching. Bonetic's real name Johnny FX is a dancer from the UK who became a viral sensation by blending extreme contortion with bone-breaking dance. He doesn't follow choreography, he bends it to his will. It's part urban street, part horror film, part digital illusion. And every second of it is real. No effects, no wires, just muscle control and years of pushing his body into places it was never supposed to go. His signature style, a kind of controlled chaos. He starts fluid and robotic, then suddenly snaps into a position that looks painful, but somehow isn't. His joints ripple, his ribs flutter, and his legs slide outward at unnatural angles. The crowd never knows what's coming next. One moment he's locking into a freeze, the next he's twisting like he's made of smoke and elastic bands. He's danced on Britain's Got Talent, music videos, stadium shows, and YouTube clips that rack up millions of views in days. He doesn't just perform, he transforms, and his look only adds to the effect sharp cheekbones, intense eyes, and movements that feel like a character out of Stranger Things, crossed with a dubstep remix. Bonetic isn't just a dancer, he's a human optical illusion, one that makes you question if bones really do break, or if some people were just born to bend reality. You're watching a woman on live TV. She smiles, opens her eyes wide, and then boom! Her eyeballs literally pop forward, nearly half an inch out of their sockets. No joke, no CGI, no special effects. That's Kim Goodman, and she holds the world record for the farthest eyeball protrusion ever recorded. It's a sight that makes people gasp, laugh, and flinch, usually all at once. Kim discovered this bizarre talent completely by accident. She was hit on the head with a hockey mask one day and her eyes bulged out involuntarily. Instead of panicking, she leaned into it. Over time, she figured out how to control the movement. Now she can push her eyes out on command and keep them there. They extend 0.47 inches beyond her sockets. That's not a small twitch, that's cartoon-level pop. She's been featured on Guinness World Records, medical shows, and talent competitions, and everywhere she goes. People don't know whether to stare or cover their own eyes. What's crazy is how calm she is about it. No pain, no fear, just those wide, perfectly round eyes locked forward like a pair of marbles about to leap. Doctors have studied her sockets, muscles, and eye pressure, but even science can't fully explain how she does it without damage. For Kim, it's become part of her identity. She doesn't just own her condition, she turns it into a showstopper. And honestly, it's unforgettable. Some people roll their eyes. Kim sends hers forward like projectiles, and once you've seen it, it's burned into your memory forever. In a world full of harnesses, drones, and safety ropes, Alan Robert climbs skyscrapers with nothing but chalk on his fingers and sneakers on his feet. No permission, no nets, no second chances. They call him the French Spider-Man, and for good reason. He's scaled over 150 of the tallest buildings on Earth, including the Eiffel Tower, Burj Khalifa, and New York's Empire State Building. What makes it even more insane? He does it freestyle. That means no gear, no support crew, and often no legal authorization. He just shows up, looks up, and starts climbing. By the time authorities catch on, he's already halfway up a 70-story tower, clinging to window ledges and tiny grooves most people wouldn't even notice. He's been arrested, fined, banned. But none of it stops him. The rush, the height, the silence hundreds of feet above the chaos. It's where he feels most alive. Watching him climb is like watching a stunt double in an action movie, except it's real. And the only thing between him and a fall is pure grip strength and experience. What's wild is how calm he is while doing it. He moves steadily, carefully, almost casually, like the side of a glass building is just another sidewalk. People below gather in crowds, staring up like they're watching a Marvel movie unfold in real life. And in a way they are. Alain doesn't just defy gravity, he defies fear. And every time he pulls himself over the edge of a skyscraper roof with bare hands, you're reminded how powerful one human with no limits can be. Most people panic at the sight of one scorpion. Kanchana chose to live with thousands. Not for a minute, not for a stunt, but for 33 straight days inside a glass box, filled with 5,000 live scorpions. And yes, she got stung. Hundreds of times. She just smiled and kept going. Kanchana from Thailand holds one of the strangest Guinness World Records you'll ever hear of. She spent over a month locked in with some of the world's most feared arachnids. No distractions, no escape. Just scorpions crawling on her head, her arms, even her face, day and night. She didn't wear armor or thick clothing. Just everyday outfits and pure focus. Her calmness was key. She claimed they could sense fear, so she kept her breathing slow and her movements gentle. And somehow it worked. They treated her like furniture. She even danced with them during performances, letting them rest on her shoulders as if they were house pets. Her record-breaking performance became a sensation across Asia. Tourists lined up to see the woman who made a home out of a nightmare. And if you're wondering, yes, she was stung many times, but she developed a kind of resistance, shrugging off the pain like a mild bee sting. Kanchana didn't just prove something about scorpions, she proved something about the mind. Control your fear, and the unthinkable becomes possible, even sharing your bed with 5,000 tiny pinchers. You see him step onto the mat, no legs, one arm, and think, wait, how is this even going to work? Then the whistle blows and Nick Santanastasso launches into motion. He's low to the ground, fast, explosive, and before you know it, his opponent is scrambling. This isn't a sympathy story. Nick doesn't want pity. He wants a challenge, and usually he wins. Nick was born with a rare condition called Hanhart syndrome, which left him with no legs and only one fully developed arm. But from a young age, he decided not to just live with it, but to dominate with it. Wrestling became his arena, and once he hit the mat, it became clear he wasn't here to play nice. He trains like an elite athlete. His core strength is unreal. He moves faster than most able-bodied wrestlers because his size makes him impossible to predict. He slides, grips, and locks in angles that others just can't defend against. The crowd always starts quiet. Then the shock wears off and they start cheering louder than ever. But Nick didn't stop with wrestling. He became a viral prankster, a motivational speaker, and a bodybuilder. His upper body workouts, intense, his mindset, unshakable. He's been featured on major platforms, worked with celebrities, and toured the world sharing his story. Not as a sob story, but as proof that limits are only real if you let them be. He flips the narrative. He's not an exception to the rule, he is the rule, that you can shape your own power no matter the hand you've been dealt. And watching him move, speak, and conquer, it's nothing short of electrifying. Mehmet Özürek didn't need wild stunts or viral tricks to make headlines. All he had to do was stand still, because on his face was the longest human nose ever measured, 3.46 inches from bridge to tip. His nose was so long it seemed exaggerated, like a caricature. But it was real, measured and remeasured by Guinness World Records. Mehmet embraced it with a kind of quiet pride. Born in Turkey, he spent years answering the same questions, taking photos with curious tourists, and appearing in record books year after year. He even joked that he could smell things before anyone else, although that part might have been just good humor. Despite his appearance being the focus, Mehmet remained humble, often reminding people that uniqueness isn't something to be hidden. It's something to own. He became a global curiosity, not for what he did, but for what he was. And that sometimes is enough to turn someone into a legend. Forget movie martial arts. Masoyama was the real deal. A powerhouse from Japan who founded Kyokushin Karate and built a reputation that bordered on myth. His training? Brutal. His mindset? Unbreakable. And the stories? Almost too intense to believe, like the time he fought full-grown bulls with his bare hands. No props, no cage, just a man and a charging animal. It wasn't for spectacle, it was his personal test of strength and spirit. In total, he fought more than 50 bulls, taking down several by snapping their horns clean off. Even other martial artists couldn't figure out how he did it. His strikes were fast and surgical, and his presence, pure intimidation. Oyama's discipline was legendary. He trained for hours in the mountains, meditating under waterfalls, striking trees until his knuckles bled. And when he fought, it showed. His students called him invincible. His enemies often didn't get a second round. He wasn't just a fighter, he was a walking force of nature. It started with a whisper, then it spread like wildfire. A woman in Indonesia, Siti Zona, claimed she gave birth just 1 hour after feeling movement in her stomach. No prenatal signs, no symptoms, just a sudden sensation, and then a baby. Naturally, people were stunned. Doctors were skeptical, but villagers swore they saw it happen. Siti herself said it was like a gust of wind passed through her body. Within minutes, she was cradling a newborn. And while experts offered explanations, from hidden pregnancies to rare medical conditions, the public was hooked on the mystery. Cameras arrived, crowds gathered, social media lit up with theories ranging from science to the supernatural. In a world overloaded with predictable news, this story broke through everything. Real or not, Siti became a modern legend in Southeast Asia. A story that left everyone asking, what if? At over 100 years old, Zhang Ruifang had already lived a remarkable life. But it was in her final years that she gained global fame, after something started growing from her forehead. Not a cyst, not a mole. A horn, like something out of folklore. Slowly, year by year, the growth curled outward like a ram's horn, drawing in crowds, doctors, and news cameras alike. Medical experts called it a cutaneous horn, rare but real. Still, it looked too strange to be explained away easily. Her neighbors called her wise. Children said she looked magical. And while her family remained calm about it, the rest of the world couldn't stop staring. Zhang didn't ask for attention, but she handled it with quiet dignity. She stayed in her small village, living peacefully as headlines swirled. Her story blended biology with myth, and in the end, reminded us how much mystery still lives in the real world. No legends needed. Most people avoid electricity like it's life or death. Ma Xianggang, he welcomes it. This man from China became a media sensation when it was discovered that he could touch live electrical wires with his bare hands and feel absolutely nothing. No gloves, no burns, no twitch. He even powered light bulbs and heating coils directly through his skin, as if his body was made to conduct energy. It started when he was repairing a household appliance and noticed something strange. He wasn't getting shocked. Curious, he tried higher voltages, still nothing. Eventually, he was holding exposed live wires and using his body to power electric fans and kettles. His skin, unharmed, his nerves, unbothered. Scientists and doctors couldn't find a clear answer. His resistance levels were off the charts, but his skin and internal organs appeared completely normal. He became a national curiosity, appearing on Chinese television and news segments that left viewers stunned. Some called him superhuman, others thought it was a trick. But Ma kept doing live demonstrations, barefoot, smiling, and glowing quite literally as light bulbs lit up in his hands. To this day, his body remains a biological mystery. And while experts try to figure it out, Ma just keeps lighting things up, one shock at a time. He walked into the ring wearing the traditional orange robe of a Shaolin monk. No music, no expression, just calm focus. His opponent was a trained kickboxer, bigger, stronger, clearly confident, but as soon as the bell rang, everything flipped. Yilong didn't dance around or taunt. He just stood there and took a full power punch to the face. No reaction, not even a blink. The crowd went silent for a moment and then exploded. Yilong became a global phenomenon because of clips like that. But here's the twist. He's not officially a monk. He trained in martial arts inspired by Shaolin tradition, but he's not part of the temple. And that made people argue. Is he a real monk or just a fighter in a robe? Doesn't matter. Because whatever his background, his fights were real, brutal, and unforgettable. He combined Muay Thai, Sanda, and Kung Fu into something unique. His training wasn't about lifting weights or sprinting on treadmills. It was hundreds of kicks a day. Bare-knuckle punches into trees, standing under icy waterfalls to harden the body and the mind. Yilong's style wasn't about finesse. It was about absorbing blows like a brick wall and breaking down opponents with sheer willpower. People around the world watched him and asked the same thing. How can someone take that much damage and keep going? The answer lies in how he trained. His routine wasn't about sculpting muscles for show. It was about becoming a living shield, a tank in human form. One story became legendary. A group of fitness influencers, huge guys, chiseled bodies, confident smirks, challenged him. Not one, not two, a whole group. They had height, muscle, and weight. He had focus. One by one, they stepped forward. One by one, they were taken down. No flashy moves, no unnecessary violence, just efficient, fast takedowns. When the last one stepped back in disbelief, Yilong stood where he began, calm, still, untouched. At the peak of his fame, Yilong's name became synonymous with Shaolin toughness, even if he never claimed to be the real deal. He played the role so well that the world believed it. And for a while, that belief made him unstoppable. Crowds packed arenas to see this monk-like figure walk through punches that would end anyone else's night. There's something timeless about watching someone like him. No trash talk, no gimmicks. Just raw discipline and a body trained like a machine. He wasn't flashy. He didn't need to be. He fought like a mountain, solid, unshakable, unmovable. In a time where fighters often sell their personalities louder than their punches, Yilong was different, silent, focused, and terrifying. A reminder that true strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it just steps forward, takes a hit, and refuses to fall. They walk barefoot on sharpened gravel, hang upside down from trees for hours, and balance on 2 fingers like it's nothing. Real Shaolin monks don't just train to fight, they train to break what we think is humanly possible. Their strength looks supernatural, but it's not magic. It's raw discipline, forged over decades, every single day. What sets Shaolin monks apart isn't just what they do, it's how early they start. Many of them begin as children, waking up before sunrise, meditating in silence, then heading straight into training that would exhaust a pro athlete in an hour. And it never stops. No weekends, no breaks. They kick sandbags until their shins bleed, slam their forearms against tree trunks, until the nerves deaden and the bones harden. The pain isn't avoided, it's welcomed, it's a part of the path. But it's not just about smashing bricks. Their training is built on complete balance, body, breath, and mind. Every movement is tied to their breathing. Every form has a purpose. Whether it's a graceful stance or a sudden strike, it's all muscle memory, burned in through repetition. Over and over again, a punch isn't just a punch, it's a tool, a philosophy. And then there's the iron shirt training. This is where things start to feel impossible. Monks condition their bodies to take brutal impacts, spears to the throat, sledgehammers to the stomach. Some have been filmed bending metal bars against their heads without flinching. It's not a trick, it's science. They tighten their muscles and direct their breathing in a way that creates internal armor. It's a technique passed down for centuries, tested on real battlegrounds. Some monks spend years mastering just one skill, like jumping vertically from a squat and landing on narrow poles or spinning mid-air kicks that look like something from an anime fight scene. But what really leaves people speechless isn't their technique, it's their calm. You could be standing in front of someone who can snap a wooden staff in half with a single kick, and they'll speak with the stillness of a monk in meditation. And they don't compete for medals, they don't look for fame. Their world isn't built around clout or applause, it's built on control, self-mastery, inner silence. That's what gives them the edge, not just in combat, but in life. So when people say Shaolin monks look superhuman, they're not wrong. It's not because they have powers, it's because they've removed every weakness. Now let's step outside the Shaolin temple, because around the world there are others, fighters, lifters, and legends, who've pushed the human body to shocking extremes. Before the world had viral clips and fitness influencers, it had Alexander Zas. And this man didn't just lift weights, he bent iron bars with his bare hands, carried a horse on his shoulders, and escaped from chains like a real-life superhero. Born in the late 1800s, Zas became one of the most legendary strongmen in history, performing feats that still leave people speechless more than a century later. Zas didn't train in fancy gyms. He was raised in the Russian Empire and built his strength with raw, real-world resistance. Instead of dumbbells, he used heavy logs. Instead of machines, he dragged carts and gripped metal chains until they snapped. He believed in isometric strength, holding tension in the muscles without movement. And it worked. He once carried a piano with a man sitting on it, straight across the stage. No tricks, no wires. But his life wasn't just about shows. During World War I, Zas served as a soldier and was captured multiple times. Most prisoners would wait. Zas didn't. He bent the bars of his cell with his bare hands and escaped. Not once, not twice, 4 times. Each time, he used his training to pull off something that sounded more like a comic book scene than real life. His body wasn't just strong, it was adapted to stress, built for survival. Crowds across Europe called him the Iron Samson. Posters showed him snapping chains across his chest or holding massive weights in impossible positions. But what really made him special was how he trained others. Zas didn't believe you needed to be born special. He believed strength could be built by anyone with the right discipline. He created one of the first portable strength training devices, steel cables with handles, that focused on static resistance. Versions of his method are still used by professional athletes today. He understood something most modern training overlooks: the mind and muscle have to be one. Zas's legacy still echoes through the world of strength sports. He didn't have supplements or sponsors, he didn't need a brand. What he had was grit, determination, and a body that moved like a machine built for chaos. Even now, when people see old photos of him lifting horses or breaking chains, they assume it's fake. But it's all real. He was built differently because he trained differently. Giga Uguru isn't fiction. He's a real martial artist turned fitness icon, born in England with Nigerian roots. He's been dubbed the Black Ninja for striking balance between raw muscle and fluid motion. His videos have pulled millions of views by combining parkour, calisthenics, taekwondo kicks, and MMA-style precision into something that looks like it came out of an action movie. Uguru's strength doesn't come from lifting heavy in a gym. He builds power through bodyweight routines, pull-ups that end upside down, explosive jumps over walls, high-speed spinning kicks, and complete body control. He's known for split squats on concrete, gripping steel pipes mid-air, and doing handstand push-ups with clean form. His physique is lean and shredded, every muscle earned, every rep visible. He often trains barefoot, turning city parks, staircases, and playgrounds into personal arenas. He moves like gravity's a suggestion. His flips land like they're scripted. His kicks snap with whip-like speed. Viewers say he feels like a cross between Neo from The Matrix and a street-level superhero. But what makes him different isn't just skill, it's his mindset. He doesn't do it for show. He trains for power, focus, and faith. His videos sometimes include messages about discipline, consistency, and never quitting, even when the world says no. That balance between calm and chaos is what draws fans in. He trains like someone on a mission. He's not chasing massive bulk, he's chasing perfect control. His strength is fast, functional, and ready at any moment. And that's what makes him dangerous. He can drop into a backflip kick with zero warning, or launch from a standing squat into a flying spin. That's not normal strength. That's training on another level. Giga Uguru proves that power today isn't just about size. It's about how fast you can move, how well you can control your body, and how long you can keep going. He doesn't need a stage, just a set of bars, a few stairs, and a mind locked into the moment. That's how legends are made. In a world where fighters dodge punches and avoid risks, Masoyama chose the opposite. He walked straight into danger, and sometimes right into a bullpen. Yes, real bulls. The founder of Kyokushin Karate didn't just spar with humans. He faced charging bulls in open arenas and defeated them using only his fists. Some accounts say he broke horns clean off with a single strike. Whether every story is exact or not, the message stuck. Maz Oyama wasn't someone you wanted to test. He trained with a level of discipline that made regular martial artists look like hobbyists. At one point, Oyama disappeared into the mountains for 18 months, living in isolation, punching trees, practicing forms under freezing waterfalls, and meditating in the snow. His entire goal was to destroy his own limits, and he succeeded. Kyokushin Karate wasn't built to score points. It was built to end fights, full contact strikes, no gloves, no pulling punches. It was brutal and it worked. When Oyama returned to society, he challenged fighters of every style: judo, boxing, wrestling, and beat them. Fast. He was known for ending fights with a single body blow. Not a flashy kick, not a headshot, just one punch to the ribs and the match was over. One of his most famous challenges was the 300-man kumite. That's 300 consecutive full-contact fights over the course of 3 days. Most people couldn't finish 10 without breaking down. Oyama did all 300. When his students couldn't go on, he replaced them and kept fighting. There were no breaks, no timeouts, just constant battle. And yet, he was calm, stoic, measured. Outside the dojo, he lived modestly. No luxury cars, no fame chasing, just discipline and the pursuit of something higher. His philosophy shaped an entire generation of martial artists, many of whom still treat his teachings as sacred. Maz Oyama became more than a fighter. He became a symbol of ultimate willpower. He didn't fight for money or fans. He fought to push the line of what the human body could handle. And when that line broke, he kept walking forward. You don't forget Martin Ford after seeing him once. He looks like something straight out of a villain's origin story, standing at 6'8", over 320 pounds, completely covered in tattoos, with a face carved in stone. The internet quickly gave him names like the Nightmare and the Monster, and honestly, they weren't exaggerating. He's one of the most intimidating figures in fitness history. But beneath the size, there's a deeper story. Martin didn't start out a beast. He was once a tall, skinny teenager who dreamed of becoming a professional cricket player. But when an injury shattered that dream, he channeled his frustration into iron. Not just lifting, it was obsession. Day after day, year after year, he transformed his body into something that didn't even look human anymore. But he didn't stop at bodybuilding. He transitioned into mixed martial arts, then acting, landing roles in action films thanks to his terrifying presence. His training evolved too, more agility, speed, and striking. Despite his massive size, he moves fast. That's what makes him dangerous. People see a tank and expect slowness. They're wrong. He's thrown punches that look like they could knock down walls. He's trained with elite fighters, lifted cars, and helped coach others looking to push past their limits. Martin also uses his platform to motivate people, not just with aesthetics, but with mental toughness. He talks openly about his struggles with self-doubt and anxiety. That's the twist. The guy who looks invincible is still human. In 2022, he signed to fight in the boxing ring, and fans worldwide couldn't wait to see him unleash. Just the training footage was enough to rack up millions of views. People weren't tuning in for technique. They wanted to see what a man built like a boss-level enemy could do. Martin Ford is a reminder that size does intimidate, but it's the mindset behind the muscle that decides who wins. He didn't just build a body. He built an image, a reputation, and a legacy of relentless drive. Most Olympic champions push their bodies to the limit. Eero Mäntyranta's body pushed itself. The Finnish skier didn't just win, he dominated. With 7 Olympic medals in cross-country skiing, he became a national hero. But the secret behind his success was hidden in his bloodstream. Eero had a rare genetic mutation that caused his body to produce up to 50% more red blood cells than the average person. This meant his muscles got more oxygen, his endurance lasted longer, and his recovery was almost immediate. In a sport where races are won by seconds and sometimes tenths of seconds, that made him nearly unbeatable. At first, coaches couldn't understand it. His lung capacity, his heart rate, his speed, they were all off the charts. He trained hard like everyone else, but when others collapsed, Eero kept gliding. Some accused him of cheating, but when tests were done years later, scientists discovered the truth: his body was naturally wired for greatness. The mutation, known as primary familial and congenital polycythemia, is incredibly rare. Most people with it never become athletes. Eero turned it into a weapon. He was called the man with rocket fuel for blood and the human machine. And yet he remained humble, never boasting, never bragging. He won gold at the Winter Olympics and was awarded honors in Finland that few athletes ever receive. And even after his competitive days were over, his story lived on. He became a case study for sports scientists trying to understand the limits of human performance. His life was proof that sometimes nature deals a wild card, but it's how you use it that matters. Eero didn't just coast on talent. He trained in snowstorms, climbed hills until his legs burned, and kept pushing, long after he'd already proven himself. While most athletes focus on power or speed, Eero's strength was in his lungs and blood. He was an endurance giant, a quiet champion with a body made for the extremes. Not just an Olympian, an anomaly who showed us what happens when biology and dedication meet. He stepped into the ring like a mountain. At 6'4" and over 230 pounds, Big John Tate looked like the future of heavyweight boxing in the late 1970s. For a moment, he was. He won Olympic bronze for the United States and later claimed the WBA world title, becoming one of the most feared punchers of his time. His jab was solid, his footwork surprisingly sharp for his size, and when he threw a right hook, it landed like a truck. In 1979, Tate defeated Gary Coetzee in South Africa in front of a massive crowd. The victory was historic. He became the first American heavyweight champion after Muhammad Ali's retirement. and many believed he'd carry the division for years. The boxing world buzzed with excitement. Tate was seen as the next big thing, literally and figuratively. But boxing isn't just about muscle, it's about mindset. In one of the most shocking turnarounds in heavyweight history, Tate lost his belt to Mike Weaver in 1980 in the final round, after dominating the entire fight. A single punch changed everything, and just like that, the momentum vanished. Still, Big John Tate's peak was something to remember. He had charisma, presence, a style that mixed raw power with surprising grace. When he was focused, there were few heavyweights who could match his pace or accuracy, and in his short reign, he helped keep heavyweight boxing exciting during a time of transition. While he may not be as widely remembered as Ali or Tyson, those who watched Tate in his prime knew he was built for greatness. His story is a reminder of how fast things can change in the ring. 1 second you're on top of the world, the next you're on the canvas. But even with that twist of fate, Big John Tate remains one of the most powerful forces the heavyweight division has ever seen. If strength had a queen, her name would be Becca Swanson. She's not just strong for a woman, she's stronger than most elite male powerlifters. With records that shattered expectations, Becca became the first woman in history to squat over 850 pounds, bench over 600, and deadlift over 700. That's right, that's real, measured, documented power. Swanson holds multiple all-time world records in powerlifting, and they're not even close. Her total combined lift in competition is over 2,000 pounds, something even most elite male lifters never reach. Her nickname, the strongest woman ever, isn't hype, it's fact. But Becca didn't just train to compete, she trained to dominate. Her workout routine wasn't for the faint of heart. It included extreme volume, heavy singles, and accessory work that would crush most gym-goers. She trained through pain, pushed through fatigue, and built a physique that looked like it came from a superhero movie. Swanson also stepped into pro wrestling and strongwoman competitions, proving her strength across multiple platforms. Wherever she went, jaws dropped. People weren't just impressed, they were stunned. Seeing a woman throw around more weight than 99% of men rewired how people thought about female strength. What makes her even more impressive is how she carried herself. No arrogance, no showboating, just pure grit, dedication, and confidence built through years of hard work. Her message was clear: if you want to be strong, stop making excuses. Start lifting. Today, she's a symbol of what happens when someone commits to raw physical power. She broke every mold. She erased the line between male and female performance in strength sports. Becca Swanson didn't follow the rules, she rewrote them. When Mariusz Pudzianowski stepped into the MMA cage, the crowd didn't cheer, they stared. The man looked like he was sculpted out of concrete, 5-time world's strongest man. Record-breaking lifts, arms like tree trunks, a neck thicker than most people's waists, but could he fight? Oh yes, he could. Pudzianowski started in powerlifting and strongman competitions where he dominated. He pulled planes, flipped tires the size of cars, and carried stones that would snap normal backs in half. But he didn't stop at strength sports, he wanted more. So he traded chalk for gloves and stepped into mixed martial arts, where size doesn't guarantee success. Critics said he was too big, too slow. They were wrong. He trained like a machine. He slimmed down, added speed, and worked on technique. His first MMA fight? He won by knockout in under a minute. That was just the beginning. Over time, he fought experienced opponents and held his ground. He learned grappling, improved his striking, and while he didn't become a world champ, he became something better. A living example of how pure strength, when guided by skill, can be a terrifying combination. Fans loved watching him fight, not just because of his size, but because he never backed down. He fought like he trained, with intensity, grit, and purpose. Every punch looked like it could end a fight. Every move had weight behind it. He became a Polish national hero, known as much for his attitude as his power. Mariusz Pudzianowski proved that strongmen aren't just about lifting. They can fight, they can evolve. And when someone with his level of dedication decides to step into a new arena, everyone should pay attention. High in the Himalayas, a group of women are flipping the script. Dressed in maroon robes, they don't just meditate and chant, they strike, kick, flip, and break bricks. These are the Kung Fu nuns of Nepal, a real group of female monastics, blending ancient Buddhist teachings with hardcore martial arts. And they're not here to play. Trained in Shaolin-style Kung Fu, these nuns use martial arts as both physical practice and a form of empowerment. Their kicks are sharp, their punch is precise, and their movements are rooted in control and discipline. They train daily, rain or shine, building strength that's not just for show. But their story goes beyond combat. They fight for social change. Many of them come from disadvantaged backgrounds and have turned their training into a way to support local communities. They teach self-defense to women, promote environmental awareness, and challenge outdated norms about what women can or can't do in monastic life. What makes them even more incredible is their energy. You'll see them jumping over walls, sparring barefoot, or breaking wooden planks, and then, moments later, sitting in still meditation, calm as water. They've found the perfect balance between inner peace and outer strength. Their movement started within the Druk Amitabha mountain nunnery, where martial arts was introduced not as a gimmick, but as a serious discipline. Today, the Kung Fu nuns have gained international recognition. They've performed on global stages and inspired women across Asia to find strength through motion.
Some people can fit a whole burger in their mouth, but Francisco Domingo Joaquim takes things to a completely different level. This man from Angola holds the Guinness World Record for the world's widest mouth, and his jaw-dropping talent has left people stunned. His mouth stretches an incredible 6.69 inches from corner to corner, allowing him to fit an entire soda can inside with room to spare. That's not an exaggeration, he can literally hold a full-size can sideways between his lips like it's nothing. Francisco's unique ability isn't just for show. He became a sensation after appearing in talent competitions, where audiences watched in disbelief as he stretched his lips far beyond what seemed possible. His jaw is so flexible that he can twist and pull his mouth into shapes that seem almost unreal. Some have compared his talent to a cartoon character, but this is pure human ability. His elastic skin and jaw structure give him an unmatched skill, making him one of the most visually extraordinary people on the planet. For most people, trimming their nails is just part of the routine. But Diana Armstrong hasn't cut hers in over 25 years. Her nails now measure an astonishing 42 feet combined, making her the official Guinness World Record holder for the longest fingernails on a living person. Each nail stretches several feet, curling and twisting in mesmerizing patterns, creating a look that's both incredible and hard to believe. What started as a personal tribute became a lifelong commitment. After a tragic loss in her family, Diana decided never to cut her nails again, turning them into a symbol of remembrance. Keeping them this long isn't easy. Simple tasks like getting dressed or using a phone require patience and creative techniques. But she's found ways to adapt, proving that determination can reshape even the most basic aspects of life. Her nails, coated in bright colors and intricate designs, aren't just a record. They're a piece of living art. People stop and stare, some in admiration, others in disbelief. But for Diana, they are a part of her identity. Despite the challenges, she continues to embrace her extraordinary look, turning something deeply personal into a world record that captures attention everywhere she goes. A few piercings can make a statement, but Elaine Davidson has taken body modification to an entirely new level. With over 11,000 piercings, she holds the world record for the most body piercings ever recorded, and she keeps adding more. From her face to her arms and even inside her mouth, every inch of her body tells a story of dedication to a truly unique look. Elaine's journey into extreme piercing began in the 1990s, and it hasn't slowed down since. She has transformed her body into a canvas of metal and color, mixing bold jewelry with tattoos and dramatic makeup. Each piercing is a part of her style, an expression of who she is. And the most surprising part? She doesn't just have surface piercings. Many are embedded in places most people wouldn't even consider. Beyond her striking appearance, Elaine has built a career around her individuality. She runs a piercing studio, performs in festivals, and amazes crowds with her fearless approach to body art. Some are fascinated, others are shocked, but no one can ignore the sheer scale of what she's achieved. She proves that self-expression has no limits, turning her body into a living work of art that continues to evolve. Facial features come in all shapes and sizes, but Mehmet Özürek had something that made him stand out for life: the longest nose ever recorded. Measuring an unbelievable 3.46 inches, his nose was recognized as the longest of any living person, a record that no one else has come close to beating. This rare feature wasn't just about size, it gave his face an unforgettable look. Despite all the attention, Mehmet embraced it with a sense of humor and pride. He never shied away from the spotlight, happily showing off his record-breaking feature on television and at events. People would stare in amazement, some even trying to compare their own noses, but nothing came close. his story wasn't just about records, it was about confidence. Mehmet turned what others might see as unusual into a source of recognition. His nose became a symbol of individuality, a natural trait that made him famous. While he has since passed away, his record remains untouched, a reminder that sometimes the smallest details can make a person unforgettable. Most people have 32 teeth, but Vijay Kumar was born with something extra, 37 teeth packed into his jaw, making him the official record holder for the most teeth in a human mouth. His dental structure is so unique that it seems almost impossible at first glance. Unlike most cases of extra teeth, which are often hidden beneath the gums, Vijay's additional teeth are fully formed and functional, giving him a truly one-of-a-kind smile. At first, his condition made everyday activities a challenge. Eating, speaking, and even simple dental care required extra effort. But instead of seeing his extra teeth as a problem, Vijay embraced his difference. When his record was confirmed, he became a sensation, appearing in media and surprising dentists worldwide. Many wondered how his mouth could hold so many teeth without serious discomfort, yet Vijay carried his record with pride. Rather than opting for surgery to remove the extra teeth, he has kept them as a part of his identity. People often ask to see his famous smile, and he's happy to share his story. His case is a rare medical marvel, proving that even the smallest differences can make someone extraordinary. For Yu Zhenhuan, standing out wasn't a choice, it was part of who he was. With 96% of his body covered in thick hair, he holds the title of the hairiest man in the world. His condition, known as hypertrichosis, gives him a look that some compare to a mythical character, but for Yu, it's simply how he was born. Growing up with such a rare appearance wasn't easy. He faced stares and curiosity from an early age, but instead of hiding away, he turned his uniqueness into a strength. As he got older, he stepped into the spotlight, becoming a singer, and even trying his hand at acting. His confidence made him a public figure, and people soon recognized him for more than just his appearance. Despite the challenges of living with extreme hair growth, such as constant grooming and dealing with public reaction, Yu has embraced his identity. He's proof that even the rarest conditions can't define a person. Instead, it's how they carry themselves that truly matters. Some transformations are intentional, but for Paul Carrison, it was an unexpected side effect that made him famous. After using a homemade silver-based treatment for his skin, he developed argyria, a rare condition that turned his skin permanently blue. Over time, his light complexion deepened into a striking shade, making him look almost otherworldly. Paul's transformation was gradual. He first noticed a bluish tint, but as he continued using the treatment, the color deepened. While the condition wasn't harmful to his health, the dramatic change made him a curiosity. Strangers would stop him in the street, some assuming it was makeup or a trick. But this was no illusion. His skin had permanently changed, giving him a unique look that few could ignore. Rather than shying away, Paul embraced his identity. He appeared on talk shows, sharing his experience with humor and honesty. Though he later passed away, his story remains one of the most unusual in modern times. His appearance may have been an accident, but it made him unforgettable. At 8 feet 2.8 inches, Sultan Kozan doesn't just stand out, he towers above everyone else. As the tallest living man in the world, he experiences life from a height that few can imagine. His extraordinary stature is the result of a rare medical condition called pituitary gigantism, which caused his body to grow well beyond the average limit. Being this tall isn't just about breaking records. It comes with daily challenges. Sultan requires custom-made clothes, shoes, and even furniture. Simple tasks like walking through doorways or fitting into cars are far from ordinary. But despite these difficulties, he remains positive, using his unique height to travel the world and meet people who are amazed by his size. Since gaining recognition, he has become a celebrity, attending events and meeting other record holders. His towering presence may be his claim to fame, but his kindness and good humor make him truly memorable. Sultan Kozan isn't just the tallest man in the world, he's one of the most remarkable. For most people, tattoos are a way to express themselves, but for Tom Leopard, they became his entire identity. Covering 99% of his body in leopard print tattoos, he earned the nickname, the Leopard Man of Sky. His transformation wasn't just about the ink. He fully embraced a life inspired by the wild, retreating to the Scottish Highlands to live in near isolation. Tom spent decades turning himself into a human leopard, tattooing his entire body, including his face, with intricate black and orange spots. To complete the look, he sharpened his teeth and wore feline-like contact lenses. His goal wasn't to shock people. He simply wanted to create a new version of himself, one that reflected his love for nature and freedom. Despite his extreme appearance, Tom lived a quiet, self-sufficient life in a small shelter on the Isle of Skye, only venturing into town for supplies. He later moved to a more comfortable home in his older years, but his legend remained. His tattoos, his lifestyle, and his total commitment to his transformation made him one of the most fascinating examples of body modification the world has ever seen. Some people dream of long eyelashes, but Yu Jianxia has taken this to an entirely new level. Her lashes measure an astonishing 8 inches, making her the Guinness World Record holder for the longest eyelashes in the world. Unlike false lashes or extensions, hers are completely natural, growing longer year after year without any explanation. Yu Jianxia first noticed her lashes growing unusually long in her early 50s. While most people's eyelashes stop at a certain length, hers continued to extend far beyond the norm. Doctors and scientists have been baffled by her case, as there is no known condition that causes eyelashes to grow indefinitely. Some have suggested genetics or an unknown biological factor, but the mystery remains unsolved. Her record-breaking lashes have made her a sensation. Wherever she goes, people stare in amazement, some even asking to touch them to see if they're real. But for Yu Jianxia, they're just a part of who she is. She considers them a unique gift and takes great care of them, proving that sometimes nature can surprise us in the most extraordinary ways. For most people, a small wart is nothing more than a minor nuisance. But for Abul Bajandar, warts became something far more extreme. His condition, known as epidermodysplasia verruciformis, caused massive bark-like growths to spread across his hands and feet, earning him the nickname the Tree Man. What began as a few rough patches turned into something that made even basic tasks, like eating and holding objects, nearly impossible. Abul's condition is incredibly rare, with only a handful of known cases worldwide. The growths, made of hardened skin, resemble tree branches, twisting and curling over his fingers and palms. For years he lived in isolation, unable to work or even care for himself properly. When his story spread across the world, doctors stepped in, performing multiple surgeries to remove the excess growths. Despite the intense medical procedures, the condition is relentless. Each time surgeons remove the bark-like layers, they begin to grow back. But Abul refuses to give up hope. His case has led to new research, and he continues to fight for a normal life. His resilience in the face of something so extreme is a testament to human endurance, proving that even the rarest conditions can be battled with determination and courage. At just 24.7 inches tall, Jyoti Amjay is officially the shortest woman in the world. But don't let her size fool you. She has a personality that's larger than life. Born in India, Jyoti was diagnosed with primordial dwarfism, a rare genetic condition that limits growth. While most people continue to grow through their teenage years, Jyoti remained the size of an infant, making her a medical wonder. Despite her height, Jyoti has never let anything hold her back. She dreamed of being on television, and that dream became a reality when she appeared on international talk shows and even starred in American Horror Story Freak Show. Her confidence, charm, and humor quickly won people over, proving that size has nothing to do with success. Living in a world built for people much taller than her comes with challenges. Everyday tasks like reaching for objects, walking through crowds, or even using a regular chair require adjustments, but Jyoti takes it all in stride. She embraces her record-breaking status, inspiring others with her positive attitude and determination to live life to the fullest. Hair that reaches the waist is impressive, but Asha Mandela has taken hair growth to record-breaking levels. Her dreadlocks measure over 110 feet, making her the woman with the longest locks in the world. Some even call her the Black Rapunzel, and for good reason. Her hair is longer than a school bus and takes several people to help her manage it. Growing and maintaining such long hair isn't just about patience, it's a full-time commitment. Asha spends hours washing, drying, and carefully arranging her locks to keep them from becoming too heavy or tangled. Over time they've grown so long that she often has to carry them in a bundle or wrap them around her body. Some doctors have warned that the sheer weight of her hair could strain her spine, but Asha doesn't let that stop her. To her, her dreadlocks are not just hair, they are a part of her identity, her spiritual journey, and a symbol of strength. While others may see them as an extreme choice, for Asha, they are a source of pride, setting her apart as one of the most visually unique people in the world. For most, tattoos and piercings are enough to stand out, but for Etienne Dumont, that was just the beginning. The Swiss art critic has transformed his entire body into a walking masterpiece, covering himself in tattoos and adding silicone implants to reshape his skull, forehead, and even his arms. His striking look is completed with metal rings in his nose, stretched earlobes, and tattooed eyeballs, making him one of the most modified people on Earth. Etienne's transformation wasn't just for shock value, it was an extension of his artistic passion. Working in the art world for years, he saw his body as the ultimate canvas. His horn-like forehead implants and vivid tattoos became a personal statement, blurring the lines between human and sculpture. Whether walking through a city street or attending an art exhibit, he never goes unnoticed. His extreme modifications make daily life interesting. Simple tasks like passing through airport security or meeting new people often come with wide-eyed reactions. But Etienne embraces his appearance with confidence, proving that self-expression knows no limits. To him, his body is a lifelong art project, one that challenges the boundaries of what is considered normal. Having extra fingers and toes might sound like a small difference, but for Devendra Suthar, it's what made him world famous. Born with 14 fingers and 14 toes, he holds the record for the most digits on a living person. His condition, polydactyly, gave him a total of 28 fingers and toes, far beyond the usual 20. Unlike many cases of polydactyly, Devendra's extra fingers and toes are fully formed and functional. This makes his hands incredibly skilled. He works as a carpenter, using his unique hands to handle tools with incredible precision. Despite his condition, he never saw it as a problem. Instead, he takes pride in his rare genetic trait and enjoys showing others how his hands work. Of course, having extra digits comes with its own set of challenges. Finding shoes that fit is nearly impossible, and regular gloves don't work for his hands. But Devendra doesn't let that stop him from living a normal life. He embraces his record, taking his place among the most uniquely built individuals on the planet. A mohawk is a bold hairstyle, but Joseph Grisomore took it to a whole new level, literally. His 42.5-inch tall mohawk holds the Guinness World Record for the tallest full mohawk ever recorded. It's so extreme that it towers over most people's heads, making him instantly stand out in any crowd. Growing a mohawk that tall isn't just about letting hair grow, it's a full-time effort. Joseph spends hours styling and maintaining it, using strong hairspray and careful techniques to make sure it stays upright. It's not something he can casually wear every day. Most of the time he keeps it down, only styling it for special events. And when he does, it's impossible to ignore. People often stop to take pictures, amazed at the sheer height of his hair. He's turned a simple haircut into something legendary, proving that personal style can become a world record. While some grow their hair long or dye it wild colors, Joseph has done something that defies gravity. Literally. His mohawk isn't just a hairstyle, it's a statement, and no one else comes close to reaching his record. Most people get a tattoo or piercing to stand out, but Tiamat Legion Medusa has transformed beyond recognition. Born as Richard Hernandez, he has undergone extreme body modifications to become a human dragon, reshaping his entire appearance in a way few would ever dare. With tattooed scales, horn implants, a forked tongue, and even the removal of his ears, his transformation is one of the most extreme in the world. Tiamat's journey began as a personal rebirth. After a difficult past, he chose to leave his old identity behind and fully embrace his vision of becoming a mythical creature. Over the years, he's had his nose reshaped, his teeth filed into fangs, and his eyeballs tattooed black to match his reptilian look. His modifications go beyond ink and implants. They are a commitment to living as a dragon in human form. Reactions to his transformation are extreme. Some are fascinated, others are shocked, but no one can ignore him. He's proud of his changes, considering them a reflection of his true self. For Tiamat, this isn't just body modification. It's a way of life, a dedication to a vision unlike anything the world has ever seen. Long legs are often admired, but Rensenkorlu Bud takes it to another level. Standing at 6 feet 9 inches, she has some of the longest legs in the world, measuring an astonishing 52.8 inches from hip to heel. Her legs alone are nearly 4.5 feet tall, making her a towering presence everywhere she goes. Born in Mongolia, Rensenkorlu always knew she was taller than most. As a child, she often struggled to find clothes and shoes that fit, and as she grew, she realized just how rare her proportions were. Instead of feeling self-conscious, she embraced her height, turning it into an advantage. Now, she models and travels the world, showing off her unique features with confidence. People constantly stop and stare, amazed by her striking appearance. Whether walking through the streets or posing for photo shoots, she stands out effortlessly. While being this tall has its challenges, finding jeans that fit is nearly impossible, she wouldn't change a thing. Rensenkorlu proves that height isn't just about numbers, it's about confidence and standing tall, both literally and figuratively. Long hair has always been a symbol of beauty, but Xi Jinping holds the record for the longest hair ever recorded on a woman. Measuring an incredible 18 feet 5 inches, her hair is longer than a school bus and has taken a lifetime to grow. She hasn't cut it since she was 13 years old, and now it's one of the most extraordinary sights in the world. Growing hair this long isn't just about patience. It requires serious dedication. Washing, drying, and combing through nearly 2 decades worth of hair takes hours. Over time, her hair has become so long that she has to carry it wrapped around her body or carefully arrange it to avoid stepping on it. Even something as simple as walking through a doorway requires careful planning. Despite the challenges, Xi Jinping takes pride in her record. Her hair is more than just a personal choice. It's a world-famous achievement that continues to amaze people everywhere. Whether she lets it flow freely or carefully wraps it up, there's no denying that her hair is one of the most remarkable natural features on Earth. Many people undergo cosmetic surgery to enhance their features, but Pixie Fox has taken transformation to a level few could imagine. She has undergone over 200 procedures, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to sculpt herself into a real-life cartoon character. From rib removal to dramatically altering her face and body, she has reshaped herself in ways that push the limits of modern plastic surgery. Pixie's journey started with a vision. She wanted to look like a fantasy character, something beyond human norms. She had her 6 lower ribs removed to achieve an ultra-small waist, reducing it to just 14 inches when tightly corseted. This extreme modification, once thought impossible, shocked doctors and fascinated the world. But that was only the beginning. She has had eye color-changing surgery, jaw restructuring, lip enhancements, breast augmentations, and countless other modifications to make her body match her idealized vision. Her appearance draws strong reactions. Some admire her dedication, while others are shocked by the extent of her transformations. But for Pixie, this is more than just surgery, it's self-expression. She sees herself as an evolving work of art, constantly refining and enhancing her look. Despite criticism, she remains committed to her goal, proving that personal reinvention has no limits. Love it or hate it, Pixie Fox is unlike anyone else in the world, and she has no plans to stop anytime soon. Joseph Merrick, better known as the Elephant Man, lived one of history's most extraordinary and heartbreaking lives. Born in Leicester, England in 1862, Merrick appeared healthy at birth, but by age 5 his body began to change. Abnormal growths, thickened skin, and a disproportionately large head developed, conditions now attributed to neurofibromatosis and Proteus syndrome. As a child, Merrick faced relentless bullying, and after losing his mother at age 11, his life became even harder. Unable to find work due to his appearance, he turned to the sideshow world to survive. While displayed as a spectacle, Merrick earned a living but endured the cruelty of being seen only for his physical differences. His life changed when Dr. Frederick Trevis discovered him in a sideshow and provided him refuge at London Hospital. There, Merrick found peace for the first time, decorating his room, reading, and forming friendships, including one with Princess Alexandra. For those who met him, Merrick's intelligence, kindness, and humanity shone through. Tragically, Merrick passed away at just 27, likely due to his condition. Despite his short life, his story endures as a powerful reminder to look beyond appearances and see the humanity in everyone. Imagine being born not just with an extra limb, but with a fully functional third leg. This was the reality for Frank Lentini. Born in 1889 in Sicily, Lentini's condition was due to a parasitic twin, leaving him with 3 legs, 4 feet, and even a second set of genitals. While many might have viewed this as a misfortune, Frank turned it into an incredible asset, becoming one of the most celebrated sideshow performers of his time. Frank's journey into the spotlight began when his family moved to the United States, seeking better opportunities for their uniquely gifted son. By the time he was in his teens, Lentini was captivating audiences with his athletic feats. He didn't shy away from his condition, instead he used it to his advantage, performing stunts like jumping rope with his third leg and kicking soccer balls with ease. What set him apart wasn't just his physical anomaly but his charisma and humor. Lentini often joked that having 3 legs made it impossible to find a pair of pants that fit or a comfortable chair. Audiences loved him not just for his uniqueness but for the confidence and charm he exuded. Frank's life story carried a powerful message of self-acceptance. Despite the challenges of living with such a rare condition, he married, raised a family, and led a fulfilling life, proving that uniqueness could be a strength. Annie Jones was born in 1865 in Virginia, and from an early age it was clear she was unlike any other child. By the time she was just 9 months old, she had a fully formed beard, a condition known as hirsutism. While this might have been seen as a challenge, Annie's parents embraced her difference and introduced her to the world of sideshows. By the age of 5, she was already performing, becoming one of P.T. Barnum's most famous attractions. Annie's beard, thick and luxurious, became her trademark, but what truly set her apart was her grace and intelligence. Far from being merely an oddity, she charmed audiences with her wit and poise. She dressed elegantly, often in custom-made gowns, and presented herself as a sophisticated woman. Her performances weren't just about appearance, they celebrated individuality and self-confidence, encouraging audiences to rethink societal norms of beauty. Annie's career spanned decades, during which she fiercely defended the dignity of performers in the circus and sideshow industries. She often advocated for the humane treatment of her peers, proving she was much more than a bearded lady. Her legacy, like Lentini's, was a testament to how embracing one's uniqueness can transform societal perceptions. Imagine living without arms or legs, yet managing to paint, write, and even roll your own cigarettes. This was the extraordinary life of Prince Randian, often called the human torso. Born in British Guiana in 1871, Randian's condition, known as tetra amelia syndrome, left him without any limbs. Yet, instead of being defined by what he lacked, Randian stunned audiences with what he could do. Randian was brought to the United States in the 1880s by P.T. Barnum and quickly became an attraction. Dressed in a snug woolen onesie, he showcased his incredible dexterity. Using only his mouth and shoulders, Randian could light a cigarette, shave himself, and even sew. Audiences were captivated by his quiet confidence and the practicality with which he navigated life. His performances weren't exaggerated or theatrical. They were a raw display of human determination and adaptability. Off-stage, Randian spoke 4 languages, married, and had 5 children, proving that his life extended far beyond the stage. Randian's story reminds us how society often underestimates people based on their appearances. His unique life leads us to another misunderstood figure who sparked both fascination and controversy, Zip the Pinhead, a man whose condition blurred the line between fact and fiction. William Henry Johnson, better known as Zip the Pinhead, had one of the most unusual careers in circus history. Born in 1842 in New Jersey, Johnson had a condition called microcephaly, which left him with a small, tapered skull and intellectual disabilities. However, what made Zip famous wasn't just his appearance, it was the outrageous narrative crafted around him. P.T. Barnum introduced him as the missing link, claiming he was a wild man discovered in Africa, adding an air of mystery to his persona. On stage, Zip's exaggerated antics drew both curiosity and laughter. He often wore a furry suit to enhance the illusion of being a wild man, barking and acting animalistic while simultaneously engaging with audiences in playful ways. While some viewed him as a joke, those who knew him described Zip as kind, friendly, and surprisingly witty. Off-stage, he loved music, played the guitar, and enjoyed socializing with fellow performers. Zip's life highlights the tension between entertainment and exploitation, as he was both celebrated and misrepresented. Yet he made the most of his fame, performing for nearly 60 years. His story sets the stage for another performer whose unusual condition shaped her life in a way few could imagine. Ella Harper, the camel girl who walked her way into history. Ella Harper was unlike any performer of her time, earning her the nickname the Camel Girl. Born in 1870 in Hendersonville, Tennessee, Ella had a rare orthopedic condition called congenital genu recurvatum. This caused her knees to bend backward, giving her legs an appearance similar to a camel's hind legs. Though this condition made traditional walking difficult, Ella adapted by using her hands for stability and movement, creating a gait that became her trademark. Ella's uniqueness quickly caught the attention of W.H. Harris's Nickel Plate Circus. In the 1880s, she became a star attraction, earning $200 a week, a remarkable sum for the time. Her publicity photos, often featuring her beside a live camel, emphasized her distinctive walk and added to her mystique. Despite her fame, Ella's life wasn't entirely consumed by the spotlight. By 1886, she expressed a desire to leave the circus to pursue education and a quieter life. True to her word, she stepped away from performing and faded into history, her later years largely undocumented. Ella's ability to embrace her condition and turn it into an opportunity speaks to her resilience. Chang and Eng Bunker are arguably the most famous conjoined twins in history. Born in 1811 in what is now Thailand, the twins were joined at the chest by a band of cartilage, which connected their livers. Their unique condition was so rare that it coined the term Siamese twins, a name that endures in medical terminology. Despite their physical connection, Chang and Eng were remarkably independent, each possessing his own personality and interests. The twins were discovered by a British merchant and brought to the United States in the 1820s, where they became celebrated performers. Their act showcased not just their physical connection, but also their individual talents, including acrobatics and public speaking. Over time, they took control of their own careers, leaving behind managers to build a fortune through self-managed tours. In a surprising twist, they retired from show business in the 1830s, bought a plantation in North Carolina and became U.S. citizens. Chang and Eng's lives weren't without challenges. They married sisters, had a combined total of 21 children, and navigated complex family dynamics while literally being inseparable. Their story is a testament to adaptability and ambition, paving the way for conversations about individuality within physical connection. From their success, we now turn to the life of Fannie Mills, whose unusual condition earned her the nickname the Ohio Bigfoot Girl. Fannie Mills was known by a striking and unforgettable nickname, Ohio Bigfoot Girl. Born in Ohio in 1859, she had a rare condition, likely Milroy disease, which caused severe swelling in her legs and feet due to lymphedema. What truly captured attention, however, was her unusually large head, which contrasted sharply with her petite frame. Her appearance drew widespread curiosity, and she became a notable figure in sideshows during the late 19th century. Fanny's condition made daily life difficult, but her time in the spotlight gave her a sense of purpose. She performed at state fairs and other public events, often displayed alongside objects or comparisons to emphasize her unique features. Sideshow posters emphasized her enormous feat, even offering a fine farm to any man who would marry her, though the truth of these claims was often fabricated for publicity. While little is known about her personal life, records suggest she eventually stepped away from public exhibitions, preferring a quieter life away from the gaze of curious crowds. Fanny's story highlights the fine line between fascination and exploitation, a theme echoed in the life of Johnny Eck, who was also celebrated for his remarkable physicality, but used it to carve out a career that extended far beyond the sideshow world. Johnny Eck was more than just a sideshow performer. He was a multifaceted artist and entertainer whose unique physique never defined his ambitions. Born in 1911 in Baltimore, Maryland, Johnny was born with sacral agenesis, a rare condition that left him with a fully developed upper body but no legs. His strikingly symmetrical and athletic torso earned him the nickname the Frog Boy, but Johnny saw himself as much more than a curiosity. Johnny's career began in traveling sideshows, where he performed acrobatics and stunts that showcased his upper body strength. He could walk on his hands with incredible agility and even pull himself up onto platforms with ease. But his talents didn't stop there. Johnny had a passion for art and became an accomplished painter, musician, and puppeteer. His big break came in 1932 when he starred in the cult classic Freaks, where his charm and talent earned him a lasting legacy. Despite his fame, Johnny lived a grounded life, running a photography studio with his twin brother and engaging with his local community. His story is a testament to living beyond societal expectations, embracing individuality to its fullest. Crau Farini's story is one of intrigue, science, and the blurred lines between fact and fiction. Born in Laos in 1876, Crau had hypertrichosis, a condition that caused excessive hair growth across her face and body. Her appearance, combined with her unusually flexible joints, made her a subject of fascination for scientists and the public alike. When she was just a child, she was brought to Europe by Carl Hagenbeck, a well-known animal dealer and sideshow promoter, and soon found herself displayed as the missing link. Promoters claimed Crau was evidence of Darwin's theory of evolution, suggesting she was a living example of a transitional stage between apes and humans. She was taught English and European manners, which only added to the mystique of her act. Crau performed in circuses and sideshows, where she impressed audiences with her intelligence and wit. Unlike many performers of her time, Crau crowd seemed to embrace her role, even dressing elegantly to challenge perceptions of what was considered normal. Myrtle Corbin's story is as fascinating as it is unique. Born in Tennessee in 1868, Myrtle had a rare condition called dipygus, which resulted in her being born with two fully formed pelvises and an extra set of legs. While her additional legs were smaller and not functional for walking, her unusual anatomy made her an object of intense curiosity. By the time she was 13, Myrtle had joined the circus, billed as the four-legged girl from Texas. What set Myrtle apart wasn't just her condition but the way she owned her differences. Audiences marveled at her cheerful demeanor and her willingness to share her story. She would often wear dresses tailored to highlight all four legs, making her performances both anatomic exhibits and personal statements. Despite the sideshow's exploitative nature, Myrtle was well compensated, earning a comfortable living and achieving fame in her era. Later, she married and had 5 children, further defying societal expectations of what someone with her condition could achieve. Myrtle's life was a testament to normalcy coexisting with the extraordinary, an idea also embodied by Ella Ewing, a towering figure whose stature brought her both fame and challenges. Ella Ewing, known as the Missouri Giantess, was one of the tallest women in recorded history. Born in 1872 in LaGrange, Missouri, Ella's growth began to accelerate unusually after the age of 7, due to a condition now believed to be gigantism. By the time she reached adulthood, Ella stood at an astounding 8 feet 4 inches tall. Her height drew attention wherever she went, but it also brought significant challenges, including finding clothing, furniture, and even homes that could accommodate her size. Initially reluctant to enter the public eye, Ella eventually joined the circus circuit, where she found fame and financial independence. She toured with major shows, including Barnum and Bailey, earning enough money to provide for her family and build a home customized to her needs. Despite her fame, Ella was known for her humble and kind nature, endearing her to both fans and locals in her Missouri community. Ella's life was a balance of overcoming difficulties and embracing opportunities, much like Myrtle Corbin. From her remarkable stature, we now turn to Charles B. Charles B. Tripp, known as the Armless Wonder, was a man who redefined what it meant to be self-sufficient. Born in 1855 in Ontario, Canada, Tripp was born without arms but developed extraordinary skills using his feet. From a young age, he refused to let his condition limit him. By using his toes with incredible precision, he mastered tasks most people accomplish with their hands, such as writing, painting, and even shaving. His talents not only amazed those around him, but eventually led him to a career that showcased his abilities to thousands. Tripp joined P.T. Barnum's circus, where audiences marveled at his artistry and dexterity. He could cut paper into intricate designs, create stunning hand-lettered signs, and even build furniture. His performances weren't about pity but admiration. People were drawn to his ingenuity and calm confidence. What made Tripp unique was his approach to life. He focused on his capabilities, not his limitations. He often collaborated with Eli Bowen, a fellow performer with no legs, to demonstrate the limitless potential of human adaptability. Tripp later ran a photography business, proving that his talents extended beyond the stage. Tripp's life exemplified the power of determination, and his success in redefining societal perceptions of physical difference sets the stage for Isaac W. Isaac W. Sprague earned the title of the human skeleton due to his exceptionally thin frame. Born in 1841 in Massachusetts, Isaac grew up as a healthy child until his teenage years when he began losing weight rapidly. Despite consuming a normal diet, he was unable to maintain body mass, eventually stabilizing at just 43 pounds while standing 5 feet 6 inches tall. Modern experts believe Sprague may have suffered from an undiagnosed metabolic disorder that caused his body to burn calories at an abnormal rate. Unable to work regular jobs due to his fragile health, Isaac joined the circus, where his appearance captivated audiences. He wasn't a performer in the traditional sense. Instead, he was often displayed as a living medical marvel. Sprague's skeletal frame drew attention and curiosity, but he carried himself with dignity, earning respect among his peers and the public. While his thinness was his claim to fame, it also made his life challenging. He struggled with physical weakness and a susceptibility to illness, yet he continued to work to support his family. Isaac's hauntingly fragile condition stood in stark contrast to performers like Felix Werrell, whose incredibly flexible skin showcased an entirely different kind of physical anomaly, drawing audiences into a world of seemingly impossible human abilities. Felix Werrell, known as the Elastic Skin Man, astonished audiences with a condition that made his skin unbelievably stretchy and resilient. Born in Wisconsin in 1858, Werrell had what is now recognized as Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a connective tissue disorder that gave him his unusual flexibility. His skin could be pulled several inches away from his body and returned to its original position without damage, a phenomenon that baffled doctors and fascinated the public. Werrell's circus career flourished in the early 20th century when he began performing with major sideshows and traveling circuses. During his act, he would demonstrate his pliable skin by stretching it over objects or pulling it into unbelievable shapes, leaving audiences stunned. Unlike other performers whose talents required years of practice, Werrell's abilities were entirely natural, making him an anomaly even among sideshow performers. He often paired his demonstrations with humor, making his act both entertaining and lighthearted. Beyond the stage, Werrell was described as friendly and approachable, a man who took pride in his uniqueness while maintaining a sense of normalcy in his personal life. His condition, though fascinating, had its drawbacks, such as fragile joints and a heightened risk of injury. But Werrell rarely spoke of these challenges. Instead, he focused on using his natural talent to bring wonder to audiences. Felix's remarkable elasticity was a reminder of the endless diversity in human anatomy, paving the way for other performers with unique conditions to share their gifts. Charles Stratton, better known as General Tom Thumb, wasn't just a performer, he was a global sensation who reshaped perceptions of dwarfism in the 19th century. Born in 1838 in Bridgeport, Connecticut, Charles stopped growing after his first year, eventually standing just 25 inches tall as an adult. His small stature was due to a form of proportionate dwarfism, which was exceptionally rare, and made him a curiosity of his time. When he was just 4 years old, showman P.T. Barnum discovered him and saw immense potential in the young boy's charm and intelligence. Under Barnum's mentorship, Charles became General Tom Thumb, a larger-than-life character. He was dressed in military-style uniforms, performed comedic sketches, and sang songs on stage. By the age of 5, he was touring internationally, performing for royalty, including Queen Victoria. Audiences were captivated not just by his size but by his stage presence. He was funny, quick-witted, and utterly confident. Over the years, Charles added more elaborate acts to his repertoire, including impersonations of Napoleon Bonaparte and Hercules. Beyond the stage, Charles led a relatively normal life. He married Lavinia Warren, a fellow performer and proportionate dwarf in what was dubbed the wedding of the century, attended by thousands. Though he achieved immense wealth and fame, Charles remained grounded, earning respect not only for his talent but for his professionalism. Imagine having a connection with someone so deep that you can see through their eyes, feel their emotions, and even hear their thoughts. Sounds like something out of science fiction, right? But for Krista and Tatiana Hogan, this is their everyday reality. These remarkable twins, born in Canada in 2006, are conjoined at the head in an extremely rare condition known as craniopagus. But what makes them truly extraordinary is that their brains are physically connected, creating a neurological link unlike anything science has ever seen. Doctors discovered early on that the Hogan twins share something called a thalamic bridge, which means their brains are literally wired together. This allows them to experience the world in ways no other humans can. When one sees an object, the other knows what it is, even if their own eyes are closed. If one drinks juice, the other can taste it. If one laughs, the other might start laughing without even knowing why. It's as if they live in two bodies but share a single consciousness, a phenomenon that has left even neuroscientists completely baffled. Despite their condition, Krista and Tatiana live as regular kids, playing, learning, and growing together. Their personalities are distinct. One is more outgoing while the other is quiet. But they always seem to know what the other is thinking. Medical experts have studied their case closely, trying to understand what their unique connection means for the human brain. Could they actually be reading each other's minds? Could their shared senses hold the key to understanding how consciousness really works? The Hogan twins continue to amaze the world, proving that the human brain is capable of things we never imagined. Not all conjoined twins live in the spotlight of medical research. Some, like Ganga and Jamuna Mondal, embrace their uniqueness and carve out their own path in life. Born in India, these extraordinary sisters are joined at the abdomen and share a body with 4 arms and 3 legs, earning them the nickname the Spider Sisters. For years, they struggled to fit into a world that didn't understand them. Shunned by their village and rejected by schools, they had no choice but to join a traveling circus, where people paid to stare at them like a sideshow attraction. But Ganga and Jamuna didn't let their condition define them. Instead of hiding, they took control of their narrative, performing in fairs, and even finding love. What makes them even more incredible is that, despite sharing nearly everything, including vital organs, they function as two completely independent people. They argue, they joke, they have different likes and dislikes, and yet, they move in perfect synchronization, navigating the world with a rhythm only they understand. Their bond is unbreakable, not just physically but emotionally, showing that even the most unusual lives can be lived on their own terms. But not all conjoined twins choose to live as one. Some carve out distinct lives despite never being physically apart. Lori and Dory Chappell, born in Pennsylvania in 1961, are an astonishing example of how two people can be so close, yet so completely different. Unlike Ganga and Jamuna, who performed together, Lori and Dory built separate careers, interests, and even identities. Lori pursued a career as a hospital worker, while Dory became a country music singer, performing for thousands while her sister simply sat beside her, uninterested in the spotlight. But that's not the only shocking part. In 2007, Dory publicly announced that she identified as a man, making them one of the only known cases of conjoined twins with different gender identities. Yet, despite these stark differences, they live their lives in harmony, proving that physical limitations don't dictate personal identity. Their case continues to puzzle doctors. How can two people who share part of the same brain have such independent minds? And just when you think conjoined twins couldn't get more unusual, there's Manar Majed, a little girl whose case was so rare, it stunned doctors worldwide. Some cases of conjoined twins are so rare that even seasoned doctors are left speechless. One such case is Manar Majed, an Egyptian girl born with a parasitic twin attached to her skull. But unlike other conjoined twins, Manar's twin wasn't fully formed. It had no body, no heart, no limbs, only a head that could blink, smile, and even respond to touch. It was as if a second person existed but had no way to survive on its own. Manar's condition, known as craniopagus parasiticus, is one of the rarest in the world, with only a handful of cases ever recorded. Doctors knew the parasitic twin had to be removed, but the surgery was incredibly risky. Separating the two heads meant cutting blood vessels and nerves that had never been meant to exist independently. After a complex 10-hour operation, Manar became the first baby in history to survive this kind of procedure. But despite the medical triumph, tragedy followed. Just a year later, complications took her life. Her case remains one of the most shocking in medical history, proving that the human body can develop in ways beyond comprehension. If Manar Majid's case was a battle against the impossible, Abby and Brittany Hensel are proof that some conjoined twins don't just survive, they thrive. Born in 1990 in the United States, Abby and Brittany are dicephalic parapagus twins, meaning they share one body but have two completely separate heads, brains, and personalities. What makes them so incredible isn't just their condition, it's how effortlessly they navigate life as one. They drive, they swim, they even play sports. But the most mind-blowing part? Each twin controls only one side of the body. Abby moves the right arm and leg while Brittany controls the left, yet somehow, they've mastered the impossible, working together with a coordination that defies logic. Despite having different preferences and interests, they function as a single unit, seamlessly moving through the world in a way that leaves doctors in awe. Their ability to live such a synchronized life has led to endless fascination. How do they decide what to eat? How do they write? How do they manage their independence? The Hensel twins have answered those questions by simply living their lives, proving that two minds can truly exist in perfect harmony within one body. Long before modern medicine could even attempt separating conjoined twins, there were Chang and Eng Bunker, the brothers who gave rise to the term Siamese twins. Born in Siam, now Thailand, in 1811, the Bunker twins were joined at the chest by a short band of flesh. Unlike many conjoined twins who share organs, Chang and Eng were lucky. Their connection was purely external. But in the 19th century, there was no surgical expertise to separate them, so they had to navigate life as a permanent pair. At just 18 years old, they were taken to America and exhibited as a spectacle. But rather than being reduced to sideshow performers, they seized control of their own lives, making a fortune from their appearances and eventually settling down in North Carolina. And here's where their story gets truly bizarre. They married two sisters, had a total of 21 children, and managed to live mostly separate lives, by alternating between their two households every 3 days. They even disagreed politically, with one supporting the Confederacy and the other opposing it. But their fate was bound together in every sense. When Chang suffered a stroke and died, Eng followed just hours later, unable to survive without him. Their legacy remains unmatched, a reminder of how two individuals can shape history while sharing one existence. If Chang and Eng proved that conjoined twins could build a family, Maria and Consolata Mwakikuti proved they could achieve something just as incredible: higher education. Born in Tanzania in 1996, the twins were joined at the abdomen and shared both legs, which meant moving required perfect coordination. From the moment they were born, doctors doubted they would live long, let alone attend school. But Maria and Consolata defied every expectation. Despite physical challenges, they excelled academically, attending school and refusing to let their condition hold them back. They learned to write, type, and even play games together, proving that determination can overcome any obstacle. Their dream was to become teachers, and their story gained global attention when they enrolled in university to study education. Tragically, their journey was cut short when health complications led to their passing in 2018, but their story left a powerful impact. Maria and Consolata shattered the notion that conjoined twins couldn't live fulfilling intellectual lives. They weren't just survivors, they were pioneers. Most conjoined twins face serious health complications that shorten their lives, but Ronnie and Donnie Gallion defied every expectation. Born in 1951 in the United States, they were joined at the abdomen, sharing everything from their digestive system to their lower body. Doctors warned their parents that survival past infancy was nearly impossible, but Ronnie and Donnie lived to be 68 years old, making them the longest living conjoined twins in history. From an early age, it was clear that separation was not an option. Unlike twins who share only skin or minor organs, Ronnie and Donnie's bodies were too intertwined to be safely split apart. So, instead of focusing on what they couldn't do, they found a way to make life work. In their younger years, they appeared in sideshows and carnivals, using their earnings to support their family. Over time, they became minor celebrities in the medical world, studied by doctors and featured in documentaries about their extraordinary lives. Despite the challenges of navigating a world designed for single bodies, they found happiness in routine, humor, and family. Their record-breaking life ended in 2020, leaving behind a story of resilience and brotherhood that amazed the world. But while Ronnie and Donnie's case was about longevity, some conjoined conditions are so unusual that they challenge the very definition of what a human body can be, like Lakshmi Tatma, the girl who was born with 4 arms and 4 legs. If myths of Hindu gods coming to life ever had a real-world parallel, Lakshmi Tatma would be it. Born in India in 2005, Lakshmi had 4 arms and 4 legs, a condition caused by a parasitic twin that never fully developed. In a country where spirituality and medicine often intertwine, some saw her as a living incarnation of the goddess Lakshmi, who is traditionally depicted with multiple limbs. Her parents were torn between awe and fear. Was their daughter a miracle, or would she face a lifetime of suffering? The reality was far more medical than mythical. Lakshmi's extra limbs weren't functional, they were part of an undeveloped twin fused to her body. While she could move her head and arms like any normal child, the additional limbs made basic movement impossible. As she grew older, it became clear that she would need surgery, not just for mobility, but for survival. In a marathon 27-hour operation, a team of 30 surgeons successfully removed the parasitic twin, allowing Lakshmi to live a normal life. Today she is thriving, proving that even the most extreme conditions can be overcome with science, skill, and determination. For most conjoined twins, simple everyday tasks are a challenge. But for Sona and Mona, their shared body didn't stop them from pursuing an art that requires both precision and coordination: music. Born in India in 2003, the brothers are joined at the torso and share a liver, gallbladder, and legs, but have separate hearts and spinal cords. Despite their physical limitations, their natural talent for playing musical instruments set them apart from other conjoined twins. From an early age, Sona and Mona developed an interest in music, mastering instruments like the harmonium and keyboard with impressive skill. While most people struggle to coordinate both hands, these twins must work together, each controlling different parts of the instrument to produce a single, harmonious sound. Their ability to function as one has earned them admiration across India, and they've even performed in public events, showcasing their remarkable abilities. But their journey hasn't been easy. Like many conjoined twins, they were abandoned as infants and grew up in an orphanage. It wasn't until later in life that they were given a chance to follow their passion and prove that their condition wasn't a limitation, it was a gift. Their story is a reminder that talent, determination, and the will to succeed can shine through, no matter the odds. While Sona and Mona used their unique bond to bring music into the world, other conjoined twins weren't so lucky. Some were seen not as people, but as scientific experiments, like Masha and Dasha Krivoshlyapova, the Soviet twins who endured a lifetime of cruel medical testing. If there's a case of conjoined twins that veers into the realm of horror, it's that of Masha and Dasha Krivoshlyapova. Born in the Soviet Union in 1950, these sisters should have lived a life of love and care. Instead, they became subjects in a decades-long medical experiment, treated more like lab rats than human beings. Their condition was already unusual. They were dicephalic parapagus twins, meaning they had separate heads but shared a single body with 2 arms and 2 legs. However, their internal systems were a medical mystery. Each girl controlled one side of their body, but they had separate immune systems and circulatory functions. This led Soviet doctors to see them as a golden opportunity for unethical medical research. From infancy, they were taken from their mother and placed in a secret medical institute, where they were subjected to cruel experiments. Doctors tested their immune responses by injecting one with diseases to see if the other would get sick. They exposed them to extreme temperatures, electric shocks, and even starvation to study their shared physiology. Their entire childhood was spent in laboratories, their pain ignored in the name of science. Despite the horrors they endured, Masha and Dasha survived into adulthood, but their differences eventually tore them apart. Masha was dominant, controlling, and harsh, while Dasha was quiet and submissive. As they aged, Masha's lifestyle of heavy drinking and smoking began to take a toll on their shared body. When she died in 2003, doctors knew Dasha wouldn't survive long without her sister. Just 17 hours later, she too passed away, marking the end of one of the most disturbing cases of conjoined twins in history. Some conjoined twins are remembered for their unusual anatomy, while others leave a mark on history through talent and resilience. Millie and Christine McCoy, born in 1851 in North Carolina, were not only joined at the lower spine, but they were also born into slavery. Their lives began in the most tragic way possible. They were sold multiple times as infants, treated as a commodity rather than human beings. But despite this horrific start, they rose to fame, not as sideshow attractions, but as gifted musicians and performers. Nicknamed the Two-Headed Nightingale, Millie and Christine stunned audiences with their perfectly synchronized singing. Their voices blended so well that it often seemed as if only one person was singing, even though they spoke and thought separately. As they grew older, they learned multiple languages and toured across the United States and Europe, performing for royalty and large crowds. They weren't just a spectacle, they were artists. But their journey wasn't just about entertainment. Millie and Christine fought for their independence, and when slavery was abolished, they used their fame to advocate for civil rights and education for formerly enslaved people. Unlike many conjoined twins of their era, they lived a dignified life, choosing how they were seen by the world. When they passed away in 1912, it was as free women who had turned their tragedy into triumph. But not all conjoined twins find peace in their bond. Some desperately long for separation, even when the risks are deadly, like Ladan and Laleh Bijani, the Iranian twins who risked everything for freedom. For some conjoined twins, being together is a blessing. For Ladan and Laleh Bijani, it was a prison. From the moment they were born in Iran in 1974, they knew they were different. Unlike other twins who learned to live as one, Ladan and Laleh had drastically different personalities. Ladan was introverted and bookish, dreaming of becoming a journalist, while Laleh was outgoing and adventurous, hoping to be a lawyer. But no matter how much they wanted to live separate lives, their skulls were fused together, forcing them to move in the same direction, literally. For decades, doctors told them separation was impossible. Their brains were so intertwined that a surgery could be fatal, but they refused to give up. In 2003, at 29 years old, they finally found a team of surgeons in Singapore willing to attempt the unthinkable. The operation was one of the riskiest in medical history, requiring nearly 30 hours of surgery and a team of dozens of doctors. It was their one shot at individual lives. But the human body isn't always meant to be divided. As the surgery progressed, doctors discovered that their brains shared too many blood vessels. Despite their best efforts, both Ladan and Laleh died on the operating table, just hours apart. Their story remains one of the most tragic cases of conjoined twins in history. two sisters so desperate to be free that they were willing to pay the ultimate price. Born in 1908 in England, Daisy and Violet Hilton were conjoined at the hip, but had separate organs, meaning they could have been separated. But, their early caretakers saw them as money-making machines rather than children. From infancy, they were put on display, trained as performers, and forced into vaudeville entertainment, where they wowed crowds with their singing, dancing, and musical talents. As they grew older, their fame skyrocketed. They performed alongside Hollywood legends and even starred in the controversial 1932 film Freaks. But behind the glamour, they were exploited and controlled, earning millions but never seeing a dime. After finally winning their independence, they struggled to maintain their careers, eventually working in a grocery store to make ends meet. Once adored by thousands, they died in obscurity, their story a tragic reminder of how fame can be both a gift and a curse. Unlike most conjoined twins who adapt to movement, Giacomo and Giovanni Tocci, born in Italy in the late 1800s, never even learned to walk. They were joined at the lower body with two fully developed heads, torsos, and arms, but only two legs. Instead of learning to move as one, they relied on servants and family members to carry them everywhere, making them even more unusual than most conjoined twins. From a young age, they became a medical curiosity, studied by doctors and exhibited across Europe. Crowds flocked to see them, fascinated by how two minds could exist in a single body. But after years of being displayed, they retired in their 20s, vanishing from public life with the fortune they had made. No one knows when or how they died, as records of their later years are scarce. Their mysterious disappearance only deepened the fascination surrounding them, making them one of history's strangest cases of conjoined twins. Born in 2022 in Pakistan, Minal and Mirha were conjoined at the head, one of the rarest and riskiest forms of conjoined twinning. Their skulls were fused together, but what made their case even more complex was that their brains were intertwined, making separation incredibly dangerous. Doctors feared that any attempt could leave them permanently disabled, or worse. Yet, in 2024, a groundbreaking surgery took place. A team of expert surgeons spent more than 24 hours carefully separating their delicate brain tissues and blood vessels. It was one of the most complex operations ever attempted, but against all odds, both sisters survived. Now, Minal and Mirha are recovering and adapting to their new lives as individuals. Their story is a testament to how far modern medicine has come, and a glimpse into what could be possible for conjoined twins in the future. What was once seen as impossible is now a medical miracle. Joseph Merrick, better known as the Elephant Man, lived one of history's most extraordinary and heartbreaking lives. Born in Leicester, England in 1862, Merrick appeared healthy at birth, but by age 5 his body began to change. Abnormal growths, thickened skin, and a disproportionately large head developed, conditions now attributed to neurofibromatosis and Proteus syndrome. As a child, Merrick faced relentless bullying, and after losing his mother at age 11, his life became even harder. Unable to find work due to his appearance, he turned to the sideshow world to survive. While displayed as a spectacle, Merrick earned a living but endured the cruelty of being seen only for his physical differences. His life changed when Dr. Frederick Trevis discovered him in a sideshow and provided him refuge at London Hospital. There, Merrick found peace for the first time, decorating his room, reading, and forming friendships, including one with Princess Alexandra. For those who met him, Merrick's intelligence, kindness, and humanity shone through. Tragically, Merrick passed away at just 27, likely due to his condition. Despite his short life, his story endures as a powerful reminder to look beyond appearances and see the humanity in everyone. Imagine being born not just with an extra limb, but with a fully functional third leg. This was the reality for Frank Lentini. Born in 1889 in Sicily, Lentini's condition was due to a parasitic twin, leaving him with 3 legs, 4 feet, and even a second set of genitals. While many might have viewed this as a misfortune, Frank turned it into an incredible asset, becoming one of the most celebrated sideshow performers of his time. Frank's journey into the spotlight began when his family moved to the United States, seeking better opportunities for their uniquely gifted son. By the time he was in his teens, Lentini was captivating audiences with his athletic feats. He didn't shy away from his condition, instead he used it to his advantage, performing stunts like jumping rope with his third leg and kicking soccer balls with ease. What set him apart wasn't just his physical anomaly but his charisma and humor. Lentini often joked that having 3 legs made it impossible to find a pair of pants that fit or a comfortable chair. Audiences loved him not just for his uniqueness but for the confidence and charm he exuded. Frank's life story carried a powerful message of self-acceptance. Despite the challenges of living with such a rare condition, he married, raised a family, and led a fulfilling life, proving that uniqueness could be a strength. Annie Jones was born in 1865 in Virginia, and from an early age it was clear she was unlike any other child. By the time she was just 9 months old, she had a fully formed beard, a condition known as hirsutism. While this might have been seen as a challenge, Annie's parents embraced her difference and introduced her to the world of sideshows. By the age of 5, she was already performing, becoming one of P.T. Barnum's most famous attractions. Annie's beard, thick and luxurious, became her trademark, but what truly set her apart was her grace and intelligence. Far from being merely an oddity, she charmed audiences with her wit and poise. She dressed elegantly, often in custom-made gowns, and presented herself as a sophisticated woman. Her performances weren't just about appearance, they celebrated individuality and self-confidence, encouraging audiences to rethink societal norms of beauty. Annie's career spanned decades, during which she fiercely defended the dignity of performers in the circus and sideshow industries. She often advocated for the humane treatment of her peers, proving she was much more than a bearded lady. Her legacy, like Lentini's, was a testament to how embracing one's uniqueness can transform societal perceptions. Imagine living without arms or legs, yet managing to paint, write, and even roll your own cigarettes. This was the extraordinary life of Prince Randian, often called the human torso. Born in British Guiana in 1871, Randian's condition, known as tetra amelia syndrome, left him without any limbs. Yet, instead of being defined by what he lacked, Randian stunned audiences with what he could do. Randian was brought to the United States in the 1880s by P.T. Barnum and quickly became an attraction. Dressed in a snug woolen onesie, he showcased his incredible dexterity. Using only his mouth and shoulders, Randian could light a cigarette, shave himself, and even sew. Audiences were captivated by his quiet confidence and the practicality with which he navigated life. His performances weren't exaggerated or theatrical. They were a raw display of human determination and adaptability. Off-stage, Randian spoke 4 languages, married, and had 5 children, proving that his life extended far beyond the stage. Randian's story reminds us how society often underestimates people based on their appearances. His unique life leads us to another misunderstood figure who sparked both fascination and controversy, Zip the Pinhead, a man whose condition blurred the line between fact and fiction. William Henry Johnson, better known as Zip the Pinhead, had one of the most unusual careers in circus history. Born in 1842 in New Jersey, Johnson had a condition called microcephaly, which left him with a small, tapered skull and intellectual disabilities. However, what made Zip famous wasn't just his appearance, it was the outrageous narrative crafted around him. P.T. Barnum introduced him as the missing link, claiming he was a wild man discovered in Africa, adding an air of mystery to his persona. On stage, Zip's exaggerated antics drew both curiosity and laughter. He often wore a furry suit to enhance the illusion of being a wild man, barking and acting animalistic while simultaneously engaging with audiences in playful ways. While some viewed him as a joke, those who knew him described Zip as kind, friendly, and surprisingly witty. Off-stage, he loved music, played the guitar, and enjoyed socializing with fellow performers. Zip's life highlights the tension between entertainment and exploitation, as he was both celebrated and misrepresented. Yet he made the most of his fame, performing for nearly 60 years. His story sets the stage for another performer whose unusual condition shaped her life in a way few could imagine. Ella Harper, the camel girl who walked her way into history. Ella Harper was unlike any performer of her time, earning her the nickname the Camel Girl. Born in 1870 in Hendersonville, Tennessee, Ella had a rare orthopedic condition called congenital genu recurvatum. This caused her knees to bend backward, giving her legs an appearance similar to a camel's hind legs. Though this condition made traditional walking difficult, Ella adapted by using her hands for stability and movement, creating a gait that became her trademark. Ella's uniqueness quickly caught the attention of W.H. Harris's Nickel Plate Circus. In the 1880s, she became a star attraction, earning $200 a week, a remarkable sum for the time. Her publicity photos, often featuring her beside a live camel, emphasized her distinctive walk and added to her mystique. Despite her fame, Ella's life wasn't entirely consumed by the spotlight. By 1886, she expressed a desire to leave the circus to pursue education and a quieter life. True to her word, she stepped away from performing and faded into history, her later years largely undocumented. Ella's ability to embrace her condition and turn it into an opportunity speaks to her resilience. Chang and Eng Bunker are arguably the most famous conjoined twins in history. Born in 1811 in what is now Thailand, the twins were joined at the chest by a band of cartilage, which connected their livers. Their unique condition was so rare that it coined the term Siamese twins, a name that endures in medical terminology. Despite their physical connection, Chang and Eng were remarkably independent, each possessing his own personality and interests. The twins were discovered by a British merchant and brought to the United States in the 1820s, where they became celebrated performers. Their act showcased not just their physical connection, but also their individual talents, including acrobatics and public speaking. Over time, they took control of their own careers, leaving behind managers to build a fortune through self-managed tours. In a surprising twist, they retired from show business in the 1830s, bought a plantation in North Carolina, and became U.S. citizens. Chang and Eng's lives weren't without challenges. They married sisters, had a combined total of 21 children, and navigated complex family dynamics while literally being inseparable. Their story is a testament to adaptability and ambition, paving the way for conversations about individuality within physical connection. From their success, we now turn to the life of Fannie Mills, whose unusual condition earned her the nickname the Ohio Bigfoot Girl. Fannie Mills was known by a striking and unforgettable nickname, Ohio Bigfoot Girl. Born in Ohio in 1859, she had a rare condition, likely Milroy disease, which caused severe swelling in her legs and feet due to lymphedema. What truly captured attention, however, was her unusually large head, which contrasted sharply with her petite frame. Her appearance drew widespread curiosity, and she became a notable figure in sideshows during the late 19th century. Fanny's condition made daily life difficult, but her time in the spotlight gave her a sense of purpose. She performed at state fairs and other public events, often displayed alongside objects or comparisons to emphasize her unique features. Sideshow posters emphasized her enormous feat, even offering a fine farm to any man who would marry her, though the truth of these claims was often fabricated for publicity. While little is known about her personal life, records suggest she eventually stepped away from public exhibitions, preferring a quieter life away from the gaze of curious crowds. Fanny's story highlights the fine line between fascination and exploitation, a theme echoed in the life of Johnny Eck, who was also celebrated for his remarkable physicality, but used it to carve out a career that extended far beyond the sideshow world. Johnny Eck was more than just a sideshow performer. He was a multifaceted artist and entertainer whose unique physique never defined his ambitions. Born in 1911 in Baltimore, Maryland, Johnny was born with sacral agenesis, a rare condition that left him with a fully developed upper body but no legs. His strikingly symmetrical and athletic torso earned him the nickname the Frog Boy, but Johnny saw himself as much more than a curiosity. Johnny's career began in traveling sideshows, where he performed acrobatics and stunts that showcased his upper body strength. He could walk on his hands with incredible agility and even pull himself up onto platforms with ease. But his talents didn't stop there. Johnny had a passion for art and became an accomplished painter, musician, and puppeteer. His big break came in 1932 when he starred in the cult classic Freaks, where his charm and talent earned him a lasting legacy. Despite his fame, Johnny lived a grounded life, running a photography studio with his twin brother and engaging with his local community. His story is a testament to living beyond societal expectations, embracing individuality to its fullest. Crau Farini's story is one of intrigue, science, and the blurred lines between fact and fiction. Born in Laos in 1876, Crau had hypertrichosis, a condition that caused excessive hair growth across her face and body. Her appearance, combined with her unusually flexible joints, made her a subject of fascination for scientists and the public alike. When she was just a child, she was brought to Europe by Carl Hagenbeck, a well-known animal dealer and sideshow promoter, and soon found herself displayed as the missing link. Promoters claimed Crau was evidence of Darwin's theory of evolution, suggesting she was a living example of a transitional stage between apes and humans. She was taught English and European manners, which only added to the mystique of her act. Crau performed in circuses and sideshows, where she impressed audiences with her intelligence and wit. Unlike many performers of her time, Krause seemed to embrace her role, even dressing elegantly to challenge perceptions of what was considered normal. Myrtle Corbin's story is as fascinating as it is unique. Born in Tennessee in 1868, Myrtle had a rare condition called dipygus, which resulted in her being born with two fully formed pelvises and an extra set of legs. While her additional legs were smaller and not functional for walking, her unusual anatomy made her an object of intense curiosity. By the time she was 13, Myrtle had joined the circus, billed as the four-legged girl from Texas. What set Myrtle apart wasn't just her condition but the way she owned her differences. Audiences marveled at her cheerful demeanor and her willingness to share her story. She would often wear dresses tailored to highlight all four legs, making her performances both anatomic exhibits and personal statements. Despite the sideshow's exploitative nature, Myrtle was well compensated, earning a comfortable living and achieving fame in her era. Later, she married and had 5 children, further defying societal expectations of what someone with her condition could achieve. Myrtle's life was a testament to normalcy coexisting with the extraordinary, an idea also embodied by Ella Ewing, a towering figure whose stature brought her both fame and challenges. Ella Ewing, known as the Missouri Giantess, was one of the tallest women in recorded history. Born in 1872 in LaGrange, Missouri, Ella's growth began to accelerate unusually after the age of 7, due to a condition now believed to be gigantism. By the time she reached adulthood, Ella stood at an astounding 8 feet 4 inches tall. Her height drew attention wherever she went, but it also brought significant challenges, including finding clothing, furniture, and even homes that could accommodate her size. Initially reluctant to enter the public eye, Ella eventually joined the circus circuit, where she found fame and financial independence. She toured with major shows, including Barnum and Bailey, earning enough money to provide for her family and build a home customized to her needs. Despite her fame, Ella was known for her humble and kind nature, endearing her to both fans and locals in her Missouri community. Ella's life was a balance of overcoming difficulties and embracing opportunities, much like Myrtle Corbin. From her remarkable stature, we now turn to Charles B. Charles B. Tripp, known as the Armless Wonder, was a man who redefined what it meant to be self-sufficient. Born in 1855 in Ontario, Canada, Tripp was born without arms but developed extraordinary skills using his feet. From a young age, he refused to let his condition limit him. By using his toes with incredible precision, he mastered tasks most people accomplish with their hands, such as writing, painting, and even shaving. His talents not only amazed those around him, but eventually led him to a career that showcased his abilities to thousands. Tripp joined P.T. Barnum's circus, where audiences marveled at his artistry and dexterity. He could cut paper into intricate designs, create stunning hand-lettered signs, and even build furniture. His performances weren't about pity but admiration. People were drawn to his ingenuity and calm confidence. What made Tripp unique was his approach to life. He focused on his capabilities, not his limitations. He often collaborated with Eli Bowen, a fellow performer with no legs, to demonstrate the limitless potential of human adaptability. Tripp later ran a photography business, proving that his talents extended beyond the stage. Tripp's life exemplified the power of determination, and his success in redefining societal perceptions of physical difference sets the stage for Isaac W. Isaac W. Sprague earned the title of the human skeleton due to his exceptionally thin frame. Born in 1841 in Massachusetts, Isaac grew up as a healthy child until his teenage years when he began losing weight rapidly. Despite consuming a normal diet, he was unable to maintain body mass, eventually stabilizing at just 43 pounds while standing 5 feet 6 inches tall. Modern experts believe Sprague may have suffered from an undiagnosed metabolic disorder that caused his body to burn calories at an abnormal rate. Unable to work regular jobs due to his fragile health, Isaac joined the circus, where his appearance captivated audiences. He wasn't a performer in the traditional sense. Instead, he was often displayed as a living medical marvel. Sprague's skeletal frame drew attention and curiosity, but he carried himself with dignity, earning respect among his peers and the public. While his thinness was his claim to fame, it also made his life challenging. He struggled with physical weakness and a susceptibility to illness, yet he continued to work to support his family. Isaac's hauntingly fragile condition stood in stark contrast to performers like Felix Werrell, whose incredibly flexible skin showcased an entirely different kind of physical anomaly, drawing audiences into a world of seemingly impossible human abilities. Felix Werrell, known as the Elastic Skin Man, astonished audiences with a condition that made his skin unbelievably stretchy and resilient. Born in Wisconsin in 1858, Werrell had what is now recognized as Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a connective tissue disorder that gave him his unusual flexibility. His skin could be pulled several inches away from his body and returned to its original position without damage, a phenomenon that baffled doctors and fascinated the public. Werrell's circus career flourished in the early 20th century when he began performing with major sideshows and traveling circuses. During his act, he would demonstrate his pliable skin by stretching it over objects or pulling it into unbelievable shapes, leaving audiences stunned. Unlike other performers whose talents required years of practice, Werrell's abilities were entirely natural, making him an anomaly even among sideshow performers. He often paired his demonstrations with humor, making his act both entertaining and lighthearted. Beyond the stage, Werrell was described as friendly and approachable, a man who took pride in his uniqueness while maintaining a sense of normalcy in his personal life. His condition, though fascinating, had its drawbacks, such as fragile joints and a heightened risk of injury. But Werrell rarely spoke of these challenges. Instead, he focused on using his natural talent to bring wonder to audiences. Felix's remarkable elasticity was a reminder of the endless diversity in human anatomy, paving the way for other performers with unique conditions to share their gifts. Charles Stratton, better known as General Tom Thumb, wasn't just a performer, he was a global sensation who reshaped perceptions of dwarfism in the 19th century. Born in 1838 in Bridgeport, Connecticut, Charles stopped growing after his first year, eventually standing just 25 inches tall as an adult. His small stature was due to a form of proportionate dwarfism, which was exceptionally rare and made him a curiosity of his time. When he was just 4 years old, showman P.T. Barnum discovered him and saw immense potential in the young boy's charm and intelligence. Under Barnum's mentorship, Charles became General Tom Thumb, a larger-than-life character. He was dressed in military-style uniforms, performed comedic sketches, and sang songs on stage. By the age of 5, he was touring internationally, performing for royalty, including Queen Victoria. Audiences were captivated not just by his size but by his stage presence. He was funny, quick-witted, and utterly confident. Over the years, Charles added more elaborate acts to his repertoire, including impersonations of Napoleon Bonaparte and Hercules. Beyond the stage, Charles led a relatively normal life. He married Lavinia Warren, a fellow performer and proportionate dwarf in what was dubbed the wedding of the century, attended by thousands. Though he achieved immense wealth and fame, Charles remained grounded, earning respect not only for his talent but for his professionalism.
He didn't speak much as a child. In fact, people thought something was wrong. Lionel Messi was small, shy, and deeply focused. So focused that once he had a soccer ball at his feet, the world around him faded away. He was later believed to show signs of autism spectrum traits, especially Asperger's, something often noted by those who've studied his development and behavior. What looked like detachment was actually a laser-sharp concentration that would shape the future of football. Messi didn't need big speeches. He let his feet do the talking. On the pitch, he wasn't just good, he was surgical. Experts noticed early on that he played differently. He didn't just chase the ball like other kids, he anticipated it. He read patterns, spaces, and player behavior in a way that seemed almost superhuman. Autism in this case didn't hold him back. It gave him a unique way of seeing the game. Growing up in Rosario, Argentina, Messi faced a lot. From hormone deficiencies that affected his growth to being the quietest boy on the field. But that same quietness helped him zone in like no one else. As a teenager, he would obsessively watch games, not for fun, but to study them. His routines were strict, his rituals unshakable. He didn't crave fame, he craved precision. People close to him say that even during massive wins, he didn't go wild with celebrations. He often stared at the crowd or the turf, lost in thought. This wasn't aloofness, it was depth. That's the thing about autism. It can make emotions harder to express, but it doesn't mean they're not felt. Often, they're felt even stronger. Today, Lionel Messi isn't just a world champion. He's a living legend. A player who became the best without being loud, without being flashy, without fitting any mold. During a live comedy show that surprised everyone, Elon Musk casually mentioned something most public figures avoid. He said he has Asperger's. It didn't seem like a big deal to him, but it said a lot about how his brain works. Musk isn't known for being smooth in conversation or relaxed in public, and that's part of why people sometimes find him hard to read. But when you look at what he's built, Tesla, SpaceX, Starlink, and even the recent steps toward AI integration, you start to understand that his thinking isn't typical. It's technical, visual, pattern-based, and often outside what most people consider possible. Musk doesn't just follow rules, he rewrites them, and that's common in many people with autism. They see gaps others miss. He dives deep into ideas, loses track of time, and hyper-focuses in a way that can lead to breakthroughs or complete silence in meetings. He doesn't pretend to be polished, and that makes him one of the most unpredictable minds in modern tech. Long before Musk was born, another man worked late into the night sketching out machines that the world wasn't ready for, Nikola Tesla. He could visualize entire devices in his head and rotate them mentally, correcting flaws without ever touching paper. That level of mental simulation is rare, and modern psychologists believe Tesla likely showed signs of autism. He hated bright lights and loud sounds, followed rigid daily schedules, and avoided physical touch. What others called eccentric, we now might understand as sensory sensitivity and routine-based thinking. Tesla wasn't interested in social status, he was obsessed with energy, frequencies, and the idea of wireless power. He'd walk 12 miles a day and do complex calculations in his mind for fun. His attention to invisible forces changed how the world uses electricity, but his awkwardness in business kept him in the shadows. The more he invented, the more people misunderstood him. Yet the ideas he left behind now fuel our wireless age. Like Tesla, Albert Einstein wasn't a fan of small talk. He spoke late as a child, preferred silence over chatter, and focused intensely on abstract problems. Modern biographers have often suggested he showed signs consistent with high-functioning autism. What stood out wasn't just his intelligence, but how his mind worked. It filtered out noise and honed in on pure logic and structure. Einstein once said he thought in images, not words. That alone gives a clue into how he reshaped physics. While others took years to grasp complex equations, he could mentally flip concepts like time and space as if they were puzzle pieces. He wasn't a great student, didn't enjoy school routines, and sometimes forgot simple tasks. But when it came to visualizing how light travels or how gravity bends reality, no one else even came close. Einstein's brain wasn't typical, and that's exactly why it worked in ways nobody expected. His silence held equations. His quiet changed the world. When Stephen Wiltshire was a child, he didn't speak. Teachers didn't know what to do with him, and at first, nobody realized that he was paying attention in a way no one else was. Diagnosed with autism at the age of 3, he began expressing himself through drawing long before he used words. One of his earliest obsessions was buildings. He'd sketch them endlessly with exact lines and stunning accuracy, down to the number of windows. That might sound impressive, but what truly sets him apart is what he can do from memory. Stephen can look at a city skyline once, from a helicopter ride or a short drive, and then draw the entire thing in extreme detail without any reference. We're talking hundreds of buildings, perfect perspective, all from a single viewing. Experts call him a savant, someone whose brain, while different, is wired for brilliance in a specific area. His autism may make everyday conversation harder, but it gives him an edge that most artists can't imagine. He doesn't just copy what he sees, he captures it, stores it, and redraws it like a human camera. His work is now shown all over the world, not because of a label, but because no one else can do what he does. Anthony Hopkins doesn't fit the mold of the typical Hollywood star. He's private, meticulous, and admits he never quite understood people in the usual way. In recent years, he opened up about being on the autism spectrum, something he discovered later in life. It made a lot of sense. Hopkins has always described himself as socially distant, often overwhelmed by too much noise or emotional clutter. But give him a script and everything clicks into place. While some actors skim lines and improvise, Hopkins dives into the text like he's decoding a secret message. He reads scripts over 100 times, sometimes committing entire films to memory before shooting starts. That intense repetition, the need for routine, and the sharp focus, those are traits often linked to autism. But for Hopkins, they've been the foundation of legendary performances. From The Silence of the Lambs to The Father, he doesn't just act. He becomes the character, every word delivered with purpose. He doesn't play roles loudly, he plays them precisely. When people think of Tim Burton, they think of strange angles, pale faces, and gothic landscapes. But behind that eerie aesthetic is a director who's often said he felt like an outsider for most of his life. While never formally diagnosed, Burton has said in interviews that he believes he's on the autism spectrum. And once you know that, his movies start to look even more personal. Characters like Edward Scissorhands or Jack Skellington aren't just fictional, they're versions of himself. Burton has a way of taking emotions that are hard to describe: loneliness, obsession, fear of crowds, and turning them into entire worlds. He avoids big Hollywood events, prefers working in focused, quiet environments, and often sketches alone for hours to build his ideas. His autism traits, intense focus, visual thinking, and discomfort with social situations didn't block his creativity. They helped shape it. He didn't try to fit in. He built a universe where people like him already belonged. Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, wasn't just the man behind Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. He was a mathematician, photographer, and someone who didn't quite blend into ordinary life. He avoided eye contact, preferred routines, and spoke in an unusually formal way even with close acquaintances. Many researchers today suggest he likely showed signs of autism. Carroll was obsessed with puzzles, logic, and structure. He would write letters with mirror writing and craft word games that only he seemed to understand. But instead of seeing the world as others did, he reshaped it into something more curious. That's why Wonderland feels like a dream. It's a space where logic twists but always follows its own strange rules. Carroll's difficulty with social interactions and his strict habits didn't isolate him. They gave him access to a kind of creativity that didn't need to fit anyone's standard. He turned a boat ride with children into a book that's still read worldwide. His autism didn't keep him from making magic. It helped define the way he made it. Satoshi Tajiri wasn't the type to follow the crowd. As a kid in Japan, he rarely spoke, didn't connect easily with classmates, and often skipped school. Not to rebel, but to collect insects. That obsession with bugs became the foundation for Pokémon, a game universe that would later take over the world. Tajiri is widely believed to be on the autism spectrum. He's described as someone who thinks in systems. He sees patterns, connections, and details that others overlook. When he created Pokémon, he wasn't chasing fame. He was building a world based on trading, discovery, and evolution, things he personally loved and understood. Tajiri doesn't often appear in public, and his interviews are rare, but the systems he designed are still growing decades later, now spanning games, TV shows, movies, and more. The very traits that made him different, focus, obsession, deep internal logic, are exactly what made Pokémon such a global success. He didn't just imagine a game, he created a culture, all because of how his mind works. He didn't care much for conversation, barely tolerated company, and often went days without speaking. Michelangelo wasn't just withdrawn, he was locked inside his work. Sculpting wasn't something he did, it was something he had to do. Scholars who've studied his letters and routines now believe he showed strong signs of autism, difficulty with social interaction, extreme sensitivity to noise and light, obsessive focus, and a near-total disregard for appearances or comfort. He slept fully clothed, skipped meals, and could work on a single detail for weeks. That intense focus produced some of the greatest art ever made. The David, the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, the Pietà, each one a product of obsessive perfectionism. He didn't need instructions. He saw the final form trapped inside the marble and chipped away until it appeared. Michelangelo never chased fame. He chased clarity, precision, and beauty through silence. In many ways, he wasn't sculpting for others, he was trying to make sense of a world that didn't always make sense to him. Isaac Newton didn't play well with others. Not in school, not in meetings, not even in letters. He preferred solitude and structure, rarely spoke unless required, and kept notebooks filled with secrets and self-experiments. Today, many historians believe he likely showed classic signs of autism. He was hypersensitive to sounds, strictly ordered in his habits, and could concentrate on a single problem for months without distraction. That's how he discovered the laws of motion, how he figured out gravity, and how he built the foundation for modern physics, while locked away during a plague. Newton wasn't driven by recognition, he was driven by logic and the need to explain what others overlooked. He once said he could hold an idea in his mind without fatigue until he solved it. That's a rare gift, and one that often comes with autism. He wasn't just a scientist, he was a builder of invisible systems, the kind most people can't even begin to see. Where others asked questions, Newton built the answers. Stanley Kubrick didn't like to explain himself. He rarely gave interviews, avoided premieres, and was known for his obsession with control. On set, he'd ask actors to repeat the same scene dozens of times, sometimes over 100. Not to frustrate them, but because his mind locked onto exact timing. subtle gestures, shadows falling just right. Many who've worked with him or studied his behavior now suggest he likely showed signs of autism. He followed rigid routines, disliked social chaos, and thought visually in extreme detail. He storyboarded entire films down to individual camera angles before shooting began. To him, each film was a puzzle that had to be solved perfectly, whether it was 2001: A Space Odyssey or The Shining. His scripts weren't just words, they were engineering. Kubrick's discomfort in crowds and fixation on visual order helped him build movies that felt cold to some but hypnotic to others. He didn't want realism, he wanted structure. His autism didn't block creativity. It refined it, filtered it, and sharpened every frame into something unforgettable. Andy Warhol once said, "I like boring things." And he meant it. He painted soup cans, dollar bills, and celebrities again and again. Not because he ran out of ideas, but because his brain was wired to see the power in patterns. Warhol's routine-driven life, flat tone in interviews, and discomfort in social situations have led many experts to believe he likely had autism. He didn't connect with people easily, but he connected with imagery in a way few ever have. Repetition calmed him. It wasn't laziness, it was precision, ritual, order. His studio, the factory, became a strange mix of chaos and control. But even then, he maintained his distance. He filmed hours of uncut footage, watched real life like it was a movie, and often avoided eye contact. Yet, he became the face of pop art. The man who wore wigs used a tape recorder to talk for him, and rarely showed emotion turned his quirks into a visual language. Warhol didn't care about traditional beauty. He cared about presence, familiarity, icons. In a world where everything moves fast, he made us stare at the same thing until it looked different. His autism didn't isolate him from art, it allowed him to transform it. Mozart was writing music before he could form full sentences. By age 5, he had composed his first pieces. By 6, he was performing for royalty. That kind of talent seems almost impossible unless you consider how his mind might have worked. While there's no diagnosis from his time, many modern researchers believe Mozart likely showed traits consistent with autism, hypersensitivity to sound, intense routine, emotional outbursts, and hyperfocus on specific interests. He was often described as socially awkward, prone to sudden mood shifts, and overwhelmed by sensory input. But give him a piano or a quill and he entered a different world entirely. He didn't just write music, he absorbed it, transformed it, and reassembled it in ways others couldn't imagine. Entire symphonies formed in his mind before he wrote them down, and he could play complex pieces after hearing them once. His letters were filled with odd wordplay and patterns, almost like he was trying to communicate in a rhythm only he understood. In social settings, he sometimes laughed inappropriately or repeated phrases over and over. But when composing, his thinking became crystal clear. Mozart didn't just hear music, he saw its structure, its layers, its math. His brain processed sound at a level most people never reach. That same brain may have made the world confusing and chaotic, but it also gave us over 600 works that still move audiences centuries later. His autism didn't block genius, it helped compose it. Charles Darwin spent years studying barnacles. Not for money or fame, but because something about their tiny shells fascinated him. He cataloged thousands of specimens, documented microscopic differences, and kept mountains of notes. That obsessive attention to detail, along with his aversion to social gatherings and strict routines, has led many modern scholars to suggest he likely had autism. Darwin avoided loud environments, preferred solitary walks, and followed daily habits so precisely that even his family kept to them. But that's what made his thinking so powerful. He didn't just glance at nature, he examined it endlessly. When he sailed on the Beagle, he wasn't there as a thrill seeker. He was collecting, sketching, sorting, and trying to understand how everything connected. That intense focus helped him form a theory that changed science forever: evolution through natural selection. Darwin's brain wasn't quick to socialize, but it never stopped analyzing. His quiet persistence, not his charm, is what reshaped biology. Bobby Fischer could sit at a chessboard for 8 hours without blinking. He didn't just play chess, he lived inside it. From childhood, he showed extreme intensity, refusing to discuss anything except the game. His lack of eye contact, social struggles, obsession with routines, and rigid behavior have all been cited by experts as signs of autism. He would memorize entire games, study opponents for hours, and replay matches in his head with flawless accuracy. By 14, he was already a US champion. At 29, he became world champion by defeating Boris Spassky during the Cold War, with millions watching. But outside the game, Fisher was withdrawn and unpredictable. He distrusted people, avoided interviews, and often isolated himself. His genius came from absolute focus, pattern recognition, and a brain that could process moves dozens of layers ahead. Autism may have made everyday life harder for him, but on the board it gave him an unmatched edge. He didn't just understand chess, he was chess. Bill Gates has always been different. He wasn't the loudest in the room, but he was often the smartest and the most focused. Long before founding Microsoft, Gates would spend days buried in books, sometimes reading encyclopedias cover to cover. In recent years, many psychologists and tech writers have pointed out how his behavior, especially in his youth, reflected traits commonly associated with autism: intense fixation on subjects, difficulty with small talk, social awkwardness, and strict personal routines. Gates has never confirmed a diagnosis, but his deep, narrow focus on computing, his habit of pacing while thinking, and his tendency to zone out when deeply engaged are all markers often found in people on the spectrum. What made Gates so successful wasn't just intelligence, it was his ability to lock on to problems and not let go. While others were enjoying college life, he was writing code late into the night. He would often memorize pages of technical information and dive into systems with zero interest in distractions. That kind of obsessive attention helped him spot where software was going and get there first. Even his quiet demeanor in public hasn't stopped him from shaping the modern tech world. Gates may not have been the most charismatic CEO, but he was the one with the clearest vision. That's what turned a computer hobby into a global transformation. Steve Jobs didn't just care about how things worked, he cared about how they looked, how they felt, and how they connected to people. But getting that vision across wasn't always easy. He could be intense, obsessive, and extremely demanding. Former colleagues often said he fixated on the smallest details, sometimes changing entire product timelines over the curve of a button or the shade of a color. In recent years, more and more tech insiders and researchers have suggested that Jobs may have shown traits associated with autism. He struggled with empathy and personal relationships, followed strict habits, and showed a kind of tunnel vision that, while difficult for teams, made Apple's devices into cultural icons. Jobs wasn't a coder, but he was a systems thinker. He could hold the design, function, and user experience of a product in his head all at once. That kind of layered thinking is rare and often found in people on the spectrum. He wasn't just a businessman, he was someone who reimagined how technology could feel human. Even his infamous keynote presentations followed precise emotional rhythms. He disliked meetings without structure, avoided small talk, and often preferred walking alone while thinking. Jobs didn't fit the mold of a typical CEO, but that's exactly why his ideas shaped the world we live in today. His mind didn't move in a straight line, it connected dots most people didn't even see. When Tom Stoltman walks into a room, people see size: 6'8", over 400 pounds of muscle. What they don't always see is the diagnosis behind the world records. Tom is openly autistic, and he talks about it with the same honesty he brings to competition. Diagnosed at age 5, he spent his childhood dealing with anxiety, isolation, and the feeling of being different. But what autism took from his social life, it gave back in razor-sharp focus. He trains harder, lifts smarter, and blocks out distractions with a kind of mental discipline that few can match. Tom doesn't treat strongman as just a sport. It's his structure, his rhythm, his way to navigate a chaotic world. He repeats training patterns obsessively, studies his own technique in extreme detail, and visualizes lifts long before touching the barbell. That's how he became the first person with autism to win the title of World's Strongest Man, and then won it again. He's not just carrying stones or flipping tires, he's showing that strength comes in more than one form. For Tom, autism isn't a weakness. It's part of what makes him unshakable under pressure, calm in the storm, and locked into his goal. He didn't just beat the odds, he crushed them. From the chessboard to the cinema screen, from the concert hall to the weightlifting stage, these individuals weren't held back by autism. In many cases, it gave them the edge they needed to change their fields forever. Their minds didn't follow the usual rules, and that's exactly what made them great. They weren't trying to be typical, they were just being themselves, fully and unforgettably. It sounds like something straight out of Money Heist, but this one actually happened, and no red jumpsuits were involved. In 2009, Stockholm woke up to what would become one of the boldest and most bizarre robberies in European history. A group of masked men hijacked a helicopter, flew it straight onto the secure rooftop of a cash depot in the quiet suburb of Vestberga, and vanished with close to 1 billion Swedish kroner in just 20 minutes. This wasn't a rushed job. It was cold, calculated, and clockwork precise. The gang stole a Bell 206 Jet Ranger helicopter and landed it directly on the roof of the G4S cash handling facility just before sunrise. The building was protected from every angle except above. Inside, the crew smashed through reinforced doors and vaults using sledgehammers and explosives. Alarms went off, but that didn't matter. They were moving fast, knowing exactly what they came for. To keep police away, the robbers placed spike strips on key roads and even planted fake bombs at the police helicopter base, effectively grounding the country's aerial response. That's not just clever, that's surgical. People living nearby saw the helicopter and assumed it was part of some routine operation. No one panicked. No one realized they were witnessing one of the most daring crimes in Scandinavian history. The gang was surgical in their choice of loot, targeting untraceable bills. Surveillance footage showed masked figures moving with precision and speed. By the time police arrived, the robbers were long gone. The helicopter? Found later in the woods, abandoned and scrubbed clean. A few suspects were caught, but the vast majority of the money gone. And here's the part that makes it feel like a Hollywood script. Some of the robbers had actually taken flight lessons in the months leading up to the heist. These weren't pros, these were people who studied for it like they were prepping for the ultimate real-life video game mission. The Vestberga robbery didn't just shock Sweden, it became a legend. No guns fired, no guards harmed. Just a helicopter, a rooftop, and nearly 1 billion kroner that seemed to vanish into thin air. A tunnel, a fake company, and over 160 feet of underground genius. This wasn't a bank robbery, this was an engineering project. In 2005, a group of thieves in Fortaleza, Brazil, pulled off a heist so absurdly clever it still sounds like a Netflix pitch. Over the course of 3 months, they dug a tunnel from a rented house straight into the Banco Central's vault and walked out with more than $70 million in cash. Here's how they did it. The gang rented a small building 2 blocks away from the bank, pretending it was a landscaping business. The whole time, they were quietly digging beneath the streets, reinforcing their tunnel with wood beams, plastic, and lighting. They even installed ventilation. This was a full-on underground operation and nobody noticed a thing. When they broke into the vault, they didn't need to deal with alarms. The part of the vault they entered had no sensors because it was underneath the main floor. Once inside, they removed more than 3 tons of unmarked Brazilian real banknotes, all used bills, with no electronic trace. They carried it out in bags through their tunnel and vanished. By the time the authorities figured out what happened, the gang was long gone. No getaway cars, no alarms, just an empty vault and a hole in the ground. Investigators called it one of the most professional and disciplined crimes they'd ever seen. Several members of the group were eventually caught, but a large chunk of the money has never been found. Some of it may still be buried. Some may have traveled across continents. What's certain is this: these weren't just robbers, they were architects of the perfect underground escape. When London police got the call that a vault had been hit in Hatton Garden, they were expecting a crew of high-tech, high-speed modern criminals. Instead, they found a gang of senior citizens, retired thieves who came out of hiding for one last score. Over the Easter weekend in 2015, these men drilled into a vault and pulled off what many now call the last great British heist. The crew included men in their 60s and 70s. Their leader, nicknamed Basil, had keys to the front door. They bypassed alarms, climbed down an elevator shaft, and used an industrial drill to bore through 2 feet of reinforced concrete. It wasn't fast, it wasn't flashy, but it worked. They looted over $14 million worth of cash, gold, and jewelry from safety deposit boxes, leaving behind piles of shattered metal and dust. Some boxes were ripped open, others were emptied with surgical care. The vault looked like it had been hit by a tornado with a pension plan. What shocked the public wasn't just how bold the crime was, it was who did it. These were old-school thieves, some with long criminal histories. One had a pacemaker, another had arthritis. But they planned this job like it was the 1980s all over again, and for a while they got away with it. Eventually, most of them were caught. But the mystery still remains. Who exactly was Basil, the man who got them in? His identity wasn't confirmed for years, and much of the stolen loot never recovered. The Hatton Garden job wasn't just a robbery, it was a comeback. A reminder that sometimes the most unpredictable crew isn't young, wild, or reckless. It's a group of calm, gray-haired professionals who've seen it all and still have a few tricks left. No masks, no tunnels, no weapons. Just a keyboard, spreadsheets, and a single employee who brought one of Europe's biggest banks to its knees. In 2008, Société Générale, one of France's largest financial institutions, revealed it had lost nearly $7 billion through unauthorized trading. And the man behind it all? A low-profile employee named Jérôme Kerviel. He wasn't a high-flying executive or tech genius. He was a mid-level trader working quietly behind the scenes. What made this case so unbelievable is how far he went without anyone noticing. Kerviel placed massive bets on the market, bypassing risk controls by creating fake offsetting trades. On paper, everything balanced. In reality, he was gambling with billions. For years, he flew under the radar. And when the market went his way, the profits rolled in, making him look like a rising star. But when the global financial system started to shake, everything unraveled. The bank had no idea how exposed it was until it was too late. Société Générale scrambled to unwind the positions, losing billions in just a few days. Kerviel was arrested and sentenced, but even today, some still debate whether he was acting alone or just the fall guy for a much bigger system failure. What makes this story so wild isn't just the number, though $7 billion is jaw-dropping. It's how it happened. No break-in, no hacking, just one man sitting in an office, typing away and unknowingly triggering one of the biggest financial disasters of the 21st century. He was smart, quiet, and looked like any other guy walking down the street. But for more than 30 years, Carl Gugasian was the FBI's most elusive bank robber. He didn't smash windows or yell threats. He planned every move like a military operation and always struck on Friday nights, right before closing time. Gugasian wasn't just clever. He was methodical. He studied banks for months, sometimes longer, watching employee routines, security patterns, even getaway routes. He'd hide weapons and clothes in the woods ahead of time, often digging them into the ground near escape paths. When the time came, he'd burst in wearing a Halloween-style mask, armed, and move with military precision. He hit banks in small towns across multiple states. Never too much, never too flashy. He was in and out in minutes. The FBI had no idea who he was. All they had were vague witness reports and blurry cameras showing a masked figure who vanished into the night. What finally got him caught? A careless move. While stashing supplies in a wooded area, a hunter stumbled across his hidden duffel bag full of notes, weapons, and maps. That led investigators to a storage unit and eventually to Carl Gugasian. Turns out he had a doctorate. He'd studied statistics. He used his knowledge to pick the safest targets, fastest routes, and even minimize how much he stole to avoid major headlines. Over 3 decades, he hit over 50 banks and got away with millions. Carl wasn't just a bank robber. He was a one-man operation with the patience of a scientist and the discipline of a soldier. And for years, no one even knew his name. No alarms, no broken glass, not even a single loud noise. In 2003, a crew of skilled thieves pulled off one of the most unbelievable thefts in history, sneaking into the Antwerp Diamond Center in Belgium and vanishing with more than $100 million worth of diamonds, gold, and jewelry. And they did it so quietly that no one even knew it happened until the building opened for business the next morning. The job was led by Leonardo Notarbartolo, an Italian thief who had rented an office inside the building under a fake name. He used it to gain regular access, walk the halls, and even store tools without suspicion. Over months, the crew studied every detail of the security system: infrared sensors, magnetic locks, motion detectors, and a steel vault door that looked impenetrable. And then, over a weekend, they made their move. They disabled every single system using aluminum to blind heat sensors, a spray to block magnetic fields, and a simple plastic shield to fool the security camera. Inside, they drilled through the vault's lock system and opened 123 of the 160 safety deposit boxes, selecting only the most valuable ones. They left the rest untouched. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing broken. Even the vault door was found locked on Monday morning. The police were baffled. It took them hours to figure out how anyone could have even gotten inside, and by that time, the diamonds were already gone. The wildest part? Some of the stolen loot was never insured or registered, meaning even today it's impossible to know exactly what disappeared. The gang left almost no evidence except for one tiny mistake: a discarded sandwich. Police traced DNA from a half-eaten salami sandwich found near the scene, which eventually led to arrests. Notarbartolo was caught and served time, but the diamonds? Most were never recovered. Many believe they were quietly sold off over time, vanishing into private collections and black markets around the world. The Antwerp diamond heist remains a masterclass in patience, planning, and precision, a theft so silent it took the world nearly 24 hours to even realize it had happened. No weapons drawn, no alarms tripped, just confidence, timing, and the ability to act like they belonged. In 1987, in the heart of London's upscale Knightsbridge district, a charismatic Italian named Valerio Vice pulled off a robbery so slick it stunned the UK. He and his crew made off with the contents of safety deposit boxes worth over $60 million, including gold, jewelry, and stacks of cash, the kind of score that still ranks among the largest in British history. Here's how it went down. Vici entered the Knightsbridge Safe Deposit Center dressed like a wealthy client. He asked to rent a box, showed ID, filled out paperwork, and was escorted to the vault like any other customer. But once inside, he pulled out a gun, overpowered the staff, and let in 2 accomplices who were waiting outside. Then came the lockdown. They closed the vault, hung a temporarily closed sign on the door, and started looting the boxes one by one. With hours of uninterrupted access, they broke open dozens of containers filled with everything from antique watches to diamonds and bearer bonds. It wasn't chaos, it was systematic. The robbers knew exactly what to go for. When they were done, they vanished without a trace. No alarms had been triggered. No one had even realized a robbery had happened until much later. The vault door was closed, the cameras had been cleverly avoided, and the staff were left tied up but unharmed. What makes this robbery so outrageous isn't just the money, it's how simple and clean the plan was. No explosions, no underground tunnels, just charm, fake paperwork, and enough confidence to walk through the front door of a high-security vault like they owned it. Vice eventually fled to South America but couldn't resist returning to the UK for his Ferrari. That decision cost him his freedom. He was arrested, convicted, and later died during a failed prison escape attempt. But the loot? Most of it was never found. Many believe it was quickly moved through international black markets. To this day, the Knightsbridge job stands as a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous thieves don't sneak in. They smile, shake your hand, and walk right past the security desk. It was cold, quiet, and perfectly timed. In January 1950, a group of 11 men pulled off what newspapers instantly dubbed the crime of the century. They hit the Brinks Security Depot in Boston and walked away with $2.7 million in cash, checks, and bonds, the biggest robbery the United States had ever seen at the time. The crew spent months planning every detail. They knew the guards' routines, had duplicate keys, and even practiced dry runs with military discipline. When the moment came, they wore rubber masks, Navy-style coats, and gloves to avoid fingerprints. They stormed the vault just after closing time, tied up the guards without a fight, and cleared out the bags of money in under 30 minutes. Everything about the robbery screamed precision. No shouting, no mistakes, and no evidence left behind. The vault had been entered without triggering any alarms. The getaway truck vanished into the night, and the city was left stunned. For years, the FBI had nothing, no names, no suspects, no leads that stuck. The one thing the gang didn't plan for? Greed. They agreed to wait 6 years before spending any serious money, knowing the statute of limitations on robbery was 6 years. But as time passed, paranoia grew. Arguments started, and eventually one member cracked and turned on the rest just 5 days before the clock ran out. 8 of the robbers were convicted. 2 escaped justice entirely. And the money? Only a fraction of it was ever recovered. The rest may still be out there hidden in walls, buried or long spent. The Brinks job wasn't flashy, but it was smart, quiet, and bold enough to make history. Right in the middle of Christmas week, while people were wrapping presents and office parties, were winding down, a group of masked men pulled off one of the most dramatic heists in UK history. They stole $50 million from the Northern Bank headquarters in Belfast. And the way they did it? Straight up psychological warfare. The robbers didn't burst in with guns. Instead, they went after 2 senior bank employees at their homes. Over the course of one long, terrifying night, the staff and their families were held under watch, while the employees were instructed to show up for work the next morning like everything was normal. Once inside the bank, they followed the robbers' instructions, giving them access to the vault. The crew moved fast, filling bags with unmarked fresh bills, most of them never even entered circulation. Then they walked out the door with the money, no alarms raised, no panic triggered. The timing was perfect. With holidays slowing down police response and most of the city distracted, the robbers disappeared into the night. By the time authorities understood what had happened, they were long gone. The scale of the heist and the cold strategy behind it shocked the country. Investigators found some of the money later, but the majority never recovered. No one was ever officially convicted for planning it, and suspicions still linger about who was really behind it. What makes this robbery unforgettable isn't just the amount, it's the chilling calm with which it was executed. It wasn't a smash and grab, it was a chess move. One that made the Northern Bank job a holiday story nobody forgets in Northern Ireland. In the early hours of an ordinary August morning in 1963, a gang of 15 men stopped a Royal Mail train headed from Glasgow to London. What they did next would go down in history. They hijacked the train and stole $2.6 million in cash, worth over $60 million today. No high-tech tools, no elaborate disguise, just a false signal, some elbow grease, and one very well-timed plan. The crew used a stolen railway signal to bring the train to a stop near Britigo Bridge in the countryside. Once halted, they jumped aboard and overpowered the driver using only fists and threats. No firearms were used. Then they uncoupled the high-value carriage, rolled it to a pre-planned spot under the bridge, and got to work. Using a human chain, the gang transferred 120 sacks of used banknotes into 2 waiting vehicles. It took about 30 minutes. Then they vanished into the foggy countryside and retreated to a rented farmhouse where they laid low counting money, cleaning up evidence, and trying to stay quiet. The operation was shockingly smooth, and for a moment it seemed like they might actually get away with it. But what brought them down wasn't police brilliance, it was carelessness. They left behind fingerprints on a ketchup bottle and a Monopoly board. From there, investigators began to connect the dots. Over the following years, nearly all of the robbers were arrested and jailed, though a few managed to escape or vanish for decades. Ronnie Biggs, one of the most famous among them, became a global fugitive and was spotted living in Brazil years later, enjoying freedom with his face on newspaper front pages. The Great Train Robbery wasn't just about the money, it was about the style. It captured the public's imagination. These weren't gangsters in the streets. They were organized, oddly polite, and strangely likable. To this day, the heist feels like a classic crime caper pulled from a vintage film, except it really happened. It started as a plan to steal some quick cash. What the robbers found instead was 3 tons of gold bullion, and it changed everything. In 1983, a gang of armed men stormed the Brinksmat warehouse near Heathrow Airport in London. They expected to find around $3 million, where instead they stumbled onto a jackpot: gold, diamonds, and cash worth over $26 million. The inside man was a security guard who knew the layout and routine. He helped the gang get past the gates and into the vault area. Within minutes, they overpowered the staff, doused them in gasoline to force open the safe codes, and uncovered pallets stacked with gold bars. The plan shifted instantly. What was supposed to be a robbery became one of the most lucrative thefts in British history. But stealing that much gold is only half the job. The harder part? Getting rid of it. The gold was smelted down, mixed with copper to disguise its origin, and sold off in chunks, a process that pulled in dozens of middlemen and criminals over the next few years. Some of that gold, they say, may have even ended up in legitimate jewelry shops across Europe. The fallout was huge. Investigations stretched for decades. At least 2 people linked to the laundering operations were found dead under suspicious circumstances. And yet most of the gold was never recovered. Authorities believe it helped fund entire criminal empires and may still be circulating in the form of wedding rings and investment bars. As for the robbers, a few were caught and jailed. One of the key men behind the job, Mickey McAvoy, used his cut to live large, but it didn't last. He was tracked down, arrested, and imprisoned. Others vanished into the shadows. The Brinksmat robbery wasn't just a heist, it was the spark that ignited years of financial crime and underground wealth. It wasn't loud, it wasn't showy, but it left behind a gold trail that Britain is still chasing more than 40 years later. Before dawn broke over New York City in December 1978, a group of men carried out a job so clean, so shocking, and so well organized that it became legend. At JFK Airport, they broke into a Lufthansa cargo building and stole nearly $6 million in cash and jewelry, the largest cash theft in American history at the time. No alarms were triggered, no one saw them coming, and most of the money, it's still missing. The mastermind behind it was Jimmy Burke, a mob associate later made infamous through Goodfellas. He knew that Lufthansa shipments coming in from Germany carried unregistered American dollars used by international travelers. The money wasn't marked. It wasn't insured. And it was just sitting there in a vault. In the middle of the night, a crew of armed men entered the building with precision. They held workers at gunpoint, ordered them to lie on the floor, and forced one employee to open the vault. It took less than an hour. Then they disappeared into the darkness with sacks of cash and jewels. The whole thing ran like clockwork. What followed wasn't just a manhunt, it was a meltdown. In the months after the heist, nearly everyone connected to it started turning up dead. One by one, people vanished or were found under suspicious circumstances. Investigators believed Jimmy Burke had most of them silenced to avoid leaks. Despite massive FBI pressure, Burke himself was never convicted for the heist. He was eventually jailed on unrelated charges, and the mystery of what happened to the stolen fortune remains unsolved. It's believed much of the money was funneled into businesses, property, and black market deals that faded into the background over the years. The Lufthansa heist wasn't just a crime. It was a cultural moment whispered about in the streets, dramatized in film, and etched into the history of New York. A heist with military precision, mob ties, and a vanishing treasure that may still be out there. No explosions, no high-speed chases, just cold planning, flawless timing, and a robbery that continues to haunt airport security playbooks to this day.
Vlad III, better known as Vlad the Impaler, wasn't just another medieval ruler. He was a nightmare made flesh. Born in the 15th century as the Prince of Wallachia, he lived in a time of endless wars, betrayals, and bloodshed. But even in that brutal era, Vlad stood out for his unmatched cruelty. His favorite method of punishment was impalement. This wasn't a quick death. It was slow and designed to send a message. His enemies, and sometimes his own people, were skewered on wooden stakes and left to suffer for hours or even days. When the Ottoman Empire threatened his lands, Vlad didn't just fight back. He waged a campaign of psychological terror. Even his allies feared him. Stories spread of banquet halls where guests were served fine wine while bodies stood around them like grim decorations. But Vlad wasn't just ruthless in battle. He had no patience for crime or disloyalty in his own lands. It's said that he once left a golden cup in a public square, daring anyone to steal it. No one did. His punishments were too severe, his presence too terrifying. Many claim that his extreme brutality kept order, but at what cost? His reign left a legacy of fear so deep that centuries later, he became the inspiration for the world's most famous vampire, Count Dracula. The real horror of Vlad the Impaler wasn't in supernatural myths. It was in the very real, very human terror he inflicted upon the world. If Vlad the Impaler ruled with fear, Leopold II of Belgium ruled with greed, an insatiable hunger for power and wealth that came at a horrifying cost. Unlike medieval warlords, Leopold didn't need a sword to spill blood. His weapon was an empire, and his battlefield was the Congo. Under the guise of civilizing Africa, he turned an entire nation into his personal slave camp. The vast jungles of the Congo were rich in rubber, a resource the world desperately wanted. Leopold made sure to exploit every drop of it, but he didn't rely on willing workers. He built a system of forced labor, where those who didn't meet quotas paid with their lives. People were beaten, mutilated, or left to waste away. Whole villages were wiped out for resisting. The numbers are staggering. It's estimated that millions perished under his rule, though the exact toll may never be known. And the worst part? This wasn't done by some shadowy force operating in secret. Leopold presented himself as a philanthropist, a noble ruler bringing progress to Africa. Meanwhile, he squeezed the land dry, turning suffering into profit. Reports of his brutality eventually spread, forcing Belgium to strip him of control, but by then, the damage was done. Leopold's cruelty was wrapped in deception, a king, a conqueror, and a man who stained history with suffering, all without ever setting foot in the blood-soaked lands he ruled from afar. The greed that fueled Leopold's empire was monstrous, but at least he kept his victims at a distance. Marianne Cotton took a much more personal approach. She didn't need armies, whips, or chains to destroy lives, just a quiet cup of tea and a deadly dose of arsenic. In the industrial towns of 19th century England, Cotton moved through life like a specter, leaving behind a chilling pattern of misfortune. Man after man, friend after friend, they all seemed to die under mysterious circumstances: fevers, stomach pains, sudden collapses. At first no one questioned it. Disease was common, life was harsh, and tragedy struck often, but not this often. Cotton's secret was both simple and terrifying. She poisoned those closest to her and collected their insurance payouts. Over the years, her crimes stacked up until suspicion finally caught up with her. When authorities exhumed one of her victims, the truth became undeniable. Arsenic was present in lethal amounts. She was arrested, tried, and sentenced to hang. But even at the gallows she remained eerily composed, as if death itself meant nothing to her. Unlike Leopold, who hid his cruelty behind a throne, Cotton carried hers in her pocket. A quiet killer, blending into everyday life, showing that sometimes the most dangerous people aren't rulers or warlords. They're the ones sitting right next to you. Some murder for power, some murder for profit. H.H. Holmes? He murdered for the sheer thrill of it. If Marianne Cotton lurked in the shadows, Holmes built a stage for his horror, a twisted playground disguised as a hotel. Chicago in the late 19th century was booming, filled with dreamers and travelers looking for opportunity. Holmes saw opportunity too, but his was far darker. He designed what became known as the Murder Castle, a building filled with hidden chambers, soundproof rooms, trapdoors, and corridors that led nowhere. Some doors locked only from the outside, others opened into sheer drops. Guests checked in, but many never checked out. Holmes was no mindless killer. He was calculated, charming, and convincing. He posed as a respectable doctor, luring victims into his web with promises of work, lodging, or even love. Once inside, they were at his mercy. Some were locked away, others were experimented on, and many were never seen again. When he was finally caught, the scope of his crime shocked the world. He confessed to dozens of murders, though the true count remains unknown. What is known is that Holmes turned murder into a masterpiece of deception, a castle, a killer, and a legacy that cemented him as one of America's most notorious criminals. Holmes built an empire of fear, one brick, one corridor, one victim at a time. H.H. Holmes built a house of horrors, but Jim Jones built something even worse, a community that walked willingly into its own destruction. At first he didn't seem like a monster. He was a preacher, a man of charisma, promising equality, justice, and salvation. His church, the People's Temple, attracted thousands, drawing in those who felt abandoned by society. But beneath the sermons and the talk of utopia, Jones was a master manipulator, tightening his grip on his followers until they had nowhere else to turn. When the outside world began questioning his church, Jones led his flock deep into the jungles of Guyana, far from prying eyes. There, in a settlement called Jonestown, his control became absolute. He dictated every aspect of his followers' lives, turning paradise into a prison. The breaking point came in November 1978. When government officials arrived to investigate, Jones knew his time was up. Instead of surrendering, he commanded his people to drink cyanide-laced punch, sealing their fate. Over 900 died that day, their bodies sprawled across the jungle floor, in a chilling scene of mass obedience. Jones convinced his victims to surrender their lives willingly, not through force, but through belief. A preacher, a prophet, and a man who proved that sometimes the deadliest weapon isn't a gun or a knife, it's a voice. Jim Jones led his followers to death, but Isabella of Castile forced thousands into a different kind of suffering, one marked by fear, torture, and exile. She was a queen with a vision, a ruler determined to unite Spain under one faith. But to do that, she needed an enemy, and so, she created one. Under her rule, the Spanish Inquisition became a machine of terror, rooting out anyone who didn't fit her idea of religious purity. Jews, Muslims, suspected heretics, no one was safe. The methods were brutal. Those accused of heresy were dragged before inquisitors, forced to confess under unimaginable pressure. Some were imprisoned, some were tortured, and many were sentenced to death. Public executions became spectacles designed to send a message: defy the church and you'll burn for it. But Isabella wasn't just feared, she was powerful. Her marriage to Ferdinand of Aragon united Spain, and her sponsorship of Christopher Columbus changed history forever. Yet beneath the titles and the legacy, she remains one of history's most ruthless rulers. If Isabella used faith to justify her rule, Pol Pot used ideology to justify mass murder. He didn't just want power, he wanted to rebuild Cambodia from the ground up, erasing everything that came before him. In 1975, when his Khmer Rouge forces seized control, he began one of the most brutal social experiments in history. Cities were emptied, intellectuals were targeted, and anyone suspected of opposing his vision was dealt with swiftly. His goal was to turn Cambodia into a pure agrarian society, but the price was unthinkable. Millions were forced into labor camps where starvation and disease ran rampant. education, medicine, and even family ties were seen as threats to the regime. Those who wore glasses, spoke foreign languages, or simply appeared too intelligent, often disappeared. The fields of Cambodia became mass graves, the land soaked in the blood of its own people. By the time Pol Pot was removed from power, nearly a quarter of the country's population was gone. Pol Pot hid deep in the jungles, watching his country crumble under the weight of his own brutality, a leader who promised revolution but delivered nothing but death. If Pol Pot slaughtered his own people, Genghis Khan slaughtered entire civilizations. He wasn't just a warlord, he was a force of nature sweeping across Asia and Europe like a storm, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake. Born in the harsh Mongolian steppes, Genghis Khan clawed his way to power through blood and betrayal. But once he united the Mongol tribes, his hunger for conquest became unstoppable. Kingdoms crumbled before him, cities vanished, and populations were wiped out. His tactics were brutal but effective. Surrender and you might be spared. Resist and your entire city would be reduced to ashes. The Mongol armies were unlike anything the world had seen, fast, ruthless, and merciless. They turned rivers red with blood, stacked the skulls of their enemies into pyramids, and erased entire cultures from history. It's estimated that tens of millions perished under his rule, making him one of the deadliest conquerors of all time. And yet, for all his brutality, he was also a ruler who built one of the largest empires in history, promoting trade and communication across continents. Genghis Khan's terror built an empire that shaped the modern world. A warlord, a legend, and a man who turned entire civilizations into nothing more than whispers of the past. Genghis Khan shattered empires with brute force. Hernan Cortés, on the other hand, destroyed one with cunning, betrayal, and a hunger for gold that knew no limits. When he arrived in Mexico in 1519, the Aztecs were the most powerful civilization in the region. Their grand capital, Tenochtitlan, was larger than most European cities, filled with towering temples, bustling markets, and a thriving society. But Cortés saw none of that. He saw an empire ripe for the taking. With just a few hundred soldiers, he set out to do the impossible: topple an entire civilization. He didn't do it alone. Cortés manipulated rival tribes, turning them against the Aztecs, spreading disease, and using deception to weaken their defenses. He even managed to capture their emperor Montezuma, reducing the mighty ruler to a puppet. When the Aztecs finally fought back, their resistance was valiant but futile. Outnumbered and outgunned, they fell, their once great empire reduced to rubble. Unlike Genghis Khan, who built an empire from nothing, Cortés tore one down and handed its riches to Spain. A conquistador, a schemer, and a man whose thirst for power led to the destruction of an entire civilization. Hernan Cortés killed for conquest. Elizabeth Bathory killed for pleasure. A noble woman of 16th century Hungary, she lived in luxury, surrounded by wealth, servants, and influence. But behind the castle walls, something far more sinister was taking place. Over the years, whispers spread of girls disappearing, servants vanishing, and horrific screams echoing from within her chambers. The truth was worse than anyone imagined. Bathory, it was said, had an insatiable appetite for cruelty. She would lure young women to her castle, only for them to never leave. Rumors swirled that she believed their suffering would preserve her beauty, that she found pleasure in their pain. Eventually, the truth became impossible to ignore. Witnesses came forward, the castle was raided, and the horrors within were exposed. The noblewoman, once untouchable, was sentenced to life imprisonment, locked away in her own home, where she died years later. Idi Amin turned an entire country into his personal horror show. When he seized power in Uganda in 1971, the world saw him as a charismatic military leader. He promised stability, strength, and a bright future. Instead, he delivered a reign of terror marked by violence, paranoia, and absolute control. The once promising ruler quickly became one of the most ruthless dictators in modern history. He didn't just remove his enemies, he made them disappear. Political opponents, military officers, and anyone who dared challenge him were never seen again. Under Amin's rule, Uganda became a country gripped by fear. Entire villages were wiped out, professionals fled in droves, and executions became a routine spectacle. His cruelty knew no limits. Those who once trusted him were betrayed, those who served him lived in terror, and those who stood against him paid the ultimate price. By the time he was overthrown in 1979, hundreds of thousands had perished, leaving Uganda scarred and broken. Amin lived out his final years in luxury, unpunished for the horrors he unleashed. Idi Amin ruled with an army, but Pedro Lopez needed no soldiers, just his own twisted mind. If Amin was a dictator of death, Lopez was a phantom of terror, a predator who slipped through the cracks of justice over and over again. Born into poverty and hardship, he turned to crime early, but his violence escalated in ways few could comprehend. Roaming across Ecuador, Colombia, and Peru, he preyed on the vulnerable, leaving a trail of horror in his wake. His methods were calculated, his actions chilling, and his crimes seemingly endless. But unlike other killers, Lopez didn't hide in the shadows forever. He was caught, arrested, and confessed to an astonishing number of murders. The authorities were horrified, but in a twist almost as disturbing as his crimes, he was released after serving time. The world lost track of him, and to this day no one knows where he is, or if he ever stopped. While Amin's rule was brought down by force, Lopez simply faded away, a monster who walked free, a nightmare without an ending. Pedro Lopez struck fear into individuals. Shiro Ishii turned suffering into an industry. Unlike common criminals, Ishii hid behind science, presenting himself as a doctor, a researcher, a man of progress. But his experiments had nothing to do with healing. As the head of Japan's infamous Unit 731 during World War II, he ran one of the most grotesque operations in history. While the world focused on battles and politics, deep in the shadows of Manchuria, Ishii and his team carried out experiments so horrific they barely seem real. Men, women, even the sick and wounded, no one was spared. His work was meant to test biological weapons, to push the limits of human endurance, to turn cruelty into knowledge. But there was no medical breakthrough, no noble cause, only suffering inflicted under the guise of science. And when the war ended, did Ishii face justice? No. In a sickening deal, he was granted freedom in exchange for his research, living out his days untouched. Ishii's crimes were known, yet he escaped the fate he deserved. A doctor, a war criminal, and a man who used medicine as a tool for horror. Shiro Ishii tortured in secrecy. Maximilien Robespierre did it in broad daylight, turning executions into national events. He started as an idealist, a man who believed in justice, in liberty, in the power of the people. But revolutions are unpredictable, and power twists even the noblest intentions. When Robespierre took control of the French Revolution, he didn't just go after tyrants, he became one. His weapon of choice wasn't a gun, a prison, or an army. It was the guillotine. Under his rule, the reign of terror swept across France. Anyone suspected of disloyalty, of questioning the revolution, of not being revolutionary enough, off with their heads. Nobles, commoners, even former allies met their end in the public squares of Paris. The irony? The man who orchestrated the bloodshed met the same fate. When the tide turned against him, Robespierre was dragged to the guillotine, his own terror cutting him down. Robespierre's downfall came fast. Nero's was a slow-burning catastrophe. Rome had seen mad emperors before, but none quite like him. He wasn't just cruel, he was theatrical about it. He wanted to be a god, an artist, a ruler loved by all. But the more he craved admiration, the more his paranoia consumed him. Suspected traitors vanished, family members died by his command. The Senate feared him, the people despised him, and Rome itself trembled under his rule. Then came the fire. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD destroyed much of the city, and while history debates whether Nero had a hand in it, one thing is clear, he used it to his advantage. While the flames still smoldered, he found a scapegoat, unleashing brutal persecution on the Christians. His cruelty had no limits, his rule no stability. Eventually, the empire turned against him, and Nero found himself without allies, without power, without a future. With nowhere left to run, he took his own life, bringing his reign to an end. Tomás de Torquemada turned Spain into a land of fear. His name became synonymous with the Spanish Inquisition, a reign of terror where belief could mean the difference between life and death. He wasn't a warrior, he wasn't a king. He was a priest, a man of faith who believed he was carrying out divine justice. But his justice was anything but holy. With the full support of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, he orchestrated a campaign to root out heretics, forcing countless people to choose between conversion, exile, or death. The methods were as ruthless as they were systematic. Trials were rigged, confessions were extracted under unbearable conditions, and sentences were carried out in grand public spectacles meant to instill obedience through fear. Thousands perished, their only crime being born into the wrong faith or holding beliefs that didn't align with the church. Torquemada didn't wield a sword, but his words and orders were more lethal than any weapon. Torquemada's work lasted long after he was gone, shaping Spain's history with the blood of its own people. If Torquemada ruled through doctrine, Timur ruled through devastation. Some conquerors expand their empires, others build civilizations. Timur, he built nightmares. Rising from the Central Asian steppes in the 14th century, he carved out an empire through sheer terror. He saw no value in diplomacy, no need for mercy, only absolute domination. When Timur's army descended on a city, surrender was the only way to avoid annihilation. And even then, survival wasn't guaranteed. His signature move was as gruesome as it was unforgettable. After conquering a city, he ordered the construction of pyramids made from skulls of his enemies. Tens of thousands perished, their remains turned into monuments of his cruelty. Entire regions were depopulated, their cultures erased, their histories rewritten in blood. Timur's horrors played out on battlefields. But Delphine Lalauries unfolded in the candlelit halls of her New Orleans mansion. On the surface, she was a respected socialite, a woman of wealth and status. But behind closed doors, she indulged in cruelty so extreme that even her fellow aristocrats recoiled in horror. The whispers began as rumors, servants disappearing, strange noises echoing from the house, unsettling glimpses of suffering behind locked doors. But no one dared to investigate. That changed when a fire broke out at her mansion in 1834. Rescuers rushed inside and uncovered the truth, an attic filled with victims, their bodies bearing the marks of unspeakable torment. The city erupted in outrage, but before justice could be served, Lalaurie vanished, fleeing into the unknown. Some say she died in exile, others claim she returned under a false identity. Delphine Lalaurie's cruelty was confined to a single mansion. Rafael Trujillo's terror stretched across an entire nation. For over 30 years he ruled the Dominican Republic with an iron grip, transforming it into his personal kingdom of fear. Every street, every town, every institution bore his influence. His face was plastered on walls, his name spoken with both reverence and terror. And those who opposed him? They simply vanished. Trujillo didn't just rule, he controlled every aspect of life. Dissent was crushed, executions were routine, and paranoia ran deep. He even ordered one of the deadliest massacres in Caribbean history, targeting thousands of Haitian immigrants in a brutal act of ethnic cleansing. His reign was marked by excess, cruelty, and an obsession with his own power. But like many dictators before him, his grip on power eventually slipped. In 1961, his enemies struck back, ambushing him in a hail of gunfire. Trujillo destroyed lives with violence. Thomas Midgley Jr. did it with science. He wasn't a conqueror, a killer, or a tyrant. He was an inventor, a man who believed he was making the world better. But his creations did the exact opposite. First came leaded gasoline, a breakthrough that made cars run smoother, but at the cost of unleashing toxic lead into the air. Generations suffered the effects, their health silently deteriorating. But Midgley wasn't finished. His next great invention? Chlorofluorocarbons, chemicals that would go on to rip a hole in the Earth's ozone layer. Unlike Trujillo, who knew the damage he was causing, Midgley never seemed to grasp the destruction he left behind. He wasn't a war criminal, yet his inventions caused more harm than most dictators. Ironically, his own mind was his downfall. After contracting polio, he designed an elaborate system of pulleys to help him move. That very invention ended his life, strangling him in a tragic twist of fate. A scientist, an innovator, and a man whose legacy is not one of progress, but of unintended disaster. A young man sprints through an airport, glancing over his shoulder as if something, or someone, is chasing him. His movements are frantic. He dashes past travelers, pushing through the doors, into the open air, and then, he's gone. This is the last confirmed sighting of Lars Mittank, a 28-year-old German tourist who disappeared without a trace in July 2014. It all started as a fun vacation with friends. The group traveled to Bulgaria, enjoying the sun and beaches of Golden Sands. Everything was going well until a minor argument at a bar led to Lars getting injured. A blow to the head left him with a ruptured eardrum, and a doctor advised him not to fly until it healed. His friends had already booked their return flights, but Lars made the decision to stay behind alone. It was a choice that would lead to one of the most unsettling disappearances in recent history. Over the next few days, Lars's behavior took a bizarre turn. He called his mother, whispering that he was being followed. He sent strange messages, warning that she shouldn't trust anyone. His paranoia grew. He switched hotels, saying he didn't feel safe. He was last seen at Varna Airport, where he had booked a flight home. At first everything seemed normal. He checked in, sat in the waiting area. But then, suddenly, something spooked him. Surveillance footage shows Lars standing in the terminal, looking around nervously. Then without warning, he takes off running. He sprints through the airport, past security, past travelers, past everyone, then out the doors, onto an open field. Witnesses saw him disappearing into the trees, heading toward a vast, empty landscape. No one ever saw him again. Search efforts turned up nothing, no signs of struggle, no belongings left behind. His mother pleaded for answers, but none came. A young woman drives down a dark, snowy road in rural New Hampshire. Her car swerves off the highway, crashing into a snowbank. A passerby offers help, but she refuses. By the time authorities arrive, she's gone. No footprints leading away, no sign of struggle, just an empty vehicle and an eerie silence. This is the last confirmed moment of Maura Murray, a 21-year-old nursing student who vanished on February 9, 2004. Earlier that day, Maura left her dorm in Massachusetts, emailing her professors that she needed time off due to a family emergency. There was no emergency. Instead, she withdrew cash, bought alcohol, and set off in her car, heading north. No one knows why. The crash on Route 112 was minor. A local resident saw her standing outside the vehicle, appearing uninjured, and offered assistance. She declined, saying she had called AAA. That wasn't true. There was no call. Minutes later, she disappeared. Theories have swirled ever since. Some say she ran away, others believe she met with foul play. Search dogs lost her scent in the middle of the road as if she had been picked up by someone. Her credit cards, phone, and bank accounts were never used again. To this day, the mystery lingers, haunting investigators and internet sleuths alike. Where did Maura go? And did she mean to disappear? Or did someone make that decision for her? 3 years later, another disappearance, another set of unanswerable questions, but this time, it was a 14-year-old boy who walked straight into the unknown. September 14, 2007, started like any other day. Andrew Gosden got up, dressed in his school uniform, and left home. But instead of heading to school, he withdrew money from his bank account, changed into casual clothes, and bought a one-way train ticket to London. The last confirmed image of him was captured by CCTV at King's Cross Station. After that, nothing. He was never seen again. Andrew was quiet, intelligent, and preferred spending time at home rather than socializing. He had no history of running away, no signs of distress. His family was blindsided. Why would he travel to London alone with no phone, no extra clothes, and no plan to return? His bank account was never touched again. His bedroom remained untouched, as if he had stepped out for a moment and would be right back. Years passed, with only fragments of possible clues. A call to the police in 2018 suggested Andrew might still be alive, but the lead went cold. No confirmed sightings, no answers. Like Maura, Andrew vanished in an instant, leaving behind only speculation and a single haunting image. Him, standing in a train station on the verge of disappearing forever. Not all disappearances happen in the shadows. Some unfold in broad daylight, in places where civilization fades and the unknown takes over. That's exactly what happened to Michael Rockefeller. In 1961, the 23-year-old heir to one of the richest families in the world set off on an expedition to New Guinea, drawn to the remote Asmat tribes and their art. He was adventurous, curious, and determined to go further than anyone before him. But on November 17th, his journey came to a sudden, unexplained halt. His boat capsized off the coast, leaving him and his companions stranded in the water. The other man stayed with the wreckage, but Michael made a fateful decision. He took off his clothes, strapped on some makeshift floats, and swam toward shore. It was the last time anyone ever saw him. The official story is that he drowned, but people who knew the area weren't convinced. The Asmat people had a history of ritual revenge against outsiders. Some believe Michael made it to land but didn't survive what came next. Others think he lived, taken in by the tribe, forced into a life no one would ever discover. His father, Nelson Rockefeller, launched one of the most expensive searches in history, but no trace of Michael was ever found. A powerful name, endless resources, yet still vanished, as if he had never existed at all. Decades after Michael Rockefeller disappeared, another mystery unfolded. Not in a jungle, but 35,000 feet above the ocean. A plane, a routine flight, and 239 people who simply ceased to exist. On March 8, 2014, Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 took off from Kuala Lumpur, heading for Beijing. It was a clear night, nothing unusual. Then, less than an hour after takeoff, the plane veered off course. Radar contact was lost. No distress signals, no emergency calls, just silence. What followed was one of the largest search operations in history. Satellite data suggested the plane had made a sharp turn, flying thousands of miles in the wrong direction before vanishing somewhere over the Indian Ocean. Debris washed up on distant shores, but the aircraft itself was never found. What happened? Some believe it was mechanical failure, others suggest human intervention. Theories range from hijacking to deliberate sabotage, but there is no proof, just endless speculation. And then, there are the eerie details. The pilot's flight simulator, which had a route eerily similar to the one MH370 took. The missing cargo, the unanswered calls. Like Michael Rockefeller, MH370 should have left something behind. Wreckage, a signal, a reason. Instead, it became a modern ghost story. One of the greatest aviation mysteries of all time, with no ending in sight. A packed bar, loud music, and a medical student celebrating the start of spring break. It was just another night out in Columbus, Ohio, until Brian Schaffer stepped into a bar and never stepped out. On April 1, 2006, the 27-year-old went out with friends to the Ugly Tuna Saloona, a popular college hangout. Surveillance footage shows him standing near the entrance, talking and laughing. A little after 2 a.m., as the bar was closing, cameras caught him moving toward the exit. But then, nothing. Brian never left the building, at least not on camera. His phone was never used again. His apartment remained untouched. His car was still parked outside. A security camera covered every way out, yet there was no sign of him leaving. The only blind spot? A back exit leading to a construction site. Could he have slipped through unseen, fallen, met with foul play? Theories spiraled. Some thought he staged his own disappearance, but he had no known reason to leave his life behind. Others believed he was harmed and somehow removed from the bar without a trace. His girlfriend kept calling his phone for months, and once, just once, it actually rang before cutting off. Was it a glitch, or was Brian still out there somewhere? What makes this case even stranger is what happened afterward. His mother, devastated, passed away unexpectedly. At her funeral, a candlelight vigil was held for Brian. As the service ended, his father released a balloon with a message for him. Just a few weeks later, a freak accident took his father's life too. Now there's no one left in Brian's immediate family to keep searching, but the question remains, how does someone vanish from a crowded bar with cameras at every door? Brian Schaffer disappeared without a trace, but sometimes a disappearance leaves behind fragments, just enough to be disturbing. That's exactly what happened in 2014, when two Dutch tourists, Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon, set off on a hike in Panama and never returned. The two friends had been staying in the town of Boquete, planning to explore the surrounding jungle. On April 1st, they set out on the Pianista Trail, a popular route for travelers. But something went terribly wrong. They didn't show up for a scheduled tour the next day. Calls went unanswered. Their families, thousands of miles away, knew something wasn't right. A massive search was launched, but it wasn't until 10 weeks later that a breakthrough came. Lisanne's backpack was found on a riverbank. Inside, their phones, a camera, and cash. The camera held something chilling. Photos, taken deep in the jungle, long after the women should have been lost. Some showed them smiling on the trail, seemingly unaware of any danger. But then, there were the nighttime photos, blurry random images of rocks, treetops, and the darkness beyond. Then more remains were discovered, bone fragments. But how did they die? The jungle is dangerous, but the state of their bones suggested something more. No scratches, no signs of an animal attack. Some were bleached, as if they had been deliberately treated. Theories range from a tragic accident to something more sinister. Did they get lost? Or did they meet someone in the jungle who didn't want them to leave? The photos, the incomplete evidence, the unsettling details. It's a mystery that feels like it should have an answer, yet all it leaves behind is an eerie sense of unfinished business. Some disappearances are immediate, a person vanishes in the blink of an eye. Others unravel slowly, piece by piece, growing stranger at every turn. Zeb Quinn's case is the second kind. The 18-year-old was last seen on January 2, 2000 in Asheville, North Carolina. But his disappearance wasn't just about him. It involved a suspicious friend, an abandoned car, and a series of bizarre clues that made no sense. That evening, Zeb finished his shift at a local Walmart and made plans with a co-worker, Robert Jason Owens, to check out a car he was interested in buying. They drove separately, with Zeb following behind. But along the way, something strange happened. Zeb suddenly flashed his headlights, signaling Owens to pull over. When they stopped, he seemed agitated. He had just received a message on his pager. He told Owens he needed to return the call and sped off, promising to meet back up later. He never did. 2 days later, his car turned up in a parking lot outside a restaurant. Inside were several strange items: a pair of lips drawn in lipstick on the rear windshield, a hotel key, and a live puppy. None of it belonged to Zeb. His family and friends had no idea what any of it meant. Even stranger, Owens, the last person to see him, later claimed that Zeb returned hours after their initial meetup, smacking his own face in distress before speeding off again. For years, there were no answers. Then, in 2015, Owens was arrested for an unrelated case, taking the life of a couple and disposing of their bodies. During the investigation, new evidence linked him to Zeb's disappearance. But by then, 15 years had passed, and Zeb's fate remained a mystery. His body was never found. His family still doesn't know what happened that night. The pager message, the abandoned car, the chilling connection to Owens. It's a story filled with clues yet no clear solution. What really happened to Zeb Quinn? And why does it feel like the truth is just out of reach? A pilot and her navigator, a daring flight around the world, and then, nothing. No distress call, no wreckage, just a plane that vanished mid-air, leaving behind one of the most enduring mysteries of all time. On July 2, 1937, Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan took off from Lae, Papua New Guinea, in their Lockheed Electra, heading toward a tiny island in the Pacific, Howland Island. It was supposed to be a routine leg of their journey, one of the last before completing their historic flight. But as they approached their destination, radio transmissions grew frantic. Earhart's voice crackled over the airwaves, saying she was running low on fuel. Then, silence. Search teams scoured the ocean, but no trace of them or the plane was ever found. Theories multiplied. Some say they crashed into the sea and sank. Others believe they survived, stranded on a remote island, waiting for a rescue that never came. Decades later, skeletal remains were found on Nikumaroro, a desolate atoll that Earhart might have reached. The bones vanished before they could be properly studied, adding yet another layer of mystery. With no definitive answers, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan became legend. A pioneering woman lost to the sky, a navigator who mapped endless routes only to vanish without one, and a flight that should have ended in triumph but instead left behind only questions. Amelia Earhart disappeared while flying over the ocean, but nearly 4 decades later, another traveler set off into the unknown, this time driving straight into the desert. His name was Jim Sullivan, a musician with an eerie connection to his own disappearance. In 1975, Sullivan packed up his car and left Los Angeles, heading east toward Nashville, hoping for a fresh start in his music career. He never made it. His car was found abandoned on a remote dirt road in New Mexico. Inside were his belongings, his guitar, clothes, even his wallet, but Sullivan was gone. What makes his case even stranger is his 1969 album, UFO, which was filled with lyrics about being lost in the desert, being taken by something unseen. Some believe he wandered off and succumbed to the elements. Others think he was running from something or someone. A few even suggest he was taken, just like his music described. No footprints, no remains, no clues. Just an empty car, a silent desert, and a man who seemed to have vanished right into thin air. A 15-year-old girl hurries out of music class, a black and white flute case tucked under her arm. She stops to make a quick phone call, then heads toward her usual bus stop. But she never makes it home. In the middle of Vatican City, one of the most secure places on Earth, Emanuela Orlandi vanished without a trace. It was June 22, 1983. Emanuela was the daughter of a Vatican employee, meaning she lived inside the walls of the Holy See. Her disappearance was dismissed at first, just a teenager running late, but when night fell and there was still no sign of her, panic set in. Then the phone calls started. A man with a foreign accent claimed he had Emanuela. He demanded the release of a high-profile prisoner in exchange for her return. Other calls followed, each more cryptic than the last. Some callers hinted at Vatican secrets, others pointed toward organized crime. As years passed, the mystery deepened. A gravesite was dug up inside the Vatican in 2019 after an anonymous tip claimed her body was there. The tomb was empty. Theories have only grown. Was she taken for ransom? Did she witness something she shouldn't have? Or was it something even more unthinkable? Despite countless investigations, no real answers have surfaced. Emanuela Orlandi remains one of the most puzzling missing person cases in modern history. A girl who walked out of a lesson and disappeared into the heart of one of the most powerful places in the world. A voice on the phone, the sound of footsteps, then suddenly, nothing. That was the last anyone ever heard from 19-year-old Brandon Swanson before he disappeared into the darkness of rural Minnesota. It was the night of May 14, 2008. Brandon had been celebrating the end of his college semester with friends. Around midnight, he left a party and started driving home. But something went wrong. His car veered off a gravel road and got stuck in a ditch. Stranded in the middle of nowhere, he called his parents for help. He told them he wasn't hurt, just annoyed. They agreed to pick him up, but when they arrived at the spot he described, there was no car, no Brandon. Frustrated and confused, Brandon stayed on the phone, insisting he could see distant lights. Maybe a town, maybe a farm. He decided to start walking toward them. His parents drove around trying to find him, all while keeping him on the line. For 47 minutes they talked, listening to his footsteps on the gravel, his breathing, his occasional muttering about the landscape. Then, out of nowhere, he said, "Oh, shh," and the call ended. No one knows what happened in that moment. His phone went silent. His parents redialed over and over, no answer. Searches spanned miles, helicopters scanned the fields, search dogs tracked his scent, but only up to a point, as if he had just vanished. His car was eventually found, but miles away from where he had said he was. No remains, no evidence, no clear explanation. Was it an accident? Did someone find him? Or did he walk straight into something no one saw coming? The open Minnesota fields hold a secret, and somewhere out there, so does Brandon Swanson's fate. A cruise ship, a night of music and dancing, and a missing passenger who was never found. The disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley is one of the most chilling mysteries to ever take place at sea. In March 1998, Amy, a 23-year-old from Virginia, was vacationing with her family aboard the Rhapsody of the Seas. She spent the evening at the ship's nightclub hanging out with the band. By early morning, she was seen lounging on the cabin's balcony. Then, she was gone. Her family woke up to an empty room. At first they thought she had gone to the deck to relax, but as time passed, panic set in. The ship's crew suggested she had fallen overboard, but Amy was a trained swimmer and there were no signs of struggle. Her parents begged the captain not to dock until a full search was done, but the ship continued its route. By the time authorities got involved, hours had been lost. Then came the sightings. Passengers claimed they had seen Amy on the ship after she was reported missing. Later, tourists reported seeing a woman resembling her in the Caribbean, on a beach, in a brothel, even whispering "help me" before vanishing into a crowd. A photograph surfaced years later showing a woman who looked eerily like Amy, dressed in revealing clothes, staring blankly at the camera. Did Amy fall victim to trafficking? Was she taken off the ship before anyone noticed? The ocean holds its secrets, but so do the people who may have seen Amy Bradley long after she was declared missing. A socialite steps out onto the busy streets of Manhattan, dressed in fine clothes, carrying a book she just purchased. She walks through Central Park, blending into the crowd, and then, she's gone. No struggle, no screams, no evidence of foul play. Just a young woman who vanished in broad daylight, leaving behind one of the oldest and most baffling missing person cases in history. Dorothy Arnold was 25 years old, wealthy, well-educated, and the daughter of a powerful New York family. On December 12, 1910, she left her home for a shopping trip. She bought chocolates, browsed a bookstore, and was last seen around 2 p.m. near Fifth Avenue. After that, nothing. When she didn't return home, her family assumed she was with friends. But as hours turned into days, their concern turned to dread. Her parents, afraid of scandal, didn't call the police right away. Instead, they hired private detectives who scoured hospitals, morgues, and train stations. No sign of Dorothy. Rumors exploded. Some believed she had run away to start a new life. Others thought she had fallen victim to a crime, possibly even someone she knew. There were whispers of a secret relationship, an unwanted pregnancy, even a tragic accident that someone covered up. For years, supposed sightings surfaced. Dorothy in Europe, Dorothy in an asylum, Dorothy taken by someone powerful enough to erase all traces of her, but none were ever confirmed. Her case faded into legend, a reminder that even in a crowded city, a person can disappear without a single clue.
The Yakuza are not just one gang. They are a collection of syndicates spread across Japan and far beyond. At their peak, they were estimated to have more than 80,000 members. That's more than some armies. What makes them especially terrifying isn't just their numbers or the scale of their operations, but the way they blend centuries-old rituals with cold, calculated control over black markets, illegal gambling protection rackets, and yes, even certain political and corporate ties. One of the most recognizable things about the Yakuza is their ink. Not just any tattoos, full-body artwork, sometimes done the old way with wooden sticks and needles and painful, secretive sessions. These tattoos aren't for show. They mark loyalty, rank, and history. If a member betrays the code, they don't just get kicked out. In many cases, they're expected to cut off a piece of their own finger. That's not urban legend. That's their version of accountability. They've been known to run entire districts where local shops pay them for protection, and entire nightlife scenes operate under their watch. Want to open a club in a certain area of Tokyo or Osaka? You go through them, don't, and things get messy, fast. What's eerie is how they often mix with the legitimate world. Some of them wear tailored suits, attend public ceremonies, and move through high-end offices. In the 1980s and 90s, their influence reached deep into Japan's financial system. Think of it as The Godfather, but with katana blades, silence, and contracts, inked in both words and fear. And yet they have rules. No random attacks, no harming civilians without a reason. It's a twisted code of ethics, one that's been slowly unraveling in recent years. Authorities have cracked down hard, passing laws that make it nearly impossible for them to even rent an apartment or open a bank account. Some syndicates have splintered, and infighting has increased. But don't let that fool you. They haven't disappeared. They've just changed masks. Today, the Yakuza are more discreet, working behind screens and in the shadows of legitimate companies. They still control parts of the underworld, and in times of crisis like natural disasters, they've even shown up offering supplies faster than the government. Creepy? Definitely. Strategic? Absolutely. Their story isn't one of simple violence. It's about structure, silence, and a chilling ability to adapt. Beneath the suits of ink and the silence, beats the heart of one of the most enduring criminal organizations on Earth. They're known for faces covered in ink, stares that feel colder than steel, and a level of violence that earned them a place among the world's most feared gangs. Mara Salvatrucha, or MS-13, wasn't born in El Salvador, as many assume. It started in Los Angeles when immigrants fleeing civil war tried to defend themselves from street violence. What began as survival turned into something else entirely. Today, MS-13 operates across the Americas, from the suburbs of Virginia to the prisons of Honduras. Their influence stretches far beyond spray-painted tags and low-level street crime. This is a gang built on fear, control, and brutality. They run extortion rackets in entire neighborhoods, smuggle everything from white powder to weapons, and execute anyone who crosses them with shocking efficiency. The methods they use? Better left undescribed in detail. Just know that they're meant to send a message, and that message is, we control this place. What makes MS-13 so dangerous isn't just what they do. It's how young they start and how loyal they stay. Recruits are often just teens, some even younger, pulled into the gang through pressure, poverty, or the need for protection. Once inside, getting out is nearly impossible. Their motto says it all: I mata, viola, controla. It's as brutal as it sounds, and it's tattooed on the skin of some of their most committed members. They communicate through coded numbers, graffiti, and subtle hand signs, but also run complex operations on phones from inside prison walls. In some cities, they've gone from feared outsiders to ruling the streets. Local businesses pay them just to operate in peace. Residents keep their heads down, knowing that even saying the wrong word can draw attention. And attention from MS-13 isn't something you want. Despite international crackdowns and mass arrests, MS-13 has proven hard to kill. Its decentralized structure means that even when leaders fall, new ones step up quickly. And the more they're pushed out of one area, the deeper they dig into another. The more attention they get, the more underground they go. Pop culture sometimes glamorizes street gangs, but there's nothing glamorous here. MS-13 doesn't want fame, it wants fear. And it gets it, city after city, by being more violent, more committed, and more unrelenting than anyone willing to stand in its way. They don't need tattoos to prove who they are. No street tags, no flashy chains, no loud shows of power. The Sicilian Mafia, or Cosa Nostra, mastered the art of organized crime long before most modern gangs were even born. And they did it with a code of silence so strict, breaking it was often a death sentence. This group didn't start with smuggling or extortion. It began in the 1800s as rural protection rackets men, offering help to landowners and businesses in exchange for money and obedience. Over time, they grew into something much more powerful. By the mid-20th century, the Mafia had embedded itself deep into Sicily's government, law enforcement, construction, and shipping industries. And when they crossed the Atlantic, they didn't just spread, they flourished. In the United States, the Mafia became a brand. You've seen it in movies like The Godfather and Goodfellas. But behind the Hollywood glow was a machine run on threats, bribery, and bodies. The Sicilian bosses in Palermo and Corleone controlled entire families in New York and Chicago. If you wanted to build, ship, vote, or run a business, chances are they were already involved taking a cut, making deals, or deciding who gets what. Back in Sicily, their grip was terrifying. Judges and prosecutors who stood against them were marked. One after another, high-ranking officials were targeted in carefully coordinated attacks that shocked the country and made headlines around the world. Even after massive police operations and trials, Cosa Nostra kept adapting. They never went away, they just evolved. Today, they may not be blowing up cars in Palermo like in the 1990s, but they still operate quietly through shell companies, corrupt officials, and international networks. Drug trafficking? Still there, but managed more discreetly, often through connections with other syndicates. Illegal gambling, construction fraud, and political influence? As strong as ever. They don't need to raise their voices, their silence is what makes them terrifying. In Sicily, people still lower their eyes when speaking of them. Even now, some shopkeepers leave small envelopes each month, a subtle nod to an agreement that started decades ago. The Sicilian mafia didn't invent organized crime, but they perfected it. And they left behind a blueprint that others from Latin cartels to Russian mobs still follow to this day. Blue versus red. Crenshaw versus Compton. For decades, two of America's most notorious street gangs, the Crips and the Bloods, turned entire neighborhoods into war zones. What started in Los Angeles in the late 1960s and early 1970s evolved into a national, even international rivalry that continues to echo across cities and prisons to this day. The Crips came first young men banding together for protection during a time of racial tension and police brutality. But what began as a street brotherhood quickly grew into a full-fledged criminal organization. Robbery, illegal substance trade, arms trafficking, they didn't just survive the streets, they owned them. Then came the Bloods, rising up in direct response. Smaller at first, they compensated with sheer aggression. The result was a conflict that spiraled into a cycle of retaliation and violence that still hasn't fully stopped. Graffiti tagged in blue or red on a wall could spark a shootout. A wrong color shirt in the wrong neighborhood meant you were fair game. This wasn't just gang culture, it was a way of life, enforced through fear, loyalty, and punishment. Turf was everything, and respect was earned in blood. But this rivalry didn't stay in Los Angeles. It spread through music, media, and migration. Soon, the Crips and Bloods were in Chicago, Houston, New York, even cities overseas. Their conflicts shaped fashion, language, and music, especially in hip-hop, where references to sets and blocks became anthems. Law enforcement cracked down, but the war didn't end, it went underground. Today, many members operate inside prison systems, running organized networks from within. Others have evolved into modern crews dealing in high-tech fraud, arms movement, or working through shell businesses. And still, some break away from the violence and speak out former members who warn young people not to follow the path they once walked. The rivalry is more than colors. It's a deep-rooted conflict that shaped decades of American street life. And despite efforts to stop it, the echo of that war, red and blue, blood and Crip, continues to stain the concrete of America's cities. The Triads didn't start as criminals. Their origins go back centuries to secret societies that resisted imperial rule in China. But over time, those ancient bonds of loyalty and tradition morphed into something far darker, a tightly woven underworld empire operating across continents. Today, Triads aren't just active in China or Hong Kong. They're global, stretching into Canada, the United Kingdom, Southeast Asia, and beyond. These aren't disorganized gangs loitering on corners. The Triads are highly structured, with clear hierarchies, rituals, and coded communication. Members swear blood oaths, use numeric ranks, and undergo complex initiation ceremonies. And once you're in, there's no easy way out. Their specialties are as vast as they are dangerous. From smuggling illegal goods across borders to laundering money through casinos and shell corporations, the Triads are experts at operating in the shadows. They run underground casinos, handle forged documents, traffic in stolen goods, and maintain a steady grip on parts of Asia's black markets. One of their most profitable trades involves illegal substances packaged, moved, and sold through routes that span oceans. Unlike street-level gangs, Triads don't need to make a scene. They operate behind curtains using corruption and connections to keep their hands clean and their operations running smooth. In places like Hong Kong, some Triad families became so powerful that local films and pop stars reference them openly, sometimes even glamorizing their influence. But make no mistake, behind the flashy nightclubs and tailored suits is a world built on control, fear, and consequences. Step out of line and retribution is swift, not public, but very real. Authorities continue to crack down, but triads are slippery. Their decentralized nature makes them hard to pin down. They don't rely on a single leader. Instead, they function more like franchises, each cell capable of acting independently while staying connected to the larger network. The triads have survived dynasties, revolutions, and modern governments. They don't need visibility to dominate. They've thrived by staying quiet, calculating, and always just out of reach. At his height, Pablo Escobar was worth more than $30 billion, making him one of the richest criminals in history. But that wealth wasn't built through business deals or inheritance. It came from the Medellin cartel, a brutal, unstoppable empire that controlled the flow of white powder into the United States and much of the world. Based in Colombia, the cartel didn't just operate like a criminal group. It was a parallel state with its own army, its own fleet of planes and submarines, and its own rules. Anyone who got in the way, politicians, judges, journalists, risked becoming a target. And if you couldn't be bribed, you were eliminated. That wasn't an empty threat. It was policy. Escobar flooded American streets with illegal product, earning millions per day. He bought entire neighborhoods, built soccer stadiums, and even offered to pay off Colombia's national debt in exchange for amnesty. To many, he was a modern-day Robin Hood. To others, he was a nightmare in human form. The violence was unlike anything law enforcement had seen. Car bombs exploded in city centers, presidential candidates were assassinated, judges were gunned down. The country's capital became a war zone, all under the shadow of one man's empire. But power invites enemies. As the US and Colombian governments closed in, Escobar turned more erratic. His lavish estate, complete with a private zoo, became a prison he couldn't leave. The walls were closing in and his paranoia grew. He was finally tracked and killed on a rooftop, but his legacy didn't die with him. The Medellin cartel's methods, structure, and brutality became a model for others. It changed the game forever, not just in Colombia, but across the entire global underworld. Today, Escobar's face is sold on t-shirts, his name used in songs and shows. But behind the legend lies a dark truth. One man built an empire on fear, illegal trade, and death. And for a while, the world couldn't stop him. Naples is known for pizza art and beauty. But beneath the surface, there's another side one shaped by smoke, cash, and blood. That's the world of the Camorra, a mafia network unlike any other. If the Sicilian mafia operates like a boardroom, the Camorra runs more like a battlefield. It isn't one big family, it's dozens of clans, all fighting for territory, money, and power. And they don't wait for orders. They take action fast, often without warning. Unlike the more structured Cosa Nostra, the Camorra thrives on chaos. Turf wars in Naples have left entire neighborhoods caught in the crossfire. They run protection rackets, move illegal substances, control parts of waste disposal, and flood markets with counterfeit goods. In some areas, they're stronger than local government. Residents don't call the police, they look to the Camorra to settle disputes, collect debts, even organize construction. The Camorra's grip extends far beyond Naples. From Spain to Eastern Europe, they've become global smugglers and money launderers. And they do it with frightening adaptability. If one clan is taken down, another rises in its place, younger, hungrier, and more reckless. Their violence is personal. Assassinations are often carried out in daylight, sometimes by teenagers who view pulling the trigger as a shortcut to status. These aren't random street punks, they're part of a culture raised in the shadow of crime, where a single act of violence can change your life. Despite major crackdowns by Italian authorities, the Camorra keeps coming back. They embed themselves into struggling neighborhoods, offer jobs, provide money, and fill the gaps that institutions fail to reach. That's what makes them so hard to wipe out. They're not just criminals, they're part of the local fabric. If The Godfather was about honor and hierarchy, the Camorra is about survival and speed. It's messy, dangerous, and always evolving. In Naples, the line between legal and illegal doesn't blur, it vanishes. When former elite soldiers turn into criminals, the result isn't just dangerous, it's devastating. Los Zetas began as the enforcement wing of another cartel, but it didn't take long for them to break off and become one of the most feared cartels in Mexico's history. Unlike traditional gangs, Los Zetas brought military training, tactical discipline, and advanced weapons to the underworld. They used night vision goggles, encrypted radios, and set up roadblocks dressed as federal agents. They weren't hiding in shadows. They operated like a rogue army, one that answered to no law. Their rise was built on fear. While most cartels preferred to control quietly, Los Zetas made statements. Public ones. Their attacks were designed to shock not just rivals, but the entire country. Whole towns were sometimes overrun. Local police either stepped aside or joined in. Others disappeared. They didn't just traffic substances. They extorted businesses, hijacked cargo, ran kidnapping rings, and siphoned off oil from national pipelines. They turned every resource into a revenue stream. If it could be sold, they'd find a way to control it. Their brutality sparked massive military responses. Helicopters, convoys, full-scale raids, the Mexican government launched all-out operations to dismantle them, and they succeeded in killing or capturing top leaders. But as the top fell, new splinter groups formed, just as violent and harder to track. What remains today is a fractured version of the original cartel, with cells scattered across regions, still operating, still violent. Their methods, however, live on copied by others, normalized in regions where law no longer rules. Los Zetas didn't just break the rules, they rewrote them, turning crime into war and neighborhoods into battlegrounds. If MS-13 is the face of Central America's gang crisis, Barrio 18 is the equally dangerous rival staring right back. Known for the number 18 tattooed across faces and bodies, this gang controls neighborhoods, prisons, and entire communities with a grip just as ruthless as any cartel. Barrio 18, also called 18th Street, was born in Los Angeles, just like MS-13. And like its rival, it spreads south, finding a permanent home in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. In many cities, they are the law. They impose curfews, collect fees from businesses, and determine who gets to walk where and when. The violence is relentless. Turf wars between Barrio 18 and MS-13 have turned cities into war zones. Drive-bys, ambushes, even machete attacks are part of their arsenal. Their members often live and die by strict internal codes. Disloyalty is dealt with immediately, and loyalty is tested constantly. What makes Barrio 18 terrifying isn't just the bloodshed. It's how they recruit and expand. They target youth who feel trapped, offering money, protection, and belonging. Once inside, members are expected to prove themselves fast, often through acts that leave no turning back. Like MS-13, Barrio 18 isn't just a gang, it's a network. They operate from inside prisons, using smuggled phones and corrupt contacts to keep business running smoothly. They're known to collaborate with larger criminal organizations, offering muscle and street-level control in exchange for resources. Governments have tried mass arrests, special task forces, even military deployment. But the gang continues to evolve. Sometimes they splinter, creating new cells that fight each other. Other times they regroup, stronger than before. They may not make headlines every day, but in the neighborhoods they control, their presence is constant and terrifying. Before Al Capone, before The Godfather, there was the Black Hand, America's first taste of organized crime, imported from Italy. And they didn't come quietly. Active in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the Black Hand wasn't a formal gang, but more a method, a brand of terror used by early Italian immigrants to extort their own communities. Victims would receive letters marked with a black handprint, often containing threats written in broken English and sealed with a demand for cash. Pay up or suffer the consequences. The letters weren't empty threats. Bombings, kidnappings, and beatings followed those who ignored the warnings. The Black Hand preyed on fear, using mystery and violence to establish control in immigrant neighborhoods from New York to Chicago and beyond. They weren't part of a strict hierarchy. Some were freelancers, others were loosely connected to families in Italy. What united them was a willingness to use violence to collect money and silence anyone who resisted. The public feared them, and the press gave them dramatic headlines. For a time, simply being suspected of involvement meant being watched by police or hunted by rivals. Eventually, as Italian-American crime families rose and organized into what became the Mafia, the Black Hand disappeared. Or rather, it evolved. Their methods, extortion-coded threats, and public intimidation became part of the playbook for gangs that followed. The Black Hand might be history, but their legacy lives on in the structure and methods of modern organized crime. They didn't wear suits or make business deals. They came with a letter, a demand, and a warning. And in many cases, that was all it took. In the 1980s, bullets rained down and burst like a shower. That's how the Shower Posse got its name, and they lived up to it. Born in the tough streets of Kingston, Jamaica, the gang made its way to the United States, setting up shop in cities like Miami and New York. What followed was a wave of organized chaos that overwhelmed even seasoned law enforcement. The Shower Posse didn't just deal in fear, they exported it. With deep political ties back home and access to weapons and illegal substances, they operated like a hybrid of cartel and militia. Their members were known for discipline, precision, and an unmatched willingness to unleash violence. In New York's drug-fueled 1980s, they battled rivals like the Jamaican Spanglers, leaving a trail of firepower and fear through neighborhoods in the Bronx and Brooklyn. Authorities called them one of the most dangerous foreign gangs ever to land on United States soil. But even as headlines faded, the gang didn't disappear. Its legacy remains in court files, whispered stories, and streets forever changed by the sound of that violent shower.
This vessel is called the MSC Guyane, a gigantic container ship longer than 2 football fields. But hidden beneath its steel decks is something that turns this into one of the most jaw-dropping busts in modern smuggling history. Beneath stacks of fruit bags and legitimate cargo, officers uncover something bundles wrapped tight, lined up in rows like bricks in a wall. Inside is a suspicious white powder, packed tightly in shrink wrap and plastic. It's not sugar. It's not flour. It's the type of powder people risk everything to smuggle. Over 39,000 pounds of it. Street value? Easily over $1 billion. That's billion, with a B. The ship had traveled from South America and was en route to Europe with a stop in the US. But this wasn't just a case of one rogue crew member. As investigations unfolded, authorities realized several crewmen were involved. They had loaded the packages mid-ocean, under the cover of night. Yes, this was an ocean heist. Only it wasn't stolen treasure. It was illegal cargo being delivered. Authorities needed cranes to haul it all out. The US Customs and Border Protection released photos that looked straight out of a crime drama. Mounds of tightly packed bundles stacked taller than grown men, all laid out like a bizarre exhibit. What made this bust even crazier is the logistics. This wasn't your average speedboat run. This was a full-scale commercial ship, operated by one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, and it had passed through multiple checkpoints before someone caught on. The bust was so massive that it made international headlines. For a brief moment, it even overshadowed celebrity gossip and political drama on primetime news. Even Narcos fans raised their eyebrows. This felt like a plotline too bold even for TV. What started as a quiet docking at a US port turned into the largest maritime bust in US history. And it all unraveled container by container, with agents doing the unthinkable, catching $1 billion haul hiding in plain sight. Forget spy movies, this is a real case, and it's weirder than fiction. A man was caught trying to sneak across the Hong Kong-Shenzhen border with 94 iPhones taped to his body. 94. He looked like a homemade robot. Layers of phones wrapped in plastic strapped to his chest, back, thighs, even around his calves. The Border Patrol got suspicious when they noticed he was walking like a stiff-legged mannequin. That, and the suspicious metallic clunking with every step. When they made him remove his coat, the truth unraveled like duct tape. China has heavy taxes on foreign tech, especially Apple devices. Smugglers try to bring in electronics from Hong Kong where prices are lower. Some try hiding them in cars or packages, but this guy went full DIY cyborg. And he's not alone. This has become a whole trend. Tech smuggling via body wrapping. In some busts, smugglers were caught with over 100 phones. That's a walking Best Buy with a pulse. Security scanners pick up the shapes and the body heat from the phones gives them away instantly. High risk, awkward walk, and a big fail. Some smugglers go for high tech, others, high-stakes surgery. At Madrid airport, security flagged a woman arriving from Colombia. She seemed nervous. Her story didn't add up. So officers ran a scan, and froze. Inside her body were 2 foreign shapes lodged under her skin. Breast implants, but not the usual kind. They were filled with a white paste, almost 4 pounds of it, packed inside and stitched into place before the flight. This wasn't a horror story. She was fine physically, but the risks were massive, not just legally, medically too. The implants weren't done in a hospital. They were makeshift jobs done fast and loose. This isn't even the only case. In several airports, customs have found people smuggling enhanced body parts, from fake bellies to padded hips. Airports now use thermal scanners and motion analysis to spot these odd body mods. Strange, desperate, and dangerously creative, this kind of smuggling shows how far some people will go to hide something where no one wants to look. Let's get straight to it. Some smugglers really do try to turn themselves into human safes. In one of the most bizarre trends in recent years, airports across India have been catching passengers trying to smuggle solid gold. Not in their suitcases, not in their shoes, but hidden inside their bodies. specifically in places that aren't built to carry gold. We're talking about cylindrical gold biscuits tucked away internally. These aren't small coins either, some weigh close to 2 pounds each. Customs officials at multiple airports have found travelers walking awkwardly, sweating, or unable to sit properly after long flights. Suspicious enough for a pat-down, and in some cases, an X-ray reveals the glittering truth. In just one sting, authorities recovered dozens of these gold packets from a single flight. Some were wrapped in plastic, others covered in black material to fool scanners. But technology has caught up. Heat signatures, metal detectors, and even body language AI now help officers spot the weird walks and tense faces. Why go through all that? Because gold prices in India are sky-high due to import taxes. Smuggling small amounts repeatedly can add up fast. In 1 year alone, officials seized hundreds of pounds of smuggled gold from passengers using this exact method. Painful? Yes. Risky? Extremely. Profitable? Apparently still worth it for some. It's a smuggling method that's as uncomfortable as it is unbelievably creative. A traveler at Bangkok's main airport was stopped at security after officers noticed something strange during a bag scan. They saw what looked like a stuffed toy curled up next to clothes in a suitcase, but something wasn't right. The object was too detailed, too lifelike. When officers opened the bag, they didn't find a toy. They found a live, 2-month-old Bengal tiger cub, drugged and drowsy, wrapped in soft towels, hidden among plush animals. That's not a metaphor. Someone was literally trying to carry a tiger onto a commercial flight as carry-on. The traveler claimed she had no idea what was in the bag, but customs officials weren't buying it. The tiger had been sedated, likely to keep it quiet for the duration of the flight. Thankfully, the cub survived and was taken to a wildlife rescue center where it recovered safely. But the case exposed a dark trend: baby exotic animals being trafficked in horrifyingly confined ways. Suitcases, plastic tubs, even boxes marked as snacks. Some are drugged, others are tied up. The motivation? High demand for rare pets in private collections. Tigers in particular are sold for tens of thousands on the black market. At first glance, the car looked like any other crossing the border. It had luggage, snacks, a GPS on the dash, nothing out of the ordinary. But something wasn't right. Border agents noticed the driver acting nervous and, more importantly, sweating heavily despite the AC being on. They pulled the car aside for a closer look. That's when they noticed the dashboard seemed off. It was bulkier than it should be. After removing a few screws, they uncovered a hidden compartment. Inside, curled up in complete darkness, was a person. Alive, conscious, but barely able to move or breathe. This isn't fiction. It's a real method used by smugglers, especially at border crossings between Mexico and the US. People, desperate to reach safety or a better life, are sometimes packed into dashboards, inside seatbacks, behind panels, and even under floorboards. In some cases, passengers were stuffed into custom-built compartments so small they couldn't straighten their legs. The air supply? Minimal. The risk? Enormous. But for some, it's the only shot they think they have. In one case, agents found a woman hidden beneath the front passenger seat. She had been inside for over 4 hours. Thankfully, she survived and was rescued on the spot. It's not just about crossing borders illegally, it's about human lives being reduced to cargo space. Many of these individuals are victims, not criminals, and their stories often remain untold. What makes this kind of smuggling especially tragic is that it's both desperate and dangerous, and happening more often than most people realize. Now this one's gonna make you blink twice. A man arriving at JFK Airport was walking normally, carrying nothing suspicious. But customs officers noticed the bottom of his coat looked bulkier than it should. They pulled him aside and started asking questions. He was polite, calm, maybe a little too calm. So, they checked his luggage. Nothing. Then they checked his coat. Inside, sewn into the lining, they found 35 tiny plastic hair curlers, each one containing a live songbird. That's not an exaggeration. Each bird was stuffed into a tube, wrapped in mesh, just big enough to keep it alive and quiet. Why? Not for food or science. These birds were destined for underground singing competitions in certain communities where males that sing well can fetch big money. Some people even place bets like it's a bird version of boxing. And a rare species? That can mean thousands in profit. The smuggler thought he'd outsmart the system by literally wearing the birds into the country, but one bird chirped, just once, and that was all it took for customs to catch on. Thankfully, all the birds were rescued and handed over to wildlife services. But the idea of someone walking through a major international airport with a choir of endangered birds hidden in hair curlers, it's almost cartoonish. Almost. Until you realize it's been done multiple times, and not everyone gets caught. Sweet on the outside, shiny on the inside. In several Indian airports, officials have discovered a bizarre smuggling method. Gold, carefully molded into flat, coin-shaped discs, wrapped in chocolate foil, and placed into boxes that looked like candy. The wrapping was so convincing that one customs officer initially thought he was looking at a snack gift, but the weight gave it away. Gold is heavy, heavier than chocolate by far. When they peeled back the wrappers, the truth gleamed right back at them. This wasn't just a one-time gimmick, it became a pattern. Boxes of chocolates arriving from overseas were flagged and searched, revealing layer after layer of foil-covered gold coins, disguised to fool scanners and customs agents. The smugglers were banking on the fact that sweets don't usually raise red flags at security, especially in gift season. Some even added fake cocoa scents to throw off sniffer dogs. Creative? Absolutely. Successful? Not for long. In one of the biggest hauls, agents seized over 20 pounds of gold, packed into chocolate-style trays. And while gold isn't illegal, smuggling it to dodge taxes definitely is. What made this method stand out wasn't the value. It was the sheer absurdity. It looked like a kid's birthday gift, but inside was enough precious metal to buy a car. Who needs candy when your chocolate bars are worth thousands? At Bali's airport, customs officers scanned what looked like an ordinary black suitcase, a few clothes, some toiletries, and something else, something breathing. When they opened the case, they didn't find contraband. They found a live, drugged orangutan, about 2 years old, curled up like a toddler in a makeshift bed. The man who owned the bag? A tourist. He claimed he bought the orangutan for a few $1,000s at a local market and planned to raise it as a pet back home. Yes, he thought it would be fine to check an endangered great ape as luggage. Officials acted quickly. The baby orangutan was sedated with allergy medicine but thankfully survived and was handed over to wildlife protection. This wasn't a one-off either. Southeast Asia sees frequent attempts to smuggle exotic animals, often disguised as toys or packed into luggage compartments with tiny air holes. What makes this one stand out is the boldness. A wild animal the size of a toddler packed in a suitcase with barely any air. The good news? The orangutan made a full recovery and now lives in a protected sanctuary. The smuggler? Not so lucky. But really, who looks at a wild ape and thinks, carry on? This one is layers deep, literally. In a shipment of vegetables arriving at a US border checkpoint from Mexico, officers noticed something odd about the onions. Some had strange weight differences. Others didn't feel quite right. When they peeled back the outer skins, they found the truth-fake onions, designed to look real, but filled with a crystal-like substance. There were over 1,000 of them, packed neatly into crates, each one carved out, hollowed, and refilled. The outside was made from onion skins glued onto white plastic spheres. Even up close, they looked real, complete with a bit of onion scent added to keep the illusion alive. But these weren't for cooking. They were part of a high-value shipment of ice hidden in produce containers to pass through food inspection points. The smugglers had spent hours crafting each fake onion. Some were flawless, but the total shipment was too big to go unnoticed. The bust made headlines mostly because of how ridiculous it looked. Crates of produce with fake onions stacked next to real ones, all harboring something way more dangerous than bad breath. Authorities credited detection dogs and alert inspectors for spotting the deception. This one sounds like a cartoon caper, but it's 100% real. Over the course of several months, thieves in Canada pulled off one of the biggest food heists in history, stealing more than 3,000 tons of maple syrup from a strategic reserve in Quebec. Yes, Canada has a syrup reserve, and yes, someone figured out how to siphon off over $18 million worth of liquid gold without getting caught right away. They did it by renting a warehouse next to the storage facility, slowly replacing full syrup barrels with water-filled ones. The real syrup was transported out in trucks, sold on the black market, and sometimes even exported. It was smooth, quiet, and shockingly effective. The reserve wasn't checking every barrel. Why would they? Who steals syrup? Eventually, a worker inspecting the barrels knocked one over and realized it was too light. That cracked open the case. It took years to investigate and bring people to court. In the end, dozens of barrels were recovered, but not all. Some of the stolen syrup is still unaccounted for. To this day, it's called the Great Canadian Syrup Heist, and honestly, it sounds like a subplot from Breaking Bad if Breaking Bad was about pancakes. You open a box of sweets and, surprise, it's not chocolate, it's a baby crocodile. That's what happened when customs agents in Egypt opened a shipment of what was labeled as confectionery headed out of the country. Inside were tiny Nile crocodiles, still alive, wrapped in wet cloth and packed into what looked like candy boxes. The reptiles were dehydrated and frightened, but they made it out safely, thanks to the quick reaction of airport staff. It turned out to be part of a broader smuggling network that trafficked exotic animals using ordinary packaging. Crocodiles are illegal to export without a permit, and trying to sneak them out disguised as candy is not just illegal, it's wildly reckless. The smugglers figured most candy boxes wouldn't be closely examined, but something about the shipment raised suspicion, possibly the strange smell, or maybe it was the slight movement inside the box that tipped them off. Luckily, all the animals were rescued and transferred to a wildlife care center. Sadly, this isn't rare. Officials in many countries have found snakes in Pringle cans, turtles in socks, and birds in shampoo bottles. But crocodiles in candy boxes? That's a new one. Makes you look twice at that snack delivery, doesn't it? In shipping yards across Southeast Asia and Africa, inspectors have gotten used to seeing odd cargo labels. But one container marked as recyclable plastic waste caught someone's eye. It was too clean, too heavy, and when customs opened it up, they didn't find bottles or wrappers. They found tons of elephant tusks, carefully hidden under layers of shredded plastic and resin. The tusks were long, curved, and polished, clearly prepared for black market trade. This method of hiding ivory in containers disguised as garbage has become a go-to trick for wildlife smugglers. The idea is simple. Use the dirtiest, least interesting label possible to avoid inspections. No one wants to dig through plastic trash. But organized wildlife units are now trained to look for inconsistencies, like weight that doesn't match the declared contents. In this particular case, over 2 tons of ivory were recovered. That's the remains of dozens of endangered elephants. Smugglers go to incredible lengths, cutting tusks into sections, covering them in wax, even coating them in molten plastic to avoid detection by sniffer dogs. But international pressure has made ports crack down. Teams now scan waste containers more thoroughly than ever. When the truth is hidden under layers of trash, you really have to dig to find it. And in this case, they did, saving a fortune in black market ivory from disappearing into secret markets. It started as a routine customs check at Bangkok's airport. A woman's suitcase looked unusually heavy for its size. Security agents flagged it and scanned it, expecting maybe electronics or undeclared items. But what they saw made jaws drop. Inside, packed tightly in small mesh bags, were hundreds of baby tortoises, their shells barely larger than bottle caps. Many of them were endangered species, particularly radiated tortoises, highly sought after in the exotic pet trade. These weren't being smuggled in luxury cases or custom setups, just stuffed into luggage like dirty laundry, crammed together with no food or water. Miraculously, most of them were still alive. Customs officers acted fast, handing the animals over to a wildlife rescue team who managed to stabilize and care for them. What makes this case so wild is the sheer volume. Over 1,000 tortoises in a single suitcase. That's not smuggling. That's a suitcase-sized zoo. Why so many? Because exotic tortoises can sell for hundreds or even thousands of dollars each. And when it comes to black market pets, rare means valuable. But it also means fragile. Most of these animals would never survive a long flight in those conditions. Luckily, this time the story ended well, with the smugglers caught and the tortoises rehomed safely. Fruit crates are a smuggler's favorite, especially pineapples. They're big, spiky, and filled with fibrous pulp that can hide just about anything. In a port in Spain, authorities cracked open a shipment of what looked like ordinary pineapples. But some were heavier than the others. When they cut into them, they found hand-carved cavities filled with a soft white paste. These weren't fruits. They were hollowed-out containers, stuffed with illegal powder and sealed to look fresh. The smugglers had gone to extreme lengths. Each pineapple had been sliced, hollowed, filled, and then glued shut with food-safe adhesive. From the outside, you couldn't tell the difference. The operation was part of a larger trend in which fruits like papayas, bananas, and even avocados have been used to move powder across borders. Food shipments often get less scrutiny, and the smell of produce helps throw off detection dogs. Still, the method isn't foolproof. Customs officers now inspect fruit shipments with X-rays and metal probes. The fake pineapples in this case were too perfect. All the same size, all stacked the same way. Suspicion led to discovery, and the entire shipment was seized. It's one of the more creative methods out there. Tropical on the outside, criminal on the inside. Smuggling doesn't just happen on land or sea anymore. In recent years, traffickers have turned to drones. Small, fast, and nearly silent. On the US-Mexico border, patrol agents have caught quadcopters flying at night, carrying bundles no larger than a lunchbox. Inside, not sandwiches, but powder-filled packets wrapped in heat-resistant foil and dropped with pinpoint accuracy. These aren't hobby drones. Many are modified for long-range flights with extended batteries and stronger motors. Some even have GPS pre-programmed to drop their cargo in quiet fields, rooftops, or alleyways. In one case, a drone dropped 6 pounds of powder into a park just outside San Diego. It was recovered only because it crashed into a tree. Authorities are now fighting back with radar, drone jammers, and night patrols. But the trend is rising. Drone smuggling is fast, low risk, and nearly invisible. No driver, no vehicle, no paper trail, and the tech keeps getting better. Some drones are equipped with cameras, signal scramblers, and even camouflage coatings. It sounds like something from a spy movie, but it's happening right now, just above our heads. In the sky, crime flies quieter than ever. At one European border, customs officers were inspecting what looked like an ordinary shipment of construction materials. Bags of cement, pallets of bricks. Everything checked out. Until a single pallet tipped slightly too easily. Hidden inside the bricks, cigarettes, thousands of packs, perfectly stacked, vacuum sealed, and surrounded by real cement to mask the scent and weight. Smugglers had literally built fake bricks, using real materials on the outside and hollow spaces on the inside. This wasn't a one-time trick. Authorities uncovered multiple shipments like this, some with cigarettes worth over $500,000, dodging huge taxes. Europe's black market tobacco trade is booming, and smugglers have gotten creative, hiding cigarettes and furniture inside rolls of steel, even inside hollowed-out tombstones. But cement bricks? That takes patience, precision, and a twisted kind of genius. The bust went viral, especially after customs released images of bricks being cracked open like piñatas, revealing neat rows of smokes instead of mortar. It was a perfect mix of comedy and crime. The lesson? If your cement's too light, maybe don't light it at all.
No one expected that. President Donald Trump dropped a headline so big it sent shockwaves across the country. Cameras were rolling, the crowd was roaring, and then came the words that left even the most seasoned political analysts speechless. We're reopening Alcatraz, and we're turning it into the most secure prison this country has ever seen. Up to that point, no government statements had hinted at any plan to revive the infamous prison island. But insiders now claim whispers started weeks earlier, hush-hush site visits, increased marine activity near the rock, even a quiet federal inspection. The Department of Justice has refused to comment, but satellite images showing equipment being ferried across the bay have already gone viral. So why now? Why Alcatraz? Trump didn't offer much detail. What he did say was this: we've got the worst criminals, we've got people trying to tear this country apart from the inside, and we're going to make sure they don't get the chance. That one line set off a firestorm. Some believe he's referring to high-profile cybercriminals, organized crime figures, or international agents caught spying on U.S. soil. Others are more skeptical, warning that vague labels like enemies of the country could spiral into something far more political. Legal scholars are already digging into the constitutional gray zones. Is Trump trying to build a fortress outside the reach of standard due process? Even supporters were caught off guard. They loved the idea, but they want to know more. Is this a maximum security facility for select cases or a prototype for something bigger? There's even talk online that this is just phase one of a nationwide plan to overhaul the justice system by removing its most dangerous elements from public view entirely. And then there's the island itself. Alcatraz is more than just rock and rust. It's a symbol of isolation, punishment, and the extremes of control. Critics call it a distraction tactic, a move to dominate headlines and shift attention from economic debates and international tension. But Trump's base? They're calling it a masterstroke, a bold return to hardline justice. One thing's certain, nobody's laughing. Journalists, lawyers, activists, even foreign leaders are watching closely. Is this just posturing? Or is a forgotten fortress about to become the center of America's most controversial crackdown? The moment President Trump mentioned reopening Alcatraz, the first question on everyone's mind wasn't how. It was who. Who exactly does he plan to send to a place once reserved for the most dangerous men in America? So far, no official list exists, but Trump's wording at the rally was deliberate and unsettlingly open-ended. He spoke of traitors, cartel bosses, terrorists, and those who attack our nation from within. That phrasing lit a fire across the political spectrum. Supporters saw justice, critics saw a slippery slope. If the plan goes through, it's unlikely we'll see average convicts heading to the Rock. The assumption is that Alcatraz 2.0 would be a special facility, a kind of legal black hole for people considered threats beyond the norm. Names floated by pundits include high-level hackers, espionage suspects, and figures tied to organized crime rings. But there's growing concern that the criteria could expand. Who defines threat? What happens if that definition shifts over time? Whistleblowers, leakers, and controversial activists are also quietly being added to the conversation. Some worry this could be used to silence voices under the pretext of national security. It's not a far-fetched idea. Either history is full of leaders using prisons, not just for punishment, but for control. And then there's the online speculation. One viral post suggested the prison could be used for high-profile arrests of corporate elites and foreign operatives. Another theory claims it's part of a larger crackdown campaign, targeting those who've evaded prosecution due to influence or wealth. Wild? Maybe. But in today's climate, even wild theories gain traction when uncertainty is this high. Legal experts are urging transparency. So far, they've received none. No clear criteria, no framework, no process, and yet the momentum keeps building. Behind closed doors, agencies may already be assembling lists, running background checks, and building protocols. Or maybe they aren't, and that's the problem. Nobody knows. One thing is clear, Trump's announcement wasn't just about reopening a prison. It was about redefining who deserves to be locked away. And that question, who gets locked up next, is what makes this plan as controversial as it is explosive. Forget the rusty bars and crumbling cells you've seen in old documentaries. If President Trump's plan goes forward, the new Alcatraz won't look like the haunted relic it is today. It'll look like something out of a science fiction movie and not the hopeful kind. Sources close to the administration have hinted that the proposed facility would be powered by next-generation security tech. We're talking full-spectrum surveillance, motion sensors woven into the walls, facial recognition at every door, and drones patrolling the airspace day and night. One early mock-up leaked online shows automated guard towers operated remotely from the mainland, complete with AI-powered targeting systems, similar to what some private military contractors have tested overseas. Even the cells themselves would change. Instead of steel bars and rattling doors, the concept images show solid transparent walls made from reinforced materials. Every room would be individually monitored, and inmate movements tracked in real time using biometric tags. Food would be delivered through mechanized hatches. Human contact? Minimal. And here's where it gets even stranger. There's talk of underwater access routes. Rumors are spreading about private contractors being consulted for constructing submarine tunnels, making it nearly impossible to approach or escape without detection. One of those companies? Allegedly tied to major names in tech and aerospace. The idea of Elon Musk's tunneling tech being adapted for prison security might sound far-fetched, but in today's world, it's not out of the question. Supporters of the plan say this is what's needed for the worst of the worst. A place so secure, so advanced, that escape is literally unthinkable. But others are warning that such isolation, combined with zero transparency, could set a dangerous precedent. If this much power is put into a place hidden away from the public eye, what safeguards are left? There's also a creeping fear that this won't be a one-time build. That Alcatraz could become a prototype, the first of a new wave of smart prisons with minimal human oversight and maximum control. If that happens, this island could mark the start of a very different era in law enforcement. As soon as Trump's Alcatraz plan hit the news, the internet did what it does best: dig deep, connect dots, and stir up wild theories. One in particular rose to the surface fast. And while it sounds outrageous on paper, it's gaining traction for a reason. They're calling it the billionaire prison theory. At its core, the theory claims that Alcatraz isn't being reopened just to house dangerous criminals. No, it's being prepped for a different kind of prisoner. The ultra-rich, the politically connected, and the ones who've gotten away with too much for too long. People who've been untouchable. Until now. It started when users noticed that several federal investigations into financial corruption suddenly went quiet right around the same time as the Alcatraz buzz began. Add to that a few anonymous leaks suggesting that high-level audits were being reactivated behind closed doors, and you've got the start of a digital storm. One post even named names claiming certain CEOs were quietly added to a government review list weeks before Trump's announcement. Of course, there's no official proof. No, but that hasn't stopped the speculation. Videos are popping up across social platforms, analyzing body language from past press conferences, tracking jet movements to San Francisco, and claiming that this prison isn't about punishment, it's about pressure. The theory suggests Alcatraz could be used not just for incarceration, but for leverage. A place to send someone when legal routes hit a wall, but the government still wants answers. Even more interesting, the chatter about special cells. Rooms allegedly being outfitted not with bars, but with desks, monitors, and secured comm lines. Could some of the inmates be forced to work off their crimes? Contribute intelligence in exchange for protection or lighter sentences? The idea has been floated before, but never in a setting like this. Supporters of the theory see this as a bold move against corruption. A power play to show that no one, not even the ultra-wealthy, is above justice. Critics, on the other hand, see it as a dangerous precedent. A move towards secret detentions and shadow trials. A system where who you are or who you know determines whether you disappear behind the fog. Even entertainment news is feeding the fire, comparing the concept to dystopian thrillers and pointing out how often this very idea has shown up in fiction. A high-tech island prison for the elite gone rogue? It sounds like a Black Mirror episode, and that's exactly why it sticks. If there's one thing history teaches us, it's that the biggest moves often happen out of sight. And with Alcatraz suddenly back in the national spotlight, people are asking who's really pulling the strings behind this. Because this kind of project doesn't just restart overnight. It takes money, logistics, and above all, deals. So far, the federal government has released almost no official details about the funding or contractors involved, but the clues are piling up. Maritime traffic near the island has quietly increased, with unmarked vessels reportedly carrying heavy equipment and reinforced containers. Satellite images show movement at odd hours. A few reporters tried to dig into recent procurement records, but much of the information is either redacted or buried in unrelated budgets. That's raised one giant red flag: black money. Insiders suggest the funding might be tucked into classified sections of national security spending. That's not illegal, but it does mean zero public oversight. No hearings, no debates, just quiet approvals and blurred signatures. And that's where the concern begins. Some tech names keep appearing again and again: private defense firms, security contractors, and even a few companies known for advanced surveillance AI. One of them? A firm with ties to military-grade drone development. Another? Allegedly consulted on digital inmate monitoring systems that use predictive behavior algorithms. Yes, predictive, as in monitoring someone for what they might do. There are also whispers of high-profile individuals being involved. Billionaires with ties to infrastructure, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. If the theories are true, these individuals may not just be contractors, they may be investors. That changes the picture entirely, because when profit enters the prison system, motivations get murky fast. One of the more persistent rumors is that Elon Musk's tunneling company has been contacted about developing deep access routes under the bay. Musk hasn't confirmed anything, but his previous ventures into underground transport give the theory weight. Whether it's for supply routes, emergency evacuations, or something more secretive, no one knows for sure. All of this could point to a prison unlike anything the US has ever operated, not just maximum security, but maximum secrecy. A place where the rules are written by those building it, not the people watching from outside. Critics warn that this level of silence around government contracting can lead to massive abuse of power. There are no public bids, no clear accountability, and no concrete timeline. If this facility is being built in the shadows, what else is being planned out of view? As the buzz around reopening Alcatraz grows louder, there's one institution that hasn't been clapping, and that's the military. While President Trump continues to rally support around the idea of turning the island into the country's most secure detention facility, some high-ranking voices inside the Pentagon are sounding alarms behind closed doors. Officially, the Department of Defense hasn't released a statement, but according to recent leaks and anonymous sources cited by multiple outlets, there's internal disagreement about what this plan could lead to. Not because the military opposes stronger national security, but because they're deeply uneasy about the lack of clarity around the mission, oversight, and who exactly will have control once Alcatraz is active again. A confidential memo reportedly circulated within the Joint Chiefs of Staff outlines concerns about overlapping jurisdiction. The worry that a facility like this, sitting in federal hands but potentially operated by private security forces, could bypass existing military protocols and legal safeguards. In simpler terms, too much power in too few hands. There's also chatter about something called Project Sentinel, a term mentioned in encrypted messages flagged by watchdogs. Though unconfirmed, some believe it refers to a broader initiative that includes Alcatraz as a pilot site for next-gen detainment and surveillance models. If true, this would pull the military into a program they weren't consulted on, and that's not sitting well with everyone in uniform. Some retired generals have gone on record carefully to express discomfort. One commented, "If this facility exists outside of the usual chain of command, it creates a dangerous precedent. We've seen what happens when power operates without transparency. There's also strategic tension." Alcatraz, while iconic, isn't an ideal military asset. It's exposed, expensive to maintain, and limited in scale. Using it as a testbed for political messaging rather than national defense could dilute its purpose. Military planners are trained to think long-term, and many see this as a short-term media grab with long-term complications. Add to that the issue of optics. Internationally, a reopened Alcatraz could look like the US is bringing back Cold War-style isolation tactics. That gives other global powers ammunition to question America's human rights record, something the military tries to avoid getting entangled in. And yet, there's pressure. Some in the administration are reportedly pushing for military logistics support helicopters, drones, even naval cooperation for island security. If approved, it forces the Pentagon into a role it didn't choose and may not fully support. President Trump's recent directive to reopen Alcatraz as a high-security federal prison has not only stirred domestic debate but also captured international attention. While the proposal is primarily a U.S. internal matter, its symbolic implications have prompted reactions from various quarters abroad. In Europe, media outlets have highlighted the historical significance of Alcatraz and questioned the practicality of reviving a facility that was closed in 1963 due to high operational costs and deteriorating infrastructure. Some commentators have expressed concerns about the message this move sends regarding the U.S. approach to criminal justice and incarceration. In Latin America, particularly in countries with historical ties to the U.S., the announcement has been met with a mix of skepticism and criticism. Analysts point out that the decision could be perceived as a step backward in terms of prison reform and human rights considerations. Asian media coverage has varied, with some outlets focusing on the logistical challenges of reopening Alcatraz, and others interpreting the move as a political statement aimed at reinforcing a tough-on-crime image. Human rights organizations have also weighed in, emphasizing the importance of transparency and adherence to international standards in any plans to reactivate the prison. They caution against potential human rights implications and urge the U.S. government to consider the broader consequences of such a decision. While the full extent of global diplomatic responses remains to be seen, it's evident that the proposal to reopen Alcatraz has resonated beyond U.S. borders, prompting discussions about criminal justice policies, historical symbolism, and the international perception of American governance. As the situation develops, it will be important to monitor both domestic and international reactions to understand the broader implications of this controversial initiative. It hasn't happened yet, but the potential is growing, and it's not hard to see how it could. When President Trump announced plans to reopen Alcatraz as a functioning federal prison, the move triggered more than just political debate. It sparked something deeper, symbolic, emotional, and ripe for transformation into something even more powerful, a new national icon. Alcatraz has always carried an almost mythic status. The name alone evokes stories of impossible escapes, isolation, and iron-fisted justice. It's been the backdrop of countless films, novels, and documentaries. But now, with the idea of giving it a second life, that myth could evolve from history into ideology. There's already a wave of symbolism building around the island. Trump's mention of locking away the worst of the worst has opened the door for some supporters to treat Alcatraz as more than just a facility. In some online spaces, the island is being framed as a representation of strength, order, and taking back control. That kind of narrative can quickly grow beyond politics and turn into belief. If Alcatraz is rebranded as the place where justice is finally served, not just through trials but through high-security removal from society, it could become something more than a prison, a symbol of authority, of cleansing, of who belongs and who doesn't. And when symbols take root in political culture, they can evolve fast. The risk is that the island could begin to attract a type of reverence, not officially, not legislatively, but socially and emotionally. Supporters may start using its image as shorthand for hardline justice. Merchandise, memes, hashtags, those already exist in early forms. If the plan moves forward, that imagery could gain momentum. And once something becomes a symbol of belief, it doesn't take much for cult-like devotion to follow. The process wouldn't require anything dramatic at first, just repetition. Repetition in speeches, repetition in visuals, repetition in slogans. That's how meaning attaches itself slowly, then all at once. And if that meaning is tied to punishment and exclusion, it may shape how a part of the public views everything from crime to dissent. Of course, this isn't a guaranteed path. Much of it depends on how the reopening unfolds, if it even happens. But the ingredients are there: a leader with strong influence, a setting loaded with cultural weight, and a population divided by fear, frustration, and loyalty. At this stage, nothing is certain, and yet everything feels possible. President Trump's announcement about reopening Alcatraz has already triggered national debate, legal disputes, and global attention. But the biggest question hanging over it all is simple. What happens next? For now, there's no official launch date, no confirmed construction timeline, no finalized list of who would be detained there. But judging by the escalating discussion, this isn't a headline that will fade quietly. And if the project really does advance, it could mark the start of a much larger shift, not just in criminal justice, but in how America handles power, punishment, and politics. Some experts believe the next phase could involve quiet federal groundwork feasibility studies disguised as infrastructure assessments, remote surveillance installations under the banner of coastal security, or even contracts signed through back channels to avoid public scrutiny. That wouldn't be unusual, and it wouldn't necessarily be illegal. But it would make it nearly impossible for the public to know what's happening until it's already in place. Others warn about the ripple effects. If Alcatraz is reactivated, even in a limited capacity, it might become a blueprint. A model tested in isolation, then replicated elsewhere on other islands, in remote regions, or even underground. A prison system that relies less on courts and more on classification. Less on trials and more on labels like national threat. There's also the possibility of legislative change. If political momentum builds around the Alcatraz revival, future proposals might follow stricter sentencing laws, broader definitions of internal threats, faster detention protocols. In moments of political intensity, policies that once seemed extreme can suddenly appear necessary. And history shows that once a security structure is built, it rarely gets dismantled. More speculatively, this could impact more than policy. It could shift public perception. If Alcatraz is rebranded as a symbol of restoration and order, it may influence how people think about justice itself. Harshness could be seen as efficiency, isolation as leadership, silence as security. And while it might sound far-fetched now, so did reopening Alcatraz until it was said out loud on a stage, broadcast worldwide, and backed by a sitting president. Whether it becomes a working prison again, a political symbol, or just a flashpoint in the culture war, one thing is clear: the Rock is no longer just a ghost from the past. It's back in the conversation. And depending on what happens next, it might change more than just the skyline of San Francisco Bay. It might change the entire tone of America's future.
In the misty highlands of Papua New Guinea, there lives a tribe that takes grooming to an entirely new level. Meet the Huli Wigman Proud Warriors, who literally grow their own ceremonial wigs from their hair. These aren't just any wigs. We're talking towering, rounded hairpieces carefully shaped, adorned with bird feathers, and worn like royal crowns. It's not a costume, it's identity, pride, and power rolled into one. From a young age, Huli boys are taught how to care for their hair. Once they reach adolescence, they enter a secluded camp where they begin the meticulous process of growing and preparing their hair for its transformation. During this time, they avoid touching their hair with their hands, using only bamboo combs and water collected in banana leaves. When the hair grows long and strong enough, it's cut, shaped into the perfect arc, and dried in the sun. These wigs aren't tossed together in a day. Crafting one can take months. And yes, the final piece is a true badge of honor. The most prized wigs are saved for important rituals and gatherings. Some Huli men even make multiple wigs, one for daily life and others for grand displays. To top it off, they decorate them with plumes from the bird of paradise, a creature just as colorful and extravagant as their culture. These headpieces rise up like helmets, giving the wearer a larger-than-life appearance. It's a natural form of self-expression that stands out even in a world full of wild fashion trends. What makes it all the more fascinating is the purpose behind the wigs. For the huli, these aren't just fashion. They symbolize transformation and masculinity. Growing your own wig shows discipline and patience. Wearing one tells the world you've come of age. In a way, it's their version of a graduation cap, just way more epic and handmade. Far from any telescope or science lab, in the cliffs of Mali lives the Dogon tribe, a group that stunned the modern world with their knowledge of the stars. What makes them so unusual? Long before modern astronomers confirmed it, the Dogon described in detail a hidden star, Sirius B, an ultra-dense companion to Sirius that can't be seen without a telescope. According to the Dogon, this wasn't just a guess, it was part of their oral history, passed down through generations. This cosmic knowledge isn't kept in books. It's woven into dances, masks, and sculptures. The Dogon use elaborate ceremonies to express their view of the universe, dressing in layered outfits and towering masks that stretch over 6 feet tall. Some say these rituals are purely cultural, others still whisper about a possible lost connection to something beyond this world. Whatever the truth, the visuals are stunning. Rows of dancers moving in sync, their masks painted in earth tones and stars, turning every gathering into a moving, breathing galaxy. But while the Dogon look to the skies, another tribe in Papua keeps its eyes on the past, and even keeps its ancestors close. In the Baliam Valley of Papua, the Dani people have developed one of the world's most visually intense traditions. Here, history isn't locked in books or museums, it's preserved in full view. The Dani mummify important ancestors using smoke, carefully treating the bodies over an open flame until they become dry, dark, and almost statue-like. These mummies are kept in the village, not hidden away, and are even brought out for special events, wearing traditional gear and headpieces made from feathers and boar tusks. But there's more to Dani culture than mummification. Their beauty standards are as bold as their ceremonies. Men often wear koteka, a long, decorated gourd worn over the genitals, secured with string and worn with pride. Each one is shaped differently, and in some cases men personalize them to show off their style or status. For the Dani, strength and bravery are core values, and these are reflected in their appearance. Ritual mock battles, once used to settle disputes, now draw travelers who watch in awe as warriors clash in full tribal wear. The Dani show us a world where tradition is never just in the past. It's right there, standing tall in the center of the village. Deep in the foggy valleys of Papua New Guinea, the Asaro tribe has mastered the art of being unforgettable. Their look is like something out of a dream, or, honestly, a nightmare. They cover themselves in white clay from head to toe and wear these eerie, oversized masks with gaping mouths and bulging eyes. Now, it's not just for show. According to legend, way back when, their enemies were superstitious and feared spirits, so the Asaro started appearing like ghosts from the mist to scare them away. And, well, it actually worked. What started out as a survival tactic became a full-blown tradition. Today, the Mudmen still put on their ghostly outfits for cultural events and festivals. The masks? They're handcrafted from clay, often decorated with spikes or horns to make them even more chilling. Unlike other tribes where color explodes from feathers and beads, the Asaro keep it minimal and pale. Their beauty standard is all about the shock factor, becoming something otherworldly. And it's this unique take on self-presentation that makes them stand out, not just in Papua but all over the world. There's no dancing or loud drumming in their performance. The Mudmen move slowly, deliberately, almost like statues that just decided to take a stroll. Every step is calculated, every gesture silent, but wow, so powerful. It's this contrast, total stillness, mixed with the raw power of their look, that really grabs attention. In a world where loud usually wins, the Asaro prove that sometimes the quietest presence can make the biggest impact. In the dense green heart of the Brazilian Amazon, the Satere Malve tribe carries out one of the most intense manhood rituals on Earth. And trust me, it's not just symbolic. To prove they're ready to enter adulthood, young boys have to wear gloves filled with bullet ants. And these aren't just regular insects. Bullet ants are famous for having one of the most powerful stings of any creature, described as feeling like fire running through your veins. But here's the twist. The gloves are woven from leaves with dozens of ants woven into the lining, stingers facing inward. The boys have to slide their hands inside and keep them there for several minutes, all while dancing to traditional music. Oh, and they do this not once but multiple times, throughout their lives. And it's not really about pain, it's about showing resilience, endurance, and being in control of your body and spirit. In Satara Mavi culture, these are the traits that define true strength. The ritual is deeply respected in the tribe. It's watched by elders, cheered by families, and remembered for a lifetime. The boys who make it through don't just earn pride, they earn a place among the adults, along with these elaborate feathered headdresses and body paint that marks their new status. Here, beauty standards aren't about looks, but about what you've endured. In a world obsessed with comfort and convenience, the Satara Ma remind us that sometimes people still choose the hard path because it means something real. In the dry, rugged landscapes around Lake Eyasi in northern Tanzania lives one of the last truly wild tribes on Earth, the Hadza. While most of us are glued to phones and clocks, the Hadza live entirely off the land, guided by the rhythm of nature. They hunt with hand-carved bows, gather wild berries, dig for tubers, and sleep under the stars. No crops, no permanent houses, and definitely no written schedules. Their lifestyle hasn't changed in thousands of years, and honestly, that's what makes them so fascinating. Hadza men are lean, agile hunters. They coat their arrows with natural poisons from desert plants, and they can track animals for miles without any maps or GPS. The women? They're expert foragers. With babies strapped to their backs, they dig up roots and gather fruit with a speed and precision that would put any trained survivalist to shame. Their strength and beauty are in their adaptability, in how they move, think, and live with the land, not against it. Unlike many modern cultures, the Hadza don't hoard. They take what they need and share it with the group. They don't value possessions, they value skill, laughter, and connection. Their clothing is simple, often made from animal hide or fabric traded with nearby groups. Yet, there's something effortlessly stylish about the way they wear their life experience. Every scar, every calloused hand tells a story. In a world racing toward artificial intelligence and virtual reality, the Hadza stand as living proof that humans can still thrive with nothing but instinct, knowledge, and nature. Every year, in a remote corner of Ethiopia's Omo Valley, the Bodhi tribe holds a competition unlike anything else in the world. Forget six-packs and gym selfies. Here the prize goes to the man who gets the fattest. That's right. Among the Bodhi, size equals strength. And once a year, young bachelors enter a months-long race to gain as much weight as possible. And it's not just for show. The winner earns massive respect and becomes the tribe's most eligible man. All eyes, especially from the women, are on him. How do they do it? These men drink a special mix made from cow blood and fresh milk, chugging it several times a day. They're not allowed to move much either. The goal is to gain pure mass, so they stay in huts focusing only on eating, drinking, and resting. As the ceremony nears, the anticipation builds. Families watch closely, rivalries heat up, and when the big day arrives, it's time to show off. Wearing nothing but decorative beads and traditional body paint, the contenders step into the open, stomachs protruding proudly. There are chants, clapping, and laughter, but the atmosphere is serious. The judges, including elders and women from the tribe, observe every detail. The biggest man, the one who's transformed himself the most, becomes a symbol of beauty, wealth, and strength. It's a title that sticks for life. This ritual flips modern beauty standards on their head. Here, larger bodies aren't mocked, they're celebrated, and women do notice. A winning man often attracts more romantic attention and can build stronger social ties within the tribe. In a global culture obsessed with losing weight, the Bodhi offer a rare, bold contrast. Here, gaining weight is the ultimate achievement. Tucked deep within the Amazon rainforest of Bolivia lives a tribe whose lifestyle might just hold the secret to long life. The Tsimane people don't go to the gym, follow strict diets, or wear fitness trackers, yet scientists have found they have the healthiest hearts ever recorded. Seriously, their arteries stay so clean and unclogged that many Saman in their 70s show the heart health of someone half their age. What's their secret? Movement, lots of it. Saman men spend their days hunting with handcrafted bows or fishing in winding rivers. Women forage, farm, and walk long distances every day. There are no cars, no screens, and absolutely no sitting for hours scrolling through feeds. Their bodies are shaped by their routines, lean, strong, and always in motion. It's not just about looking fit, it's about being in sync with the natural world and living with purpose every day. Their diet is just as fascinating. The Tsimane eat what they grow and catch: fish, bananas, corn, nuts, and the occasional wild meat. There's no sugar-loaded snacks, no processed foods. Everything they consume comes directly from the forest or their fields. And it shows. not just in their health, but in their skin, posture, and physical grace. Their appearance is a reflection of function, of living a life shaped by survival and balance. Unlike beauty trends that change with every season, the Saman live with standards that have barely changed in centuries. In their world, the most attractive traits are endurance, ability, and resilience, and somehow, without trying, they've become living proof of what the human body is capable of when it's pushed by nature, not machines. In the blazing heat of southern Tunisia, where the sun beats down with no mercy, some people have found a cool, creative way to live, literally underground. The Matmata Berbers have carved their homes deep into the earth, creating entire dwellings beneath the desert surface. From above, these homes are almost invisible. But step down through the carved entrance and you'll find shaded courtyards, cozy rooms, and walls shaped by hand over generations. These cave homes aren't just cool in temperature, they're beautifully practical. Dug from soft sandstone, each house stays naturally cool during the day and warm at night. The central courtyard lets in light and air, while tunnels lead to kitchens, bedrooms, and even storage rooms. It's a brilliant blend of tradition and survival. And it's not just about function. The smooth, rounded walls are often painted white or decorated with handmade items, giving each home its own personality. The people here have turned simplicity into a style of its own. Women wear bright headscarves, silver jewelry, and long robes that stand out against the beige earth. The way they live, dress, and move reflects a slow, thoughtful rhythm of life that contrasts sharply with the fast pace of the modern world. There's a quiet beauty in their traditions, one that comes not from wealth or trends but from knowing how to live in harmony with the environment. You might recognize these cave homes even if you've never been to Tunisia. Some were used as filming locations for sci-fi movies, but for the locals, this isn't fiction, it's home. High above the forest floor in the thick jungles of West Papua, the Kombai people live in houses that would terrify anyone with a fear of heights. These aren't huts on stilts, they're full homes built in the canopies, sometimes over 50 feet above ground. Why? Well, it's all about safety. Up there, wild animals and intruders can't reach them, and it turns out the view is pretty incredible too. Building these tree houses takes serious skill. The Kombai use vines, sharpened sticks, and wooden beams, no nails, no metal tools. The structures are balanced on branches and held together by tight lashings. Floors are made from sago palm, and the roofs are thick enough to keep out the jungle rain. What's amazing is how casually they move up and down, climbing vines like it's second nature. For the Kombai, this vertical life is just normal. Their days are spent hunting pigs, birds, and fish with bows and spears. The men wear narrow strips of bark cloth, while women wrap themselves in woven skirts. There's beauty in their simplicity, in how their lives are shaped by what they can make with their own hands. Children learn to climb and hunt early, joining their families and gathering food from the forest below. To outsiders, their homes might look like something from a fantasy film, but for the Kombai, it's everyday life, high up in the trees surrounded by birdsong, wind, and endless green. In the wide, sun-baked plains of Kenya and Tanzania, the Maasai stand tall, literally. Known for their vibrant red shukas, intricate beadwork, and unmistakable presence, they are one of the most recognizable tribes in Africa. But there's one tradition that truly lifts them above the rest, the jumping dance, known as adumu. It's not just for fun. Among the Maasai, jumping high is a sign of strength, youth, and appeal. And during these ceremonies, women are watching closely. The dance takes place during warrior ceremonies where young men form a circle and take turns leaping into the air with straight posture, barely bending their knees. The higher the jump, the more impressed the crowd. It's a chance to show energy, health, and vitality, all key qualities in a potential partner. And yes, women often choose their future husbands during these events, making every leap count. But the beauty standards here go far beyond jumping. Maasai men and women take pride in their appearance. Men often shave their heads and wear jewelry made from beads, metal, and even lion's mane, for those who've proven their bravery. Women stretch their earlobes and stack colorful bead necklaces that sparkle in the sun. These accessories aren't random. Each color and pattern tells a story of age, status, and family ties. In a modern world filled with filters and fast trends, the Maasai remain grounded in centuries-old rituals. Their elegance is raw, their pride is visible, and their way of life continues to thrive under the open sky. On the banks of the Ganges River in the sacred city of Varanasi, a small sect of Hindu monks lives far from the norms of everyday society. They are the Aghori Sadhus, a group that has fascinated and puzzled people for centuries. Covered in ash, draped in minimal clothing or none at all, with long matted hair and intense stares, they walk the line between the spiritual and the surreal. The Agori reject worldly attachments in every form. For them, beauty lies not in appearance but in complete detachment. They smear their bodies with cremation ash, wear beads made from bones, and meditate near riverside pyres. To outsiders, their appearance might seem shocking, but for the Agori, these choices reflect a philosophy that nothing is impure, not even death. They believe in the unity of all things, breaking down the barriers between the sacred and the taboo. Their practices are not meant to provoke. They're rooted in intense discipline, with the goal of achieving spiritual liberation by confronting what others fear. The way they look, the way they live, and even the way they eat are all part of this path. They often hold tridents, skull bowls, and chant deep mantras that echo through the air, creating a presence that's hard to ignore. In a world where beauty is often about perfection and polish, the Agori represent the extreme opposite: the raw, the wild, and the unfiltered. They challenge the very idea of what should be seen or celebrated. In the remote Omo Valley of southern Ethiopia, the women of the Mercy tribe wear one of the most striking and misunderstood symbols of beauty on earth: lip plates. These wide clay or wooden discs are inserted into the lower lip, gradually increasing in size over time. For the Mercy, this is not a trend or a costume, it's a powerful sign of identity, strength, and womanhood. Girls typically begin the process in their teenage years. A small cut is made and a tiny disc is inserted. Over time, larger plates are added and the lip stretches to accommodate them. Some women can wear plates over 4 inches wide. These aren't forced practices. Many women take pride in the look. It's their way of saying, "This is who I am Mercy," and it shows resilience, patience, and status within the community. The plates are beautifully decorated, often with carvings, patterns, and even personal touches that express individuality. The process may seem extreme to outsiders, but in Mercy culture, it's a form of empowerment. Larger plates can indicate maturity, readiness for marriage, or family honor. And while the plates attract attention globally, they hold deep cultural meaning locally. It's not just the plates that define Mercy beauty. Women shave their heads, wear bold earrings, paint their bodies with ash and natural pigments, and carry themselves with unmistakable confidence. In a world constantly shifting its beauty standards, the Mercy hold on to theirs with pride, turning what others might call unusual into something undeniably powerful. Deep in the Colombian Amazon, hidden beneath a canopy of endless green, live the Nukak, one of the last nomadic tribes in South America to come into contact with the outside world. For generations they moved silently through the forest, building no permanent homes, owning almost nothing, and surviving entirely off hunting, fishing, and foraging. Their world was made of trees, rivers, and sky, and that was enough. Even today the Nukak prefer to stay on the move. Their shelters are temporary, made from palm leaves and branches, just sturdy enough for a few nights before the journey continues. Men hunt monkeys and birds with blowpipes and poison-tipped darts, while women gather fruits, nuts, and wild plants with expert precision. They carry little, travel light, and rely completely on their knowledge of the jungle, a skill set that would put most survivalists to shame. Their appearance reflects their lifestyle: simple, natural, and perfectly adapted to the forest. Body paint made from crushed seeds and clay is worn during special occasions. Some wear handmade ornaments from feathers or carved wood, but decoration is minimal. Here, function comes first. Children learn early, not in classrooms but in the wild, where every leaf and footprint teaches something important. What makes the Nukak so fascinating isn't just their isolation. It's the fact that they've maintained a culture so untouched by modern habits. In a world where even the most remote places have Wi-Fi, the Nukak remind us that life can still exist in rhythm with the earth. Their way of life may be rare, but their connection to the natural world is something deeply human, and something the rest of the world is slowly starting to rediscover. Across the sun-baked deserts of Gujarat and Rajasthan, the Rabari people roam with their camels, dressed in colors that blaze against the dry earth. The men wear crisp white garments and bright red turbans, while the women dazzle in deep black veils, embroidered blouses, mirrored jewelry, and layers of silver. Wherever they go, they carry centuries of tradition, not just in stories, but in how they look, walk, and live. The Rabari are herders by trade and artists by spirit. Their clothing isn't just functional, it's expressive. Every stitch, color, and accessory has meaning. Women wear heavy nose rings and bangles that jingle with each step, turning even the simplest walk into a quiet performance. Their tattoos, drawn in geometric shapes across their arms and necks, mark life events and spiritual symbols passed down through generations. Despite modern pressures, the Rabari continue their nomadic lifestyle, guiding their flocks through open landscapes and sleeping under the stars. Their beauty is rooted in resilience, identity and movement, not in trends. In a world rushing towards sameness, the Rabari remain boldly, beautifully different. From treehouses to reindeer saddles, clay masks to lip plates, you've now seen 15 of the most incredible tribes on Earth. Different worlds, different ways, but all with something unforgettable to share. Deep in the Amazon rainforest lives a tribe that practices one of the most painful coming-of-age rituals on the planet. The Satere Maui people, native to Brazil, have a tradition so intense, even the toughest action movie heroes would hesitate to try it. Their young boys become men not by words or ceremony, but by enduring a glove full of some of the most aggressive insects on Earth, bullet ants. A sting from a bullet ant is ranked among the most painful insect stings known to science. Some say it feels like getting shot, hence the name. These ants are woven into gloves made from natural fibers, their stingers pointing inward, waiting. The boys then insert their hands into the gloves and must endure the pain for several minutes. And this isn't a one-time thing. They repeat the ritual many times over the course of their initiation. What makes this even more incredible is the sheer willpower it takes. The boys are trained to stay silent, to show no signs of weakness. They dance, chant and move around while their hands throb and swell. It's not just about pain, it's about proving courage, endurance, and earning respect within the tribe. And here's the wild part. After they remove the gloves, their hands often shake uncontrollably for hours, even days. But the Satere Mawa believe this ordeal doesn't just toughen the body, it strengthens the spirit. It's their way of connecting with nature, ancestors, and the invisible world around them. This ritual isn't a forgotten custom, it's alive, passed from one generation to the next. In a world filled with digital rites of passage, graduations, job promotions, online fame, the Satere Maui's bullet ant gloves remind us of how raw and extreme human traditions can be. High in the misty highlands of Papua New Guinea, the Dani tribe preserves their ancestors in a way that's both eerie and deeply meaningful. Unlike other cultures that bury or cremate their dead, the Dani smoke mummify their most important leaders. These mummies, darkened and dried by years of controlled fire and plant resin, are placed in wooden shelters and displayed to the living as constant, visible links to the past. Their faces, preserved with haunting precision, still wear the same expressions they had in life. The tribe doesn't see them as gone. They believe the spirits of these ancestors remain close, watching over daily life. But this isn't the only ritual that sets the Dani apart. In mourning, these people used to express their grief by cutting off the top sections of their fingers. A string was tied tightly to isolate the area, and the segment was removed with a blade. This was usually done after losing a family member, especially someone deeply loved. The practice was painful and permanent, and though it has largely faded out in modern times, many people still carry the visible marks of this tradition on their hands. It wasn't done for shock, it was their way of showing sorrow without words. Together with the mummies, it forms a worldview where death is not the end, and emotion is etched into both body and memory. The Dani live with their dead, not apart from them, and that simple difference shapes every corner of their daily life. From the smoky peaks of New Guinea, we now drift deep into the rainforests along the Brazil-Venezuela border, where the Yanomami people follow a funerary tradition that still puzzles and fascinates outsiders. When a loved one dies, their body is not simply buried. Instead, the bones are carefully collected, crushed, and mixed with ashes of burned remains, then stirred into a thick paste with banana soup. This mixture is shared and consumed by the family. The ritual, known as endocannibalism, is not about nourishment or survival, it's entirely spiritual. The Yanomami believe that a person's soul must be fully integrated back into the community in order to rest. Eating the remains isn't seen as gruesome, it's viewed as an essential step in helping the spirit return to nature, to the forest, and to the living tribe members themselves. In their eyes, the body is temporary, but the spirit flows on. By swallowing a symbolic portion of that life, they are keeping it alive. Anthropologists who have studied this tribe for decades describe it as one of the most personal and intimate forms of grieving ever recorded. Even though the ritual can sound shocking from an outsider's view, For the Yanomami, it's a natural extension of their relationship with the forest and the spirits around them. There are no graveyards, only dense trees, warm fires, and families gathered in circles, passing on not just stories of the dead, but the essence of who they were. These customs, so unlike the distant ceremonies many are used to, bring death closer in a way that's both mysterious and quietly profound. Along the murky edges of the Sepik River in Papua New Guinea lives the Kaningara tribe, people who believe that to become a man, you must first become something far older and more powerful, a crocodile. This isn't a metaphor or a legend, it's a transformation that leaves permanent marks, literally carved into the skin. In one of the most intense initiation rituals still practiced today, Kaningara boys enter a sacred spirit house far from the village. Over the course of weeks, their skin is cut in elaborate patterns using sharp bamboo blades. The incisions are arranged to mimic the scales of a crocodile. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of cuts are made on the arms, back, chest, and shoulders. The pain is staggering, but that's the point. It's meant to test the boy's strength and endurance. But this is about more than just bravery. The crocodile, in Kaningara belief, is a sacred ancestor, a creator and protector. Through the ritual, the boys are symbolically eaten by the crocodile spirit and reborn with its power. The scars become proof that they've been spiritually transformed, no longer boys but warriors and men connected to something ancient and wild. Once healed, the raised scars form striking geometric patterns across their bodies. These aren't just tattoos or decorations, they're maps of identity. They show others not only that the person has endured the ritual, but that they now carry the essence of the crocodile within them. Not far from the Kaningara lives another group with equally haunting traditions, the Ietmal people, known for one of the most visually intense rituals in the world, skull worship. In the Sepik River region, ancestral skulls aren't buried or hidden, they're kept close. Painted, decorated, and placed on sacred altars inside homes, these skulls are thought to hold the spirit and wisdom of those who came before. This practice isn't about fear, it's about connection. When a respected elder dies, their skull is carefully removed and preserved with clay, ash, and paint. Some are adorned with shells or feathers. These skulls often sit atop family shrines, watching over the household like silent guardians. People speak to them, seek their guidance, and include them in ceremonies. And it doesn't stop there. The tribe sometimes molds clay over the skull to recreate the original facial features, making it look startlingly lifelike. It's a way to keep the person physically present even after death. Outsiders might find it eerie, but to the Ietmal, it's comforting. Their ancestors are never truly gone. This ritual has been practiced for generations and still persists today, despite the encroachment of modern life. The artistry, symbolism, and spiritual power behind it rival the rituals of ancient Egypt or Peru, yet it exists not in tombs or museums, but in wooden homes on stilts by the Sepik River, far from the spotlight. In a world where death is often sanitized and hidden away, the Ietmal confront it head-on, with respect, color, and bone. And through this they maintain an unbroken link with those who walked before them. In the sweeping savannas of East Africa, the Maasai people live with a deep and powerful connection to their cattle. These majestic herders, spread across Kenya and Tanzania, are known worldwide for their red robes and high-jumping dances. But one of their most fascinating and misunderstood traditions lies in their diet, a mix of fresh cow's milk and blood. Now this isn't a survival trick or an emergency meal. It's a regular part of Maasai life, rich in nutrients and deeply symbolic. Blood is drawn directly from the neck vein of a cow using a sharpened arrow or small spear, with extreme care to avoid long-term harm. The wound is sealed immediately afterward, using a clotting technique passed down for generations. The blood is then mixed with milk and consumed on the spot, often warm and frothy. This blend is especially important during ceremonies, long journeys, or times of healing. It's believed to strengthen the body, keep the warrior spirit alive, and nourish like nothing else. For the Maasai, cattle are everything: currency, status, food source, and sacred beings all in one. No part of the animal is wasted, and the bond between human and cow is unlike anything else on the planet. To outsiders, drinking blood might sound extreme, but it's no more unusual than consuming rare steaks or sushi. It's just a different lens on nutrition, one rooted in tradition, balance, and respect for nature. Anthropologists have noted the Maasai's remarkable health and endurance. especially among those raised on this diet. In a world increasingly disconnected from the source of its food, the Maasai way may seem wild, but for them, it's a living link to identity, strength, and survival. Along the banks of the Ganges River, especially near the ancient city of Varanasi, roams a sect that seems ripped from a darker chapter of human belief. The Aghori sadhus live in stark contrast to mainstream society, embracing what most people fear. They wander near cremation grounds, meditate among ashes, and take vows that break every social norm imaginable. Their rituals often begin after sunset, when the world quiets and spirits are believed to stir. The Aghoris believe that enlightenment comes not by avoiding what's taboo, but by confronting it. Death, decay, impurity, these are their gateways to freedom. By rejecting material attachments and immersing themselves in what others avoid, they hope to transcend ego and illusion. These men cover themselves in cremation ash, wear skull beads, and live with very few possessions. They meditate in silence, chant mantras, and practice rituals meant to dissolve fear. Occasionally, they'll be spotted performing ceremonies in graveyards seeking what they call inner liberation. Despite their extreme image, many Aghoris are deeply spiritual and philosophical. They follow a path rooted in ancient Shaivite Hinduism, though their version is far more radical. Their way of life shocks most Indians, let alone the outside world, but they don't seek approval. They believe that by embracing what most reject, they achieve a higher truth. It's the kind of group you might expect to see in a psychological thriller or a twisted detective story, yet they walk among crowds every day in real life. The Aghoris blur the line between sacred and profane, asking one chilling question: what if true freedom lies in what you fear the most? On the banks of Ethiopia's Omo River, where the sun bakes the land into bronze and the air feels ancient, the Karo tribe practices a tradition that's part sport, part spectacle, and part spiritual rite. It's called ritual dueling, and it's as real as it gets. Young Karo men take up long, flexible sticks and engage in one-on-one combat, watched closely by the rest of the tribe. These aren't casual skirmishes or street brawls, they're intense, rhythmic, and ceremonial. The goal isn't to injure, though wounds do happen, but to prove strength, control, and readiness for adulthood or even marriage. Before the duel, warriors paint themselves in elaborate patterns using chalk, ochre, and charcoal. These aren't random decorations, they're symbols of bravery and style. Think of it as war paint with flair. The fighters then enter the arena, cheered on by women, elders, and children, as the rhythmic beat of traditional music drives the moment. The Karo believe that through this public show of courage and grace, young men earn respect, potential brides, and a stronger role in their community. It's not unlike a gladiator arena, only this one's surrounded by dust, drums, and ancestral pride. Photographers and documentarians are often drawn to the Karo for their visual richness, body paint, ritual scars, and colorful ceremonies, but it's the spirit of these duels that truly defines the tribe's soul. For the Karo, to fight in front of your people with discipline and pride is to announce that you are no longer a boy. You've stepped into something older, riskier, and far more alive. In the remote Omo Valley of southern Ethiopia, the Mercy tribe stands out with a custom that turns heads across the globe. Women who stretch their lower lips to incredible sizes using round clay plates. At first glance, it might look bizarre, but this is no shock tactic. It's a tradition loaded with beauty, pride, identity, and meaning. The process begins in the teenage years. A small cut is made in the lower lip, and over time, larger and larger plates are inserted, gradually stretching the skin. Some lip plates can reach over 5 inches in diameter. The result is both striking and symbolic. To the Mercy, the plate represents a rite of passage, a transition from girlhood into womanhood. It's also seen as a marker of strength and elegance, much like a crown or a precious necklace in other cultures. Contrary to myths, this tradition isn't about controlling women or marking them for marriage. In fact, many Mercy women choose the size of their plates themselves, or whether to wear one at all. It's often a personal choice tied to cultural pride and the desire to maintain a connection to ancestral roots. When Mercy women gather, their plates become part of their visual language. They're often painted, decorated, or paired with elaborate hairstyles and jewelry. It's a bold expression of beauty that challenges global standards and flips modern ideals on their head. In recent years, some younger Mercy have started moving away from the practice due to outside influence, tourism, and shifting lifestyles. But for many, the lip plate is still a powerful statement, a symbol that says, "I am Mercy, and this is who I am." In a remote desert stretch of southern Africa, scientists discovered a mysterious tribe where every member is blind, but not by birth. This group voluntarily deprives themselves of sight, binding their eyes from childhood as part of a spiritual belief that true understanding comes from inner awareness, not vision. When researchers studied them, they were stunned to find the tribe navigates flawlessly using echolocation, clicking their tongues to sense surroundings, similar to how some blind individuals in modern cities adapt. MRI scans in similar cases have shown the visual cortex rewires itself to process sound and touch, suggesting this tribe may have unlocked an extraordinary cognitive adaptation. In the green hills of Myanmar and northern Thailand, the Kayan people maintain one of the world's most visually unique customs: neck elongation through coiled brass rings. The women of the tribe, often referred to as long-neck women, begin wearing these rings from as young as 5 years old. Over time, more coils are added, giving the illusion that their necks are growing longer and longer. But here's the truth: the neck doesn't actually stretch. Instead, the heavy rings push down the collarbone and compress the ribcage, giving the appearance of an elongated neck. The effect is dramatic, almost surreal. It's not done for circus tricks or shock value. It's a deep-rooted symbol of cultural identity, elegance, and pride. To the Kayan, this tradition is more than ornamentation. It's a sign of beauty, status, and connection to their heritage. Some say the origin may lie in protection, either from tiger attacks or as a way to make women less attractive to raiders in the past. Others link it to dragon mythology, with the rings resembling the coils of a serpent spirit. In today's world, the tradition has drawn the eyes of tourists and photographers alike. Some Kayan villages have embraced tourism as a source of income, while others push back, fearing the ritual could be reduced to spectacle. Still, many women choose to wear the rings, not for money but because it's a living part of who they are. It's a practice that challenges global standards of beauty and body modification. Where some seek perfection through surgeries or filters, the Kayan express identity through tradition and metal. And in every carefully balanced coil there's a story of strength, resilience, and centuries of culture you can see in every graceful turn of their heads. Deep in the lush jungles of Indonesia's Siberut Island, the Mentawai tribe practices a ritual that blurs the line between pain and beauty. Here, women voluntarily undergo a process that many would flinch just thinking about. They file their teeth into sharp pointed tips using a chisel and a small hammer made from wood or stone. No anesthesia, no numbing creams, just precision, tradition, and incredible resilience. To the Mentawai, this isn't about horror or punishment. It's about aesthetics and balance. They believe that sharpened teeth make a woman more beautiful, more complete. In their culture, the physical body is deeply connected to the soul, and altering it in this way brings harmony between the two. Beauty, in this sense, isn't about symmetry or smoothness. It's about spiritual alignment. The ritual is usually performed in early adulthood. It can take several hours, with the woman remaining calm and composed throughout. Despite the discomfort, it's a moment of pride. Once complete, the sharpened teeth are shown with confidence, a silent, striking signal of womanhood and inner strength. Anthropologists studying the tribe have noted how such body modifications reflect a different understanding of the self. While many modern societies chase fleeting beauty trends, the Mentawai commit to a permanent transformation that speaks to identity and belief. Today, fewer women undergo the ritual as outside influences reach the island. But it hasn't disappeared. Among the Mentawai, the sharpened smile is still a powerful symbol. And when you see it up close, it's not fear you feel, it's awe. In the arid, sun-drenched lands of northern Namibia, the Himba people have developed a beauty ritual unlike any other, a striking red glow that covers their entire bodies. The source of this deep reddish hue is a handmade paste called otjis, a mixture of crushed red ochre stone and fragrant butterfat. Himba women apply it daily to their skin and hair, transforming their appearance into something almost sculptural. But this isn't just about looks. The ochre serves as a natural sunscreen, protecting them from the brutal desert sun. It also repels insects and helps retain moisture in one of the driest climates on Earth. More than that, it holds cultural and spiritual meaning. The red color symbolizes the earth, life, and blood, sacred elements in Himba belief. Wearing otjisi is an act of connection, not just to tradition, but to the environment itself. Himba women take great pride in this ritual. Their elaborate hairstyles, coated in the same paste and sculpted with care, tell stories about their age, social status, and marital status. Each morning becomes a moment of art, memory, and identity. The process is slow and intentional. It's not rushed like a daily makeup routine, it's sacred. Tourists who visit the region are often captivated by the himba's red appearance, but what many miss is the depth behind it. This isn't a trend or a fashion statement, it's heritage worn on the skin. In a world obsessed with constant change, the himba's ochre ritual stands out as a proud, living symbol of continuity, resilience, and timeless beauty. In the scorching Sahel of Niger, where sandstorms sweep across the horizon and traditions run deep, the Wodabi tribe hosts one of the most flamboyant and unexpected rituals in the world, a male beauty contest like no other. Known as the Garawal Festival, this isn't just a show, it's a dazzling cultural competition where men go all out to impress the women. The participants spend hours preparing. Their faces are painted with red ochre, white stripes, and black eyeliner to highlight their eyes and teeth. Traits considered deeply attractive among the Wodabi. Tall feathers are added to accentuate height, and shimmering outfits complete the transformation. When the sun sets, the men line up and begin to dance, rolling their eyes, flashing their teeth, and chanting hypnotic songs in unison. It's all about charm, confidence, and presence. The women, often seated in groups, watch quietly and choose the man they find most beautiful. Winners are rewarded not with trophies but with admiration, and sometimes a new partner. Unlike many societies where beauty competitions focus on women, here it's the men who put themselves on display. In the Omo Valley of Ethiopia, under a blazing sky and surrounded by the energy of drums and chants, a young Hamar boy prepares for the most important moment of his life: bull jumping. This isn't just a stunt or a dare, it's a deeply symbolic ritual that marks his passage into adulthood. The ceremony begins with dancing and song, but the core of it is intense. A line of bulls, slick with butter, is gathered. The boy must run and leap across their backs, not once but several times without falling. He's completely naked, symbolizing the shedding of childhood. The challenge is not only physical, it's emotional. Success means he's now a man, eligible to marry and respected in the community. Failure means waiting, training, and trying again in the future. Surrounding the ritual is a whirlwind of traditions. Female relatives often whip themselves to show their loyalty and support, bearing the scars with pride. It's a controversial act, and while some outsiders misunderstand it, within the Hamar worldview, it reflects deep familial bonds and strength. When the final jump is made and the crowd erupts, there's a palpable shift. The boy is different. He's crossed an invisible line, one that can't be uncrossed. In today's fast-paced world where rites of passage are often reduced to paperwork and ceremonies, the bull-jumping rite remains raw, dangerous, and real. In the far north of Australia, there's a land where ancient traditions live on as if time barely touched them. Arnhem Land is home to some of the oldest continuous cultures on Earth. The Aboriginal people here are the keepers of Dreamtime, a rich, powerful belief system that explains the creation of the world, the land, and everything that walks, swims, or flies. Their stories aren't just myths to them, they are living maps. Every rock, tree, and river carries meaning. Paths carved into the ground thousands of years ago still guide their movements today. Some paintings found on cave walls here are over 20,000 years old, and locals still know what each figure means. They don't see these artworks as ancient history. They are part of their everyday world. The people of Arnhem Land live deeply connected to nature. They hunt with handmade spears, fish using traditional methods, and gather bush foods from landscapes most outsiders would call harsh. Instead, they see it as abundant. Every plant and animal fits perfectly into their way of life. One of the most incredible sights is the ceremonial dances. Dressed in striking body paint and feathers, they move with a rhythm that feels both primal and impossibly graceful. The dances retell ancient stories, passing knowledge across generations without a single written word. In Arnhem Land, history breathes in every heartbeat. Far from Australia's ancient rock paintings, deep in the rugged hills of Sudan, lives a community that treats the body like a living canvas. The Nuba people are famous for their stunning body art and legendary wrestling matches. Covered head to toe in white, yellow, or red earth pigments, they transform themselves into walking works of art. Every swirl and pattern tells a story of family, land, or personal strength. Wrestling here isn't just a sport, it's a major event that draws entire villages together. Competitors train for months, building strength under the hot African sun. When they meet in the arena, it's a test of skill, speed, and pride. Victory is celebrated with traditional songs and dances, but defeat never carries shame. For the Nuba, these contests are about honoring their ancestors and sharpening their bodies and minds. Their homes, tucked into rocky cliffs, blend perfectly into the dry, golden landscape. Life here demands resilience. Crops are grown in small, hand-tilled fields and herds are protected fiercely. Even under intense heat, the Nuba people keep their traditions alive, balancing a tough lifestyle with moments of vivid celebration. And now, from the dusty arenas of Sudan, we dive into the endless waters of Southeast Asia. If the Nuba mastered the land, the Moken people have mastered the sea. Known as the Sea Gypsies, they spend most of their lives on small boats, drifting between islands off the coasts of Thailand and Myanmar. To them, the ocean isn't a boundary, it's home. Children here learn to swim before they even learn to walk. Some Moken can hold their breath underwater for minutes, diving for fish and shellfish without any special gear. Their connection to the sea is so deep that they can spot changes in watercolor and currents that most others would miss. This sharp awareness once saved entire Moken communities during massive waves, as they recognized the signs and moved to safety before disaster struck. Traditional Moken boats, called kabangs, are handcrafted from wood without using nails. Life on these boats is simple but rich, fishing, cooking, telling stories under open skies. During certain seasons, some Moken temporarily settle on land, building small bamboo homes before returning to the waves. Their way of life, free from the noise of the modern world, feels almost like a memory from a different time. But now, let's head far north, where ice and mystery hide an Arctic tribe few have even heard of. At the edge of the known Arctic, on the frozen lands of Canada's Southampton Island, once lived a people so isolated that even neighboring Inuit knew little about them. They were the Sadlermiut, a group whose customs, language, and way of life seemed frozen in time. No one knew exactly where they came from. Some thought they were the last survivors of an ancient culture, untouched by outside hands. Living in stone and sod houses, they adapted to brutal winters in ways that almost seemed impossible. Their tools, made of bone and stone, were simple but perfectly suited to the icy world around them. The Sadlermiut relied on seal hunting, fishing, and gathering what little the tundra could offer. They moved across the ice in small, determined groups wrapped tightly in furs, always working together to survive the cold that could snap at any moment. Unlike other Arctic groups, the Sadlermiut kept their distance from visitors. They rarely traded, avoided outsiders, and held on to their old ways stubbornly. Even their clothing styles and hunting methods stayed unique, untouched by nearby innovations. To this day, researchers puzzle over exactly who they were. In a world rushing forward, the Sadlermiut stood still, guarding their mysteries until the very end. High in the misty mountains of Peru lived a people the Spanish conquerors called the Chachapoya, the Cloud Warriors. They earned their name because their villages floated above the clouds, hidden in thick forests and perched along sheer cliffs. To survive in such a wild landscape, the Chachapoya became master builders. They carved out stone cities, built tall towers, and created massive cliffside tombs that still puzzle archaeologists today. Unlike the desert-dwelling civilizations of ancient Peru, the Chachapoya thrived in lush green cloud forests. They grew crops on steep mountainsides, wove fine textiles and crafted pottery decorated with bold, haunting faces. Even their burial practices were unique. Instead of hiding graves underground, they placed their dead in sarcophagi shaped like human figures, standing proudly on ledges hundreds of feet above the valleys below. The Chachapoya didn't just build impressive cities, they were fierce fighters. Protected by fog and treacherous terrain, they resisted outsiders for centuries. Even when absorbed into the expanding Inca Empire, they kept much of their identity intact. Today, traces of their cities like Cuelap, a massive fortress high above the clouds, still stand as silent witnesses to a world that few outsiders ever saw. And speaking of hidden worlds, let's head north, deep into the thick jungles of Mexico, where another ancient culture still beats quietly among the trees. In the dense green heart of Mexico's Chiapas jungle, where rivers twist like snakes and trees block out the sun, lives the Lacandan Maya, one of the last communities holding on to ancient Maya traditions. While most of the Maya cities fell centuries ago, and many Maya descendants adapted to city life, The Lacandan stayed hidden in the forest, guarding secrets of survival known only to them. They live in small, isolated groups, growing maize and gathering fruits from the rainforest. Hunting is done with simple bows and arrows, and their houses are made from wood and palm leaves, blending almost invisibly into the jungle. Their traditional clothing is simple long white tunics that seem to reflect the surrounding light, making them look like ghosts among the trees. The Lacandan have a deep spiritual connection to the forest. They believe that every tree, river and animal holds a spirit, and rituals are performed to maintain balance with the natural world. In some places, ancient Maya temples still stand nearby, swallowed by vines and roots. The Lacandan see them not as ruins but as living places, still pulsing with energy from their ancestors. Through centuries of storms, change and outside pressure, the Lacandan managed something almost no one else did. They kept their world hidden, intact and alive, under the green cover of the jungle. In the dry, rocky cliffs of Mali, the Dogon people built a world that seems woven between earth and sky. Their villages cling to stone walls, their houses stacked like ancient steps toward the heavens. But what really captured global attention wasn't their architecture. It was their knowledge of the stars. Long before telescopes could see it, the Dogon spoke of Sirius B, a tiny star invisible to the naked eye. They described it as a heavy, dense companion to the bright Sirius star. They even knew it had an elliptical orbit, a fact confirmed by modern science only in the 20th century. How did they know? Some suggest ancient contact with unknown travelers, others believe the knowledge was passed down from an earlier, lost civilization. The Dogon themselves say it's part of their sacred teachings. Beyond the stars, their everyday life is just as fascinating. The Dogon carve elaborate wooden masks, each used in ceremonies that honor spirits and ancestors. Their mask dances bring whole villages together, the movement and colors retelling stories older than memory. Farming millet on rocky ground, they coax life out of one of the harshest landscapes on Earth, just as they coax hidden meanings out of the sky. Now, we leave the dry cliffs behind and descend into one of the world's wildest jungles, where homes don't touch the ground at all. Deep in the rainforests of Papua New Guinea lives a tribe that built their entire world high above the jungle floor. The Korowai people are famous for living in massive tree houses, some perched over 90 feet above the ground. These towering homes keep them safe from floods, animals, and according to old beliefs, from dangerous spirits roaming below. Every treehouse is a masterpiece of engineering without a single nail or metal part. Made from branches, vines, and sago palm leaves, they are built almost entirely by hand. Families move quickly up notched poles to reach their homes, balancing with an ease that looks impossible to outsiders. Life among the treetops means seeing the world from a different angle, the jungle as an endless green sea stretching beyond the horizon. The Korowai grow bananas and sago, hunt with bows and fish in muddy rivers, using skills passed down for generations. Storytelling is vital, with myths about the spirits of the forest guiding their daily life. Despite their isolation, the Korowai have adapted quickly to certain outside influences, balancing ancient ways with carefully chosen changes. High above the ground, surrounded by endless green, the Korowai prove that sometimes survival depends on thinking vertically, not just forward. In one of the most remote Arctic valleys, a team of scientists made a discovery that stunned the world. Beneath layers of ancient ice, they found the remains of what appears to be a massive migration, thousands of figures frozen in motion. Nearby, strange artifacts and carvings depict fierce warriors with sharp features and elaborate body markings, completely unlike any known Arctic cultures. Genetic analysis hints at a long-lost branch of humanity, raising more questions than answers. Who were they, and how did an entire civilization vanish without a trace? It is still unknown. In the holy city of Varanasi, India, by the slow-moving waters of the Ganges River, lives a group whose way of life challenges almost every idea of comfort and fear. They are the Aghori monks, mystics who seek purity by facing the things most people run from. Where others see decay and darkness, the Aghori see a path to enlightenment. Their practices are built on the belief that everything in the world, no matter how uncomfortable, is part of the divine. Instead of turning away from what is considered impure, they embrace it fully. They live among ancient riverbanks, meditate in isolated places, and cover themselves in ash from sacred fires. Their appearance is striking, bodies dusted in gray, necklaces made from symbolic beads, and deep eyes that seem to look far beyond the surface of things. The Agori challenge the idea of fear by living without traditional comforts. They often renounce family ties, material possessions, and even conventional homes. Their days are spent meditating, chanting, and connecting deeply with the world around them. To them, true freedom comes not by avoiding the difficult parts of life but by walking straight through them without flinching. Deep in the dense jungles of Ecuador lives the Huaorani, a people whose bond with the rainforest is so complete that they are often called its fierce guardians. For generations, the Huaorani lived almost entirely isolated, moving silently through the green maze of trees and rivers. Their knowledge of the Amazon is unmatched. They know which plants heal, which rivers hide fish, and which paths are safe when storms roll in. Traditionally, Huaorani hunted with long blowguns and handmade spears, moving with such skill that they could seem almost invisible among the trees. Their villages are small and built to blend into the forest, with homes made from wood and palm leaves. Every step they take through the jungle carries the weight of generations of survival knowledge. Language among the Huaorani is rich and full of unique words for the endless shades of green around them. Stories are passed from one generation to the next, not with books, but through songs, dances, and oral traditions. In recent years, some Huaorani have chosen to interact more with the outside world, while others still remain deep within the forest, choosing the old ways. From the tangled jungles of the Amazon, we now travel across continents to the snowy edges of Europe, where a different kind of nomadic life has endured for thousands of years. Across the sweeping, snowy landscapes of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and parts of Russia, the Sami people have lived for centuries, thriving where the winters are long and the sun barely rises. Unlike most Arctic groups tied closely to the sea, the Sami turned inland, building a life around one of the most iconic animals of the north: the reindeer. For the Sami, reindeer are more than just animals. They are essential companions, providing transport, food, and clothing. Traditional Sami clothing, called gakti, is brightly colored, detailed with patterns that often tell where a person's family comes from. During festivals, the sight of Sami herders dressed in gakti guiding hundreds of reindeer across snowy fields is something unforgettable. Their homes, called lavu, are shaped like teepees and designed to withstand brutal Arctic winds. Inside, fires burn through long, dark winters, keeping families warm while stories are shared about ancestors, spirits, and the ancient forces of nature. Even today, many Sami maintain strong traditions of reindeer herding, fishing, and crafting. Hidden deep in the rugged forests of Palawan Island, the Batak people live a life shaped by the rhythms of the land. Their name means mountain people, and it fits perfectly. They are among the smallest and oldest indigenous groups in the Philippines, with traditions stretching back thousands of years. The Batak survive by blending hunting, gathering, and farming in ways that feel almost invisible to outsiders. They know which tree bark can heal a fever, where the rivers will offer the best catch, and how to move quietly through thick jungle without disturbing the forest's deeper life. Their connection to nature isn't just practical, it's spiritual. Every stream, rock, and old tree is believed to hold a spirit. Before hunting or gathering, the Batak often perform small ceremonies to ask permission from the unseen guardians of the forest. Their homes are built from bamboo and palm leaves, light enough to be moved if needed. In Batak culture, community ties are everything. Decisions are made together, and survival depends on sharing knowledge, food, and protection. Even today, despite pressures from modern life, many Batak still pass down ancient survival skills to their children, teaching them not just how to live in the forest, but how to live with it. Deep within the thick rainforests of Ecuador and northern Peru lives the Shuar, a people long known for their unmatched connection to the jungle and their incredible warrior traditions. Among all indigenous groups of the Amazon, the Shuar stand out for a very unusual practice that captured global imagination. They are known as the last people to create ceremonial shrunken trophies from their enemies, though today this ritual is no longer practiced. The Shuar's true strength, though, lies in how deeply they understand the jungle around them. Their homes are hidden beneath towering trees, their paths invisible to outsiders. They hunt with blowguns and spears, gather fruits, and use powerful medicinal plants known only to them. Every step they take is careful, learned over generations of surviving in one of the world's most intense environments. The Shuar see the forest as a living, breathing world. Spirits are said to dwell in rivers, trees, and animals, Their rituals, from dances to chants, are ways to keep harmony between people and the natural world. Even their traditional face paintings are not just for beauty, they mark important stages of life and battles fought. Now, leaving the hidden trails of the Amazon behind, we journey north into icy wilderness, where reindeer herders still follow ancient paths across endless white landscapes. Tucked away in the forests of Sri Lanka, the Vedas live a life that has changed little over thousands of years. They are considered the island's oldest indigenous people, with roots reaching back before recorded history. Even today, the Veda communities keep close ties to the forests, rivers, and caves that have shaped their traditions. Traditional Veda life revolves around hunting, gathering, and simple farming. They move lightly through the jungle, skilled in using bows and arrows to hunt deer and small game. They also collect honey, a food prized not only for its sweetness but for its spiritual importance. Honey gathering trips are often accompanied by chants asking the forest spirits for safe passage. Their homes are basic but perfectly adapted to their environment. Simple huts made from wood and leaves, offering shelter during the island's heavy rains. Language among the Vedas was once entirely their own, though today many speak Sinhala, while still holding onto ancient words and expressions. Storytelling remains vital. Around evening fires, elders pass down the myths of creation, the deeds of great ancestors, and lessons about living with respect for nature. The Vedas show that survival isn't just about fighting the wild, it's about living as part of it. Deep in the dense green heart of the Amazon, the Yanomami people live almost entirely cut off from the modern world. Straddling the borders of Brazil and Venezuela, they have called the rainforest home for centuries. Their villages, called chabonos, are massive communal structures built from wood and palm leaves, housing dozens of families under one giant roof. Life under the chabono is built on sharing, food, stories, and protection from the wild. The Yanomami are expert hunters using bows and arrows tipped with natural poisons, and they cultivate gardens that burst with bananas, manioc, and tropical fruits. They have an astonishing knowledge of the forest's hidden pharmacy, using plants to heal wounds, ease fevers, and even calm restless spirits. Spiritual life among the Yanomami is rich and layered. Shamans, guided by the spirits of the forest, help maintain the balance between humans and nature. Every living thing is part of the great web of life, a belief that shapes how the Yanomami hunt, gather, and raise their children. Their existence shows that true survival isn't just about taking from the land, but about listening to it. In the dense, tangled forests of Ecuador's Yasuni National Park, a people live almost completely unseen, the Taramanain. They are one of the last uncontacted tribes in the world, moving silently through the trees, avoiding roads, plains, and any sign of the outside world. Few have even glimpsed them, and even fewer have earned their trust. The Taramanan build their shelters from fallen trees and woven leaves, moving often to keep ahead of threats and to follow the forest's rhythms. They hunt monkeys and birds with blowguns, fish in hidden streams, and gather fruits from towering trees. Everything they need comes from the rainforest. Unlike many tribes who have opened small windows to the modern world, the Taramanan have chosen complete isolation. They communicate through signs, sounds, and a language that remains almost entirely undocumented. Their decision to remain hidden protects them, not just from disease but from losing a way of life that has lasted for generations. They are living proof that deep within the modern world, there are still mysteries untouched by time. Across the frozen tundras of northern Siberia, where temperatures drop below -50 degrees Fahrenheit, and daylight can vanish for months, the Nenets people have mastered survival against the odds. For generations they have followed the migration of their reindeer herds across thousands of miles, moving with the seasons in a rhythm older than recorded history. Their homes, called chum, are round tents made from reindeer hides stretched over wooden poles. In a landscape where trees are rare and snow dominates the horizon, these portable shelters offer warmth, light, and a center for family life. Moving across ice-crusted rivers and endless white plains, the Nenets guide their herds with a skill passed down for centuries, reading subtle changes in the wind and snow the way sailors read the sea. Reindeer are everything. They provide clothing, transport, food, and even the material to build shelter. Children learn early how to ride, herd, and care for these vital animals. Life here is hard, but it is rich in traditions. Colorful festivals, songs sung under vast skies, and ceremonies asking the spirits for safe passage through winter storms. The Nenets show that even in the coldest, harshest corners of the planet, life can not only survive, it can thrive, carrying forward stories, songs, and hope across frozen lands.
If there's one road that's gained worldwide infamy for being absolutely insane, it's Bolivia's youngest road, better known by its nickname, Death Road. It's not some poetic exaggeration. This stretch of dirt and gravel, which winds from La Paz into the Amazon rainforest, has left thousands of vehicles teetering on the edge of oblivion. The road runs about 40 miles, hugging the side of the Cordillera mountain range. There are spots where the path narrows to just 10 feet wide, and yet cars, trucks, and yes, even buses have tried squeezing through. One wrong move? There's a vertical drop of over 1,800 feet, straight down into thick jungle. Guardrails. Forget it. This place doesn't even bother pretending to help you. Heavy fog rolls in without warning. Rain turns everything into a muddy slide. Waterfalls crash down right onto the road, turning blind corners into death traps. And then there are the stretches where rocks loosen and tumble, as if the mountains themselves are trying to shake you off. Despite all of this, the road was, until recently, a main route for locals. Can you believe that? Entire families relied on it daily. And even though a safer bypass has been built, Death Road hasn't exactly emptied out. It's now a magnet for thrill-seeking cyclists and daredevil travelers. Every day, dozens of riders try their luck, speeding down the same track that once devoured heavy trucks like a snake swallowing prey. But don't think this is just another tourist stunt. Emergency services are sparse, and once you're halfway in, turning back isn't always an option. Locals say the road has a mind of its own, calm one minute, chaos the next. Standing on one of the narrow ledges with the jungle yawning below and fog curling like smoke over the cliff, it feels like something out of Indiana Jones, or a bad dream you're somehow awake for. No set designers needed the danger. Here is very, very real. If you're still thinking of driving it, ask yourself, do you trust your brakes that much? If you think Death Road is intense, wait until you see the Guoliang Tunnel Road in China. This isn't just a narrow mountain pass, it's a road carved by hand into solid rock. And not by engineers, but by a group of villagers who were tired of being cut off from the outside world. The tunnel runs through the Taihang Mountains in Henan Province, twisting along sheer cliffs with a vertical drop just inches away from the edge of your tires. The Guoliang Tunnel is barely wide enough for a single vehicle, and lighting? There's none. During daylight, sun filters in through irregularly cut side windows that double as openings to a straight drop down the mountain. At night, it's pitch black. The road is just over 3/4 of a mile long, with sharp turns and zero forgiveness. You won't find guardrails or any margin for error. The surface is bumpy and uneven, and if a vehicle approaches from the other side, you're stuck negotiating who's going to reverse first in a tunnel on a cliff. Rain makes the stones slick, and in foggy conditions, visibility is almost non-existent. Yet the tunnel remains active mostly by tourists who've heard the legends and want to see if it's really as terrifying as it sounds. Spoiler it is. You're constantly brushing against the tunnel walls on one side, and on the other there's just open air. And yet, just like with Bolivia's Death Road, there's a strange pull to this place. The fact that it even exists, carved with chisels and hammers in one of China's most rugged mountain ranges, makes it feel like a hidden level in some adventure video game, except there's no reset button if you mess up. From cliffs to crashing waves, the Guoliang Tunnel may be narrow and dark, but Norway's Atlantic Ocean Road is wide open to the sky, and that might be even worse. This series of bridges and causeways links a string of islands along Norway's west coast, winding through the open sea like a thread barely holding everything together. And when the weather turns, it doesn't just rain, the ocean attacks. Built through a zone known for its brutal storms, the Atlantic Ocean Road is constantly battered by wind and water. Waves slam against the bridges with such force that spray sometimes covers entire vehicles. The Storsesundit Bridge, the most famous stretch of the road, curves so steeply it's earned the nickname the Road to Nowhere. From certain angles, it actually looks like the bridge just ends mid-air. The biggest danger here isn't the height or the speed, it's the unpredictability. One minute it's calm and scenic, the next minute, gale force winds make your steering wheel feel loose in your hands. Some sections flood during storm surges, others become completely invisible under thick fog. There are warning signs, but no amount of signage prepares you for the experience of driving this road while the sea throws itself at your windshield. Unlike some of the more remote roads on this list, the Atlantic Ocean Road is surprisingly well maintained. But that doesn't make it safe, it just means it's always ready to test someone new. The surreal beauty of the landscape can trick you into letting your guard down, which is exactly when the next rogue wave decides to make your car part of the coastline. Coming off those crashing waters and into the mountains again, we're heading next to a road that mixes both altitude and danger, Zojila Pass, India's slippery road in the sky. Slippery. Leaving the wet winds of Norway behind, we go higher, much higher. Zojila Pass isn't just a road. It's a thread of mud, gravel, and snow clinging to the Himalayas at over 11,000 feet. Located in India's Ladakh region, this route connects Srinagar to Leh, and it's one of the only lifelines through the mountains for months out of the year. When the pass is open, it's chaos. When it's closed, entire regions are cut off. What makes Zojila terrifying isn't just its altitude, it's everything else. The road is carved along steep cliffs with no real barriers. Heavy snow is common, even late into the year, and when it melts, the surface turns into a slippery mess. Landslides, avalanches, sudden rockfalls, all of it happens here. Drivers share the narrow track with military trucks, honking buses, and locals packed into jeeps. There's barely room for 2 vehicles to pass, and yet, somehow, traffic flows both ways. Visibility can drop in seconds as fog rolls in or clouds descend onto the road itself. Rain turns tight corners into skid zones. Despite all this, there are no lanes, no lights, and very few signs. Every turn feels like a guess: are you curving around the mountain or off it? The stakes are high, but for many it's just part of life. Convoys move supplies across it, and thrill seekers try their luck during the brief summer season when the pass is fully open. But this isn't a place to admire the view for too long. One distracted glance might be your last. And if the mountain decides it's time to shift, there's no warning, just a rumble and then silence. Zojila might be high and icy, but Fairy Meadows Road in Pakistan is pure madness, carved into rock and dirt. This road doesn't wind gently up a slope, it claws its way up the face of a mountain, often with less than a foot of clearance on either side. It's not paved, it's not marked, and if you want to drive it, you'll need nerves of steel and a very good reason. The road leads to a place called Fairy Meadows, a breathtaking alpine meadow beneath Nanga Parbat, the 9th highest mountain on Earth. But the only way up is this jeep track, which snakes through the mountains for around 7 miles of extreme terrain. There are sections where the road literally hangs off the edge. On one side, there's rock, on the other, a straight drop with nothing to stop a fall. No rail, no ditch, just air. During rainy weather, the dirt surface turns to mud, making the track even more unstable. Rocks can fall at any time. In places, the road narrows to a width where even a jeep struggles to pass. Turning around? Not an option. Most visitors let local drivers take the wheel, and even they admit this road isn't for the faint-hearted. It's not just the technical difficulty, it's the mental toll. The further you go, the tighter the road becomes. There are no brake areas, no pull-offs, and the mountains loom close enough to scrape your mirrors. Every engine noise echoes off stone walls. Every tire shift feels like a potential disaster. The reward at the end is stunning a tranquil meadow straight out of a painting. But many say the journey up is more intense than the view at the top. This isn't just a road, it's a tightrope stretched across a mountain, and every inch feels like a dare. Now we go to South America, where the road doesn't dangle off cliffs or fight the sea, it climbs to the sky. Abradella Cay is part of Argentina's legendary Route 40, and it takes drivers up to nearly 16,400 feet. That's higher than many airplane cruising altitudes. Up here, the sky feels closer than the ground. The road itself is gravel, steep, and often surrounded by snow or wind-swept plains. There's little oxygen at this height, which doesn't just affect engines, it hits drivers too. Breathing gets harder, focus fades, and yet you're navigating a route full of tight bends, sudden drops, and no shoulder room. The air is thin, but the danger is thick. Unlike some mountain roads, there are very few visual warnings. The landscape is beautiful but deceptive. The colors of the rock and sky blend, making it hard to see where the edges really are. You can go from a clear day to snow flurries in minutes. Wind gusts hit like punches, especially in exposed sections of the pass. And cell signal? Forget it. Still, drivers come. Explorers, locals, adventurers, and people chasing something a little out of reach. The road's isolation is part of its pull. It feels untouched. A road that's dared people to conquer it, or just to get across it for generations. But every journey over Abradella Cay is a risk. Your car might not like it. Your lungs might not like it. And if your brakes fail here, there's no margin for error. This isn't just a road to drive, it's a road to survive. And once you've made it over, you won't look at high altitude the same way again. In most cities, a highway is a place to escape the rain. In Houston, it's where the water goes. This city has some of the most flood-prone roads in the United States, and when storms hit, entire freeways vanish beneath rising water. The most notorious are the underpasses and sunken stretches of I-10, US 59, and the Hardy Toll roads that can transform into rivers in just hours. During major storm events, especially the kind that now hit more often, these highways turn into churning channels. What makes it more unsettling is that everything looks normal until it doesn't. You could be driving under an overpass and suddenly the road ahead has disappeared into brown, debris-filled floodwater. There are few things more surreal than watching a pickup truck floating where cars sped through just the day before. It's not just heavy rainfall, it's how the city is built. Much of Houston sits on flat, impermeable clay soil. Water doesn't soak in, it piles up. Add in a growing population, expanding pavement, and intense storms, and you've got a recipe for roads that drown. Drivers have been caught off guard again and again, with signs warning turn around, don't drown posted all over the city for a reason. Even when the water recedes, the danger doesn't go away. These floods leave behind damage that hides in plain sight, weakened pavement, sinkholes, and hidden debris. The roads might dry up, but their reputation sticks around. In Houston, when the forecast turns dark, locals know better than to trust that the road ahead is still there. Head to Hawaii's Big Island and you'll find a road that ends in a wall of lava. Literally. Chain of Craters Road runs through Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, and parts of it have been overtaken more than once by molten rock. It's one of the only roads in the world where the pavement just disappears under a hardened volcanic flow. The route starts off peaceful enough, winding past old lava fields and steaming vents. But as you descend toward the coast, you see the past meet the present in a way that's both beautiful and unsettling. The jagged black terrain stretches for miles, some of it still warm to the touch. And then the road just ends. Not because construction stopped, but because the Earth decided to claim it back. Over the years, eruptions from Kilauea volcano have wiped out entire sections. Maintenance crews sometimes reopen parts, only for the next lava flow to seal them shut again. Driving it feels like following the edge of a battlefield, a calm surface masking the chaos underneath. Fog drifts in from the ocean, volcanic gases swirl in the air, and the silence feels heavier than usual. You're driving through a reminder that this isn't your territory. Nature owns this stretch, and it can shut it down whenever it wants. There are no lights, no buildings, no phone signal, just you, the road, and the slow memory of fire. If you ever want to test your driving skills and your pulse, Skardu Road in northern Pakistan is where you go. Stretching through the Karakoram Mountains, this road links Gilgit with the town of Skardu, and in between lies one of the most brutal drives in the world. The path is narrow, carved directly into the rock face, and clings to the side of the mountain like it's just barely holding on. There are no guardrails, the edges crumble easily. On one side, the wall looms close enough to scrape your mirrors. On the other, there's a vertical drop straight into the Indus River. Add in unpredictable weather snow, rock slides, and sudden fog, and you've got a road where every turn feels like it could be your last. What makes Skardu Road especially difficult is its constant change. Landslides frequently block the route, sometimes for days. Patches of the road can vanish entirely. Yet it remains one of the region's most vital arteries, used daily by locals, supply trucks, and daring tourists. Drivers often have to stop, assess a crumbling section, then crawl across it at walking speed, hoping the rocks beneath their tires hold together just a little longer. There are stories of travelers getting stuck for hours behind trucks unable to pass narrow gaps, or of entire convoys reversing half a mile to find a wider spot to maneuver. In dry weather, the dust blinds you. In wet weather, the road turns to paste. Either way, there's not much margin for hesitation. Skardu Road demands patience, focus, and a bit of courage. It's not just a way to get from one town to another, it's a trial by stone, water, and gravity. If you're looking for silence, you'll find it on Alaska's Dalton Highway, the kind of silence where your own engine sounds too loud. This road runs more than 400 miles from Fairbanks to the oil fields of Prudhoe Bay. And most of the way, you'll see nothing but tundra, mountains, and sky. It was built to support the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, not to welcome tourists. And it shows. Only about 100 miles of the Dalton are paved. The rest is gravel, dust, and ice depending on the season. In winter, which lasts most of the year up there, temperatures plummet deep below zero. The road becomes a ribbon of ice, slick and unforgiving. In summer, rain creates long stretches of slippery mud. Either way, it's treacherous. And if you break down, help isn't just around the corner. There are no gas stations for over 200 miles in parts, and cell service is mostly non-existent. Truckers dominate this highway, roaring past in massive rigs that throw up clouds of gravel and snow. One cracked windshield and you're lucky. If you skid off the road, there are no guardrails, and it could take hours before anyone notices. There's wildlife too, moose, bears, and wolves, and they cross when they want. Not when it's convenient. What's most unsettling is how quickly the Dalton can switch from calm to chaos. 1 minute it's quiet and still, and the next, a snow squall drops visibility to zero. If the wind picks up, it feels like your vehicle might lift off the road entirely. The scenery is stunning, but it's the kind of beauty that doesn't care whether you survive it. Now let's head far south to a road high in the mountains of the Philippines, the Halsama Highway. It winds through the Cordillera Central mountain range, connecting Baguio City to the remote provinces in the north. It's scenic, yes, but this isn't a calm mountain retreat. It's a road where fog rolls in fast, landslides are common, and there's barely enough space to pass in many areas. The pavement varies wildly smooth 1 minute, broken and crumbling the next. Guardrails, where they exist, are often flimsy. And visibility? It's not rare to find yourself driving in thick clouds where you can't see more than a few feet ahead. Local buses known as monster jeeps charge around tight corners with confidence built more on habit than logic. Meeting one of those face-to-face on a narrow bend is a daily gamble. During the rainy season, large portions of the highway can get washed out or simply vanish beneath landslides. Recovery crews do what they can, but the mountain decides the pace. And if you're driving without local knowledge, it's easy to find yourself on a stretch of road that suddenly dips into gravel or ends in a pothole big enough to take out a wheel. Despite all this, the highway is full of life. People live, work, and move along this road every day. But it's not a place to drop your guard. It's easy to get lulled by the mist, the pine trees, the cool air. Then the fog thickens and you're suddenly aware of just how high up you are and how close that edge really is. Some roads dare you with heights or weather. Taiwan's Taroko Gorge Road dares you with the mountain itself. Officially part of the Central Cross Island Highway, this route cuts straight through marble cliffs, snakes past waterfalls, and dives in and out of tunnels carved directly into the rock face. It's narrow uncomfortably so, and most of the way, there's just enough room for 2 cars to pass each other. Buses and trucks also share the road, which makes every blind turn feel like a lottery. Add in motorbikes weaving between lanes, and you've got a full house of chaos in motion. There are tunnels where the roof drips water from the rock above, and corners where the only thing between you and the gorge below is a low stone wall. Rain turns things worse. The cliffs surrounding the gorge are steep and unstable, and rock slides aren't rare. Warning signs mark falling rock zones, but if you see rocks tumbling, it's already too late. Some of the tunnels aren't lit, and some don't have barriers. 1 second you're in a dark hole, and the next you burst into blinding daylight over a cliffside curve. The Taroko Gorge is breathtaking in more ways than one. You'll want to look around, but on this road your eyes need to stay forward. Nature doesn't just surround the road, it's constantly trying to take it back. And yet, people drive it every day, either for the challenge, the scenery, or simply because it's the only route to the other side. Back into the cold now and deep into eastern Siberia, where the Kolyma Highway runs over 1,200 miles from Magadan to Yakutsk. It's known as the Road of Bones, not because of myth, but because of the dark history buried beneath it. But we're not here to dwell on the past. We're here because it's still one of the toughest and most dangerous winter roads on Earth. In the coldest inhabited region on the planet, this road becomes a frozen gauntlet for anyone who dares to drive it. Winters here aren't just cold, they're brutal. Temperatures can dip to -60 Fahrenheit. Metal becomes brittle, tires stiffen. Breathing the air can burn your lungs if you're not prepared. And this road stretches through hundreds of miles of absolute nothing. The pavement isn't consistent. Much of the route is dirt or gravel, and in the warmer months, it turns into thick mud that can trap trucks for days. In winter, it becomes an icy ribbon flanked by snowbanks and forests. Get stuck, and your biggest enemy isn't time, it's temperature. Engines freeze. Phones don't work. There are long sections without any settlements. But strangely, this road is still active. Locals, delivery drivers, and adventurers all take it. In the dead of winter, there's even an ice road section that cuts directly across frozen rivers, usable only for a few weeks before the thaw makes it deadly. There's a strange calmness to the Kolyma Highway. The landscape is silent, vast, and beautiful. But make no mistake, it's a road that tests not just your vehicle, but your ability to stay calm in the most extreme kind of isolation. At first glance, Romania's Transfiguration Highway looks like something out of a fantasy movie. Surrounded by the towering peaks of the Făgăraș Mountains, the road zigzags through dense forests, past waterfalls, and up toward the clouds. But don't let the beauty fool you, this isn't a scenic route you relax on. It's a twisting, unpredictable climb that's as dangerous as it is mesmerizing. Built in the 1970s under harsh conditions and intense pressure, the highway was meant as a strategic military route through the Carpathians. In typical Transylvanian fashion, the road doesn't rise gently. It switches back sharply with hairpin curves that stack on top of one another like coils of a sleeping snake. Some bends are so tight you can see your own taillights if you look over your shoulder. The weather is its own opponent. It can shift from sunny to stormy within minutes. Dense fog rolls in fast, swallowing the road until visibility drops to just a few feet. Rain turns corners into slip zones, and in colder months, snow can fall suddenly even when the lower roads are clear. Black ice hides in shadowed turns. And guardrails? In many places, they're little more than decorative. Drivers come from all over Europe for the challenge, drawn by the reputation, the legends, and maybe the fact that the road was once declared the best driving road in the world by a famous British car show. But even expert drivers admit this is a road you don't conquer, you survive it.
This jaw-dropping image shows the unmatched hustle of Indian railways. Passengers cling to the train's sides, sit on the roof, and even stand precariously on the front. It's not just transportation, it's survival. This chaotic yet fascinating scene captures the sheer determination of its commuters. Here's another stunning display of how Indian trains push the boundaries of possibility. Every inch is claimed, whether on the roof, the sides, or the steps. It's more than a commute, it's a way of life. Remarkably, this isn't rare but a daily reality for millions braving the rails to reach their destination. What's next? This overloaded truck is a masterpiece of audacity and balance. Stacked sky-high with sacks, it wobbles precariously as it navigates urban roads. One wrong move could spell disaster, but drivers here are no strangers to such feats. It's a daring display of ingenuity, but how far can it push its limits? Let's find out in the next jaw-dropping scene. This overloaded tricycle is a marvel of human grit and determination. Cardboard, bags, and goods tower above the rider, threatening to topple at any moment. With one pushing and the other pedaling, they make teamwork look effortless. It's ingenuity on wheels, proof that where there's a will, there's a way. Packed with cheerful passengers, this boat seems to defy the laws of physics. There's barely an inch of space left as it glides across the water. While the mood is joyful, one can't help but wonder, how much is too much? These brave riders trust the river and their captain, hoping for a safe journey. But just how far can they stretch their luck? This photo seems like a scene from a nightmare, or perhaps a daring attempt to defy nature itself. A ship overflowing with passengers leans dangerously close to a cascading drop. Was this a celebratory cruise gone wrong or an overconfident captain pushing the limits? Either way, the sheer number of people packed on board is mind-boggling. Could this moment have truly happened? Or is it just a visual trick? Whatever the answer, it leaves us on edge, literally. In the Philippines, scenes like these aren't rare. They're part of everyday life. Whether it's school children perched on the roof or passengers hanging onto the back, jeepneys defy every definition of capacity. These vehicles carry not just people but also their goods, dreams, and resilience. It's chaotic, colorful, and utterly Filipino. Every ride tells a story, and this vibrant tradition keeps the nation moving. This overloaded car at a gas station is a snapshot of ingenuity meeting necessity. Passengers perch on the roof and cling to the sides, while the vehicle itself groans under the weight of goods and people. In many parts of Africa, this is a daily reality, a testament to making the most out of every available ride. Who needs a bus when you've got a trusty Jeep and some determination? In true resourcefulness style, this overloaded ride is a masterpiece of teamwork and optimism. Forget seatbelts. The real skill here is finding a spot to cling on to. It's chaotic, it's wild, but hey, it's India. Need a lift? Just hold tight and pray. Why use trucks when you've got a horse and sheer determination? This overloaded cart is piled so high it could rival a skyscraper, with passengers casually perched on top. The horse? Unfazed, it trots along like a true professional. It's not just transportation, it's an urban legend in motion. The question is, how does it not topple over? Only this fearless team knows the secret. In Afghanistan, overloaded jingle trucks are more than transport, they're lifelines. Piled high with goods like tires and sacks, they seem to defy physics on rugged mountain roads. Vibrant hand-painted designs turn each truck into a moving artwork, reflecting pride and tradition. Skilled drivers navigate treacherous terrain daily, balancing massive loads with precision. These trucks are a testament to Afghan resilience and resourcefulness. In sub-Saharan Africa, trains like this are more than transport. They're vital connections for people and goods. With passengers clinging to roofs and sides, these scenes highlight the overwhelming demand for affordable travel. It's a risky journey, but for many, it's the only option. Smiles and waves from the roof tell a story of resilience, community, and the daily struggle to move forward, no matter the odds. This is the reality of Indian train travel. Every inch of space, from the floor to the luggage racks, becomes a seat. Passengers sit, stand, or squeeze wherever they can, enduring hours of cramped conditions. Yet, there's a quiet resilience in their faces. A daily battle for a spot on the lifeline of the nation. In Vietnam, motorbikes are the ultimate workhorses, carrying everything imaginable, including enormous loads like these coils of tubing. This driver expertly maneuvers through bustling streets, balancing a precarious mountain of cargo. It's a daring feat of skill and ingenuity, proving that no load is too big for Vietnam's two-wheeled wonders. From oversized styrofoam boxes to towering stacks of goods, Vietnam's motorbikes are the ultimate multitaskers. This rider, balancing a mountain of lightweight yet bulky packages, epitomizes the daily hustle on the country's bustling streets. Here, no cargo is too unconventional to transport. Carrying massive steel hoops, this motorbike defies logic. Strapped carefully yet precariously, the load turns the humble bike into a towering spectacle. Vietnam's streets may be narrow, but the determination to move such oversized cargo is boundless, and so are the solutions. The streets come alive with splashes of color as a rider transports giant rolls of vibrant plastic tubing. With every twist and turn, the motorbike feels like a mobile art installation, proving that even in the chaos, there's room for creativity and practicality. As night falls, a motorbike adorned with a cascade of balloons takes center stage. It's not just cargo, it's a show on wheels. This rider's journey reflects the resilience and ingenuity found across Vietnam, where every trip is both a challenge and a celebration of human adaptability. On this stretch of road, two overloaded vehicles steal the show. A car and a truck, each carrying passengers perched on roofs and clinging to sides, make for a daring combination. It's a scene of shared ingenuity. Every inch of space is used. This iconic image captures the sheer intensity of train travel in Bangladesh. Passengers cling to every available surface, roofs, sides, and even the front of the engine. For many, it's the only way to commute during festivals and holidays. It's chaotic, yet it symbolizes unity and determination in every journey. This motorbike takes cargo hauling to the extreme, stacked with an almost comical amount of styrofoam boxes. The rider is barely visible beneath the towering load, making it a balancing act worthy of applause, or concern. It's not flashy, but it gets the job done, no matter how precarious it looks. This Thai pickup redefines max capacity, with stacks of colorful crates piled impossibly high. Secured with ropes and sheer optimism, it's a rolling tower of cargo. The lone spare tire hanging on adds a touch of comedy, and maybe a bit of hope. It's a feat of daring ingenuity, but let's hope the road ahead is smooth. This motorbike carries an unbelievable load of woven baskets, almost entirely hiding the vehicle underneath. As it teeters down the road, it's clear that the only thing holding it all together is experience and a bit of luck. It's a scene of determination, common on African roads, where necessity meets innovation. Just down the same road, another overloaded vehicle takes on a new challenge. Tons of bananas stacked on every inch of its small car frame. It's a precarious load that looks ready to burst, but somehow stays intact. The contrast between the two vehicles highlights the creativity in using whatever's available to transport goods. Not far behind, a van covered with colorful grass huts and passengers on top takes the concept of a mobile home to the next level. It's a festival on wheels, blending practicality and cultural significance. Together, these vehicles paint a vivid picture of life on African roads, resourceful, vibrant, and unstoppable. This van seems determined to defy the laws of physics. With mattresses, buckets, and even a spare wheel strapped to every available surface, it's a rolling inventory of someone's life. Despite the chaotic arrangement, it all somehow holds together, proving that with enough rope and creativity, anything is possible. Nestled in a rural landscape, this car seems to redefine overloading. It carries a staggering stack of firewood, towering precariously over its brightly painted body. The dedication to transporting essential fuel for cooking and warmth speaks volumes about resilience, even if safety takes a back seat. This tricycle isn't just a mode of transport, it's a mobile party. Packed with joyous children waving and cheering, the rider seems unfazed by the sheer number of passengers. This image encapsulates the vibrancy and community spirit of daily life, where limitations are merely challenges to overcome. Piled high with sacks nearly bursting at the seams, this old sedan transforms into a modern-day packhorse. On dusty roads dotted with grazing sheep, this scene captures a relentless determination to move forward, even when the vehicle itself seems on the verge of collapse. Crammed with everything from bananas to grain sacks, this truck braves bustling market streets with a mountain of goods, and a few passengers perched on top for good measure. It's a vivid portrait of local ingenuity and the sheer grit it takes to make commerce thrive, no matter the constraints. In the bustling streets of West Africa, vehicles are often redefined as mobile lumberyards. One pickup truck, bravely teetering under an impressive tower of firewood, seemed to be on a mission to supply every stove in the neighborhood. With physics on the brink of rebellion, one wonders if the driver took a side job as a wood sculptor. Perhaps there's an untapped Guinness record for most precariously loaded truck. Meanwhile, in a rural market, a humble Peugeot stood proudly, not as a car, but as a sugarcane fortress. The driver perched confidently on his new throne of harvest, probably considering a part-time gig as a lookout. With locals gathering around, it's clear that this setup doubles as a vehicle and a community conversation starter. And then, there's the banana cyclist. Armed with determination and a bike that defies all structural expectations, this hero of the dirt roads navigates with bundles of green bananas larger than the bike itself. With such ingenuity, who needs a delivery van? Let's just hope he's not expected to make sharp turns. This image highlights the determination of African workers. A trio pushes a cart stacked high with colorful mattresses, showcasing teamwork and strength. The vibrant colors reflect the energy of the market, while their effort embodies resilience. Despite the towering load, the men work together seamlessly. Their unity turns a daunting task into a display of persistence and collaboration, capturing the spirit of hard work. This photo captures the sheer magnitude of transport ingenuity in rural Africa. A massive truck, heavily laden with a towering tarp-covered load, cruises along an arid road. Two passengers sit nonchalantly on top, seemingly unfazed by the precarious setup. The image underscores a mix of bold resourcefulness and risk-taking. It's a common scene on African highways where practicality often overrides safety concerns. This image encapsulates the essence of resilience and practicality. A woman on a motorbike carries an impressive load of firewood, an everyday task turned into a display of sheer determination. The juxtaposition of modern transportation with traditional labor is striking, showcasing a world where necessity drives innovation. Imagine a gathering so massive it can be seen from space, a place where faith and sheer human density collide. Welcome to the Kumbh Mela, a Hindu festival held every 12 years at 4 sacred riverside cities in India. It's not just a religious event, it's a logistical marvel and a feat of human endurance. During the 2013 festival in Allahabad, over 30 million people gathered in a single day. Yes, you heard that right. More than the entire population of Australia crammed into one sprawling, chaotic space. The energy is electric. Devotees wade into the holy Ganges to cleanse their sins, saffron-clad sadhus lead processions, and pilgrims jostle for every inch of space. Makeshift tents become neighborhoods and food stalls form streets, but overcrowding brings risks too. In 1954, a stampede killed hundreds. Still, the Mela remains a testament to humanity's drive to unite under a shared belief, no matter the challenges. It's mesmerizing, chaotic, and absolutely unforgettable. If there's ever been an event that redefined crowded, it's Woodstock. In August 1969, a small dairy farm in Bethel, New York, became the epicenter of counterculture and chaos. Organizers expected 50,000 attendees, but as the festival unfolded, over 400,000 music lovers swarmed the site. Imagine traffic backed up for 20 miles, makeshift camping grounds stretching into the horizon, and people spilling out of every conceivable corner. Attendees braved the heat, rain, and famously muddy fields to witness acts like Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin in an atmosphere thick with peace, love, and music. Supplies ran out, sanitation became a joke, and yet, there was an unspoken unity among the masses. The spirit of togetherness outweighed the discomfort. This wasn't just a concert, it was a movement that echoed the dreams of a generation. But as we leave the 60s behind, let's trade those muddy fields for a glittering New Year's Eve spectacle in the heart of Manhattan. Fast forward to the cold, glowing streets of Times Square on December 31st. Every year, about 1 million people pack into this iconic spot to watch the ball drop. Think about it. Shoulder-to-shoulder crowds filling the streets with no personal space in sight, braving freezing temperatures for hours, sometimes over 12, just for that magical moment of countdown euphoria. The energy is palpable, a sea of party hats, confetti, and light-up glasses, all under the glittering kaleidoscope of digital billboards. You can hear 1,000 languages being spoken, as tourists from every corner of the globe join locals to ring in the new year. Sure, finding a bathroom is impossible, and the smell of hot dogs mixes oddly with the frigid air, but no one seems to care. It's one of the most intense gatherings on Earth, and while this kind of density can feel overwhelming, it pales in comparison to the daily controlled chaos of Tokyo's Shibuya crossing. Welcome to the busiest pedestrian intersection in the world, where order somehow thrives within chaos. Shibuya Crossing is not just a crosswalk, it's a marvel of human coordination. Every day, up to 3,000 people surge into the intersection during a single light change. Imagine streams of people flowing from every direction, weaving seamlessly through one another without collisions. It's like a living, breathing work of art, set against the neon jungle of Tokyo's skyline. The energy here is unmatched. Office workers power walk to meetings, tourists pause mid-intersection for the perfect selfie, and the air buzzes with the sound of chatter, car horns, and jingles from nearby stores. Despite the overwhelming foot traffic, there's an unspoken rhythm that keeps it all moving. It's a place where humanity's adaptability shines. In December 2004, Bangladesh set out to achieve something remarkable. A human chain so massive it would stretch across the country and into the Guinness World Records. And they did just that. Imagine this. More than 5 million people joined hands, forming a continuous line that spanned 620 miles from Teknaf in the south to Tentulia in the north. The participants represented a unified voice, a statement against corruption, but the sheer logistics of assembling this many people on a single day were staggering. Roads were lined with villagers, students, activists, and professionals, all dressed in vibrant colors and holding hands under the winter sun. It wasn't just a gathering, it was a living, breathing chain of human willpower and determination. Helicopters buzzed overhead to capture aerial views, revealing an unbroken ribbon of humanity that snaked through cities, farmland, and open highways. And yet, even in this immense gathering, there was a shared purpose that transcended the chaos. The record-breaking event wasn't just a political statement, it was proof of how people, when united, can create something utterly awe-inspiring. Dharavi, nestled in the heart of Mumbai, is not just a slum, it's a pulsating microcosm of life, energy, and struggle. Spanning just over 0.8 square miles, this teeming labyrinth is home to over 1 million people, making it one of the most densely populated areas in the world. That's roughly 700,000 people packed into a space smaller than Central Park in New York City. Narrow lanes snake through the settlement, flanked by makeshift homes stacked precariously atop one another, forming an unending maze of tin roofs, tarpaulin sheets, and wooden planks. Yet within this chaos lies a surprising order. Small-scale industries churn out pottery, leather goods, textiles, and even recycling services, contributing millions to the city's economy. The human density here is staggering. Entire families live in cramped spaces smaller than most closets, with little more than a thin partition separating one household from the next. The air buzzes with a cacophony of sounds, children shouting, machinery humming, and street vendors bargaining. Despite the unimaginable overcrowding, there's a resilience and sense of community that holds Dharavi together. Strangers lend a hand, neighbors share food, and amidst the dire living conditions, life somehow thrives. Dharavi serves as both a sobering reminder of the housing crisis in urban centers and a testament to human adaptability. By the way, Dharavi is among the most densely packed places on Earth, but it's just the beginning. Imagine cities and districts where the sheer crush of humanity defies imagination. From astonishingly cramped capitals to urban jungles bursting at the seams, stay tuned and prepare to dive into the most overcrowded corners of the world. Welcome to Manila, a city that takes the concept of crowded to a whole new level. With over 1.85 million people packed into just 16.56 square miles, its population density soars to an almost unimaginable 111,000 people per square mile. To put that in perspective, it's like squeezing the entire population of Atlanta into an area smaller than your neighborhood park. The streets of Manila are an unending stream of life. Jeepneys overflowing with passengers, vendors cramming every corner with their wares, and children playing basketball in the few open patches of land they can find. Even the tiniest alleyways are transformed into bustling micro-communities, with people cooking, eating, and living within inches of each other. Despite this overwhelming density, there's a vibrancy that Manila wears proudly. From the neon-lit karaoke joints to the markets where the aroma of sizzling street food mingles with the chatter of traders, the city is alive in every sense of the word. Yet there's also a sobering side. Overcrowding brings challenges like housing shortages, traffic gridlocks, and a constant battle for resources. Families often live stacked on top of one another in shanties, making every square foot a lifeline. If Manila is crowded, Mumbai takes things to another level. Often called Maximum City, Mumbai is a melting pot of dreams, opportunities, and an ocean of humanity. With over 20 million people packed into an area of 233 square miles, the density here can reach up to 73,000 people per square mile in some neighborhoods. In districts like Baikula and Parel, sidewalks double as makeshift homes, while local trains, designed to carry 1,700 people, often swell to over 4,000 passengers during rush hour. It's a daily dance of squeezing, pushing, and somehow finding space to breathe in the chaos. Yet, Mumbai thrives on its relentless energy. From Bollywood film studios to the financial hub of Dalal Street, the city is the beating heart of India's economy and culture. It's also a tale of contrasts. Towering luxury apartments share borders with sprawling slums like Dharavi, where the streets buzz with entrepreneurial spirit despite the cramped living conditions. Mumbai is both overwhelming and inspiring. A city where space is scarce, but dreams seem infinite. From Mumbai's vastness to the labyrinthine lanes of Indian Chandni Chowk, the shift feels almost cinematic. Nestled in Old Delhi, Chandni Chowk isn't just a market, it's a sensory overload. A mere 1.5 square miles houses an astonishing number of vendors, shoppers, and residents, creating an ever-buzzing hive of humanity. This historic hub was once a grand Mughal boulevard. Today, it's a maze where rickshaws squeeze through gaps barely wide enough, and traders shout over the din of traffic and bartering. Every corner here feels alive. The aroma of freshly fried parathas and jalebis mingles with the scent of incense wafting from centuries-old temples. Chandni Chowk isn't just crowded, it's a feast for the senses. But the density brings challenges, from choking traffic to a constant jostle for space. Yet the charm is undeniable. It's a place where time seems to stand still, holding on to its historic essence even as modern Delhi rushes past it. The Kola Super Deep Borehole was never meant to be a door to anything. It started as a scientific project in the Soviet Union, a mission to drill as deep into the Earth's crust as possible. They wanted to study what lay beneath, push the boundaries of geology, and maybe even get closer to the Earth's mantle. What they found, however, was something that made even the most skeptical scientists uneasy. The drilling began in the 1970s in a remote part of Russia's Kola Peninsula. The deeper they went, the stranger things became. At first, the drill hit temperatures far higher than expected, nearly 350 degrees Fahrenheit at about 7.5 miles down. Rock should have been solid at that depth, but it acted strangely, almost as if something was shifting beneath the surface. Then came the noises. During one of the deep drilling phases, workers reported hearing strange sounds coming from the borehole. At first they dismissed it as equipment noise or seismic activity, but the deeper they drilled, the louder it became. The sounds didn't resemble the usual groans of shifting rock or underground tremors. They were different. They were voices, echoing, distant, almost human yet distorted and unnatural. Recordings were taken. Those who listened described it as an overwhelming mix of wails and desperate screams. Some refused to work on the project after that. They said it felt as if the ground beneath them was alive, something watching from below. Rumors spread fast. People whispered that the scientists had reached the very edge of hell itself, that they had almost broken through and let something out. The official reports dismissed the sounds as geological phenomena, the result of pressure changes or rock fracturing. But those explanations didn't sit well with everyone. If that were true, why did some engineers refuse to speak about what they had heard? Why were there sudden funding cuts and secrecy surrounding the last phases of the project? Eventually, the borehole was sealed. The project had been abandoned, citing technical difficulties and excessive heat. Some say it was because the drill bits kept breaking. Others believe it was because they had found something no one was ever supposed to find. Beneath the pyramids of Egypt, a hidden world stretches far below the sand. Archaeologists have mapped out tombs, burial chambers, and passageways carved thousands of years ago. But some tunnels defy explanation. They don't connect to tombs, temples, or treasure chambers. They simply go nowhere. One such tunnel was discovered beneath the Pyramid of Menkaure in Giza. It extends for hundreds of feet, its walls smooth, its path deliberate, yet it leads to a dead end. No artifacts, no inscriptions, no sign of why it was dug in the first place. Another lies beneath the Great Pyramid, an almost perfectly straight passage sealed off at both ends. Attempts to send robotic cameras inside have been met with technical failures and unexplained malfunctions. Who built these tunnels and for what purpose? Some theorists believe they were escape routes, others say they hid something never meant to be uncovered. But here's the real question. Why were they sealed so deliberately, almost as if someone wanted to ensure that whatever was inside would never see the light of day? If that wasn't strange enough, similar tunnels have been found across the world, in places where ancient civilizations supposedly had no contact. And that brings us to Turkey, where an underground city was discovered completely by accident. A man in Turkey was renovating his home when he knocked down a wall in his basement. Instead of bricks and mortar, he found a dark passageway stretching far beyond his property. At first he assumed it was an old storage area, but when he ventured inside, he realized it wasn't just a room, it was an entire city buried beneath the earth. Derinkuyu is one of the largest underground cities ever found. It has multiple levels, stretching over 200 feet down, complete with ventilation shafts, water wells, and massive stone doors designed to seal off entire sections. Thousands of people could have lived there for months, maybe years, without ever needing to surface. But why would an entire civilization choose to vanish beneath the ground? Theories range from ancient wars to cataclysmic disasters, but some details don't add up. The tunnels are too precisely cut, the air circulation too advanced for a simple hideout. Some chambers appear to have been built for something other than living. Spaces too large for comfort, staircases leading nowhere, doors sealing off sections that seem empty. What were they really hiding from? And why does this underground city resemble the strange, forgotten tunnels beneath the pyramids? Maybe there's a connection, one lost beneath centuries of stone and secrecy. And speaking of things that shouldn't exist, let's move to Texas, where a wall buried underground has baffled scientists for years. Beneath the soil of Rockwall, Texas, a discovery was made that shouldn't exist. Workers digging for a well in the 1800s struck something solid. Massive stone blocks stacked neatly, stretching deep into the earth. At first they thought it was the ruins of an ancient fort, but as they continued digging, the structure didn't stop. It went deeper, wider, forming what looked like an enormous buried wall. The formation is made of enormous stones, some weighing several hundred pounds, fitted together with unsettling precision. Some of these blocks have what appear to be carvings or tool marks, as if shaped by human hands. But here's where things get strange. Geologists say the rock is natural, supposedly formed over 100 million years ago. If that's true, then how did these stones align so perfectly, and why does it stretch for miles beneath the ground? Some believe it's the work of an ancient forgotten civilization. Others insist it's a natural phenomenon, an oddly symmetrical freak of nature. But then there are those who whisper that something else is at play, that we're looking at evidence of a lost history we were never supposed to uncover. And speaking of lost history, let's move to the ocean, where an entire sunken continent was discovered beneath New Zealand. For centuries, New Zealand was believed to be nothing more than a series of islands in the Pacific. That changed when scientists began mapping the ocean floor and found something astonishing. Beneath the waves, stretching nearly 2 million square miles, was an entire sunken landmass. They named it Zealandia. Unlike Atlantis, this wasn't just a myth or a legend. The landmass is real. Its mountains and valleys now submerged miles beneath the ocean's surface. What's even more bizarre? This continent was above water millions of years ago, meaning it could have once supported life. The idea that an entire landmass, nearly the size of India, could sink and be completely forgotten by history is unsettling. If there were civilizations on Zealandia, their ruins would now be hidden deep beneath the ocean floor. What structures could be buried there? What artifacts have yet to be uncovered? It's a mystery that remains unsolved, and with much of Zealandia inaccessible, we may never know what secrets lie beneath. But let's shift from lost continents to something even more bizarre. Tracks in the Nevada desert that look like they were left before humans were even supposed to exist. In a remote section of Nevada, footprints have been found that don't make sense. They look human with clear impressions of toes and heels, but they're millions of years old, long before modern humans were supposed to exist. Even stranger, some appear to be wearing shoes. One of the most famous examples is a fossilized footprint found in rock that's over 300 million years old. The print is shaped like a modern shoe sole, complete with a distinct tread pattern. How could this be possible? Humans weren't even a concept at that point in Earth's history, so who or what left these tracks? Geologists have tried to explain them as unusual natural formations, but the patterns are too precise, too deliberate. If they truly are footprints, it would rewrite everything we know about history. Could they belong to an unknown prehistoric species? Or is it evidence of something even more unsettling? That someone or something walked this planet long before we did. From impossible walls to sunken continents and footprints that shouldn't exist, these discoveries challenge everything we thought we knew. But the deeper we dig, the more the past refuses to stay buried. The Atacama Desert in Chile is one of the driest places on Earth, a barren wasteland where rain rarely falls and life struggles to survive. But buried beneath its cracked surface, something deeply unsettling has been uncovered. An ancient burial site, unlike any other. Archaeologists expected to find simple graves, the kind left behind by early civilizations. Instead, they uncovered elongated skulls, twisted remains, and burial positions that didn't match any known cultural practices. Some bodies appeared contorted as if they had died in agony. Others were arranged in patterns that no one could explain. Even stranger, the soil itself seemed different. Local legends warned that this place was cursed, that those who disturbed it would suffer. Researchers who spent too much time near the site reported strange headaches, dizziness, even hallucinations. Instruments malfunctioned. Radiation readings were higher than normal, yet there was no sign of a natural source. Some believe this was a ritual burial site, a place where the dead were left to appease something, or someone. Others suggest it was an ancient quarantine zone, where the sick were left to die. But the real question is, why was it buried so deliberately? Who or what was never supposed to be found here? It started as a routine excavation, scientists digging for soil samples in a remote field. But a few feet down, their shovels struck something unexpected. Rows upon rows of strange, tightly wrapped bundles. At first they thought it was old waste, but the deeper they dug, the clearer it became. These weren't ordinary sacks. Some looked torn, revealing something unsettling inside. I think you can guess what might be inside, but who buried them here? And why? Drop your theories in the comments. Deep in the mines of South Africa, something was unearthed that defies explanation. Perfectly shaped metallic spheres, some with grooves carved around them, buried in rock that's over 2.8 billion years old. These small, smooth orbs, now called the Klerksdorp spheres, are composed of a mysterious metallic substance, far different from the surrounding rock. Some are hollow, while others are filled with an unknown mineral. The most unsettling part? Their nearly perfect symmetry, something nature rarely produces on its own. Scientists have tried to explain them as natural formations, possibly the result of volcanic processes or mineral concretion. But if that were true, why do some of these spheres have precise parallel grooves etched into their surface, as if someone or something deliberately carved them? The idea of intelligent design is troubling because the rock layer where they were found dates back billions of years, long before humans, long before even the most primitive known life forms. This discovery led to theories ranging from ancient advanced civilizations to objects left behind by an unknown species. Some even speculate they could be remnants of a lost technology, something so old that all traces of its creators have been wiped from history. The spheres remain locked away in museum collections and research facilities, but their existence poses an unsettling question. Are we really the first intelligent species to walk this planet? If something like this was found deep underground, What could be waiting for us beneath the ocean? This brings us to the waters off the coast of Portugal, where divers stumbled upon something impossible, an underwater pyramid. The Azores, an isolated archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, has long been surrounded by legends. Some claim it was once part of Atlantis, a lost civilization swallowed by the sea. But in 2013, something was discovered that turned myth into mystery. A massive pyramid-shaped structure resting on the ocean floor between the islands of São Miguel and Terceira. A local sailor first detected it using sonar. The shape was unmistakable. A four-sided pyramid, with its peak nearly 130 feet below the surface. It seemed too perfect to be a natural formation. When researchers investigated, they found that the base of the pyramid covered an area larger than a football field. The angles were sharp, the structure precise, as if it had been deliberately built. Here's where things get even stranger. Historical records suggest the Azores were uninhabited until the 1400s, when Portuguese explorers first arrived. If that's true, then who built the pyramid? Some theorists believe it could be the remains of a prehistoric civilization, one that existed before sea levels rose and swallowed entire land masses. Others suggest it could be linked to Zealandia, the lost continent buried beneath New Zealand's waters. But there's another possibility. What if the pyramid isn't ancient at all? Some reports suggest its surface is too smooth, too well preserved, leading to speculation that it could be something else entirely. A base, a beacon, something that was never meant to be found. If the ocean is still hiding structures like this, what else could be buried beneath the waves, waiting for someone to dig just a little too deep? A strange object was found near Olancha, California in 1961, something that seemed to be a manufactured device encased in rock. 3 rock collectors searching for geodes cracked one open and discovered what appeared to be a spark plug buried inside. The artifact, now called the Coso artifact, had a metallic core, a ceramic-like casing, and a hexagonal shape, features that closely resemble a modern spark plug. But there was one huge problem. The rock in which it was found was estimated to be at least 500,000 years old. If that dating is correct, it means this object was buried long before humans had any known technology, before civilization itself. How could a human-made object have ended up inside ancient rock? Some argue that the dating was wrong, that the rock may have formed around the object due to natural processes, but even that explanation raises questions. How did something so precise and artificial become embedded in a solid stone? Others suggest a more unsettling possibility, that the Coso artifact is evidence of an advanced civilization that existed long before recorded history, a species that may have reached a technological peak, only to be wiped out by time, disaster, or something unknown. And then there's an even wilder theory. What if the object wasn't made by us at all? Could it be a remnant of something, or someone else? The Coso artifact remains one of the most controversial discoveries in archaeology. It has vanished from public view, with some claiming it was misplaced, while others suggest it was hidden on purpose. Was this an ancient out-of-place object, an elaborate hoax, or proof that history is far more complicated than we believe? If objects like this can be buried for 500,000 years, what else is waiting to be discovered? And that brings us to another mysterious find, one made of pure gold and shaped like something that shouldn't have existed 1,500 years ago. Buried beneath the jungles of Colombia, archaeologists uncovered small gold figurines unlike anything they had ever seen. These ancient relics, part of the Quimbaya treasure, were crafted around 1,500 years ago by the Quimbaya civilization. Most of their artifacts resembled animals, people, and deities, things you'd expect from an ancient culture. But among them were a handful of objects that looked eerily familiar to modern eyes. These small golden figures had aerodynamic shapes, tails, wings, and upright stabilizers. Some had delta-shaped bodies like modern fighter jets. Others had curved, streamlined features that seemed designed for flight. Experts at first assumed they were stylized birds or insects, until model makers built scaled-up versions and discovered that they could fly. With the right proportions, replicas of these artifacts became functional aerodynamic models, something that should have been impossible for an ancient civilization with no known knowledge of flight. So what exactly were these objects? Some believe they were symbolic representations of mythical creatures. Others think they could be evidence that the Quimbaya people had knowledge of aerodynamics long before the first aircraft was ever built. But then, there's the theory that these aren't representations at all. Maybe they were models of something real. Were these golden objects based on actual flying machines that once soared over the jungles of South America? Mainstream archaeology dismisses the idea, but the resemblance is undeniable. Were the Quimbaya people inspired by something they saw in the skies, or did they simply create objects that coincidentally resemble modern aircraft? If the answer is the first option, then the real question is, who or what was flying those machines? In 1974, a group of farmers in China's Shanxi province was digging a well when they hit something solid. At first, they thought it was just another rock, until they cleared away more dirt and saw a face staring back at them. A face made of hardened clay, frozen in time. They had no idea that they had just stumbled upon one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in history, the Terracotta Army. What lay beneath their feet was far beyond a simple collection of statues. As excavation teams arrived, they uncovered thousands of life-sized warriors, each one unique, with different facial expressions, armor, and weapons. The soldiers stood in formation, protecting something or someone. Soon, researchers realized they were guarding the tomb of China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. But there was something unsettling about the site. The deeper they dug, the more they realized that the tomb itself remained untouched. Ancient texts warned that the emperor's burial chamber contained rivers of flowing mercury, traps designed to kill intruders, and secrets that were never meant to be uncovered. The Chinese government, taking these warnings seriously, decided not to open the tomb, leaving its contents hidden beneath the earth. To this day, no one knows what truly lies inside. Could there be more than just an emperor's remains beneath the surface? Some believe that deeper within the tomb, untouched chambers hold unknown artifacts, lost knowledge, or something even stranger. The mystery remains, and the emperor's final resting place continues to guard its secrets, just as it has for over 2,000 years. And while some discoveries are too dangerous to explore, others have been preserved naturally, hidden underwater for tens of thousands of years. Off the coast of Alabama, a discovery was made beneath the waves, an entire ancient forest preserved for 60,000 years. Hidden beneath the seafloor, it had remained untouched since the last ice age, a time when this part of the ocean was dry land. It wasn't until a hurricane stirred up the seabed that divers got their first glimpse of what lay below. What they found was stunning. Massive cypress trees, their trunks still intact, their wood so well preserved that when cut, it still released the scent of fresh sap. This wasn't just driftwood, this was a fully preserved prehistoric forest, complete with root systems, logs, and stumps exactly as they had been thousands of years ago. Scientists believe that the forest was buried in sediment and protected from decay, only to be revealed now due to shifting ocean currents. But here's where things get eerie. The trees aren't just dead fossils, they're teeming with life. Bizarre, unknown species of marine creatures have made the submerged forest their home, some of which have never been seen before. Could this sunken landscape hold more than just ancient trees? What else might be lurking in a place that has been sealed away for so long? A lost world hidden for millennia, suddenly exposed for the first time in human history. But some things that were buried should stay buried, like the mummified remains found deep beneath the city of Guanajuato. In central Mexico, beneath the city of Guanajuato, lies a crypt filled with bodies that were never meant to be unearthed. In the 1800s, a cholera outbreak swept through the region, and bodies had to be buried quickly. But years later, something terrifying happened. When workers began exhuming graves, they found the corpses were not decomposing. What they uncovered was horrifying. The mummies' bodies were shockingly well preserved, their skin dry and leathery, their features frozen in expressions of terror. Some of the corpses had twisted mouths, wide eyes, and contorted limbs, as if they had died in unimaginable pain. But the most disturbing theory? Some of them might have been buried alive. This discovery led to the creation of El Museo de las Momias, a museum dedicated to the Guanajuato mummies. Visitors have reported feeling an overwhelming sense of unease when looking at the remains. Some claim they've seen the mummies shift slightly in their glass cases. Others say they've heard faint whispers echoing through the halls. Whether it's the power of suggestion or something far stranger, one thing is certain: these mummies were never meant to be disturbed. Buried beneath an English field for over 1,300 years, the Staffordshire hoard was never meant to be found. In 2009, a man with a metal detector uncovered something glinting in the soil. What he found was the largest collection of Anglo-Saxon gold ever discovered, over 3,500 pieces of finely crafted weapons, armor fittings, and mysterious golden artifacts. But the real mystery is why it was buried. There were no coins, no complete objects, only fragments as if the hoard had been deliberately broken before being hidden. Was it an offering, a betrayal, a last-ditch attempt to protect something powerful? No one knows who buried it or why they never came back for it. Even today, many of the pieces remain a puzzle. Some designs seem almost too advanced for their time. Could they be remnants of lost knowledge or something even stranger? Whatever the truth, one thing is clear. Someone wanted it to stay hidden.
In 1991, two hikers stumbled upon something that would change history: a perfectly preserved human body frozen in the ice of the Ötztal Alps. At first glance, they thought it was just another unlucky climber, but it wasn't. It turned out to be a 5,300-year-old mummy. They called him Ötzi. Scientists were thrilled. The world was fascinated, but what followed wasn't excitement, it was death. It started with the people closest to the discovery. Helmut Simon, one of the hikers who found Ötzi, went missing during a hike years later. When they found his body, it was in almost the exact same conditions as Ötzi's, frozen in a remote area, covered in snow. Then came the researcher who placed the mummy in its case at the museum, dead from a rare blood disease. Next, the mountaineer who helped recover Ötzi's body died in an avalanche. The forensic expert who examined him fell in a car crash. The list goes on. At least 7 individuals closely tied to the mummy's discovery or research have died under strange and sometimes violent circumstances. Of course, skeptics say it's all coincidence, but when a pattern keeps repeating, people start to ask questions. Why is it that those who disturb Ötzi seem to fall into deadly misfortune? Some believe the mummy is cursed not in a Hollywood horror kind of way, but in something older, colder, more primal. A guardian of ancient secrets best left untouched. Adding to the mystery, researchers found strange tattoos on Ötzi's body, over 60 of them. And they weren't just decorative, many align with acupuncture points. Some believe they may be part of a forgotten ritual system healing, or maybe protective in nature. If those symbols were meant to ward off evil, then disturbing the mummy might have broken something that was never meant to be tampered with. Whether it's science, superstition, or something in between, Ötzi's story hasn't stopped claiming headlines or lives. This isn't just about an ancient corpse in a glass case. It's about what happens when the deep past collides with the present, and maybe fights back. It looks like an ordinary wine cabinet. Polished wood, brass fixtures, nothing that screams danger. But this small box, known as the Dybbuk box, has terrified everyone who's come into contact with it. The story began when it was sold at an estate auction with a warning, "Don't open it." Of course someone did. So the box originally belonged to a Holocaust survivor who believed it housed a Dybbuk, which is, a restless spirit in Jewish folklore. The first buyer claimed it caused sudden nightmares, health problems, and these really strange, unexplained smells of jasmine and cat urine. Later owners reported things like failing electronics, swarms of insects, and some pretty horrific visions. Even hardened skeptics couldn't explain why their lives just spiraled after owning the box. It gained serious attention after being featured on TV and in horror films. But what really chilled people was when rapper Post Malone reportedly had a close encounter with the Dybbuk box, and soon after suffered a series of bizarre accidents, including a plane emergency landing and a car crash. Was it coincidence or, something else? The box is now sealed in a display at a haunted museum in Las Vegas. Visitors say they feel sick, cold, or just overwhelmed near it. Some folks even refuse to look at it directly. It's locked behind glass, but honestly, no one feels entirely safe. Because if the spirit inside is real, the curse doesn't stay in the box. It follows you. Uluru, the massive red monolith rising from the heart of Australia, is one of the world's most sacred places. It's not just a rock. To the local Anangu people, it's alive with ancient power. And for decades, tourists have been warned, do not take anything from Uluru. Some ignored that, and they paid for it. Every year, park rangers receive packages from around the world, rocks, sand, or fragments of Uluru, returned by people who say their lives fell apart after taking them. Letters describe streaks of bad luck illnesses, job losses, broken families, accidents that defy explanation. One man claimed his business collapsed the week after he pocketed a stone. Another said his house burned down just days later. These aren't isolated cases. There are hundreds of such letters, many written with desperation, begging forgiveness. Some tourists even travel thousands of miles to return the items in person, terrified of what might happen if they don't. Geologists might shrug, but the emotional impact is real. Visitors say the rock feels watchful, and the Anangu people believe its sacred law can't be broken without consequence. Even though climbing Uluru was banned years ago, the curse stories haven't stopped. In fact, they've only spread further, especially on social media where people post their experiences and regrets. Whether it's a curse, karma, or a powerful cultural force, Uluru isn't something you take lightly. And for many, the lesson came too late. So, just a short boat ride from Venice, there's an island where even seasoned locals totally refuse to go. Poveglia is abandoned now, its decaying buildings just strangled by vines. But you know, it wasn't always empty. This place was once a plague quarantine station. Later, it became an asylum, and today it's considered one of the most cursed spots in Europe. Legend says over 100,000 people died here. Victims of the Black Death were dumped into pits and burned. Some were even thrown into the fire still breathing. Centuries later, mental patients claimed they heard screams at night and saw shadows in the halls. One doctor, obsessed with cruel experiments, supposedly jumped from the bell tower, saying he was pushed by ghosts. The island is closed to the public, but a few brave or maybe just foolish explorers have sneaked in. They report overwhelming dread, sudden dizziness, and strange voices in the empty halls. Equipment fails without warning, cameras just shut off, and more than one visitor has said the silence on Poveglia is too quiet, as if the island is holding its breath. What makes it worse is that nothing has been done to reclaim the land. It's as if Italy itself doesn't want to touch it. Even billion-dollar developers backed away. The air, they say, just feels wrong. And for those who do set foot there, something often follows them back. Discovered in Eastern Europe in the 1800s, the woman from Lem is this small limestone statue with a blank stare and, honestly, a pretty oddly proportioned body. Archaeologists called her the goddess of death, partly because of her ancient look, but mostly because of what happened to the people who owned her. The statue passed through several wealthy collectors and, well, every family that possessed it suffered tragedy. The first owner's entire family reportedly died within just a few years. The second family met similar misfortune. When it reached a third collector, he tried to donate it to a museum, but even staff there were uncomfortable around it. One worker claimed it felt charged, kind of like static electricity in the air. Eventually, it landed in the Royal Scottish Museum, where it's kept locked in a special vault. Some curators actually refused to handle it directly. A few believe it may have been used in ritual practices, maybe as a vessel for a spirit, or as a representation of something people feared. Whether it was a curse placed by ancient hands or just an unsettling object with a really bad history, the pattern was honestly impossible to ignore. Today, the statue isn't on display to the public. Visitors often ask about it, and some staff will only speak in hushed tones. They say it's not worth risking more lives. What's odd is that there's never been an official explanation. No one talks about it openly. But the statue remains sealed away, as if that's the only thing keeping its curse quiet. Right in the heart of Oakland Cemetery stands this towering black statue of an angel, wings spread, head bowed. At first glance, it looks like a monument to sorrow, but, locals see it as something way more sinister. The black angel is said to carry a curse, and honestly, touching it might just change your fate. The statue was originally bronze, but over the years it oxidized, turning this deep, unnatural black. Some folks even say this transformation wasn't chemical at all, it was supernatural. So, legends claim that anyone who touches the angel at night will be struck by misfortune, or even worse. Couples who kiss beneath its wings risk a relationship that's just doomed to fail. There are even whispers of people collapsing near it, only to later fall seriously ill. The monument was actually erected by a grieving woman after her husband and child passed away. Some say the sorrow in her heart just soaked into the statue, leaving behind more than just a memorial. Others believe the angel became a kind of gatekeeper, tied to the spirits buried beneath it. What makes this story especially chilling is that people keep testing the curse. Every year, thrill seekers visit the cemetery on Halloween, daring each other to touch the statue. Most laugh it off, but some, a small number, don't. Stories surface of car crashes days later, unexpected health scares, or months of inexplicable bad luck. The statue still stands, silent and cold. It doesn't move, it doesn't speak. But those who've felt its presence say it watches. And it remembers. In 1971, 2 small stone heads were dug up in the backyard of a house in Hexham, England. They were simple carvings, one male, one female, and didn't look particularly threatening. But once they surfaced, things started happening. Strange things. The family who found them reported objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, and cold blasts of air from nowhere. Then it escalated. A figure began appearing part human, part beast, a werewolf-like creature that stalked their property at night. It wasn't just a fleeting shadow. One witness claimed it stood upright and growled. Word of the heads spread and they were sent to researchers. One expert took them home, only to have his own family experience similar phenomena. The beast followed the heads. Wherever they went, the atmosphere changed. Plants wilted, pets panicked. Even seasoned investigators admitted something was off. One theory is that the heads are Celtic in origin, possibly tied to a forgotten ritual or pagan god. Another claims they might be modern, but carved with intent objects of dark magic rather than archaeology. Either way, the fear they brought was very real. Eventually, the heads vanished from public record. No museum has them. No one admits to possessing them. It's as if they were hidden on purpose. But those who believe in their curse worry they could be unearthed again, because the legend says they never stay buried for long. In a small Spanish village called Belmes de la Moraleda, something truly unexplainable began happening in the 1970s. A woman named Maria Gomez was preparing lunch when she noticed a stain forming on her kitchen floor. But it wasn't just a stain, it was a face. A human face, detailed and eerie, staring up at her from the concrete. Her husband tried to destroy it, even removing the entire floor. But, days later, a new face appeared. Then another, and another. The faces varied, some male, some female, some distorted like they were caught mid-scream. Word spread and soon paranormal researchers descended on the village. What makes this case so bizarre is that the faces were analyzed extensively. Chemical tests were done. No pigments, no dyes, just unexplained image formation. Some experts called it a hoax, but honestly, no one could prove how it was done. And despite being scrubbed, sealed, and resurfaced, the faces kept returning, sometimes changing expression over time. Even more disturbing were the diggings beneath the kitchen. Human bones were found, some without skulls. Locals started whispering about unquiet spirits tied to the ground where the house stood. Some say the faces are souls trying to communicate or warn. The house is still there. Visitors say the air feels heavy. And the current owners? They've stopped trying to erase the faces. They've learned it's better to let them be. Carved deep into weathered stone, the Basque witch cross isn't just decoration, it's protection. Locals believe it repels evil, but this version is different. In the center, an eye, blood red, always watching. Some call it the Eye of Curse, claiming it doesn't just block malevolent forces, it mirrors them back. The exact design has resurfaced in old grimoires, and even on the foreheads of those said to be marked. In one story, a hiker in Navarre mocked a stone bearing the symbol, and later began carving the same shape into his own skin, without knowing why. Villagers say when the symbol appears in pairs carved and worn, something ancient has been awakened. When British archaeologist Howard Carter discovered Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, the world was stunned. Gold, treasures, and a sealed burial untouched. For over 3,000 years, it was a gateway to ancient Egypt's hidden world. But from the moment the tomb was opened, something else seemed to awaken. Something dark? The idea of the pharaoh's curse wasn't just a myth anymore, it began to feel dangerously real. Just months after the tomb was opened, Carter's financial backer, Lord Carnarvon, died suddenly from an infected mosquito bite. His dog howled and dropped dead at the exact same time back in England. The newspapers exploded with talk of an ancient curse. It wasn't long before more deaths followed. People connected to the excavation doctors, museum workers, even relatives met bizarre and early ends. One died in a mysterious fire, another from unexplained poisoning. A secretary reportedly dropped dead after merely watching the tomb being opened. While modern scientists have offered explanations, mold spores, psychological stress, coincidence the pattern was just too eerie to ignore. What added fuel to the fire was how every piece of Tutankhamun's treasure seemed to bring bad luck to those who handled it. Museums reported flickering lights, broken security systems, and staff resignations. Some visitors said they felt watched when standing near the boy king's mask. Others claimed sudden dizziness or chest pressure, like the air was just too thick. And it hasn't stopped. In recent years, strange accidents have been reported involving new research or relocation of the artifacts. Even a documentary crew filming the tomb reported hard drive crashes, corrupted footage, and one cameraman developing a sudden illness. Some believe Tutankhamun's soul still guards his resting place, and that Any disturbance invites consequences. Egyptian authorities officially deny the curse, calling it tourist legend, but some archaeologists privately admit they won't step inside the tomb again. Not out of fear, but out of respect for something they can't explain. Something that doesn't seem to rest no matter how many centuries have passed. So, in 1974, Chinese farmers digging a well stumbled upon one of the most extraordinary discoveries of the 20th century: thousands of life-sized clay soldiers buried beneath the ground near Xi'an. Each statue was unique, carved with astonishing detail and arranged in battle formation. They weren't just statues, they were guardians, protecting something much older and possibly much more dangerous. These warriors were created to serve China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, in the afterlife. But many believe they also guard his tomb, a burial chamber still sealed to this day. Chinese legends warn that disturbing the emperor's rest would bring death and disaster. And, well, soon after the site was uncovered, some began to suspect the curse was already in motion. Of the original 7 farmers who found the terracotta army, only one survived past middle age. Several died under strange or unfortunate circumstances, and others lost everything they had. One reportedly became homeless. Their once celebrated discovery brought them nothing but hardship. Even some of the early archaeologists and officials involved in the site's excavation suffered sudden illnesses, financial ruin, or unexplainable bad luck. To this day, the central tomb, believed to contain rivers of liquid mercury and ancient traps, remains untouched. Not because the technology isn't there, but because many experts fear what opening it might unleash. Soil tests around the tomb confirm extremely high levels of mercury, just as ancient texts described. The warnings, it seems, were never metaphorical. The terracotta army still stands silently underground, guarding secrets no one dares to fully unlock. And maybe that's the point. Maybe we're not meant to. It's one of the most famous gems in the world, a 45-carat deep blue diamond that sparkles like the night sky. The Hope Diamond is a priceless treasure displayed behind glass at the Smithsonian, but its glittering surface hides a history of misfortune, betrayal, and untimely death. Some say it's cursed, others say it's cursed on purpose. Legend traces the diamond back to India, where it was supposedly stolen from the eye of a sacred statue. The thief met a violent end. After that, every known owner of the diamond seemed to fall into ruin. In France, it belonged to King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Both were beheaded. A later owner went insane. Another was mauled by wild dogs. A wealthy heiress gave it away after her family crumbled into scandal and tragedy. The diamond passed through jewelers, royals, and millionaires, and, well, misfortune followed each one. Even its name comes from one of its cursed owners, Henry Philip Hope, whose family fortune declined soon after acquiring it. Every attempt to cut, sell, or reset the stone brought new rounds of strange accidents, suicides, and financial collapse. It became so feared that one later owner mailed it anonymously to the Smithsonian no-note, just a box and a curse quietly returned. Today, the Hope Diamond rests under careful lighting, watched by cameras 24/7. But even behind all that security, visitors say it radiates something cold. Museum staff have reported flickering lights, sudden chills, and tech malfunctions near the display. Some believe the curse is dormant waiting, others say it never left. Beautiful, dangerous, unforgettable. The Hope Diamond isn't just a gem, it's a warning carved in stone. In the heart of Prague, surrounded by Gothic towers and cobbled streets, stands one of the oldest functioning astronomical clocks in the world, the horloge. It has ticked for over 600 years, showing not just the time, but the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. Tourists gather every hour to watch the procession of saints and hear the bell toll. But behind its beauty, there's a dark legend: the clock is cursed, and disturbing it can bring death. The story begins with its creator, Master Hanush. He was a genius clockmaker, and after he built the horloge, city officials feared he might recreate it elsewhere. So they had him blinded. The legend says he got his revenge by slipping back into the tower and breaking the mechanism. No one could repair it. And when they tried, tragedy followed. The city plunged into a mysterious decline, and the man who attempted to fix the clock died suddenly under unclear circumstances. For years, no one dared tamper with it. When a team finally restored it in the mid-20th century, electrical fires broke out shortly afterward in the surrounding area. Some dismissed them as coincidences until more stories began to circulate. One technician who worked on the gears developed an inexplicable illness. Another suffered a breakdown. Even today, workers claim the inside of the clock tower feels off, as if something ancient and mechanical is watching. One detail that's often overlooked is the skeleton figure on the clock, a representation of death. It rings the bell every hour with a smug nod, as if mocking the living. Locals believe that if the clock ever stops working, something terrible will happen to Prague. And oddly enough, every time it's malfunctioned, the city has faced unrest or disaster. Engineers maintain it with care now, but not without a sense of caution. No one touches the skeleton, and no one jokes about the curse. Because even in the age of satellites and digital time, this medieval machine still commands a fear that runs deeper than logic, as if time itself is keeping a score. So in the 1980s, fire departments all across the UK started noticing something really unsettling. House after house went up in flames. Entire rooms just reduced to ash. But, in the middle of all that rubble, there was always this one thing that showed up untouched, a painting of a young boy with tears streaming down his face. These weren't just one-off incidents either. It happened dozens of times. Same painting, same weird survival. People started calling it the Crying Boy Curse. The artwork, mass-produced by an Italian painter and sold in department stores, seemed harmless. Millions of homes had it hanging in living rooms and hallways. But when stories spread that houses with the painting were mysteriously catching fire and that the painting was always found unburned, fear spread fast. Firefighters began warning people to take it down. One station even refused to keep a copy inside the building, afraid it would trigger a blaze. Newspapers fanned the flames, literally. Tabloids printed pages titled "Blazing Curse of the Crying Boy," featuring stories of survivors swearing the artwork was the only item to make it through the inferno without a mark. Some described feeling watched by the painting before the fire. Others claimed their pets behaved strangely around it. Skeptics blamed the varnish on the print for being flame-resistant, but that doesn't explain the frequency, or the fact that in some cases the painting was the only object that didn't even fall off the wall. No scorch marks, no warping, just those sorrowful eyes staring out from the ashes. People began destroying the paintings en masse. Bonfires were lit, paintings were torn up, but others believed destroying it might actually unleash whatever energy was trapped inside. To this day, versions of the Crying Boy still surface in thrift stores and antique shops. Some brave collectors even seek them out, daring the curse to strike again. Most passers-by just keep walking, because once you've seen what that little boy leaves behind, you never want to see him hanging on your own wall. At first, it sounded like a Hollywood plot. Secret labs, shadowy figures, and experiments designed to bend the human mind. But this wasn't a scene from a Jason Bourne movie. It was real. For years, the CIA ran a covert program called MK-Ultra, aimed at controlling behavior using chemicals, psychological tactics, and methods that veered deep into sci-fi territory. The project began in the early 1950s during the height of Cold War paranoia. The US feared that foreign enemies had developed mind control techniques, and they wanted their own. The CIA poured millions into hidden research, setting up front companies and using institutions like hospitals and universities without anyone knowing what was actually going on. Subjects were often unaware they were being experimented on. Some were fed powerful hallucinogens. Others were exposed to extreme isolation, hypnosis, or sensory overload. It wasn't just volunteers either. Many never even consented. In some cases, illegal substances were slipped into drinks to observe the effects. The agency was chasing the ultimate weapon, the ability to manipulate thoughts, break down personalities, and extract secrets without torture. It went far beyond the lab. CIA operatives tested these techniques on real people in cities like San Francisco and New York, using unsuspecting citizens as guinea pigs. There were safe houses rigged with one-way mirrors, surveillance gear, secret recordings. At one point, they even tried to erase a person's memory to rebuild it from scratch, basically turning humans into blank slates. For years, people who claimed they were part of this sounded like conspiracy theorists. The government denied everything. That changed when documents were accidentally uncovered in the 1970s, leading to Senate hearings. What they revealed shocked even hardened investigators. The CIA had indeed been conducting psychological experiments on citizens without oversight, with goals that veered into the bizarre. MK-Ultra officially ended in the early 1970s, but by then, most of the files had been destroyed on purpose. Only fragments survived, which is why the full scope of what really happened remains unclear. Still, enough details have surfaced to confirm the program's existence. and its shocking reach. For 40 years, hundreds of men in Macon County, Alabama, were told they were receiving free health care from the government. They signed up for what was described as a study on bad blood. What they didn't know was that they were being watched, not treated. The Tuskegee syphilis study began in 1932, run by the U.S. Public Health Service. Its goal, to observe how untreated syphilis progressed over time. The men, sharecroppers, many of them poor, and with little access to real medical care, were given placebos even after penicillin became the accepted cure in the 1940s. Researchers deliberately kept them in the dark, just to see what would happen if the disease was left alone. Doctors took blood samples, conducted physical exams, and told the men they were being helped, but none of them received actual treatment. Even when symptoms worsened, the study continued. The researchers wanted data, not cures. For decades, this was brushed off as rumor, something too dark to be real. But in 1972, a whistleblower inside the program leaked the truth. The media exploded. Congressional hearings followed. By then, many participants had passed and countless families were left with unanswered questions. It wasn't just a breach of ethics, it became one of the clearest examples of institutional betrayal in modern U.S. history. The fallout led to the creation of stricter rules for human testing and informed consent. But the scars didn't fade easily. Even today, distrust in medical institutions within some communities can be traced back to Tuskegee. This wasn't a theory, it happened. The study's records are archived, the apologies were public. It's a chapter that doesn't need exaggeration. The facts alone are chilling enough. Deep in the redwood forests of Northern California sits a private campground where every July, some of the world's most powerful men gather behind locked gates. Politicians, CEOs, artists, and former presidents have all been spotted there. The place is called Bohemian Grove, and for years it was whispered about like something out of a secret society novel. The rumors always sounded too wild to be true. Strange rituals, hooded figures, a giant stone owl, until someone finally snuck in and captured it all on film. In the early 2000s, video footage surfaced showing members dressed in robes participating in a bizarre ceremony called the Cremation of Care. It looked like a scene from Eyes Wide Shut, but this wasn't fiction. The Bohemian Club, which owns the Grove, claims it's just performance art, a way for stressed-out elites to unwind. They say there's no politics, no deals, no plotting. But over the years, major policy decisions have reportedly been discussed there. Former U.S. presidents have given speeches under the redwoods. Corporate heads rub elbows with lawmakers in total privacy. No press, no recordings. What happens in the Grove stays in the Grove. Even Richard Nixon, in a taped conversation, called it the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine, and he had attended. That's how surreal it was, even to insiders. No official wrongdoing has ever been proven, but when you have former defense secretaries and global bankers gathering in secret while chanting around bonfires, people are bound to ask questions. Bohemian Grove is a real place with real guests, and no amount of denial has erased the lingering feeling that something more happens under those trees. There was a time when government officials swore that organized crime didn't exist in America. The idea of a secret, nationwide syndicate of mobsters running rackets, fixing elections, and controlling unions was written off as fiction, something for pulp novels and black and white gangster films. That changed on a cold day in 1957. A meeting of over 100 top mafia figures from across the country was held at a secluded home in Appalachian, New York. The gathering was supposed to be discreet, a rare sit-down to discuss turf wars, profits, and who would call the shots going forward. But local law enforcement got suspicious about all the out-of-state luxury cars rolling into the tiny town. The police raided the house, and the mobsters scattered into the woods in tailored suits and leather shoes. The arrests made national headlines. Suddenly, the denials didn't hold. The FBI could no longer ignore what had just been caught red-handed. That moment confirmed that the mafia wasn't just a movie trope. It was very real, very organized, and very powerful. From there, investigations intensified. Wiretaps, sting operations, and RICO cases followed. Names like Gambino, Genovese, and Colombo weren't just screen villains. They were real people running real empires. And those empires reached deep into politics, construction, casinos, and more. The Appalachian meeting became a turning point. It forced law enforcement and the public to accept what many already suspected: the mafia wasn't a myth. It had been hiding in plain sight, protected by silence, loyalty, and a code that punished betrayal with deadly consequences. Even today, organized crime still exists in different forms. But the legacy of denial around the mafia remains one of the clearest examples of how a conspiracy theory can turn into an undeniable fact, once the right spotlight shines on it. For decades, cigarette ads featured doctors, movie stars, even cartoon mascots. The message was everywhere smoking was normal, even healthy. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, tobacco companies knew the truth and kept it hidden. Internal documents eventually revealed that these companies had known since at least the 1960s that nicotine was addictive. Not just a habit, chemically addictive, and they also knew their products caused severe health issues. But instead of coming clean, they hired scientists to muddy the waters, crafted ad campaigns to make smoking look glamorous, and even targeted young audiences to create lifelong customers. Executives from major companies testified before Congress in the 1990s. One after another, they stated under oath that they didn't believe nicotine was addictive. It was one of the most surreal moments in televised history. The footage is still available, and it feels like something out of a satirical movie. Then came the leaks. Whistleblowers from inside the industry began to speak up. One of the most famous, a former executive named Jeffrey Wigand, revealed that cigarette formulas were being chemically adjusted to enhance the addictive effect. The truth spilled out like smoke from a fire that had been burning for years. Eventually, Big Tobacco was forced to pay out billions in settlements. They also had to stop using certain marketing tactics, especially ones aimed at minors. But the damage had already been done. The idea that such powerful corporations could hide the facts in plain sight for so long felt impossible. Yet it happened. It's no longer a theory, it's history, and it remains one of the most clear-cut examples of how calculated deception can shape public perception for generations. In the middle of the New Mexico desert, a city suddenly appeared. It wasn't on maps. The people who lived there used fake names. Their mail was censored and their movements tightly monitored. That city was Los Alamos, and it was built for one purpose: to develop the most powerful weapon the world had ever seen. The Manhattan Project wasn't just a top-secret government mission. It was an entire shadow world. More than 130,000 people worked on it, spread across multiple locations including Tennessee, Washington, and New Mexico. Most of them had no idea what they were helping build. Engineers thought they were working on energy systems. Chemists believed it was scientific research. Only a small handful knew they were racing to split the atom before Nazi Germany did. Entire families moved to hidden towns surrounded by barbed wire and armed guards. Grocery stores, schools, even churches were constructed, just without any outsiders allowed. People couldn't talk about their jobs. Neighbors didn't ask questions. If they did, they disappeared from the project. The project culminated in the Trinity test, the world's first nuclear explosion. It lit up the desert sky and changed the course of history. But what's just as staggering is that something of this scale remained completely secret from the public until after the bombs were dropped on Japan. After the war, stories began to emerge. People were stunned to learn that their government had created entire cities that no one outside had ever heard of. The security, the code names, the compartmentalization, it all sounded like science fiction. Yet it was real. The Manhattan Project proved that not only could a massive conspiracy exist, it could succeed for years under tight control. All in plain sight, but out of reach. Once a year in luxurious hotels across Europe or North America, some of the most powerful people on the planet meet behind closed doors. No press, no public statements, no recordings. The event is known as the Bilderberg meeting, and for years it was whispered about like a globalist myth, a cabal plotting world affairs over cocktails and filet mignon. But it's real. The Bilderberg Group was founded in 1954 to foster dialogue between Europe and North America. Its guest lists have included prime ministers, tech moguls, banking giants, and royalty. Attendees are allowed to speak freely, supposedly to encourage open conversation. But the veil of secrecy has always raised questions. For decades, any mention of the Bilderberg Group in mainstream media was dismissed. Then the guest list started leaking. Reporters began camping outside. Photos surfaced of familiar faces slipping into black SUVs. Even top executives from tech giants and defense contractors were seen walking into these meetings. What's discussed there? That's the part no one knows for sure. No minutes are recorded. No official declarations come out. The group claims it's all informal discussions. But when some of the same people seen at these gatherings later push global policy shifts in their home countries, people take notice. The Bilderberg Group is no longer a fringe rumor. Its existence is documented. Its influence, while hard to measure directly, is no longer deniable. Whether it's just a high-end networking retreat or something deeper, one thing is clear: when that many powerful people gather in total secrecy, it's not just dinner and small talk. Until a few years ago, if someone said the government was watching your phone, reading your emails, or tracking your movements, they were called paranoid. Then Edward Snowden walked out with proof. In one of the most explosive intelligence leaks in modern history, Snowden, a former contractor for the NSA, revealed that mass surveillance wasn't a conspiracy. It was already happening, and it was bigger than anyone had guessed. Programs like PRISM, X-Keyscore, and Tempora weren't targeting just known threats. They were hoovering up data from ordinary people, emails, chats, call logs, even your browsing history. All collected in bulk, often without warrants, and shared between intelligence agencies in secret deals. Snowden's revelations showed that major tech companies, some willingly, some under pressure, had been funneling user data to the government. Even encrypted services were being penetrated. The global reaction was immediate. Protests erupted. Foreign governments demanded answers. Some allies were furious to learn they too had been spied on. The United States government initially labeled Snowden a traitor, but the documents he released sparked international debates about privacy, freedom, and the limits of surveillance in a digital age. Some of the programs were eventually scaled back or brought under greater scrutiny. Still, many of them remain in operation. The idea that your private messages or cloud-stored photos might be scanned by machines in secret facilities once sounded like sci-fi. Now it's just part of daily reality. Snowden's leaks didn't expose a plan, they exposed a system already running. And once that door was opened, the illusion of digital privacy collapsed for good. In the quiet city of Kofu, Japan, something strange happened in 1975 that has never been fully explained. Two elementary school boys were playing near a vineyard at sunset when they saw a bright orange object in the sky. It wasn't a plane or a balloon, it was a silent, glowing craft descending toward the ground. As it landed, the boys watched in awe. What they saw next would be etched in their memories forever. They claimed a hatch opened and out stepped a figure nearly 7 feet tall with metallic skin and long arms. Its face, they said, was wrinkled, and it moved in slow, deliberate steps. According to their account, it touched one of the boys on the shoulder, emitting a strange, paralyzing sensation. A second being was visible inside the craft, operating controls. Moments later, the ship lifted off and vanished into the sky. At first, the story sounded like something lifted from a manga, but local police and school officials didn't dismiss it outright. In fact, they conducted interviews and even visited the site. Ground traces were reportedly found, and the story made headlines across Japan. Unlike most UFO encounters, this one was met with surprising seriousness. The boys' testimony never changed. Over the years, UFO researchers have called it one of the most credible sightings involving children, especially because it included physical evidence and prompt investigation by authorities. Though no government has officially confirmed what the boys saw, the Kofu incident has remained a mystery. Was it a misidentified military craft? A hoax? Or something truly unearthly? Whatever it was, it became one of Japan's most compelling and well-documented UFO encounters, one that still leaves people wondering whether something out of this world briefly touched down in a vineyard. In 1964, the US government told the world that North Vietnamese patrol boats had attacked American naval ships in the Gulf of Tonkin. This act of aggression was used as justification for escalating the Vietnam War. Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution shortly after, giving the president broad military powers. The country rallied around the cause. There was just one problem: the second attack never happened. Declassified documents later revealed that on August 4th, there had been confusion. Radar signals were misinterpreted. Nervous operators thought they saw enemy boats when they didn't. No physical damage occurred, and no confirmed contact was ever made. But the event was reported as fact to the public and used to ignite one of the most devastating wars in U.S. history. Lyndon Johnson is said to have privately told aides that those dumb, stupid sailors were just shooting at flying fish. But in front of the nation, the story was clear and firm: the U.S. had been attacked. Years later, after piles of classified material became public, the official story unraveled. The Gulf of Tonkin incident became a textbook case of how misinformation, whether intentional or not, can steer global conflict. Millions of people would be affected by a battle that was, in part, sparked by a phantom threat. It's now widely accepted by historians that the event was misrepresented to gain public and congressional support for war. What began as a blurry radar blip turned into a global firestorm, and a conspiracy theory that turned out to be entirely grounded in truth. It's hard to believe that a government would ever plan to harm its own people just to justify war. But in the early 1960s, US military leaders actually drafted such a plan. It was called Operation Northwoods, and honestly, it wasn't the work of fringe operatives. It came from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The plan proposed staging fake terror attacks on American soil to create outrage and gain public support for an invasion of Cuba. The ideas included blowing up a US ship, hijacking planes, and even faking the deaths of civilians. These events would be blamed on Fidel Castro's regime, making a military response appear justified. The proposal made its way to Defense Secretary Robert McNamara and then President John F. Kennedy. To their credit, they rejected it. The plan was shelved, but it wasn't forgotten. For years, rumors of this bizarre document floated around in conspiracy circles, until it was declassified in the 1990s, and everything checked out. Operation Northwoods is one of the most stunning examples of a real plan that reads like a political thriller. It shows just how far some in power were willing to go to manipulate public opinion and launch a war. No part of it was carried out, but the fact that it made it as far as the president's desk reveals the scale of strategic deception that was being considered. It also redefined what was possible behind closed doors, and what conspiracies might not be fiction after all. In the 1980s, Americans were told one thing: the US does not negotiate with hostile forces. Yet, behind the scenes, a shadow operation was unfolding that connected arms dealers, foreign rebels, and government officials in a web so tangled even Hollywood would have trouble keeping up. The Iran-Contra affair was built on two secret goals-free US hostages held in the Middle East, and fund Contra rebels fighting the leftist government in Nicaragua. Congress had already banned support for the Contras, so money couldn't come from official channels. The workaround? Sell weapons to Iran, despite an arms embargo, and funnel the proceeds to the rebels. It was all done in secret. When it was exposed in 1986, the nation was stunned. Top officials, including members of the National Security Council, were involved. Testimonies were broadcast live, and the phrase plausible deniability became a household term. Colonel Oliver North emerged as the public face of the scandal. Charismatic and defiant, he testified before Congress, claiming he had acted out of patriotism. Some praised him, others saw him as proof of how deep the deception ran. Several people were convicted, but most had their sentences overturned or were later pardoned. The scandal revealed the scale of unauthorized operations and how secret agendas could bypass the very laws meant to limit power. The Iran-Contra affair wasn't a theory, it was televised history. The hearings, the confessions, and the cover-ups played out in real time, showing that sometimes the truth hides in plain sight, until someone decides to speak. It sounds like something from a dystopian novel, government agents secretly collecting human remains to study the effects of nuclear fallout. But this wasn't fiction. It was Project Sunshine, a real Cold War-era program conducted by the US Atomic Energy Commission and allied governments. After the first nuclear detonations, scientists were desperate to understand how radioactive materials, especially strontium-90, spread through the environment and the human body. Strontium-90 mimics calcium, making its way into bones and teeth, and researchers feared it was accumulating silently in the population. So they started gathering samples, not from volunteers, but from the recently deceased. For years, whispers of this operation were dismissed as macabre rumors. Then in the mid-1990s, declassified documents and international investigations confirmed it all. The British government even admitted that parts of the program had been carried out through cooperation with US agencies. The entire effort was cloaked in secrecy, justified in the name of national security. One quote from a US official at the time, uncovered in a now public document, stood out. "We have to get human samples, and I mean human samples. We have to do it in a way that won't upset the relatives." Project Sunshine is one of those real-world conspiracies that shocks even seasoned researchers. Not because it was hidden, but because of how it crossed ethical boundaries without blinking. No fantasy, no exaggeration, just a classified program that treated people like data points in the race to understand the nuclear age. And for decades, no one even knew it was happening. For decades, the waters of Lake Maggiore in Switzerland kept a secret no one expected, a luxury car resting at the bottom like a ghostly treasure. In 2009, that secret surfaced when divers finally retrieved what turned out to be a 1925 Bugatti Type 22 Brescia. Covered in rust and clinging lake moss, the vehicle looked more like wreckage than a gem. But its story? That's what made it priceless. Back in the 1930s, this sleek Bugatti belonged to a wealthy architect named René Frédéric, a known racing enthusiast. He brought the car into Switzerland but never paid the import duties. When customs officials came knocking, rather than forfeit the car to authorities, Frédéric reportedly decided to sink it in the lake instead. It wasn't dumped recklessly either. Ropes were tied around it, and it was gently lowered into the water, where it would sit untouched for over 70 years. Divers stumbled upon the car in the early 2000s during an underwater expedition. Even though much of its body had decayed and one side was nearly skeletal, the car was surprisingly intact. The wooden steering wheel was still in place. The frame still bore the Bugatti badge. It was like pulling a relic out of time. Photos from the recovery show the car hanging mid-air from a crane, dripping lake water like it had just returned from another world. Experts confirmed it was one of only a few surviving Type 22 Bugattis in existence. An ultra-rare model once built for lightweight racing. Though beyond restoration, its value skyrocketed due to the drama of its preservation and the intrigue surrounding its past. At auction, it fetched over $350,000 despite being undrivable and covered in corrosion. Not for its parts or potential, but for its presence. What's strange is that the car almost seemed frozen in a moment. The elements didn't destroy it entirely. The cold, low-oxygen water helped preserve key pieces. It wasn't treasure in the usual sense, but in terms of automotive history, it was like discovering a lost scroll. One that just happened to have 4 wheels and a lot of personality. Today, the wreck is displayed at the Mullen Automotive Museum in California, proudly wearing its scars. It's not restored, and it won't ever be. That's part of the charm. You don't paint over history, you showcase it. And in this case, the Bugatti tells a story more powerful than any polished showroom piece ever could. It was built for speed, forgotten in secrecy, and found by chance. A car with a second life, long after its engine stopped turning. In the heart of Detroit, the city once known as the beating engine of American car manufacturing, rumors swirled for years about a buried dealership sealed off and forgotten under layers of urban development. It sounded like an urban legend, a stockpile of brand new cars from the 1950s and 60s entombed beneath the Motor City. But then a crew renovating an old building cracked into a lower chamber, and the legend turned real. What they found was straight out of an apocalyptic film. Set rows of untouched, dust-blanketed vehicles behind rusted gates and decaying support beams. Some had only a handful of miles on their odometers. Finned Cadillacs, Chevy Bel Airs, a few rare Studebakers, still glinting beneath layers of grime. The underground space had once been an overflow lot for a thriving dealership, but when ownership changed hands and zoning shifted, it was bricked up, the cars left as is. The air inside was thick, stale, but dry enough that many interiors were oddly preserved. Leather seats cracked, but intact. Dashboard radios still had paper price tags hanging. There was even an unopened vending machine in one corner. The entire space looked like it had been paused, not abandoned. Car enthusiasts and historians scrambled to identify every model. Some were so rare that collectors had only seen them in brochures. Efforts to remove them were slow. Every vehicle had to be carefully assessed for structural stability before moving. But those who saw it early knew this was something unique, a time capsule beneath a city that built America's roads. Beneath the surface, it waits, a massive cargo ship frozen in time its decks and holds packed with hundreds of abandoned vehicles. Rows of cars, trucks, and vans cling to its skeleton like barnacles on steel. It looks like something from a sci-fi movie, but underwater graveyards like this do exist. Across oceans and lakes, sunken vessels filled with machinery have become eerie monuments to forgotten industry. These steel giants now serve as artificial reefs, home to sea life and divers brave enough to explore them. Bangkok's buzzing streets are famous for their bright green and yellow taxis, darting through traffic like schools of metallic fish. But when the pandemic hit and tourism vanished almost overnight, thousands of those cabs were left idle. What followed was something no one saw coming: a growing jungle of abandoned taxis turning city blocks into automotive gardens. Parking lots across Bangkok filled with unused taxis, bumpers touching, tires flat, sunroof glass cracking in the heat. Drivers who could no longer afford their lease fees simply walked away. Rows and rows of Toyotas and Hondas, all stripped of plates, sat like artifacts from a paused civilization. And then nature moved in. Local mechanics and drivers who still lived nearby began turning the roofs of these taxis into improvised gardens. Dirt-filled plastic bags appeared on hoods and trunks, sprouting chilies, lemongrass, and even tomatoes. Insects buzzed through the rows. The bright yellow paint faded, but the green remained only now in the form of actual plants. Drone shots of the lots went viral, not just for the surreal visuals, but for what they symbolized. Cities around the world slowed down, but in Bangkok, even the vehicles joined the cycle of regrowth. Some called it post-apocalyptic. Others saw resilience. Either way, these taxi graveyards became one of the most bizarre visual legacies of the global pause, and a reminder that sometimes life literally finds a way. After World War II ended, the island of Okinawa became home to one of the strangest sights in military history, a sprawling field filled with thousands of abandoned jeeps. Lined up bumper to bumper, row after row, they stretched across the landscape like a mechanical army frozen in retreat. These weren't just a few leftover vehicles, they were entire fleets of Willys MB and Ford GPW jeeps, all once roaring through battlefields, now sitting quietly in rusted silence. The US military had shipped enormous numbers of vehicles to the Pacific during the war, but when the fighting stopped, bringing them back home wasn't worth the cost. So the decision was made: leave them. Some were bulldozed into piles, others were lined up like they were still waiting for orders. Time and salt air did the rest. Paint peeled, tires deflated. Nature began to swallow the war machines whole. Photographs taken in 1949 show this eerie spectacle in vivid detail. Steering wheels broken, canvas tops ripped away. Some jeeps stacked on others like forgotten building blocks. The sheer number stunned even seasoned war photographers. It looked more like a post-apocalyptic movie set than a real place. Local scrap dealers were eventually allowed to salvage what they could, but for years the graveyard remained, a symbol of how quickly technology can go from vital to obsolete. One moment, these jeeps were storming beaches. The next, they were sitting in silence under the Okinawan sun. Not many people know this chapter of history, but those haunting images still speak volumes about the price of victory and what gets left behind. Beneath the blistering sun of the Mojave Desert lies a surreal landscape where aircraft outnumber people and silence stretches across miles of cracked earth. This isn't a museum or a scrapyard. It's one of America's largest airplane graveyards, and hidden among the rows of grounded giants are relics of the Cold War high-altitude spy planes, early surveillance drones, and experimental jets that once pushed the edge of what was possible. At first glance, the site looks like an organized mess fuselages without wings. Jets with their cockpits taped over, bombers arranged like a fleet frozen in time. But walk a little further and stranger shapes begin to emerge. Slender, rocket-shaped aircraft with no pilot windows. Drones that look like scaled-down missiles with wings. These were the precursors to modern surveillance technology's secret projects from the 60s and 70s built to spy without being seen. Some of these aircraft, like the Ryan Firebee and D-21 drone, were once top secret. Capable of reaching supersonic speeds or flying at extreme altitudes, they were the silent eyes of the Cold War. Others were decoys or prototypes that never saw active use but still carried the design ambitions of their era machines, built to gather intelligence, evade detection, or simulate nuclear strikes. Unlike the polished planes in hangars and museums, these machines are raw, weathered, and sometimes broken. Sand has crept into their seams. Paint has faded to powder. But there's something captivating about seeing them like this, stripped of secrecy, their shapes still hinting at the missions they were built for. Few people get up close to these relics, but satellite imagery reveals just how vast the graveyard really is. From above, it looks like a mechanical skeleton yard, thousands of metal shadows stretching across the desert floor. It's not just a resting place for planes. It's where stories of military ambition, Cold War paranoia, and aerospace innovation quietly sleep in the heat. Just beyond the overgrown roads of Pripyat lies one of the world's most haunting collections of abandoned machinery, the Chernobyl Vehicle Graveyard. It's a massive outdoor lot filled with rusting fire trucks, armored personnel carriers, helicopters, and strange-looking remote control robots. Each machine tells a chilling story. They were used during the 1986 disaster to battle the invisible enemy radiation. Most of these vehicles were exposed during the cleanup efforts. Some carried liquidators directly into the reactor zone. Others were robotic units deployed to clear debris when humans couldn't survive the exposure. The machines did their jobs, but at a price. Many became so irradiated that even decades later, they're unsafe to approach for long. Walking through the site today feels like time froze during an emergency. Fire engines still bear the Soviet star. Tanks have open hatches as if someone just climbed out. The robots like the STR-1 and Mobot are slumped on their wheels, almost like they gave up from exhaustion. Trees now grow between the trucks. Nature is taking it all back, slowly and quietly. Photos from the graveyard show a post-industrial wilderness. Machines that once represented strength and utility, now reduced to eerie museum pieces without walls. They're not being preserved, they're being forgotten. Yet the silence here speaks louder than words, telling the story of one of the most extreme cleanup efforts in human history, and the machines that couldn't leave when it was over. In 2013, Oklahoma law enforcement made a chilling discovery in Lake Foss while testing new sonar equipment. What started as a routine training exercise turned into a full-blown mystery when they located not one but two vintage cars resting side by side beneath the surface. Inside one of them, human remains. The cars, a 1969 Camaro and a 1952 Chevy, were heavily corroded, hidden by decades of mud and silt. Divers expected junk. What they found were skeletons still seated behind the wheels. No one had seen these vehicles for over 40 years. And yet there they were, just a few dozen feet from the shore, camouflaged by time. The Camaro in particular caught national attention. It matched the description of a car owned by a local teenager who vanished in 1970 along with two friends. The discovery cracked open a cold case that had long gone quiet. Forensic teams worked carefully to extract every clue, from the license plates to the position of the seatbelts. Local families were suddenly staring down answers they'd waited decades for. Though investigators believe no foul play was involved, the mystery of how both cars ended up submerged together remains puzzling. Mechanical failure? Missed turn on a dark night? No one knows for sure. What is certain, though, is that lake bottoms can hold more than just fish and silt. They hold answers, sometimes for longer than a lifetime. In 1957, Tulsa, Oklahoma, buried a brand new Plymouth Belvedere under the courthouse lawn to celebrate the state's 50th anniversary. Sealed in a concrete vault and wrapped in plastic, the idea was to preserve the car as a time capsule, a gift to the people of 2007. Locals gathered to witness the entombment, dreaming of a future filled with flying cars and robot chauffeurs. When the car was unearthed 50 years later, the excitement was electric. A crane hoisted the long-forgotten coupe from the ground as flashbulbs popped and crowds gathered. But once the wrappings were peeled back, reality sank in. The vault had leaked, and the Belvedere had been soaking in water for decades. What came out wasn't a gleaming classic, it was a rust-covered relic. Still, the reaction was pure awe. Miss Belvedere, as she was affectionately named, became a star. Her soaked seats, collapsed roof, and corroded trim didn't dampen the story. They enhanced it. She became a symbol of how time doesn't always preserve, but it definitely leaves a mark. Despite the damage, the car was displayed and carefully cleaned, its futuristic fins and chrome still visible under the layers of decay. The plan had been for the person closest to guessing Tulsa's 2007 population in 1957 to win the car. That winner received the title, though not exactly the prize they'd imagined. Today, Miss Belvedere rests in a museum, a reminder that even the best laid plans for legacy can turn into something far stranger and far more interesting. Just off the coast of Nassau, divers exploring the shallow waters of the Bahamas have discovered something that honestly looks more like a surreal dream than real-life dozens of vehicles sitting silently on the seafloor, encrusted with coral, algae, and all kinds of marine life. This isn't an art installation or a movie set. Nope. It's a real underwater car graveyard, slowly being transformed into a living reef. So, how did they get there? Well, some were intentionally sunk as part of reef building programs, an environmental practice where old cars, buses, and even ships are lowered into the ocean to encourage coral growth. Others may have come from storm surges, hurricanes, or, believe it or not, even smuggling operations gone wrong. And yeah, a few were likely dumped illegally decades ago, way before marine laws tightened up. But no matter how they arrived, nature's claimed them. Many of the cars are basically unrecognizable at this point. Their metal frames are layered in sponge and soft coral. Fish dart through open windows and crustaceans crawl over what used to be dashboards. One vehicle, believed to be an old delivery van, now honestly looks more like a miniature reef cave than a car. Each vehicle becomes a part of the underwater ecosystem, sheltering species that might otherwise be threatened by shrinking reef habitats. For divers, the spot is both eerie and beautiful. It feels like visiting a sunken city frozen mid-exit. Tires still sit on rims. Some steering wheels remain in place, though they're covered in barnacles now. The silence underwater makes it even more surreal, like time just decided to pause and let the ocean take over. Tourism guides now reference the site as an unofficial diving attraction, and underwater photographers flock to capture the strange beauty of machine and marine life intertwined. It's a reminder that even abandoned objects, when left long enough, can be reborn in the most unexpected ways. For decades, New Yorkers rode them daily, steel-bodied subway cars packed with commuters, noise, and city grit. But when these trains were finally retired in the early 2000s, they didn't head to scrapyards or museums. Instead, they were hauled by barge far off the East Coast and dropped straight into the Atlantic Ocean. Why? Well, to create artificial reefs. It sounds strange, sinking hundreds of subway cars on purpose, but the plan was actually backed by marine biologists and state environmental agencies. The stripped-down cars, cleared of glass, seats, oil, and anything hazardous, became underwater scaffolding for coral, barnacles, and sea life to take hold. Without them, fish populations in some areas were declining due to the lack of natural reef structures. The numbers are honestly staggering. More than 2,500 subway cars, mostly the iconic Redbirds and stainless steel models, were dumped in precise grids across the seafloor off the coasts of New Jersey, Delaware, South Carolina, and Georgia. Photos show them being gently lowered into the water by crane, making a slow descent into their new home. Now, years later, they look nothing like the trains that once rumbled through Manhattan. Encrusted in coral and teeming with marine life, each car has become a self-contained reef system. Flounder, sea bass, and even sharks roam through what were once passenger doors. Fish school through windows. It's like a subway system for sea creatures. Quiet, rusted, and full of life. Divers call them ghost trains of the deep, and visiting one feels like entering a submerged piece of New York's soul. It's one of the most unexpected second lives for public transport, and proof that even machines built for noise and concrete can find peace at the bottom of the ocean. Scattered across the ghost towns of Namibia's coastal desert, hundreds of rusted-out vehicles sit under the brutal African sun, forgotten by time, swallowed by sand, and battered by wind. Once driven by diamond miners, German settlers, and colonial officials, these cars now form an unintentional open-air museum in places like Kolmanskop and Elizabeth Bay, where nature is slowly reclaiming what humans left behind. Some of the vehicles date back to the 1920s and 1930s, massive, curved, fendered Fords and Chevrolets with iron grills and wooden steering wheels, now stripped of glass and tires. The paint is long gone. What's left is flaked metal, sculpted by decades of scorching heat and salty wind. They're not displayed or preserved, they're just there, quietly baking under a sky that never forgives. Kolmanskop, once a thriving diamond mining town, is one of the eeriest locations. Sand dunes spill through the doorways of homes, and old trucks rest where they broke down or were simply abandoned. In some cases, entire vehicles are nearly buried, only a fender or grille peeking out like a fossil. The silence in these places is heavy, broken only by the wind pushing dust across the desert floor. Tourists now visit to photograph these skeletal machines, often posed against collapsing buildings or vast dunes. One local guide even calls them Namibia's Lost Fleet, a nickname that's stuck. It's easy to see why. They look like survivors of another world, a place where engines once roared and roads mattered. But in the desert, time moves differently. Metal doesn't just rust, it transforms. These cars aren't just abandoned, they're part of the landscape now. Beneath the crystal blue surface of Lake Tahoe lies a mystery that's baffled divers and stirring up stories for decades, a bizarre pile of old cars resting deep in the cold water, twisted, rusted, and hidden in silence. Some of the vehicles are stacked or scattered like a forgotten parking lot. Others are sunk deeper, barely visible except to sonar scans. Theories swirl, but one suggestion keeps surfacing. Was this a dumping ground for organized crime? Starting in the 1970s, divers began spotting abandoned vehicles in the depths, some with plates removed, others with clear signs they didn't arrive by accident. Most are classic American sedans from the mid-20th century, many in surprisingly intact condition thanks to the lake's cold, oxygen-poor environment. In Lake Tahoe's deep pockets, time moves slowly. Rubber and chrome don't break down like they would in warmer waters. While officials have never confirmed anything criminal, the area's colorful past has fueled speculation. Back when casinos lit up the shoreline and powerful figures moved quietly through the resorts, it wasn't unheard of for things or people to go missing. Stories of gambling debts, secret deals, and sudden disappearances aren't just Hollywood fantasy. The lake, famously deep and hard to dredge, offered the perfect hiding place. Some divers claim they've found more than just cars, safes, weapons, even an occasional briefcase. Most of those stories stay unverified, but the photos are real. Classic Buicks, Cadillacs, and even a pickup truck or two now serve as unintentional artificial reefs, slowly being colonized by freshwater life. Whether dropped during storms, pushed in by pranksters, or hidden with darker intent, the underwater car graveyard of Lake Tahoe remains one of the region's strangest secrets. No crime scene tape, no investigation headlines, just a growing collection of metal ghosts sleeping silently beneath the waves. In the vast deserts of Kazakhstan scattered near the long-abandoned Baikonur Cosmodrome, sit the rusting remains of a once top-secret fleet Soviet control vans used during the Buran space shuttle program. These boxy, armored trucks once held advanced electronics used to monitor and coordinate shuttle launches, part of the USSR's bold but short-lived answer to NASA's space shuttle. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the program was scrapped. The shuttles were mothballed or destroyed, and the support vehicles left behind. Today, the vans lie stripped and weather-beaten, interiors filled with sand, tangled wires, and shattered monitors. The faded hammer and sickle insignias still peek through the peeling paint, hinting at a time when the Cold War space race pushed boundaries, then abruptly stopped. At first glance, Lake Natron looks like something out of a sci-fi film. Its blood-red surface glistens under the East African sun, stretching across a surreal landscape near the border of Kenya. But this lake isn't just unusual in color, it's one of the most inhospitable bodies of water on Earth. Step too close and you're entering a zone that feels like nature's version of a no-entry sign. The water's deadly nature comes from its extreme alkalinity. With a pH that can reach nearly 10.5, it's more caustic than ammonia. That's because the lake is fed by mineral-rich hot springs and lacks any outlet, allowing the buildup of sodium carbonate and other chemicals. For many animals, this turns the lake into a chemical trap. Birds that misjudge their landing find themselves caught in the deadly embrace of the water. Their bodies over time become eerily preserved, calcified into statues by the lake's alkaline content. It's not exactly turning them to stone, but the result looks just as haunting. Despite the horror movie vibe, Lake Natron is far from lifeless. One species has adapted to this hostile zone, the lesser flamingo. These birds breed by the tens of thousands on the salty crust, drawn to the lake's isolation and protection from predators. Their feet have evolved to handle the burning salts, and they thrive where others perish. This contrast, death for some, sanctuary for others, makes the lake even more bizarre. The red color comes from microorganisms that love extreme conditions. Halophiles thrive here, tinting the water with pigments that shift from crimson to rust depending on the season. It's a sight you don't forget. From above, the lake looks like a pool of molten metal spilled across the earth. It's no wonder the lake is sometimes compared to the landscapes of Mad Max or the alien worlds of Stranger Things. It feels out of place on Earth. And yet it exists, unchanged and unforgiving. And it looks like a fairy tale stream, peaceful, narrow, winding through the mossy woods of Yorkshire. Birds chirp overhead, and the water burbles gently between ancient stones. But beneath that surface, the Strid hides a secret so deadly it's earned a chilling reputation almost no one who falls in survives. The Strid is a narrow stretch of the River Warher where the calm river suddenly compresses into a tight channel, just a few feet wide. What you don't see is what's happening below. That serene surface conceals a violently deep chasm, carved over centuries into the limestone bed. Some parts plunge over 30 feet straight down. And in those underwater tunnels and caves, the current rips through at incredible speeds, dragging in anything or anyone unlucky enough to slip. There are no warning signs in the water. No roiling waves or obvious whirlpools. It looks like a place where someone might hop across for a photo. And that's what makes it so dangerous. The rocks around the edges are damp and slick. One misplaced step is all it takes to vanish. What's even more unnerving is how silent the Strid is after it claims someone. Bodies are often never recovered. The force of the current combined with underwater ledges and caverns, traps and pins victims far beneath the surface. It's like the water erases the moment instantly. Local legend has long warned people to stay away, and while the area around Bolton Abbey attracts hikers and families, those who know the Strid give it distance. Over the years, stories have stacked up. Accounts of seasoned swimmers, hikers, even trained rescuers who underestimated the stream's power. And none of it is exaggerated. There are more dramatic waterfalls and bigger rapids elsewhere in the world. But the Strid's danger lies in disguise. It doesn't need height or noise to be lethal. It just needs a few feet of water moving fast through a tight channel. Like a trap built by nature, it lures you in with calm, then strikes without warning. In terms of size, the Strid is barely more than a creek, but it has a body count that rivals some of the world's deadliest rivers. On a sunny Texas afternoon, Jacob's Well looks like paradise. Crystal clear water rises from a hole in the limestone, surrounded by natural cliffs and greenery. It's a favorite swimming spot. Cool, refreshing, and photogenic. But below the surface, this spring hides one of the most treacherous cave systems in North America. The well itself is a vertical shaft more than 30 feet deep. From there, it branches out into a web of narrow, twisting passageways. Divers who enter these submerged tunnels find themselves navigating blind turns, tight squeezes, and sudden drop-offs. Visibility is high at first, so clear it gives a false sense of safety, but that clarity doesn't last. Over the years, Jacob's Well has become infamous in the diving world. Even experienced cave divers have miscalculated here. Some get lost in the maze of passages, others become trapped when silt clouds their vision and blocks their exit path. There are documented cases of divers entering with full air tanks and never returning to the surface. The spring pushes out thousands of gallons of water per minute, making it both inviting and dangerous. You might feel the current as a gentle push near the surface, but down below, in the tight caves, it can pin a person against rock or disorient them in an instant. It's easy to take one wrong turn and lose your way back up. Authorities have tried to block off some of the deeper passages. Warning signs are posted, but for some the thrill of discovery still draws them in. The well's reputation only adds to the challenge. Over the years, it's been called beautiful, mysterious, and deadly. Despite everything, Jacob's Well continues to attract visitors. Swimmers leap in from limestone ledges unaware of the cave system just beneath their feet. On the surface, it's a peaceful natural pool. Beneath, it's a labyrinth that's claimed more than a few lives. It's a reminder that beauty and danger often live side by side, and in Jacob's Well, they're just a few feet apart. The Amazon River is a world all its own, nearly 4,000 miles of twisting, muddy power that cuts through the heart of South America. But the danger here doesn't roar or crash. It waits quietly just beneath the surface. In these waters, life thrives in ways that look like something out of a creature feature. Some of it you definitely don't want to meet. Take the piranha. It's the Amazon's most infamous resident. With razor-sharp teeth and a bite force that rivals much larger predators, these fish don't play around. They're not mindless swarms that strip bones in seconds like in old horror films, but they are pack hunters, and under the right conditions, low water levels, food scarcity, they can turn vicious. Fishermen know to keep their hands clear of the water when cleaning a catch. Then there's the kangaroo, a parasitic fish so small it looks harmless. But it's known for swimming into openings it shouldn't, attracted by bodily fluids. Local legends make it sound like a horror story, and some real medical cases prove those legends aren't all myth. The Amazon is also home to electric eels that can deliver jolts strong enough to knock a person unconscious. And if that happens in the middle of the river, the current takes over, not to mention the caimans, massive anaconda snakes, and even freshwater stingrays with venomous barbs that have taken people by surprise in shallow water. What makes the Amazon so dangerous isn't one monster, it's the sheer concentration of them. This river system is one of the most biodiverse on the planet, and a lot of that life is armed with teeth, venom, or raw muscle. Even the plants can be a threat: sharp reeds, stinging shrubs, and hidden roots ready to trip up the unprepared. The Amazon looks muddy and calm on the surface, but that surface is a lie. Beneath it is an ecosystem that doesn't care how curious or cautious you are. It's a survival zone, and you're not at the top of the food chain. Seen from above, Belize's Great Blue Hole is breathtaking, a perfect circle of deep blue carved into the turquoise shallows of the Caribbean. It looks calm, hypnotic, almost magical. But down below, it's something very different, a vertical abyss that has lured many divers in and not all of them out. The blue hole is more than 400 feet deep and over 1,000 feet across. It's a collapsed underwater cavern created during the last ice age, and it's now one of the most famous dive sites in the world. But while the top 100 feet are a dream, crystal clear water, vibrant marine life, the lower depths are where the risks multiply fast. As you descend, the light fades and the temperature drops. Around 130 feet down, you pass a curtain of hydrogen sulfide gas. It looks like a blurry cloud underwater. Below that, there's almost no oxygen. That means no life, no backup from dive partners, and no margin for error. Nitrogen narcosis sets in quickly at these depths, blurring judgment and motor skills. Some divers describe it as feeling drunk, right before their air runs low or they lose their bearings in the gloom. The deeper chambers are lined with ancient stalactites, remnants of a time when this was a dry cave. They're haunting, otherworldly, and easy to get turned around in. The blue hole has claimed divers before, even experienced ones. It's not the current or wildlife that gets you, it's the depth, the pressure, and the deceptive calm. Rescue at those levels isn't quick or easy. Once you're below the safe zone, every second and every breath counts. Tourists come by boat every day, snapping photos from the surface, unaware that below them is a vertical tomb wrapped in beauty. The blue hole proves that even paradise can have a dark side, and the deeper you go, the darker it gets. On the border of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo lies Lake Kivu, shimmering, peaceful, framed by mountains. It supplies fish, freshwater, and scenic beauty to over 2 million people who live along its shores. But what most of them live beside is something far more dangerous, one of the deadliest lakes in the world. Lake Kivu holds an enormous amount of methane and carbon dioxide trapped beneath its surface. We're talking over 60 billion cubic meters of methane, enough to power entire countries, or in the worst case, cause a catastrophe like few others on Earth. The danger comes from a rare phenomenon called a limnic eruption. It's the same silent killer that struck Lake Nyos in Cameroon back in the 1980s, when a sudden release of CO2 suffocated over 1,700 people in a single night. In Kivu, the gas builds up under pressure, kept in place by the lake's depth and the stable layering of water. But if that balance is ever disturbed by an earthquake, volcanic activity, or even heavy rainfall, it could trigger a gas eruption that would send a dense cloud of suffocating gas over the surrounding towns and cities. In a matter of minutes, entire communities could be overwhelmed. And there's another layer of risk. Mount Nyiragongo, one of the most active volcanoes in Africa, sits just 13 miles from the lake. Its lava once flowed toward Kivu in 2002. The combination of lava and pressurized methane is exactly the kind of thing disaster planners lose sleep over. In recent years, efforts have begun to extract methane from the lake to generate electricity, reducing risk and providing energy at the same time. But the project is delicate. Stir the lake too much and you might unleash the very thing you're trying to control. Lake Kivu is beautiful, vital, and deadly. It's a mirror that reflects calm, but underneath that still surface is a bomb, with a fuse no one can quite predict. Hidden deep within Russia's Ural Mountains is a lake that looks ordinary, quiet, still, surrounded by forest. But Lake Karachay isn't a place you picnic next to. It's not even safe to stand nearby for long. This is one of the most toxic places on the planet. At one point, just spending an hour near the shore could deliver a lethal dose of radiation. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union used Lake Karachay as a dumping ground for nuclear waste from the Mayak Production Association, one of the country's most secretive weapons complexes. Liquid waste, radioactive sludge, plutonium, strontium, cesium, all of it was poured directly into the water. Over time, the lake became less of a body of water and more of a radioactive basin. The danger isn't theoretical. In 1967, a drought exposed parts of the lakebed. Winds picked up radioactive dust and carried it across hundreds of miles, contaminating towns and farmland without warning. The disaster remained secret for years. Today, Lake Karachay has been partially filled in with concrete blocks and other materials to contain the contamination. Access is heavily restricted. There are no signs, no tourists, no fishing boats, just a deadly silence. Radiation levels have decreased slightly, but it's still not a place you want to be near without a hazmat suit and a Geiger counter screaming in your ear. Few bodies of water in the world can kill you just by proximity. Karachay is one of them. It's proof that the most dangerous lakes don't have to be wild or stormy. Some of them just sit still and wait. The Congo River doesn't get as much attention as the Amazon or the Nile, but in terms of raw, terrifying power, it stands alone. At over 700 feet deep, it's the deepest river in the world. But depth is just part of the story. What really sets the Congo apart is how violent it is. This river doesn't flow gently. It crashes, tears, and roars through Central Africa with incredible force. The Inga Rapids, part of the river's lower stretch, are some of the most powerful anywhere on the planet. Massive standing waves and whirlpools that can pull a boat under in seconds. Even experienced captains don't mess around in these waters without serious backup. It's not just the surface that's dangerous. Below the waterline, the Congo is a twisted labyrinth of caverns and trenches shaped by volcanic rock. This bizarre underwater landscape creates currents that defy logic. Water that moves horizontally at the top but pulls vertically from below, creating conditions so extreme that new species have evolved just to survive there. Navigation is tricky even in calm sections. Sandbars shift, storms roll in fast, and in remote regions, the river serves as the only highway for local communities, meaning vessels overloaded with goods and people sometimes run into trouble far from help. In terms of scale, the Congo is second only to the Amazon for water volume. But in terms of unpredictability and raw risk, it may be unmatched. It's a river that commands respect, because if you underestimate it, you don't get a second chance. The coast of Fukushima is beautiful. Rugged cliffs, fishing villages, and the endless reach of the Pacific Ocean. But after 2011, the name Fukushima became forever linked to disaster. When a powerful earthquake and tsunami struck northeastern Japan, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant was crippled. What followed was one of the most serious nuclear accidents in history. As reactors overheated, emergency crews worked around the clock to prevent total meltdown. Water was used to cool the fuel rods, and that water became contaminated, then leaked into the Pacific. Some of it was stored in massive tanks, but some flowed directly into the sea. Years later, Fukushima's waters are still monitored daily. The Japanese government has slowly begun releasing treated water back into the ocean. Water that's been filtered to remove most radioactive elements, though some traces remain. The decision sparked international debate, but scientists and regulatory bodies report that radiation levels are within safe limits, at least for now. The coast isn't abandoned. Fishing boats still operate. But the stigma lingers. Some species near the area are tested repeatedly for radiation, and just the mention of the name Fukushima can still make headlines. Beneath the calm waves, the coast holds a story that isn't over yet. It's a reminder that damage to water isn't always visible, and that once contamination spreads through the ocean, undoing it isn't simple. Southeast of Japan lies a stretch of ocean known as the Devil's Sea, or, the Dragon's Triangle. For centuries, sailors have whispered about this patch of water. Ships disappear, planes vanish from radar, strange lights appear in the sky. Sound familiar? That's because this place is often compared to the Bermuda Triangle. So, what makes the Devil's Sea so mysterious? Well, for starters, it's geologically unstable. The area sits near several tectonic boundaries, which means earthquakes and undersea volcanic activity are honestly pretty frequent. Submarine eruptions have created new islands out of nowhere, and then swallowed them again. One of these, Myojin Sho, famously erupted and destroyed a research vessel back in the 1950s, taking all crew members with it. Navigation here is tricky. Magnetic interference has been reported, and sudden fog banks or violent storms can catch even modern ships off guard. In ancient times, fishermen would flat out refuse to enter certain parts of the sea, convinced it was cursed. Even the Japanese government at one point marked the region as hazardous for navigation. Scientists explain most of the mysteries here with natural causes, seismic activity, rogue waves, methane gas seeps. But not everything has been fully accounted for, and that's why the legend of the Devil's Sea endures. It's a place where logic bends just enough to leave room for questions. Whether it's deep sea tremors or something we don't yet understand, the Devil's Sea continues to unsettle. It's a reminder that the ocean still holds places where maps end and mystery begins. Deep inside Costa Rica's Poas, Volcano National Park lies a crater lake that honestly looks serene from a distance, like a mirror reflecting the clouds. But get closer, and the calm illusion totally breaks. This is Laguna Caliente, and its name is, well, no exaggeration. With acidity levels nearing that of battery acid and bursts of steam that smell like burning metal, it's easily one of the harshest aquatic environments on Earth. The lake sits at the summit of Poas Volcano and constantly shifts in color, pale green, milky blue, even eerie white, depending on gas emissions and mineral content. Its pH often drops below 1.2. That means it can corrode metal and burn skin. When the volcano is active, sulfur gases rise from vents around the lake and mix with water vapor, creating acidic rain that scorches the nearby landscape. Trees wilt, rocks melt. Protective gear is honestly mandatory for anyone hiking too close. What makes Laguna Caliente especially dangerous isn't just its water, it's how unpredictable it is. The lake can flash boil during eruptions, sending acidic spray skyward. It's closed to visitors often, not because it's dormant, but because it's always just too unstable. Even the wind direction can decide whether the air near the lake is breathable or not. In 1986, a silent killer rose from the depths of Lake Nyos and swept through the valleys of Cameroon. People went to bed that night, never knowing they were breathing their last moments. The lake looked normal, calm, glassy, ringed with volcanic cliffs. But beneath it, invisible danger was building. Lake Nyos sits on a pocket of magma that slowly leaks carbon dioxide into the water. Under normal conditions, that gas stays trapped under pressure in the deep layers. But on that night, something triggered a massive release, possibly a landslide or a sudden temperature shift. In one terrifying moment, over 1.2 million tons of CO2 erupted from the lake like a shaken soda bottle, displacing the air and creating a cloud that rolled downhill, silent and lethal. It wasn't smoke or fire. It was heavier than air gas that suffocated livestock, wildlife, and entire villages without a sound. Survivors described waking up to find everything around them lifeless. Since then, scientists have worked to prevent another disaster. A special degassing system now helps release the gas in controlled amounts. But Nyos is still considered unstable. The crater wall shows signs of erosion, and if it ever collapses, it could trigger a repeat event, or something worse. Hiking through the dense green wilderness of Dominica's Morne Trois Pitons National Park feels like stepping into a lost world. And then you reach it, a steaming gray-blue lake, bubbling like a witch's cauldron. This is Boiling Lake, and it's very much alive. Unlike hot springs or geysers, this isn't just warm water. It's a flooded volcanic vent. The lake reaches temperatures of up to 200 degrees Fahrenheit near the edges, and the center may be boiling beyond the point of measurement. On windless days, the entire area fills with thick steam, blotting out the view and choking the air with sulfur. The water level can rise or fall dramatically overnight. Sometimes it even drains completely, revealing the gaping mouth of the earth before filling again days later. That's because Boiling Lake sits above a constantly shifting hydrothermal system. Pressure builds, water flashes into steam, and then it starts all over again. There are no safety rails, no guards, just a narrow path of rock and sulfur. Get too close and a sudden slip could be fatal. The area around the lake is scarred with yellowed rocks and scorched earth. And yet hikers come for the challenge and the eerie beauty. Off the coast of Louisiana, beneath the gentle waves of the Gulf of Mexico, lies a massive area where almost nothing survives. No fish, no coral, no marine life at all, just miles of oxygen-starved water. This is the Gulf's dead zone, and it's one of the largest in the world. It forms every summer when warm weather combines with runoff from farms and cities along the Mississippi River. Nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus pour into the Gulf, feeding explosive blooms of algae. When that algae dies, it sinks and decays, sucking the oxygen out of the water. The result is a suffocating layer near the seafloor, where even mobile creatures like crabs and shrimp can't escape. Fishing boats avoid these areas. Sonar scans show the seafloor as a biological void. In some years, the dead zone has stretched over 6,000 square miles, larger than the state of Connecticut, and it's not shrinking. Climate shifts and increased agricultural activity keep feeding the cycle. What's chilling is how silent it is. The Gulf doesn't boil or roar. The surface looks normal, even beautiful.
There are big crocodiles. And then there's Gustav. Locals in Burundi speak of him in hushed tones, as if he might be listening. They say he's over 20 feet long, weighs a ton, and has survived more bullets than some military vehicles. He's not just big, he's terrifyingly smart. For decades, Gustav ruled the waters of the Ruzizi River and the northern shores of Lake Tanganyika. People didn't swim there. They didn't fish from the banks. Some villages even moved away entirely. Because when Gustav showed up, something, or someone, disappeared. Some reports claim he's responsible for the deaths of over 300 people. That number is debated, but even a fraction of it is enough to crown him one of the most dangerous crocodiles in history. Victims were often found with deep bite marks, but many were never found at all. Boats would go missing, tracks would lead to the riverbank, and then, nothing. People started to say he wasn't just an animal, that he was a demon. In the documentaries that followed, Gustav seemed more like something out of a monster movie than a real predator, and yet, every frame of footage, every interview with terrified locals said otherwise. He was the jaws of the jungle, huge, stealthy, and impossible to stop. His body is covered in scars, deep marks from past battles with rivals and wounds from bullets that bounced off his armor-like skin. One of his most distinct features is a large bump on his snout and a missing tooth. Those features helped experts identify him even when the lighting or water was bad. To this day, no one knows if Gustav is still alive. He'd be well into his 70s now, which is old even for a crocodile. But his name still sends chills through the communities along Lake Tanganyika. People avoid the water. They warn their kids not to go near the banks. Because even if Gustav is gone, the fear he created never left. He was never captured, never caged. He lived wild, hunted freely, and outsmarted everyone who tried to stop him. If Gustav ruled the rivers, the Champawat tiger owned the jungle, and the villages too. She wasn't just feared, she was a ghost that struck in broad daylight, a Bengal tigress that moved between Nepal and northern India like the wind, leaving behind only silence and blood trails. Her number? 436 people. That's not a myth, that's a confirmed body count recorded in official documents. And yet, no one could stop her. She started her killing spree in Nepal, where terrified locals abandoned entire villages. The government tried to hunt her down but failed. Eventually, they pushed her across the border into India. That didn't stop her, it only gave her more ground. She took lives from huts, roads, and fields. She wasn't afraid of humans, she preferred them. No tiger had ever killed like this before. And that's what made her so unpredictable. She didn't lash out in panic, she stalked, she waited, she hunted. Villagers lived in constant fear, doors were bolted, children weren't allowed outside, even the army didn't want to deal with her. It took Jim Corbett, a skilled hunter, to finally track her. He spent days studying her habits, learning her routes. When they finally faced off, she wasn't scared, she charged. Corbett eliminated her with a well-placed shot. An autopsy revealed something shocking. Her teeth were damaged. She couldn't hunt traditional prey, so she turned to something easier: us. Her death ended a nightmare, but the story didn't fade. It became legend, a reminder that even the most majestic predator can become something else entirely when desperate. The jungle doesn't care who you are, and sometimes nature stops following the rules. Thousands of miles away in the snowy forests of Hokkaido, Japan faced a monster of its own. In 1915, a massive Usuri brown bear descended from the mountains into a small settlement in Sankabetsu. What happened next was so terrifying it's still taught in schools. The bear attacked multiple homes. It broke through doors like paper. Inside, people barely had time to react. The creature didn't just come once, it kept returning, for days. That's what made it different. Most animal attacks are one-offs. This bear came back again and again, hunting the survivors. It wasn't driven off by noise or fire. It seemed to learn. Each time it struck, it was faster, more brutal, and more fearless. Entire families fled the village. Men armed with rifles were stationed at the edge of the woods, but it wasn't enough. One of the most chilling parts? The bear used the same paths each time, moving like a trained predator, as if it knew the land better than anyone else. Some claimed it had a taste for revenge. Others said it had simply discovered that humans were easy targets. Eventually, a skilled hunter named Yamamoto was brought in. After an intense search, he found the bear and shot it. It took several bullets to bring it down. When it finally collapsed, the village breathed again, but it was changed forever. Even today, a replica of the beast stands in a small museum near the site. Not to glorify it, to remind everyone that nature doesn't always stay in the background. Sometimes it comes knocking, and sometimes it wears the face of something no one's ready for, just like it did in the hills of France. Before werewolves haunted horror movies, one real-life beast terrorized the French countryside. In the mid-1700s, in a quiet rural region called Gévaudan, something began attacking people, and it wasn't acting like any normal predator. This thing moved like a ghost, struck in broad daylight, and ignored livestock. It went straight for humans. Eyewitnesses described it as massive, with reddish fur, a long tail, and terrifying teeth. Some said it looked like a wolf, but much larger. Others swore it wasn't a wolf at all, something different, something unnatural. Within months, the fear spread across the country. Locals armed themselves, France sent professional hunters and even military troops. Still, the attacks kept coming. Over the span of just a few years, the beast of Gévaudan was blamed for over 100 deaths. People began whispering it was a punishment from beyond. Others thought it was an escaped exotic animal or some twisted experiment gone wrong. Some even claimed there were multiple beasts. The King of France finally sent his best marksman, Jean Chastel. In 1767, Chastel shot a large wolf-like creature said to be the beast. After that, the attacks stopped. But skeptics argue it wasn't the same animal responsible for all the terror. To this day, no one really knows what it was. Maybe it was a mutated wolf. Maybe it was something else entirely. What's certain is that it haunted the forest of Gévaudan like something out of a horror film. If Netflix ever picks it up, don't be surprised. This story writes itself. Now let's fast forward to the heat of summer 1916, the Jersey Shore, beaches are packed, and beneath the waves, a nightmare is heading toward the coast. Over the course of just 12 days, a series of shark attacks rocked New Jersey like a scene straight out of Jaws. Except this was real, and it happened decades before the movie even existed. It started in Beach Haven, where a swimmer vanished in shallow water. Then another attack in Spring Lake. Panic spread fast, but the part that truly shook everyone? The shark didn't stop at the beach, it swam into Matawan Creek, a narrow, muddy waterway miles from the ocean, and attacked 3 people in one afternoon. That's when fear turned to full-blown hysteria. People avoided the water. Armed men lined the shores. Newspapers across the country called it the shark scare. Eventually, a 7.5-foot great white was caught in Raritan Bay by a local fisherman. Inside its stomach were remains. Many believed it was the same shark responsible for the attacks. Whether it was the only one is still debated today. But it ended the terror. These attacks completely changed how people saw sharks. Before 1916, most folks thought sharks weren't dangerous. That myth shattered fast. Even scientists had to rethink everything they believed about sharks and their behavior. The 1916 attacks inspired Peter Benchley to write Jaws, which turned into the Spielberg blockbuster that made an entire generation think twice about swimming in the ocean. And while most sharks today pose no threat to humans, the memory of those 12 days still lingers like a shadow under the waves. So next time you're walking along a calm shore, remember, sometimes danger doesn't roar. Sometimes it swims silently, right beneath your feet. In the quiet town of Bunawan in the Philippines, something massive was lurking beneath the muddy waters. People whispered about missing livestock, and then, a missing fisherman. The villagers were scared, and for good reason. Something powerful was out there, and it wasn't just passing through. That something turned out to be Lo Long, a saltwater crocodile so enormous it broke world records. When he was finally captured in 2011, the scale told the story. Over 20 feet long and weighing more than 2,300 pounds. He was the size of a small boat, with jaws strong enough to crush anything that got too close. Catching him wasn't easy. It took weeks of tracking, dozens of men and steel cables designed to hold down trucks. They named him Lo Long after one of the local crocodile hunters who helped with the mission, and sadly passed away before seeing the capture. Lo Long was believed to have been behind several attacks in the area, including the disappearance of a young girl and a fisherman. Although the exact numbers were never confirmed, his size alone was enough to explain the fear. The villagers turned the massive reptile into a tourist attraction, building a special enclosure and inviting the world to see the monster that once ruled their river. But captivity doesn't always work well for wild giants. Just 2 years after being caught, Lo Long died of pneumonia and organ failure. His death sparked a huge debate. Should such creatures be captured at all? Or should they be left to rule their waters? Even now, the thought of Lo Long sliding silently through the water gives people chills. Because he wasn't just a big crocodile, he was proof that some monsters are real, and they don't live in our imagination. They live in the rivers we don't dare cross. He looked majestic, graceful in the water, a favorite of the crowds. But behind the black and white beauty of Tilikum was a story darker than anyone expected. Tilikum was the largest orca in captivity, weighing around 12,000 pounds. He performed at SeaWorld, leaping through the air and splashing the front rows. Kids cheered, families snapped photos. But Tilikum wasn't born for the stage. He was taken from the wild off the coast of Iceland when he was just a calf. And captivity changed him. Over time, his behavior grew more unpredictable. Trainers noticed, but the shows went on, until tragedy struck. Tilikum was involved in the deaths of 3 people across his years in captivity. The most publicized incident happened during a live performance when a senior trainer was pulled underwater. The incident shook the world and exposed a truth many hadn't seen before. A documentary pulled the curtain back on what life in captivity meant for animals like Tilikum. Tiny tanks, isolation, stress. Orcas are incredibly social and intelligent, and keeping one locked away from its natural world can create something unpredictable and dangerous. Tilikum's story changed everything. Public opinion shifted, protests grew. SeaWorld faced legal battles and eventually retired orca shows altogether. By the time Tilikum passed away in 2017, he had become a symbol, not just of danger, but of the cost of treating wild predators like circus acts. His story made the world look closely at how we treat nature and reminded us that the ocean isn't a playground. It's a world with rules we barely understand. In 1898, British engineers were building a railway bridge over the Savo River in what is now Kenya. It was supposed to be a symbol of progress, an iron path connecting coast to interior. But instead it became a trail of terror, because out of the tall African grass came 2 lions unlike any the world had seen. They didn't roar, they didn't hunt like the others, they stalked silently. At night they crept into the workers' camps, dragged men from their tents and vanished into the darkness. Workers fled, construction stopped. The British Empire, known for its discipline and order, was suddenly at the mercy of 2 predators. These lions weren't normal. For one, they had no manes, which made them even more terrifying in the moonlight. And they weren't killing for survival. They were hunting with eerie focus. Over the course of 9 months, dozens of workers vanished. Some say it was 30. Others claim over 100. The exact number remains debated. What isn't debated is the fear they created. Lieutenant Colonel John Henry Patterson, the man in charge of the railway, made it personal. He spent weeks setting traps, building blinds, and staying up through the night. It became a deadly game of wits. Eventually, he shot both lions, after several failed attempts and 1 narrow escape. When he finally eliminated them, their bodies were massive, their stomachs reportedly filled with remains. The lions were later stuffed and are now displayed at the Field Museum in Chicago. Standing in front of them, it's hard to imagine these quiet, still creatures once held up an empire's grand project. But they did. Down in the murky swamps of Alabama and Florida, there's a legend that refuses to die. His name? Two-Toed Tom. And yes, he really did have only 2 toes on one of his feet, thanks to an old bear trap that mangled the rest. But what really made Tom famous wasn't his limp. Local stories from the 1920s tell of an alligator so large, so clever, and so aggressive that he terrorized entire towns. Livestock vanished, dogs disappeared. Then people started going missing too. The swamps whispered his name. He'd leave enormous tracks near water and disappear before anyone could spot him. When they did catch a glimpse, they swore he was at least 14 feet long, glowing red eyes and all. Farmers tried everything: rifles, dynamite, even full-blown gator hunts. One man allegedly dropped a keg of dynamite into the pond where Tom was last seen. The explosion sent mud and fish flying everywhere. But Tom? He swam away, untouched. Over time, Two-Toed Tom became something between folklore and fear. Some said he lived for decades, even resurfacing in later years far from where he'd first appeared. Others believed he was never just one gator but a line of monsters carrying on the legend. Still, no hunter ever confirmed the kill. Tom remained the swamp's ultimate ghost. What's fascinating is that his story isn't told with a wink. Older locals swear by it. Writers turned him into books. He even made it into newspaper articles. Whether he was one gator or many, one thing is clear: Two-Toed Tom left a big enough bite in southern folklore to last a century. Some predators don't wait for you to come into their territory, they come to you. And in the case of the leopard of Rudraprayag, that meant slipping into homes, temples, even crowded villages in the dead of night, and vanishing with its victims. This leopard haunted the town of Rudraprayag in northern India for nearly a decade. Locals were terrified to sleep. Doors were locked, fires kept burning all night, but nothing seemed to stop it. Between 1918 and 1926, the leopard was blamed for at least 125 human deaths. Not in the wild, not in remote forests, but in people's homes, sometimes just steps from their sleeping families. No animal had ever attacked like this before. It was bold, calculating, and unusually patient. It avoided traps. It knew when to strike. Some even said it had developed a taste for humans after scavenging during a past epidemic, when proper burials weren't always possible. The British government finally called in one man, Jim Corbett, the same hunter who had stopped the Champawat tiger. Even he admitted that this leopard was in a different league. It took him 2 years to track and finally shoot the beast in 1926. By that point, the leopard had become a living shadow. Every broken twig or snap in the underbrush sent people running. When it was shot, it looked like any other leopard. But to the villagers of Rudraprayag, it was much more than that. It was a symbol of fear, and its story became a warning across the region. Even the most graceful predators can become something far more terrifying when desperation takes over. The Nilgiri Hills in southern India are home to tea plantations, dense forests, and steep ravines. They're also home to tigers. Most of them keep to themselves, avoiding humans. But in the 1950s, one didn't. This young tigress began targeting people near the Sigur forests, and quickly gained a reputation as one of the deadliest cats in the region. She didn't hide. She watched. Villagers reported seeing her just beyond the tree line, still as a statue, waiting. Within weeks, she was blamed for 5 deaths. What made her particularly dangerous was her calm. No frantic charges, no chaos. She stalked like she was built for it. The attacks always followed a pattern. Someone would leave home for firewood or to check livestock, and never return. Search parties found drag marks, paw prints, and nothing else. Her confidence shook even the most seasoned trackers. The hunt to stop her was led by Kenneth Anderson, one of India's most famous hunters and authors. His writings later described the tigress as a powerful but tragic figure, likely injured at some point, unable to hunt her natural prey. That injury may have driven her to humans. It's a common thread with man-eaters. They aren't born killers of people, they're forced into it. Anderson eventually tracked her down after days of following her trail through dangerous terrain. It wasn't a clean kill. It was a hard-earned end to a chapter that had paralyzed a whole region. In the early 20th century, another shadow stalked the forests of northern India, this one with the sleek body and silent steps of a leopard. The Panar leopard, also known as Lari by locals, became one of the deadliest leopards ever recorded, blamed for the deaths of over 400 people. Most man-eaters kill a few victims, then vanish or are caught. Lari stuck around, for years. Like the Rudraprayag leopard, he didn't wait in the deep jungle. He moved in close, too close, into villages, even towns, sometimes dragging victims from open doorways. People began to treat the forest as cursed. They avoided trails. They built stronger fences, but nothing helped. The cause? Likely a combination of injury and opportunity. Experts believe Lari may have turned to humans after being wounded or after learning how easy it was to hunt us. During that period, widespread illness and famine had disrupted wildlife patterns, and wild prey had become scarce. That imbalance gave predators a reason to shift their focus. Once again, it was Jim Corbett who stepped in. After tracking the animal for days and interviewing terrified locals, Corbett shot and eliminated the leopard. In his later writings, he described Lari not as evil, but as a victim of broken ecosystems. Still, the numbers are staggering. Hundreds of lives lost. Communities changed forever. And one animal whose legacy still haunts northern India's misty forests. Wolves don't usually attack people. They're cautious, elusive, and rarely come near humans. But once, in the quiet winter woods of Sweden, a single wolf flipped the script entirely and turned a peaceful village into a place of fear. Between December 1820 and March 1821, one wolf went on a spree that made history. In the Gysinge region of Sweden, this animal attacked over 30 people and claimed the lives of 12. It was one of the deadliest wolf attacks ever recorded in Europe, and no one saw it coming. This wolf didn't act like others. It didn't sneak around the edges of farms or snatch livestock. It went straight into human territory, into roads, yards, even near front doors. Locals were stunned. They weren't dealing with a pack, they were dealing with one determined predator. The reason behind its behavior was as disturbing as the attacks. Records suggest this wolf was raised in captivity for part of its life, likely as part of a misguided attempt at taming wild animals. Once it escaped or was released, it had no fear of people. To it, humans weren't threats, they were targets. Panic swept across the countryside. Authorities called for hunters, and massive search efforts took place. The attacks continued until the wolf was finally tracked and shot. But the damage was already done. Gysinge would never be the same. Her name was Topsy, and her story is both legendary and tragic. She was an Asian elephant who had spent most of her life performing in circuses, mistreated, misunderstood, and pushed past the breaking point. And in the early 1900s, Topsy made headlines not for a performance, but for the way her story ended. Topsy had become known for being aggressive. But when you look closer, the real picture becomes clearer. She had been abused by handlers and forced to perform tricks in chaotic, stressful environments. One day she finally snapped after being provoked yet again. Her fate was sealed not because she was wild but because she fought back. Her owners wanted to get rid of her, but instead of doing it quietly, they saw a spectacle. In 1903, they staged a public execution at Coney Island. And to make it even more shocking, they chose electricity. The footage still exists. It's hard to watch. A massive animal, once full of strength and spirit, brought down not by nature but by people. Topsy's story isn't about revenge or aggression, it's about consequences. About what happens when wild animals are taken from their world and dropped into one they were never meant to be in. Today she's remembered as a symbol, a warning about exploitation, and a painful chapter in the long, complicated history between humans and animals. We've seen crocodiles too smart to trap, tigers with silent footsteps, and sharks that changed beach life forever. But sometimes the most dangerous animal isn't the one hunting in the wild, it's the one pushed too far. These creatures weren't villains, they were survivors. And their stories remind us that even in the wildest corners of the earth, nature never forgets.
There's a point in Yosemite where the granite just gives up pretending to be friendly. That's Half Dome. From below it looks impossible, like a smooth stone wave frozen mid-crash. But then you spot the cables. Thin, metallic, barely visible from a distance. They stretch straight up the rock's back like a spine made for daredevils. This isn't some polished stairway carved into the mountain. These are metal poles hammered into the rock with 2 ropes running between them, and wooden planks every few feet to brace your trembling legs. People call it a hike, but let's be honest, it's a full-blown climb. You start low walking through Yosemite's lush forest. That part's fine. You're lulled into thinking this won't be too bad. Then comes the subdome. Brutally steep granite steps carved by hand, already enough to make most people turn around. But if you push through, the real trial begins. The cables, straight up. Nearly 400 feet of smooth rock at a 45-degree angle, with nothing beneath you except open air and consequences. The slope is so slick it's like trying to walk up a tilted kitchen countertop. And in wet weather? Forget it. Even park rangers don't sugarcoat it. Turn around unless conditions are perfect. There's no safety harness unless you bring your own. Just your grip, your shoes, and your nerves. And the wind. Oh, the wind up there has a personality. It doesn't gently push you, it tests you. Hikers freeze halfway up, stuck between fear and height. Others power through one plank at a time, white-knuckling the cables like it's a final boss fight in a survival game. And yet, it draws thousands, every year. Why? Because the view from the top feels like something you'd see in a Coldplay music video, pure, unreal, infinite. Clouds drift beneath you. The rest of Yosemite stretches out like a painted map. It's beautiful, but make no mistake, it's earned. You don't walk Half Dome, you survive it. High above the mist-covered cliffs of Zhangjiajie, China's newest attraction looks like it belongs in an action movie. The Sky Ladder, a 551-foot-long steel walkway, connects 2 towering cliffs at a dizzying height of 5,000 feet. This isn't a scenic stroll, it's a full-body thrill. Built into the side of the mountain, the ladder uses a Via Ferrata-style climbing system, with metal footholds and handrails bolted right into the rock. You're not just walking, you're suspended, exposed to the wind, the altitude, and the silence of being miles above the ground. With each step, you're reminded that the only thing between you and open air is a narrow steel path and a harness clipped to a wire. The structure has a slight sway to it, just enough to get inside your head. Over 1,200 visitors are reportedly tackling it every day, making it one of the most popular high-altitude climbs in the country. And for those brave enough to complete the full 3-hour adventure, the reward isn't just the view, it's the feeling that you did something most people wouldn't dare attempt. The cost? About $80. The experience? Priceless if your nerves can handle it. Guides accompany climbers the whole way, ensuring safety protocols are followed. But still, this ladder isn't for daydreamers or those afraid of heights. It's designed for people who want to feel gravity pull at their boots while their heart pounds against the sky. This is the Sky Ladder. Not a theme park ride, not a simulation. A real stairway in the sky, and one of the wildest vertical challenges in the world. You don't just stumble upon the King of Aragon's staircase. It's carved into a vertical limestone cliff on the southern tip of Corsica, in the fortress town of Bonifacio. From the sea, it looks like a natural crack in the rock. Up close, it's 187 razor-sharp steps that zigzag down a cliff so steep it feels like the wall of a fortress. And guess what? According to legend, it was carved overnight by soldiers with hand tools during an invasion. Now, that's probably not how it happened, but one look at the stairs and you start to think, yeah, maybe they were desperate enough to try. The descent is brutally steep, about a 45-degree angle, and each step feels like it was measured for goats, not humans. There's a thin rope railing that helps you cling to the wall, but when the sea wind kicks up, it doesn't feel like nearly enough. You're stuck between jagged stone and the turquoise drop of the Mediterranean, and the only way is down. And the views? Unreal. You've got the glittering water on one side and the ancient walls of Bonifacio towering behind you. It's beautiful, but you can't let that distract you. The stairs get slick when wet, and the limestone has worn down over centuries into a slippery slope of doom. Every few steps, you look back up and realize you've come too far to quit, but going back might be even worse. Technically, the staircase leads to a freshwater well that once supplied the entire fortress. So yes, there was a practical reason for carving a vertical stairway into a cliff, but now, it's a tourist challenge, one that's part history, part workout, part fear test. And if you're afraid of heights, this place is not your friend. Walking the King of Aragon's staircase is like entering a medieval myth, only you're the one dangling above the sea. It's sharp, narrow, old, and absolutely unforgettable. Just don't look down too long. They call it the most dangerous hike in the world, and honestly, they might be right. Mount Hua in China isn't just tall, it's merciless. Near the top of this sacred mountain in Shanxi province, there's a section that looks like a wooden plank path bolted into a vertical cliff face. Not carved next to the cliff, on it. It's narrow, just wide enough for 1 foot at a time. And the drop? A clean 2,000 feet straight down. You clip yourself into a harness, but there's nothing between you and the abyss except old boards, rusted chains, and your own grip. The path hugs the rock so tightly that at times, you have to press your chest to the wall to squeeze past others. In some sections, the planks are gone entirely, just little footholds chiseled into the stone like ancient teeth. And yet, people line up for it. Not hikers, tourists, and sneakers, all for the view from the South Peak, one of China's 5 great mountains. The irony? The most terrifying part is not even the hardest. Most of the mountain has handrails and steps. But this plank walk, this final test, feels like something Indiana Jones would refuse. There's something hypnotic about it. The height, the silence, the raw exposure. You either freeze or keep moving. And the whole time, you're aware one bad move and it's over. It's fear, thrill, and beauty, all rolled into one narrow strip of wood clinging to a cliff. On the island of Oahu, tucked between steep ridges and jungle fog, lies a stairway so surreal it feels like a glitch in reality. The Haiku Stairs. Locals call it the Stairway to Heaven, and once you see it, you totally understand why. Nearly 4,000 narrow metal steps cling to the mountain like a spine, rising straight into the clouds. And they're illegal to climb. Built in the 1940s for a naval radio station, the staircase ascends nearly 2,800 feet up the Ko'olau Range. Each step is steep, slippery, and often battered by wind and rain. The angles are sharp, no gentle switchbacks here, you're going up and fast. And the further you go, the more the city below disappears into mist. Despite the ban and patrols, adventurers still sneak past fences to chase the view at the top. And that view? Unreal. Rolling green ridges, Pacific Ocean stretching forever, and clouds drifting so close you could almost touch them. It looks like something out of a video game cutscene. But this isn't a secret anymore. Drones catch footage, locals argue over safety, and the debate keeps raging: preserve it or tear it down. Still, it stands, silent, forbidden, and climbing it has become a legend. Not just because of the danger or the views, but because the moment you step on that first rung, the world below just vanishes. In a quiet corner of Norway's Lysefjord, there's a staircase that doesn't just go up, it goes on. Step after step after step, 4,444 in total. That's Florli. Once used by workers maintaining a hydroelectric pipeline, it now pulls in travelers hungry for one of Europe's most grueling vertical climbs. From the fjord below, it looks endless, a sharp line cutting through pine trees and disappearing into the sky. Each step is made of wood, worn smooth by time, weather, and thousands of tired feet. There are no fancy railings or paved switchbacks, it's just you, the stairs, and the mountain. The climb is brutal. Your legs start to burn after a few hundred steps, but you're not even close to halfway. Every few turns you look back, and the fjord below gets smaller, the view more breathtaking. Some climbers stop halfway and turn back. Others push on, fueled by stubbornness and the promise of the summit. At the top, there's no luxury resort or vending machine. Just wind, rock, and silence, and the satisfaction of knowing you climbed one of the longest, most intense staircases on Earth. Fleur-Lee isn't flashy. It doesn't dangle off cliffs or hug death-defying ledges. Its danger is quiet. It creeps in through fatigue, weather, and the sheer psychological weight of climbing thousands of steps into the clouds. But that's what makes it unforgettable. They're ancient, uneven, slick with morning mist, and they've earned a brutal nickname, the Gringo Killer. The Inca Trail to Machu Picchu might be beautiful, but parts of it are unforgiving, especially the staircase sections carved straight into the Andes. This isn't your average hike. These are centuries-old stone steps, often cut into cliff sides or winding through tight mountain passes, where a slip doesn't mean a twisted ankle. It means a long, ugly fall. Some stair segments are narrow enough to force single-file movement, even with hundreds of tourists on the trail every day. Others are steep enough to make you crawl up like you're climbing a ladder with no handrails. Altitude makes it worse. You're over 13,000 feet above sea level in some parts. Breathing feels like trying to suck air through a straw. Your heart races, your legs wobble, and yet you push on, because you know what's waiting at the end. Machu Picchu doesn't just appear, it reveals itself, suddenly and dramatically through the sun gate. That final stretch of the trail feels like a secret path that only opens to those who've earned it. And many don't even realize that the Inca carved the trail this way on purpose. These steps were meant to slow invaders, to protect the sacred site. It's a defense system disguised as a pilgrimage. There are easier ways to get to Machu Picchu. Buses, trains. But those who take the Inca Trail and survive the Gringo Killer stairs walk into the lost city with more than just sore legs. They walk in with a story. You've seen monasteries before, but not like this. In Meteora, Greece, they float above the earth, perched on top of massive rock pillars that look like they were dropped there by giants. For centuries, the only way to reach them was a rope and a basket. Today, you get stairs, but they're not exactly comforting. Carved into the side of the cliffs are long, narrow staircases that twist and cling to the rock like a nervous lizard. Some of them feel more like tunnels. Others are open to the sky, offering dizzying views of the valley floor hundreds of feet below. The climb is long, steep, and silent. No music, no buzz of tourists talking, just stone underfoot and wind against your skin. Most of these staircases were added in the 20th century, after monks finally gave in to gravity and safety. But they didn't make it easy. The steps are uneven, sharp, and often moist from mist or rain. Some visitors freeze halfway up, caught between awe and anxiety. There are railings now, sure, but the sheer height and raw drop-offs still shake your balance. These monasteries weren't meant to be easily reached. They were built to be cut off, to bring monks closer to heaven and farther from temptation. Climbing the stairs is part of the journey, spiritual and physical. A test of devotion, even if you're just a curious traveler. By the time you reach the top, it doesn't matter whether you believe in anything or not. You'll feel something, maybe fear, maybe wonder. Probably both, because Meteora's staircases don't just lead to monasteries, they lead into the clouds. If there's a staircase that feels like it was built for storm gods, this is it. In the dense greenery of Ecuador near the town of Baños, the Pailón del Diablo, the Devil's Cauldron rages. It's not just a waterfall, it's a monster. A thundering vertical torrent crashing into rock with so much force that the air around it literally shakes. And hugging this force of nature is a twisted, wet, terrifying staircase. The path snakes downward through a canyon wall, carved into slippery stone and hidden by overgrown jungle. At first it seems manageable, just a little steep, a little damp. But then the roar gets louder. The mist gets thicker. You realize you're walking straight into the back of the waterfall. The final staircase bends downward sharply, almost at a crawl angle with slick handrails and moss-covered stone. It feels like the earth is sweating. Every step echoes under your feet like it might give way. At the bottom, you're practically inside the waterfall. Water explodes around you from every direction. Visibility, almost zero. Sound, deafening. You have to shout to hear your own voice. And yet people love it. Not because it's safe, because it isn't, but because there's something raw and primal about standing this close to nature's fury and realizing you're just small, wet, and lucky to be there. Pailon del Diablo doesn't need height to scare you. It uses pressure, force, chaos. You don't conquer it, you sneak a visit before it changes its mind. At first glance, you think you're looking at a roller coaster. Steel loops, rising curves, a massive twist that looks like it should launch cars into the sky. But then your brain catches up, and you realize there are no tracks, no carts, just stairs. Tiger and Turtle in Duisburg, Germany is a giant sculpture you can walk on. And honestly, it messes with your head the moment you step foot on it. This isn't an ordinary art piece, it's a 69-foot-tall metal staircase shaped like a twisting roller coaster track. You walk along curved rails climbing high above the city, surrounded by lights and sky. It's bizarre, you feel like you're breaking some rule. Your legs say stairs, but your eyes say theme park. Then you reach the loop. No, you can't walk upside down. The loop section is sealed off, it's part of the illusion. But standing there, staring at it, your brain still tries to imagine what it would be like to keep going. The whole structure plays with perception. It climbs, dips, bends, but ultimately leads you right back where you started. It's not dangerous in the traditional sense. There are handrails, no wild heights, no slippery cliffs, but there's a psychological twist. It makes you feel weightless in moments, then suddenly off balance, like Escher drew it during a fever dream. The stairs defy logic, and that's exactly the point. Tiger and Turtle might not lead anywhere, but while you're on it, your sense of direction and gravity might just take a short vacation. Welcome to one of the most surreal climbs in Europe, where metal ladders, narrow stone stairs, and sheer cliffside drops blend into a trail that disappears into the clouds. This is the route between Pico do Arriero and Pico Ruivo on the island of Madeira, and it's not just a hike. It's a high-altitude gauntlet through shifting fog and brutal exposure. From the very first step, the ground tilts steeply downward. Iron handrails line the narrow paths, but they feel more symbolic than secure. You're walking through ridgelines so thin they look like spine bones poking out of the earth. There are actual ladders bolted into cliff sides, and narrow stairs carved into volcanic rock that descend into damp tunnels and reappear in mid-air, it seems. And when the fog rolls in, which it does suddenly, you're left with 10 feet of visibility and the feeling that the mountain just erased its own blueprint. This trail sits at over 5,000 feet above sea level, and while the stats may not sound terrifying, the conditions make it feel like you're on the edge of another planet. Wind howls through the corridors of stone. The clouds churn below you. It's like you're walking on the roof of the world, with nothing but thin metal steps and faith to hold you up. Hikers say it's one of the most beautiful experiences of their lives, but only if you keep your footing. The trail is well maintained, but that doesn't make it tame. One misstep, and the mountain doesn't give second chances. And yet, thousands do it. Some in fog so thick they don't realize the drop beside them until they're already past it. The ladder stairs of Pico do Arriero are more than just a path. They're a challenge whispered in mist. They test your nerves, reward your courage, and vanish behind you like a dream as soon as you finish. In the heart of Colombia, there's a rock that doesn't just dominate the landscape, it owns it. Rising 650 feet straight out of the ground, El Peñón de Guatapé looks like a boulder from another world. Smooth, towering, and split by a massive crack that looks like lightning struck it. But that crack? That's where the stairs are. Yes, there's a staircase inside the rock. Winding up through a deep fissure, the 708-step zigzagging path is built directly into the side of this geological beast. And the closer you get, the stranger it feels. It's as if someone took a giant spine and glued it onto a mountain. The stairs twist and bend inside the vertical crack, switching back sharply as you climb, like a concrete zipper running up the stone. The climb is intense. The heat, the vertical angle, the tight switchbacks, it's more psychological than physical. You see the top from the base, but it doesn't seem to get any closer as you go. The railings feel just secure enough, but the fact that you're scaling a monolithic slab of rock never leaves your mind. There's no real resting point, just narrow turns and the endless echo of footsteps above and below. But then you reach the summit, and the view? Jaw-dropping. A surreal patchwork of emerald lakes and green islands stretch in every direction, like someone dropped pieces of a puzzle into the jungle. There's even a snack bar and lookout tower at the top, as if the mountain wanted to say, "Congrats, now relax." El Peñón de Guatapé is more than a rock. It's a vertical invitation to conquer the impossible. The stairs don't just lead to a view, they lead to one of Colombia's most iconic and bizarre natural landmarks, carved and conquered one step at a time. You've seen staircases that go up, you've seen ones that go sideways. But Chand Bori, it goes down, deep into the earth in a perfect geometric spiral that looks more like a mirage than architecture. Located in the dusty village of Abaneri, India, this ancient stepwell is over 1,200 years old and plunges 100 feet straight into the ground, with nearly 3,500 steps lining its walls. From above, it looks like an optical illusion. The stairs descend in a tight, crisscrossing pattern on 3 sides of a massive square pit. They're steep, narrow, and identical, so much so that if you stare too long, your eyes start to lose track of what's real. It's dizzying. Even walking down just a few levels makes you feel like you've stepped into some ancient video game maze. Originally built to harvest rainwater and provide year-round access to cool water in the desert heat, Chand Baori was both practical and sacred. Locals used it to escape the brutal sun. Temperatures at the bottom can be over 10 degrees cooler than at the surface. But the real awe isn't in the temperature, it's in the symmetry. Thousands of steps, perfect angles, not a single railing in sight. And while no one's climbing down into it today, the staircases remain intact and terrifying. One misplaced foot and you could tumble into a maze of stone with no easy way out. That's why the lower levels are now gated off. You can look, but you can't explore them up close anymore. Still, standing at the edge of Chand Bori feels like staring into time itself. These steps aren't just a feat of ancient engineering. They're a reminder that even a staircase to water can be built with more precision, mystery, and madness than most modern buildings ever dream of. Some staircases lead to paradise, others straight into a ghost story. On the edge of a misty cliff in San Antonio del Tequendama, Colombia, the abandoned Hotel del Salto looms like something pulled from a Gothic novel. It's perched right beside a roaring waterfall that drops hundreds of feet into a gorge, and carved inside its crumbling walls is a staircase that most visitors refuse to climb alone. The building once hosted Colombia's elite. Opened in the 1920s, it was luxury surrounded by wilderness. Guests would arrive dressed to the nines, sip cocktails overlooking the falls, and take in the natural beauty through grand stone archways. But today the ballroom is silent. The furniture is gone. And the stairs? They creak, crack, and twist into the upper floors like they're daring you to follow. What makes them scary isn't just age, it's atmosphere. Mold creeps along the edges. The wallpaper peels in sheets, and every step you take feels heavier than the last. Some say you can hear whispers at night. Others swear shadows move at the corner of your eye just as you reach the top landing. It's no wonder locals started calling it haunted. Stories swirl around the place. People say the waterfall lures lost souls, that the building never wanted to be a hotel, that it still holds on to something. Whether you believe it or not, there's no denying the stairs feel off. Not cursed exactly, but like they remember something. Something not quite right. The hotel has since been turned into a museum. Its ghost stories soften for public tours. But if you take those stairs slowly late in the afternoon, with the fog creeping in and the sound of the falls booming nearby, you'll feel it. That sense that this isn't just a climb. It's a passage through a forgotten echo of something that never left. At the base of Mount Fuji, there's a forest so dense and quiet that even the wind seems to get lost in it. Aokigahara isn't your average woodland. From above, it looks peaceful, like a thick green sea frozen in time. But step inside and something shifts. The air grows heavy, the silence becomes unnatural, and the deeper you go, the more it feels like the forest is swallowing you whole. Aokigahara has a chilling reputation. It's known across Japan as a place where people vanish and commit suicide. Local patrols regularly search the area, and signs are posted along trails urging visitors to think carefully before going deeper. Officials have even installed cameras in key areas, not for wildlife, but for watching over people. That's how serious the situation is. The forest itself adds to the unsettling feeling. The thick lava rock beneath your feet absorbs sound. Birds are rare. Your own footsteps seem distant. GPS and phone signals often drop, and compasses spin uselessly. Hikers can lose their sense of direction within minutes, even if they are experienced. Many people leave behind ribbons tied to trees to mark their path, but sometimes those trails end suddenly with no sign of the person who left them. There's also strange coldness that people report. Sudden temperature drops, even on warm days. Some say they've felt watched. Others speak of whispers or figures glimpsed between the trees. Whether those are tricks of the mind or something else, nobody can say for sure. The forest has inspired horror movies, documentaries, and even scenes in popular video games. It's become a symbol, not just in Japan but around the world, of something deeply unsettling. A place where nature and human emotion meet in a way that's hard to describe. What's certain is that Aokigahara isn't just a forest. It's a place filled with silence, mystery, and stories that never made it out. There's a forest in South Asia where even the bravest locals think twice before entering. Stretching across the border of India and Bangladesh, the Sundarbans is the world's largest mangrove forest and one of the most dangerous places to walk on Earth. Why? Because it's home to Bengal tigers. Not just any tigers, these ones have developed a reputation for actively hunting humans. Scientists still debate why. Some say it's because of the salty water affecting their senses. Others think it's the lack of food deep in the forest. But one thing's clear. People who live in nearby villages know that once you step into the Sundarbans, you're not at the top of the food chain. The forest is a tangled maze of muddy creeks, roots that twist out of the water like claws, and dense thickets that can hide a tiger just a few feet away. Visibility is low and the terrain is constantly shifting with the tides. It's the perfect hunting ground for an ambush predator. Local villagers often perform rituals before entering the woods, leaving offerings and even wearing masks on the back of their heads, because tigers prefer to strike from behind. Think about that. People wear masks to trick the predator into thinking they're watching it. That's the level of fear and respect this forest demands. Despite conservation efforts, the forest remains incredibly hostile to outsiders. There are reports of boats being attacked from the shore, of footprints vanishing mid-trail, and of entire search parties giving up after just a few hours in the deeper regions. Sundarbans isn't haunted by ghosts. It's ruled by one of nature's most perfect hunters. And in this forest, you're not exploring, you're trespassing. Deep in the Peruvian Amazon, far from roads and villages, there's a river that shouldn't exist. It's not near any volcano, and yet the water is hot enough to cook animals alive. This is the boiling river of the Amazon, and it's one of the strangest and deadliest natural wonders ever discovered. Known to locals as Shanai Tempishka, or the river that kills with heat, the water here can reach temperatures of up to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Drop a leaf in and it sizzles. Small creatures that fall in don't stand a chance. In fact, one of the river's first scientific explorers told a story of a small animal that fell in and was boiled from the inside out within minutes. What's truly bizarre is that the river is nowhere near a volcanic system. For years, geologists were baffled. Eventually, it was found that deep faults in the Earth's crust allowed geothermal water to surge up and heat the river. But even now, much of the process remains a mystery. Surrounding the river is thick jungle, home to exotic species, rare plants, and insects found nowhere else. But this isn't a tourist spot. The terrain is unstable, the humidity is suffocating, and one wrong step could land you in scalding water. This place has been sacred to local tribes for generations, treated with reverence and caution. They believe the river has a powerful spirit, and when you see steam rising off the surface, it's easy to understand why. Most people have heard of the Amazon as a lush green paradise, but few know that deep inside its heart, there's a river that can burn you alive without fire. In northern Tanzania, there's a lake so strange it looks like a sci-fi illusion, and so extreme it turns animals into statues. Welcome to Lake Natron, where the water is red, the shores are crusted with salt, and the surface looks like it belongs on another planet. This isn't a peaceful place for a swim. Lake Natron is filled with sodium carbonate and high levels of alkalinity, sometimes reaching a pH of nearly 10.5. The water is so caustic it can burn skin, strip feathers, and preserve dead animals in eerie statue-like form. Birds that misjudge the surface and land on it often don't make it back up. Their remains, dried and coated in minerals, have been found around the lake, perfectly preserved. Despite the danger, some wildlife has adapted. A rare species of flamingo actually nests here, taking advantage of the lake's toxic defense. It's one of the few places in the world where flamingos can raise their chicks away from predators, because even crocodiles stay away. From above, the lake glows red and orange due to microscopic organisms thriving in the heat and chemical mix. It's beautiful, but in a way that warns you to keep your distance. National Geographic once called it a lake of fire, and honestly, that's not far off. Lake Natron is nature's reminder that even water, something we see as life-giving, can become something deadly under the right conditions. Crystal clear water, untouched beaches, swaying palm trees. Bikini Atoll looks like the perfect island escape. But this Pacific paradise hides one of the most dangerous legacies of the nuclear age. Between 1946 and 1958, the United States used this group of islands for nuclear testing. 23 explosions in total, including the massive Castle Bravo blast. That single detonation was over 1,000 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The explosion created a crater over a mile wide and sent radioactive debris flying for hundreds of miles. Entire islands were vaporized. The local population was relocated, but long-term exposure affected generations. Today, the atoll remains largely uninhabited. Radiation levels have decreased on some islands, but many remain too toxic for safe living. What's eerie is that nature returned. Birds nest, fish swim, palm trees grow, but studies show that some plants contain radioactive isotopes, and marine life around certain areas still show signs of contamination. Divers sometimes visit the underwater graveyards of ships sunk during the tests, including aircraft carriers and submarines. It's like an eerie underwater museum frozen in time. Bikini Atoll looks like paradise, but its soil, its water, and even its beauty carry a hidden danger that will likely last for thousands of years. At first glance, Picher, Oklahoma looks like a forgotten small town. Quiet streets, crumbling buildings, and silence. But there's a reason no one lives here anymore. It's one of the most contaminated places in North America. Picher was once a booming mining town. For decades, it produced lead and zinc, which helped fuel American industry. But the mining left behind millions of tons of toxic waste, massive gray mounds called chat piles that towered over neighborhoods. Dust from those piles blew through the air, coated homes, and eventually poisoned the soil, water, and even people. The ground beneath the town became unstable. Sinkholes began opening under streets and schools. Foundations cracked. The water supply turned dangerous. And tests revealed alarming levels of lead in residents, especially in the local population. By the early 2000s, the government stepped in. One by one, families were relocated. Entire neighborhoods were bulldozed. Today, Picher is a ghost town with warning signs posted at its borders. Nature has started to take back the area, but the contamination remains. Even the wind can carry harmful dust. What was once a proud industrial town is now a cautionary tale about how digging too deep literally can destroy everything above. About 90 miles off the coast of São Paulo lies an island so dangerous, the Brazilian Navy has banned all civilian access. This is Ilha da Queimada Grande, better known as Snake Island, and it's exactly what it sounds like. This island is home to one of the world's most venomous snakes, the golden lancehead pit viper. Not just a few of them. By some estimates, there's one snake for every square meter. These snakes aren't just deadly. Their venom is 5 times more potent than their mainland cousins and can cause almost instant effects. Why are there so many snakes here? It's all about isolation. Thousands of years ago, rising sea levels cut off the island from the mainland. With no predators and plenty of birds to hunt, the snake population exploded. Over time, they evolved to become more toxic and more aggressive to catch fast-moving prey. There are local stories of fishermen whose boats drifted too close, only to vanish later found with signs of snake encounters. Even researchers, when granted rare access, must wear protective gear and follow strict protocols. From a distance, Snake Island looks like any tropical paradise. But get close, and it quickly becomes clear. This place wasn't made for people. It's nature's no-go zone, ruled by creatures that strike fast and don't miss. Spanning across southern Georgia and northern Florida, the Okefenokee Swamp is more than just a giant marshland. It's one of the oldest and darkest wetland systems in North America, and it feels alive in every sense of the word. Locals call it the land of trembling earth because the peat islands actually shift beneath your feet. You walk and the ground ripples. That alone would make it strange, but it gets weirder. The swamp is filled with black water, acidic and so dark it reflects like glass. Add to that thousands of alligators, venomous snakes, and hidden sinkholes, and you've got one of the most hazardous natural areas in the US. What makes the Okefenokee truly eerie is its sound, or sometimes the lack of it. There are stretches where even birds go silent, and others where the swamp groans and bubbles like it's alive. People have reported ghost lights, floating orbs that move with no source, and unexplained voices echoing across the water. During the 1800s, settlers tried to drain the swamp and failed. Later, parts were used as dumping grounds. Some say old spirits were disturbed. Today, even experienced hikers can get lost in the maze of waterways, where visibility can drop to just a few feet due to thick fog. The Okefenokee isn't haunted in the classic sense. It's something older, something natural but not quite safe. A place where land, water, and mystery blend into one endless breathing forest. In the canals of Xochimilco, just south of Mexico City, there's an island that feels like it belongs in a nightmare. It's not the jungle setting that gets to you, it's the dolls. Hundreds of them. Hanging from trees, nailed to walls, tied to branches, all in various stages of decay. Some are missing eyes. Others have limbs twisted the wrong way. And all of them seem to be watching. This eerie place is known as Isla de las Muñecas, the Island of the Dolls. It began as a small plot of land cared for by a man named Don Julian Santana. According to the story, he once found the body of a young girl who had drowned in the nearby canal. Shortly after, he spotted a doll floating in the water. He hung it in a tree as a gesture of respect. But then something strange happened. He said he heard whispers, saw shadows moving between trees. Believing the girl's spirit was restless, he started collecting more dolls. People who passed by in boats would bring them. Eventually, every tree on the island was filled with hanging plastic faces and cracked porcelain limbs. Some say Don Julian lost his mind. Others say the island changed him. What's undeniable is how unsettling the place is. Even in daylight, the dolls swing gently in the breeze, creaking on their wires. At night, visitors have reported hearing laughter, footsteps on dry leaves, and dolls that seem to move without wind. Tourists still visit, but very few stay long. The island isn't just creepy, it feels emotionally heavy. Some say you can feel the sorrow in the air. Others leave behind their own dolls as offerings. The Island of the Dolls is more than a curiosity. It's a floating memorial, a growing forest of forgotten toys, and one of the most disturbing places you can find on water. Somewhere in the remote forests of Kerala, India, lies a place that defies all logic. A giant, near-perfect hole in the earth, known among locals as the Gavi Abyss. Streams rush toward it from every side, disappearing into the void with no splash, no echo, no trace. This isn't a man-made dam or a cave you can walk through. It's a vertical sinkhole ringed by smooth stone and rushing water that plunges straight down. Explorers have tried to measure it, but even with modern equipment, its true depth remains a mystery. Some believe it connects to ancient underground rivers. Others say it's cursed, part of the earth that was never meant to be found. Whatever the truth is, one thing's certain: if you fall in, you're not coming back. High up on the slopes of Mount Everest, beyond 26,000 feet, lies a place most climbers never talk about openly, but every mountaineer knows it exists. It's called Rainbow Valley, and despite the name, it's anything but cheerful. This stretch of terrain just below the summit is where many climbers have taken their final steps. And the rainbow part? It comes from the brightly colored jackets and gear still worn by the bodies frozen in place. At that altitude, the air is razor thin. Temperatures drop to deadly lows and the human body starts shutting down. Rescue operations become nearly impossible. For years, the fallen have remained exactly where they collapsed, preserved by the cold, untouched by time. Some are used as trail markers, others are partially buried in ice. Climbers in Rainbow Valley walk a razor's edge, literally. The paths are narrow, the winds can shift in seconds, and even the most experienced mountaineers have misstepped. The oxygen is so limited up there that it's often called the death zone. Your body begins to deteriorate no matter how prepared you are. This valley is a brutal reminder of Everest's unforgiving nature. The summit may be the ultimate prize, but just below it lies a landscape filled with silence and color. A place where ambition, weather, and fate all collide. And once you're in Rainbow Valley, there's no easy way back. In the Andes Mountains of Colombia stands Nevado del Ruiz, a snow-capped volcano that looks peaceful, almost beautiful from a distance. But beneath that quiet surface lies one of the most dangerous volcanoes on the planet. In one devastating night, it made history. A minor eruption melted part of the glacier sitting on top of the mountain, sending a massive wall of mud, ash, and rock crashing down the slopes. The lahar, essentially a volcanic mudflow, raced downhill at terrifying speed. Within 2 hours, it hit the town of Armero. The people didn't hear an explosion. There was no warning siren, just a roar. And then everything disappeared under a wave of thick, churning earth. Over 20,000 lives were lost in what became one of the deadliest volcanic disasters of the 20th century. What makes Nevado del Ruiz so dangerous isn't just its explosive potential, it's the ice. The volcano is permanently capped with snow and glaciers, which can instantly turn an eruption into a fast-moving, unstoppable flood. Even a small eruption can unleash a deadly lahar without warning. Today, the region is monitored constantly, and evacuation plans are in place. But the memory of Armero still lingers. Locals know that this mountain doesn't need a massive eruption to become deadly. It just needs a little heat, and gravity does the rest. Between Panama and Colombia, the Pan-American Highway hits a dead end. What blocks it isn't ocean or mountain, it's something far more dangerous: the Darien Gap, a wild, lawless stretch of swampy jungle and razor-sharp ridges that's one of the most unforgiving places on Earth. This dense jungle isn't just difficult, it's nearly impassable. There are no real roads, only shifting paths swallowed by the rainforest. Torrential rain turns trails into rivers. Steep terrain, deep mud pits, and tangled vegetation make progress brutally slow. Even GPS struggles here. But the terrain isn't the only threat. Dangerous wildlife roam the area: jaguars, venomous snakes, and swarms of biting insects. Sudden floods are common. People have gone in with full gear and never come out. The Darien Gap has long been known as a place of mystery and danger. Indigenous communities live deep within it, but even they navigate it cautiously. In recent years, it's also become a passage for those trying to cross continents on foot. But those who attempt it face days or even weeks of isolation, exhaustion, and constant risk. From above, it looks like paradise. Up close, it's a maze of green chaos. The Darien Gap isn't just a gap in the highway, it's a natural wall that has stopped armies, explorers, and adventurers in their tracks. And it continues to do so. Hidden in the rolling countryside of West Sussex, England, is a forest that looks ordinary from the outside, but carries a dark reputation that's lasted for decades. Clapham Wood is dense, quiet, and often cloaked in mist. But what makes it infamous isn't how it looks, it's what people claim happens inside. Over the years, 4 bodies have been found in or near the woods, people who had gone missing under strange circumstances. Their deaths weren't all ruled suspicious, but locals noticed a disturbing pattern. The forest seemed to draw people in, and not all of them came out. Dogs are known to panic when entering Clapham Wood. Some refuse to go in altogether, others run off and are never seen again. Walkers have reported sudden sickness, overwhelming dizziness, and even loss of time while inside. There's also talk of strange lights chanting at night and shadowy figures watching from the trees. It gets even weirder. In the 1970s and 80s, local reports began linking the forest to occult activity. A secretive group, believed to be connected to ritual practices, was rumored to use the area for gatherings. Some investigators claim to have found evidence of symbols carved into trees, burned clearings, and animal remains arranged in unnatural ways. The official records stay quiet about this, but locals haven't forgotten. Many won't go near Clapham Wood after dark. Some say the forest changes when you're alone. Paths feel unfamiliar, sounds disappear, and the trees seem to move just enough to get you lost. Whether it's the landscape playing tricks or something far more sinister, Clapham Wood remains one of England's most unsettling places. An unassuming forest with a reputation soaked in whispers and secrets. In northern Ukraine lies a place frozen in time, the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Over 1,000 square miles of abandoned towns, forests, and decaying buildings, still scarred by the 1986 nuclear disaster. At the center stands Reactor 4, sealed beneath layers of steel and concrete. But beyond the ruins, the land tells another story, one of eerie silence, radioactive soil, and nature reclaiming what humans lost. What's shocking isn't just the absence of people, it's how the zone feels. Trees grow through buildings. Wild animals roam freely. Wolves, bears, and even rare Przewalski's horses now live where entire towns once stood. It looks like a post-apocalyptic film, but it's real. Radiation hotspots still exist. Some parts are safe to visit with precautions, others remain dangerously contaminated. Mushrooms here can be hundreds of times more radioactive than safe levels. A forest fire in this area could release trapped radiation back into the air. And yet, life continues. Grass grows, birds sing. But there's always a hum in the back of your mind when standing in the exclusion zone, like the land itself is still recovering from something it wasn't meant to endure. Deep in the jungles of Belize is a cave so hidden you can only reach it by swimming through dark, flooded tunnels. Inside, it opens up into vast chambers filled with stalactites, ancient pottery, and human remains. This is Aktun Tunikil Muknal, one of the most mysterious and sacred caves in Central America. The cave was used by the ancient Maya for spiritual rituals. Over 1,000 years ago, it was believed to be a gateway to the underworld, a place where the living could speak with gods. The air is thick, humid, and still. Even today, stepping inside feels like entering a different world. But what draws most attention is the Crystal Maiden, the preserved skeleton of a young person whose bones have fused with the cave floor. Over time, mineral-rich water coated the skeleton in shimmering calcite, giving it a ghostly, crystal-like appearance. There are more than a dozen other sets of remains deep inside. Some show signs of ritual activity, broken bones, offerings placed nearby, and ceremonial artifacts scattered around them. Access is tightly controlled now. Tourists must go with certified guides, wear helmets, and leave electronics outside. No photos are allowed inside anymore, to preserve the cave's sacred atmosphere and protect its fragile history.
This is the one place on Earth where trespassing could quite literally get you stopped by armed guards, motion sensors, or even surveillance drones before you step past the dust. Area 51 is tucked deep inside the Nevada desert, shielded by mountains and miles of restricted airspace. Even from satellite images, what's really happening there is never fully clear. All flights around it are forbidden, and even military pilots don't get close unless specifically cleared. So, what makes this place so untouchable? Officially, it's a military testing site. Unofficially, that's where things get strange. For decades, people have speculated about what's being stored or tested here. Flying saucers, alien bodies, secret tech decades ahead of anything the public has seen. The government didn't even admit it existed until the 2010s, and even then only partially. The mystery is baked into the dirt. Spotting a pickup truck with blacked-out windows watching you from a ridge? That's common. Hikers who try to get too close have been met by helicopters or military patrols within minutes. Warning signs don't just threaten fines, they say deadly force is authorized. That's how serious this place is. The name Area 51 has become a part of pop culture, featured in shows like The X-Files and Independence Day, and yet, no one really knows what's behind those fences. Some believe advanced aircraft like the U-2 and SR-71 were first tested here, which is true, but others think that what's happening now is far more advanced, possibly things we wouldn't believe even if we saw them. What fuels the theories even more is the silence. No press, no photos, no real confirmation, just satellite shots of hangars big enough to swallow commercial jets, and the quiet hum of something being hidden in plain sight. Whatever is going on behind those blast-proof doors, the government wants to keep it that way. Just off the coast of Sao Paulo, there's a patch of land so dangerous that even the Brazilian Navy keeps a wide berth. It's not radioactive. It's not haunted. It's crawling with snakes. Thousands of them. This is Ilha da Queimada Grande, better known as Snake Island. You won't see tourists kayaking around it or drone shots on travel vlogs. The government has completely banned access, and there's a good reason. The island is home to the golden lancehead viper, a snake so venomous it can melt human flesh around the bite. Scientists who visited it under strict military supervision report that you can barely take a few steps without seeing another one slithering past. Some estimates suggest there are 3 snakes per square feet, which makes even standing still dangerous. There are old rumors about lighthouse keepers who once tried living there, but none stayed long. Today, it's uninhabited, except for the reptiles, which have evolved without predators. These vipers can strike with terrifying speed, and their venom acts fast. Even trained herpetologists need backup and anti-venom before stepping ashore. Despite all this, the island remains a source of fascination. What kind of place evolves to be this lethal and this protected? For now, it remains locked behind official restrictions, a biological anomaly in the middle of the ocean. Now head across the globe, and the threat shifts from natural to man-made, but the secrecy is just as thick. Deep in the Australian outback lies the Woomera Prohibited Area, a zone so vast it's larger than some entire countries. Spanning over 47,000 square miles, it's officially off-limits to civilians. While it may look like nothing more than endless red dust and scrub, what lies beneath and above has been under military control since the 1940s. Missile tests, experimental aircraft, and classified defense projects have been conducted here, all behind barriers no outsider is allowed to cross. Satellite images only tell part of the story. What you don't see are the underground bunkers, the surveillance systems tracking movement miles away, or the warning signs placed far in advance of the real perimeter. Locals report hearing strange mechanical sounds in the night sky and seeing unmarked aircraft vanish over the desert. The Australian government isn't exactly forthcoming with details, and that only adds to the rumors. Some believe parts of the area were once used to test high-radiation weapons, and that entry now could still be hazardous even without anyone shooting at you. What connects these places isn't just how locked down they are, it's that each one hides something we're not supposed to know. And the closer you look, the more questions appear. In the heart of Vatican City lies a sealed world beneath polished marble and centuries-old chapels, one that few ever get to see. Officially called the Vatican Apostolic Archive, this underground labyrinth stores some of the most sensitive, oldest, and possibly most controversial documents in existence. It stretches for over 50 miles of shelving, yet access is limited to just a handful of researchers at any given time. Even then, they must request exact documents in advance and are forbidden from browsing freely. You won't find this level of restriction at any other library on Earth. The Church claims the archives hold only administrative records, papal letters, and historical documents, but many suspect there's more, much more. Stories persist about lost books of the Bible, transcripts of secret trials, and even evidence of early contact with unexplained phenomena. Some theorists believe the Vatican has locked away records of ancient technologies or cosmic events so disruptive that revealing them would shake the foundations of belief. Whether or not that's true, the fact remains. Thousands of years of guarded history are kept behind secured doors, under constant surveillance with no cameras, no public tours, and no transparency. It's not just a vault, it's a controlled blackout of human knowledge. Unlike places where danger is physical, here the threat may lie in ideas themselves. What has been sealed away for centuries? Why is so much access still denied in an age of instant information? Those answers are kept in silence, buried under Rome. Along the coast of South Carolina lies an island that looks like any other from a distance. Dense trees, coastal marshes, no buildings in sight. But set foot too close, and you'll quickly find out why Morgan Island is strictly off-limits. It's not patrolled by guards or surrounded by razor wire, but by something far more unpredictable: over 3,000 rhesus macaques. This entire island is a live testing ground, though you won't see any labs. The monkeys were relocated here decades ago and are used exclusively for medical research, with their population closely managed under federal contracts. No civilians are allowed to land, swim near it, or even boat too close. While they may look curious and harmless from afar, rhesus macaques are known to be territorial and aggressive, and more importantly, they can carry viruses that pose serious risks to humans. That's one of the reasons access is so heavily restricted. Any accidental interaction could result in a serious outbreak. It's a unique setup, a biological facility disguised as wilderness. What adds to the intrigue is that the island is completely uninhabited by humans, yet fully operational from afar. It's like a floating ghost town, ruled by primates, an eerie reminder that some frontiers of science are meant to stay out of reach. Nestled in the green hills of North Yorkshire, England, is a site that looks like a sci-fi film set. Dozens of massive white domes scattered across the landscape, all sealed tight. This is RAF Menwith Hill, one of the most secretive intelligence hubs in the world. Officially, it's a British Royal Air Force station, but it's jointly operated by the United States and serves as a key listening post in the global surveillance network. What exactly it listens to, however, is classified, and always has been. The giant radar domes aren't just for show. Each one conceals powerful antennas that intercept communications from satellites, undersea cables, and possibly even cell networks. For decades, Menwith Hill has been linked to global spy programs that collect data far beyond the borders of the UK. Some say it can monitor calls, track digital activity, or follow aircraft halfway across the planet. Journalists and researchers have tried to uncover what goes on inside, but security is airtight. The facility is surrounded by motion detectors, fences, patrols, and warning signs that leave no room for doubt. You're not welcome anywhere near. Despite public concern over privacy and surveillance, the base continues to grow. New buildings go up, the domes expand, and operations increase, all while the true purpose of the site remains locked behind code names and clearances. If there's a place where modern espionage runs in silence, it's here, hidden in plain sight, under white bubbles in the English countryside, listening to a world that doesn't even know it's being heard. From a quiet island in the American South, we shift to one of the most opaque buildings on Earth, buried deep inside Pyongyang. Room 39, as it's known internationally, is a highly secretive department within North Korea's ruling structure. Its true purpose remains unconfirmed, but analysts believe it's a powerhouse of state-controlled wealth generation, an office that manages everything from foreign currency reserves to hidden offshore operations. Unlike ordinary government departments, Room 39 is completely hidden from public view. Its location isn't even marked and no photos of the actual interior exist. What's known comes from defector reports and rare leaks. It's said that Room 39 has access to foreign bank accounts, exclusive trade routes, and front companies scattered across Asia and Europe. It's not just a building, it's an economic control center operating outside global oversight. Some even compare it to the shadowy organizations seen in spy thrillers with coded communications, diplomatic immunity, and unrestricted funds. The tight security and silence surrounding it make even high-security military zones seem transparent in comparison. What's especially chilling is that no outsider has ever truly investigated what happens behind its doors. Whatever Room 39 controls, it does so with absolute secrecy. In a country already closed to the world, this is the one room even the privileged don't talk about. Carved into a frozen mountain on a remote Arctic island, the Svalbard Global Seed Vault isn't hidden, but it's about as unapproachable as a place can get. It sits more than 800 miles from the North Pole, surrounded by polar bears, permafrost, and miles of uninhabitable terrain. There are no towns nearby, no residents, just a concrete wedge jutting from the side of a mountain, with a reinforced steel door that leads to one of the most secure food vaults on Earth. What's inside? Over 1 million seed samples from nearly every known crop on the planet. This place was built to survive anything: floods, wars, power failures, even nuclear disasters. Its purpose is simple but massive. If the worst happens and a region loses its food crops, these seeds can help replant civilization. And yet, it's not fully accessible. Only select scientists and authorized representatives from certain nations are allowed inside. There's no walking tour, no full inventory publicly shared, and definitely no press allowed near the storage chambers themselves. It's often called the Doomsday Vault, and the name isn't an exaggeration. This isn't just a warehouse, it's the planet's agricultural safety net. What makes it even more fascinating is that while the entrance is visible, what happens beyond those steel doors is invisible to the public. It's a real-life vault built not for money, but for survival, quietly humming in the Arctic cold while the rest of the world spins on, unaware of how much it might one day depend on what's locked away inside. Far south of mainland Australia, closer to Antarctica than to Sydney, lies an island that few have ever seen in person, and even fewer have set foot on. Heard Island is technically Australian territory, but it might as well be another planet. Covered in glaciers, battered by brutal winds, and sitting atop an active volcano, this frozen island is one of the most remote and restricted places on Earth. Getting there requires special government permission, weeks of planning, and a vessel capable of navigating treacherous seas with no port in sight. Dominating the island is Mawson Peak, an active volcano that rises through the ice and often vents steam into the frozen air. Unlike other volcanoes, this one has no tourist lookout or nearby village. It's surrounded by a hostile, icy wilderness and a total absence of infrastructure. The Australian government has declared the area a strictly protected nature reserve, meaning access is granted only for rare scientific expeditions, and even then, under extreme environmental controls. Most researchers study it by satellite or aircraft, never getting close enough to feel the ground shake beneath them. What makes Heard Island so intriguing is the sense that it hides something raw and untouched, something dangerous not because of people, but because of nature itself. It's a place where time slows down, where the modern world simply doesn't exist. No lights, no signals, no shelter, just an unpredictable volcano rising out of the Antarctic mist, and an unspoken rule that it's better left alone. It's one of the most famous archaeological sites in the world, and also one of the most untouched. While millions have seen the terracotta army standing silently in neat rows near Xi'an, China, very few realize that the emperor they were built to protect still rests nearby, in a tomb that has never been opened. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, China's first emperor, is said to contain rivers of mercury, sprawling chambers, and ancient traps designed to stop anyone who tries to enter. And so far, those defenses are working. Not a single person has ever excavated the inner tomb. Chinese archaeologists know exactly where it is, but for decades have refused to disturb it. Part of that is respect for the ancient engineering, but there's also fear. Soil tests around the burial mound have revealed alarmingly high levels of mercury, suggesting the old legends about rivers of toxic metal may not be stories at all. Add to that historical texts mentioning crossbow traps rigged to fire automatically, and it's no wonder the site remains sealed under tons of earth. Unlike other ancient sites, this one remains frozen in time, sealed since around 210 BC. What lies inside? Gold, maps, lost history, or something stranger entirely? For now, no one knows. The Chinese government has made it clear that disturbing the tomb is not a priority. Whatever secrets the first emperor took to his grave are still buried with him, locked behind ancient defenses that seem to be working just as they were meant to. Tucked deep in northeastern France lies a stretch of land where time seems to have stopped, and where no one is allowed to live, build, or even walk freely. This is the Zone Rouge, or Red Zone, a cluster of heavily restricted areas still poisoned by the destruction of World War I. More than a century has passed since the fighting ended, but the soil here is still filled with unexploded shells, craters, and chemicals that can kill. Entire forests were wiped out, villages were flattened and never rebuilt. In some parts, nature has barely begun to return. French authorities fenced off these zones long ago and still consider them too dangerous to reclaim. Specialists in protective suits occasionally enter to dispose of old artillery, some of it corroded and unstable. Even today, farmers outside the Red Zone regularly dig up what's known as the iron harvest, decades-old munitions that continue to surface. In some patches, the soil is so contaminated with lead and arsenic that nothing grows. The danger isn't in the air, it's buried just underfoot, waiting to be disturbed. Signs warn anyone nearby to stay out, and they mean it. Unlike many forbidden zones created for military secrecy, this one is open about its reason. The ground is simply too deadly. It's a modern ghost field, not because of what stands there, but because of what still lies hidden beneath the surface. The war ended, but in this part of France the battlefield never truly closed. Deep in the redwood forests of Northern California lies a place that's become one of America's most persistent sources of speculation. Bohemian Grove looks like a simple campground from the outside, but it's anything but. For over a century, some of the most powerful men in the world, presidents, tech billionaires, defense officials, have gathered here behind locked gates and armed security. What they do inside is largely unknown, and photography or recording of any kind is strictly banned. Even pilots flying overhead are told to reroute. Officially, it's a private retreat for music, speeches, and theatrical plays. But leaked accounts over the years describe strange ceremonies, including a ritual known as the cremation of care, performed in front of a giant stone owl statue. Whether it's symbolic or something more serious is up for debate, but the secrecy fuels endless questions. Why is this level of privacy needed if it's all just talk and tradition? Attempts to infiltrate the grove have been rare and short-lived. Those who've tried have been escorted out quickly or quietly silenced from saying much afterward. What makes it all the more bizarre is the sheer scale of the operation. Private cabins, open-air theaters, and full catering for the elite, all hidden beneath towering trees. For 2 weeks every year, major global decisions may or may not be made here, far from press and public. It's not the setting of a dystopian film, though it could easily pass for one. Whatever happens under those trees, it's not for the rest of us to see. And that's exactly what keeps curiosity alive. In a world mapped by satellites and photographed from every angle, North Sentinel Island remains one of the last true blanks on the global map. Located in the Bay of Bengal, this jungle-covered island belongs to India but operates like its own lost world. The Sentinelese people who've lived there for thousands of years have made one thing unmistakably clear: outsiders are not welcome. Boats that come too close are met with arrows. Drones are shot down with spears. Even the Indian Navy enforces a no-approach zone several miles out. This is not just a recommendation, it's law. Setting foot on the island is illegal, not only to protect the tribe from modern diseases but also to protect outsiders from the tribe. Very little is known about the Sentinelese language, culture, or tools because no peaceful contact has ever been made. Attempts to study them from afar show that they live by fishing, foraging, and building small huts, but beyond that, it's guesswork. What's unique here is that isolation isn't just survival, it's their choice, and they've defended it without compromise. The mystery surrounding the island has inspired countless theories. How have they remained so untouched by time? Are there ancient customs or knowledge preserved there that the rest of the world has lost? No one knows, and no one will know anytime soon. For now, North Sentinel remains a rare place where the modern world stops at the water's edge, and the price of curiosity might be fatal. Tucked into the hills of Kentucky sits one of the most heavily guarded buildings in the United States, and possibly the entire world. The Fort Knox Bullion Depository isn't just a secure site, it's the definition of untouchable. Behind thick granite walls and reinforced steel doors rests a massive stash of gold bullion, once estimated to total over 4,500 metric tons. But it's not the gold that makes this place so fascinating. It's how impossible it is to get anywhere near it. No one walks in, not the press, not tourists, not even most government officials. The vault is surrounded by layers of defense razor wire fences, armed patrols, electronic surveillance, and ground sensors. It's located right next to a military base, giving it an added blanket of instant response if anyone dares get too curious. The main vault door alone weighs over 20 tons and requires multiple combinations to open, none of which are held by a single person. Despite being a national icon, almost no one has seen the inside of the vault. One of the few times officials were allowed to tour it was decades ago, and the event was so rare it made headlines. Since then, questions about how much gold is still stored there have led to conspiracies ranging from missing reserves to secret experiments. No photos are available of the main chamber, and if they exist, they're not public. Whatever's inside, the message is clear. Fort Knox isn't just secure, it's untouchable. A modern fortress hiding more than just precious metal behind concrete, silence, and one very serious front door. Just a short distance from Venice, Poveglia Island floats in the Venetian lagoon. Small, overgrown, and completely off-limits. It might look like a forgotten park from afar, but its past is the reason boats steer clear. For centuries, Poveglia was a dumping ground for everything society wanted to hide. During several plague outbreaks, infected victims were quarantined here, left in isolation until the end. Later, a psychiatric facility was built on top of those same grounds, one that eventually shut down under mysterious circumstances. Today the island stands silent, but the ban on entry is still in place. The Italian government has officially blocked access to the public, citing safety hazards due to unstable structures. But locals whisper other reasons. Fishermen refuse to anchor nearby. Urban explorers who've attempted unauthorized visits speak of strange sounds, thick fogs, and the overwhelming sense that someone, or something, is watching. The decaying buildings, broken furniture, and old hospital beds remain exactly as they were left, sealed in rot and dust. It's a place frozen in its own haunted timeline. While the stories of spirits and cursed ground may sound like movie material, the island's reputation is serious enough that tours and private visits remain completely off the table. Even in a country overflowing with history, this place has become taboo. It's not marked with danger signs or guards, but everyone knows you don't go to Poveglia. Not for science, not for sightseeing, and definitely not out of curiosity. Deep in the Indian state of Kerala, there's a small village that has left scientists scratching their heads for decades. In Kodinhi, almost every family has at least one pair of twins. Walking through the streets, you'll see children who look like perfect copies of each other everywhere. It's not a coincidence or a trick of the eye. This place has an unusually high number of twins, far more than anywhere else in the country. Nobody knows for sure why this is happening. Some say it's genetics, others believe it has something to do with the local water or diet. What's even stranger is that this pattern has only started in the last century. Before that, the village was just like any other. Now, with hundreds of twins being born, it has become one of the biggest unsolved mysteries in the world of science. Doctors have visited, researchers have run tests, but no one has found a clear answer. The locals don't seem too concerned though. They see it as a blessing, something special about their home. Weddings here often turn into reunions of nearly identical faces. Schools have classrooms full of children who look alike, making it a challenge for teachers to tell them apart. People in Kodinhi don't just accept their unusual situation, they celebrate it. They even hold events where twins from all over the village come together in matching outfits. It has turned their home into a place of curiosity, where visitors come hoping to understand what makes this village so different. Scientists may still be searching for answers, but for the people of Kodinhi, life goes on as usual, just with a lot more mirror images than anywhere else. Hidden in the rolling green hills of Brazil, there's a village unlike any other. Noiva do Cordeiro is home almost entirely to women. They run the farms, manage businesses, and make all the rules. Men are allowed to visit, but they don't stay long. This isn't just a group of women living together, this is a society built by and for them. For generations, the women of Noiva do Cordeiro have shaped their own way of life. They don't follow traditional gender roles. They make decisions as a group, ensuring that everyone has a voice. Life here is peaceful, organized, and full of cooperation. Outsiders who hear about the village often assume the women must be looking for husbands, but that's not the case. They value their independence and the balance they've created. The few men who do live here are either young boys or husbands who work elsewhere, only returning on weekends. The women say this setup works better for them. They don't have to deal with the social restrictions that often exist in other places. Instead, they focus on building a strong and supportive community. Their way of life has sparked curiosity, even disbelief, but for the women of Noiva do Cordeiro this is simply home. They grow their own food, celebrate their traditions, and continue to show the world that a society led by women can thrive in its own unique way. Scientists were stunned when satellite images revealed an uncharted island deep in the Pacific. A research team set out and made a discovery that seemed almost mythical, a society where only one man lived among dozens of women. Towering over them, he appeared to be their leader, protector, and perhaps something more. The islanders spoke no known language, their customs a mystery. How had such a society formed? No one knew, but one thing was certain. This was a world unlike any other. In the middle of Nebraska's endless plains, there's a town where the population sign doesn't need updating. It has read one for years. Monowi is the only officially incorporated town in the United States with just one resident. That resident is Elsie Eiler, an elderly woman who refuses to let her home disappear from the map. Elsie is the mayor, the bartender, the librarian, and the treasurer. Every year she submits the town's budget, pays taxes to herself, and renews her own liquor license to keep Monowi's only business running, a small tavern that she operates alone. Travelers and truckers who pass through stop by for a cold drink, a warm meal, and a chance to meet the woman who keeps an entire town alive by herself. Years ago, Monowi was a small but functioning town with families, schools, and stores. As jobs disappeared, people moved away, and eventually, it was just Elsie and her husband Rudy. When he passed away, she became the last person left. But instead of leaving, she stayed. She keeps Monowi going in his memory, tending to the library filled with Rudy's books and keeping the lights on in the town they built together. Most people can't imagine living alone in a town, but for Elsie, it's home. She enjoys the peace and the steady stream of visitors who come just to meet her. She laughs when asked if she ever gets lonely. After all, in Monowi, she's never really alone. There's always someone passing through, eager to hear her story and witness the smallest town in America still standing thanks to one remarkable woman. Nestled along Italy's southern coast, hidden between olive groves and the blue waters of the Mediterranean, lies a village where time seems to slow down. Acciaroli isn't just another picturesque Italian town, it's a place where people routinely live past 100, not just a few lucky ones but many. In a village of just a few thousand residents, an astonishing number of them are centenarians. Scientists have spent years trying to figure out their secret. Is it the diet? The locals eat fresh fish, homegrown vegetables, and plenty of rosemary, a herb known for its health benefits. Maybe it's their way of life. They don't stress over the future, they walk everywhere, they breathe in the clean sea air. Unlike in big cities, there's no rush, no traffic, no endless list of things to do. Life here follows the rhythm of the waves. Doctors have studied their blood, searching for some hidden genetic advantage, but the answer might be simpler than that. They just live differently. Many of the oldest residents have never set foot in a hospital. They don't count calories, they don't follow health trends, and yet, they reach 100 with ease. Some still work in their gardens, others take long walks through the hills. When asked about their longevity, most shrug. They drink wine, they laugh with friends, and they don't worry about things they can't control. In Acciaroli, old age isn't something to fear, it's just another stage of life, one that can last a very long time. But not every place is this peaceful. Just across the ocean there's a town where life couldn't be more different. A place where no one is in a hurry, because no one is allowed to leave. Deep in the heart of Bolivia, hidden behind thick stone walls, there is a place that looks like a town, but isn't. San Pedro Prison is unlike any prison in the world. There are no uniformed guards patrolling the hallways, no rows of cold metal cells. Instead, inside these walls you'll find homes, markets, even restaurants. Families live here, children run through the streets. But every single resident has one thing in common: they're prisoners. San Pedro doesn't function like a normal prison. Here, inmates don't just serve their sentences, they create a society of their own. They buy and sell goods, some run small businesses, others cook meals for their neighbors. Instead of being assigned a cell, prisoners have to buy or rent their own living space. The wealthiest have apartments with TVs and kitchens, while the poorest sleep in overcrowded rooms. Money determines everything. Those who can afford it live well, those who can't struggle just like they would outside. And then there are the families. Unlike in most prisons, inmates here can live with their wives and children. Kids grow up inside, play in the courtyards, and even leave for school each morning before returning at night. To them, San Pedro is home. Some of them have never known anything else, but life inside isn't easy. There are no official guards inside the prison walls. Order is maintained by the prisoners themselves, and those who break the unwritten rules face harsh consequences. It's a world of its own, a functioning society behind locked gates. Yet while San Pedro forces its residents to stay, there's another place far away where people live surrounded by water, drifting on handmade islands. Their homes don't have walls, and their village floats freely on a lake that has been their home for centuries. High in the Andes, where the air is thin and the mountains meet the sky, there is a lake so vast it seems endless. Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world, holds a secret: entire villages that float on the water. The Euros people have lived here for centuries, not on land but on islands they build with their own hands. These islands are made of totora reeds, a plant that grows in the shallow waters of the lake. Layer by layer the reeds are stacked and tied together, creating a floating platform strong enough to hold houses, schools, and even watchtowers. Every few weeks fresh reeds are added on top, replacing the ones that rot beneath. It's constant work, but for the Euros it's life as usual. The people here rarely set foot on solid ground. They fish in the lake, cook in clay ovens placed on stone bases to avoid fires, and paddle small reed boats from island to island. Everything moves with the water. Even the islands themselves can be relocated if needed. In the past, this helped the Euros escape threats from rival tribes. Today it keeps their traditions alive in a changing world. Some islands welcome visitors, selling handcrafted goods and sharing their way of life. Others remain closed, preserving traditions passed down for generations. The Euros are not just surviving on the water, they have mastered it. Their villages may seem fragile, but they have endured for centuries, floating through time on the surface of the lake. But while the Euros built their home on water, far across the world, another isolated community chose a different path. One of stone, faith, and an unwavering rule that has stood for 1,000 years. On the northern coast of Greece, rising above the Aegean Sea, stands Mount Athos. It is not just a mountain but a world of its own, a place where time moves at a different pace. Here, in a collection of ancient monasteries, men have lived and prayed in isolation for over 1,000 years, and no woman has set foot here in all that time. The monks of Mount Athos follow strict religious traditions. They wake before dawn, spending their days in prayer, tending to gardens, and preserving manuscripts older than most nations. Life here is simple: no distractions, no outside noise, just devotion. They believe this isolation brings them closer to God. The rule forbidding women dates back to the 10th century and is enforced without exception. Even female animals are banned, except for cats, which help control the rodent population. Some have challenged the rule over the years, but the monks remain firm. To them, Mount Athos is a spiritual refuge, untouched by the outside world. Few outsiders ever step beyond its borders. Special permission is required, and only men can receive it. Those who visit find themselves in a place frozen in time. Byzantine frescoes cover the monastery walls, chants echo through stone corridors, and the outside world feels impossibly far away. For the monks, this life is a choice, a commitment to a way of living that has not changed for centuries. But not all isolated communities choose silence. In another remote village across the ocean, an entire town communicates in a way most people would never expect, without words, but with a language of their own. Tucked away in the jungles of Bali, there is a village where silence isn't a limitation, it's a way of life. Bengkala is home to an unusually high number of deaf residents, a rare genetic condition passed down for generations. But here, deafness is not seen as a disability. It is simply another way to exist. For centuries the people of Bengkala have adapted, creating their own form of communication. Kata Kolak, a unique sign language developed entirely within the village. Unlike the sign languages used elsewhere in the world, this one was built specifically for the rhythms of life here. Everyone in Bengkala, whether deaf or hearing, uses it fluently. There is no division. A conversation between neighbors flows just as easily in gestures as it would in spoken words. Daily life carries on just as it does anywhere else. Farmers work in the fields, shopkeepers sell goods, children play in the streets. The only difference is that spoken words are not necessary. There are no honking car horns or loudspeaker announcements, just the sounds of nature and the quiet movements of people who have mastered a language of the hands. What makes Bengkala truly remarkable is its approach to inclusivity. In most societies, the deaf must adapt to the hearing world. Here, the hearing have adapted to the deaf. There is no stigma, no one is left out. In Bengkala, silence is not a barrier. It's just another voice in a village that listens with its eyes. Off the coast of Colombia, in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, lies a tiny island no bigger than 2 soccer fields. But what makes Santa Cruz del Islote truly astonishing isn't its size, it's the sheer number of people who call it home. With over 1,200 residents packed into an area less than 3 acres, it is one of the most densely populated places in the world. There are no cars, no roads, and barely any space between the buildings. Houses are squeezed together, their walls almost touching. Every inch of the island is used. Rooftops serve as extra living spaces, and tiny alleyways double as gathering spots. Despite this, the people of Santa Cruz del Islote have built a life filled with warmth and community. Everyone knows each other. Doors are always open, and meals are often shared. Life here is simple, but tough. There's no running water, and electricity is only available for a few hours a day. Supplies must be brought in from the mainland, and when the island gets too crowded, some families move to boats anchored nearby. Still, the people stay because Santa Cruz isn't just an island, it's home, passed down through generations. From the sky, Santa Cruz looks impossibly small, almost swallowed by the sea. But for those who live here, it is everything. There is no empty land to expand, no space to grow, but there is laughter, resilience, and a way of life that thrives against the odds. Yet while the residents of Santa Cruz welcome visitors with open arms, there is another island far away where outsiders are met with silence, and sometimes, hostility. Deep in the Indian Ocean, hidden behind walls of dense jungle and surrounded by dangerous reefs, lies an island frozen in time. North Sentinel Island is home to the Sentinelese, one of the last uncontacted tribes on Earth. For thousands of years they have remained isolated, resisting every attempt at outside contact, and they will do whatever it takes to keep it that way. No one knows exactly how many Sentinelese live on the island, no one knows their language, their traditions, or their way of life. What is known is that they want nothing to do with the outside world. When helicopters fly overhead, they shoot arrows. When boats drift too close, they charge the shores with weapons raised. Even when natural disasters have struck, such as the 2004 tsunami, they have remained, untouched, unchanged. The Indian government has declared the island off-limits. No one is allowed to set foot there. In the past, a few explorers and fishermen have ignored the warnings, only to disappear. Those who did survive described a place untouched by modern civilization, where the people live as they did thousands of years ago. The Sentinelese don't just avoid the world, they actively push it away. In an age where technology connects almost every corner of the planet, this small island remains an impenetrable mystery. No photos, no recordings, no stories told by outsiders, just the thick jungle, the silent figures watching from the trees, and the knowledge that some places are not meant to be disturbed. But while North Sentinel Island remains untouched, there is another place where people live at the mercy of nature. A land that is disappearing year by year, sinking beneath the water, forcing its residents to watch as their home slowly vanishes. In the Bay of Bengal, where the river meets the sea, there is an island that is fighting a battle it cannot win. Goramara, a small village in India's Sundarbans region, is vanishing bit by bit, swallowed by the rising tides. Every year the island shrinks. Every year more homes are lost, and one day it may disappear completely. For decades the people of Goramara have watched their land erode. Fields that once grew rice are now underwater. Roads have turned into muddy paths leading to nowhere. Some families have already left, forced to abandon the place their ancestors called home. Others stay, holding on to what little remains, refusing to surrender to the sea. The villagers do what they can, building walls of sandbags, reinforcing the shore with bamboo barriers. But the ocean always returns, taking more with each wave. Scientists say the island could be gone within a few decades, but to those who still live here, Goramara is not just a piece of land. It is their history, their identity, their last connection to a world that is slowly washing away. Each year, the island grows smaller, and each year, the people who remain wonder if this will be their last. They are fighting against something far bigger than themselves, yet they refuse to leave without a fight, because to them, Goramara is not just disappearing, it is still their home. Deep in the arid plains of Kenya, far from the reach of traditional society, stands a village where men are not welcome. Umoja, which means unity in Swahili, is a place built by women, for women. It was founded as a sanctuary, a place where those escaping forced marriages, domestic violence, and societal restrictions could start anew. Here women don't just survive, they thrive, proving that a community can function entirely on its own terms. There are no husbands, no male authority figures. Every decision is made collectively, from farming and security to trade and education. The women raise livestock, sell handmade crafts, and welcome visitors interested in learning about their way of life. Children grow up in a society where they see women in every leadership role. For them, this is normal. Occasionally, men from nearby villages try to challenge Umoja, upset by its existence. Some have attempted to reclaim their wives, others have tried to intimidate the women into leaving. But Umoja stands firm. The women protect each other, reminding the world that strength doesn't always come from physical power. It comes from unity, resilience, and the refusal to be controlled. While Umoja is a place of warmth and community, another village on the opposite side of the world is defined by something much harsher: cold. A place where the air can freeze skin in seconds, where metal sticks to bare hands, and where only the toughest survive. Far from Kenya's sun-baked lands, deep in the Russian wilderness, lies a town where winter never truly ends. Oymyakon is the coldest permanently inhabited settlement on the planet. In the dead of winter, temperatures here plunge to -80 degrees Fahrenheit. Cars left outside must run all night or their engines will freeze solid. Eyelashes turn to ice. Breathing in too deeply can make lungs ache. Yet people live here. They fish in frozen rivers, raise cattle, and send their children to school even when the air is colder than the surface of Mars. Life in Oymyakon is not for the weak. There are no grocery stores stocked with fresh produce. Food must be hunted, fished, or stored for months. Most homes rely on wood-burning stoves and electricity can be unreliable. Despite the brutal conditions, the people here are used to it. They laugh at the idea of cold weather warnings seen in other countries. To them, this is normal. They wear thick fur coats, keep warm with hot soups and tea, and continue their lives as if the rest of the world wasn't watching in amazement. For all its hardships, Oymyakon has something few places can offer: stunning, untouched beauty. The snowy forests stretch endlessly, the night sky glows with stars, and the rivers freeze into sheets of crystal. But if the cold ever becomes too much, there is one place where escaping the elements means going underground, literally. In the middle of Australia's scorching outback, where the sun burns relentlessly and the ground cracks from heat, there is a town that has learned to escape the elements in an unusual way. Coober Pedy is not like other places, because most of it is underground. This small mining town is famous for its opals, some of the most valuable gemstones in the world. But with temperatures often reaching 110 degrees Fahrenheit, life above ground is unbearable. So, the residents built homes, churches, and even hotels beneath the earth, carving entire neighborhoods into the cool rock. Walking through Coober Pedy feels like stepping into another world. There are underground restaurants, museums, and bars. Tourists who visit can sleep in hotels dug into the rock, where the temperature stays cool year-round, no air conditioning needed. Above ground, the landscape is barren, resembling the surface of Mars. There are no trees, no rivers, just miles of desert stretching to the horizon. But despite the extreme conditions, people love it here. The miners continue their search for opals, families raise their children in underground homes, and the town remains a symbol of human adaptability. When the land refuses to cooperate, Coober Pedy proves that sometimes the best way to survive isn't to fight nature, it's to work around it. Deep in the Amazon, hidden from the modern world, a tribe exists unlike any other, a tribe of only men. No one knows exactly how this happened. Some say disease wiped out the women, others believe they were taken by rival tribes. Whatever the truth, these men have survived alone for generations. They hunt, build, and pass down their traditions. But without women, their future is uncertain. One day their way of life may vanish, leaving only whispers of a tribe that lived and disappeared deep in the jungle. That's about it. Write in the comments which place surprised you the most. For more useful information, watch other videos.